Cast aside as a pawn by the demon sect, Niechun bravely delivered a challenge letter to the esteemed Empress Qingyue. He believed his fate was sealed. Yet, to his astonishment, the awakening of the system transformed his challenge into a love letter. Niechun's heart sank. This is truly not my doing. No sooner had he uttered those words than the proud and aloof Empress Qingyue blushed, her autumn eyes shimmering with curiosity. Is everything written in the love letter true? With no path of retreat, Niechun decided to gamble everything, publicly confessing his feelings to the Empress and reciting a heartfelt love letter. Chapter 1. The challenge letter turned love letter. The Empress Qingyue commands 12 star palaces, each possessing power comparable to a flourishing dynasty. In her grasp lies an imperial weapon that has instilled fear in countless cultivators of both righteous and demonic paths. She ranks among the top 10 in the renowned beauty list, rumored to possess a beauty akin to that of a celestial being, often clad in flowing white garments, as enchanting as the ethereal goddess from the heavens, utterly beyond compare. Yet at this moment, gazing upon the mist-shrouded Tianyun Palace, Niechun's heart felt like a desolate wasteland. Today, he had come to confront the Empress Qingyue, intending to issue a challenge to this exalted figure who commanded such reverence. Those oblivious old fools, Niechun cursed silently. A month prior, he had traversed into the realm of Lanchuan. Regrettably, he had found himself within the body of a demonic cultivator, whose aptitude for cultivation could only be deemed wasteful. Not only had he failed to acquire any cultivation techniques, but he had also been used as a pawn by the unscrupulous members of the Netherworld sect to deliver a challenge to the Empress Qingyue. What right does a mere Netherworld sect have to challenge the Empress Qingyue? In truth, after drafting the challenge, the Netherworld sect had long since retreated into the depths of the mountains, their whereabouts unknown. Those old geezers merely wished to boast, lacking the courage to confront the Empress herself. Once he was torn apart, they could flaunt to other sects, claiming, "We once engaged in battle with the Empress Qingyue. The evidence is that she killed one of our disciples who issued a challenge." To prevent Niechun from fleeing, the Netherworld sect had dispatched an elder to escort him heroically up the mountain, issuing a challenge to the Empress. Any individual with a semblance of intelligence would recognize that undertaking such an act was tantamount to a death sentence. Niechun was filled with exasperation, lacking any useful golden finger. He found it absurd that he was expected to march to his demise just a month after his arrival. What significance did his crossing into this world hold? As he ascended the misty staircase, the weight of his predicament grew heavier. He stepped into the Tianyun Palace. Amidst the swirling clouds, an exquisitely graceful figure sat distantly, her phoenix eyes, half-closed, concealed amber depths. Her skin as smooth as jade under the moonlight, and her flawless visage resembled that of a descended celestial being. Emanating an air of cold nobility, amidst her breathtaking beauty lay an undeniable aura of authority that forbade intrusion. Gazing at this figure, Niechun found himself momentarily entranced. Although he had heard tales of the Empress Qingyue's unparalleled beauty, he had not anticipated her radiance to be of such extraordinary magnitude. If one were to compare the dazzling stars of the past with the present, they would likely find themselves as outmatched as a wild chicken before a phoenix, utterly incapable of holding a candle to her. "Speak, you disciple of the demonic sect, who has gone to great lengths to establish connections. What is your purpose in seeking me?" A melodious voice resonated, enchanting like the ethereal orchids of a secluded valley, drawing one into a state of rapture. Yet, entwined within that captivating tone was an undeniable authority that instilled a chilling sense of trepidation. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure, palpable as a tangible force, swept through the surroundings. The pressure of an imperial-level powerhouse. Niechun's body quivered. Had it not been for his sheer willpower, he might have succumbed to the urge to kneel. "I have come to deliver a letter to the Empress Qingyue," he managed to grit out. "Oh, a letter? Present it." The Empress Qingyue's gaze sharpened, seemingly intrigued by Niechun's ability to withstand her oppressive aura. "Yes." Niechun approached, clutching the letter, acutely aware of death encroaching upon him. The might of an imperial-level being could easily reshape landscapes. A mere thought from the Empress could end his life. The moment she laid eyes on the contents of the letter, it could very well spell his doom. Death was drawing closer with each passing second. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the system." At that moment, a voice resonated in Niechun's ears. "The system." A surge of elation coursed through him. Finally, it had arrived. In this dire predicament, perhaps with the system's aid, he could indeed survive the encounter with Empress Chinue. A mechanical voice continued to speak. The host is nearing a critical juncture. Given that the host has just arrived in the Lanchuan world, a one-time free activation of the system's auxiliary functions is available to assist in courting Empress Chinue. Does the host wish to proceed? Of course, Niechun replied without hesitation. Without the system's assistance, the situation before him was effectively a dead end. Now, the only hope for his salvation lay within the system. Ding! The system task has been activated. Please deliver the letter to Empress Chinue.is that all. Niechun was taken aback. He had anticipated that the system's capabilities would enable him to escape or temporarily enhance his strength. Yet, it seemed nothing had transpired. What are you hesitating for? At that moment, Empress Chinue's icy gaze fell upon Niechun, her eyes radiating a chill akin to the depths of winter. With a determined bite of his lip, Niechun realized there was no turning back. In that case, he could only place his trust in the system. The contents of the letter may be offensive. I ask for the Empress's understanding. Amidst the mist, her elegant white attire fluttered gently. The figure, breathtakingly beautiful, floated with an otherworldly grace. Her long hair billowed, and her flawless skin resembled a meticulously carved jade, devoid of any imperfection, so captivating, so enchanting. Yet an invisible pressure enveloped the air, shimmering with hints of golden light, rendering Niechun breathless. Such was the might of Empress Chinue merely standing there. She exuded an aura of reverence that commanded awe. Like a delicate and fair hand of jade, she gently received the letter from Niechun. Niechun stood silently, awaiting the impending judgment. Each passing moment felt like an eternity, as if he were being tormented in hot oil. Yet, after a long wait, he still received no response. With a hint of confusion, he lifted his gaze, only to find that the Empress Chinue's body trembled slightly at his look, her delicate hand holding the envelope quivering uncontrollably. Empress? The righteous cultivators clad in armor standing by her side seemed to notice something amiss and hurriedly inquired with concern. All of you step back. I have matters to discuss privately with this individual. In that moment, there was an unmistakable trace of urgency in the Empress Chinue's voice. But, Your Majesty, do my words no longer hold weight? Or do you believe my identity as Empress is merely for show? The icy tone of Empress Chinue immediately instilled an overwhelming pressure upon those who sought to remain, as if an immense mountain were pressing down upon them, making even the act of breathing a struggle. Yes, Your Majesty. No one dared to defy the Empress Chinue's command any longer. Moreover, given her formidable strength, no one believed that a mere disciple of the demonic sect could pose a threat to her. The cultivators retreated, leaving the vast hall with only Niechun and Empress Chinue remaining. Chu Chinue, revered by both righteous and demonic factions as the Empress Chinue, was the object of countless aspirations and was venerated as a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yet now, her hand holding the letter trembled slightly, for the words inscribed upon it unsettled her heart. Chapter 2. A Love Letter. The Empress's heart stirred. The world may refer to you as the Empress, yet I long for you to be but a serene moon. For the gentle light of the moon will inevitably illuminate my heart, rendering everything about you my eternal treasure. The radiance of the moon pales in comparison to your exquisite beauty. All that exists in this realm is merely a backdrop to your brilliance. Though I am but one of the most ordinary shadows, I willingly offer everything I possess in pursuit of you, to hold your hand and grow old together. Indeed, it is you, the serene moon Empress. These lines, though undeniably sentimental and perhaps somewhat juvenile, allow Chu Chinue to feel an unparalleled sincerity within them. The title of Empress is both a mark of honor and a burden. For many years, Chu Chinue has been perceived as a lofty being, untouchable and revered, with no one daring to approach her. She has spent countless nights in solitude, accompanied only by the darkness. Yet, how many have noticed that she is merely a youthful maiden of over 600 years, yearning for feelings beyond mere reverence? In the past, such hopes were but dreams, until the emergence of this letter. To be confessed to, before ascending as Empress, she had devoted herself to cultivation, shunning worldly affairs. After her ascension, she became a figure of awe, beyond the reach of all. She never imagined that such a day would come. But how could she easily accept the affection from a disciple of the demonic sect? As her thoughts surged, Chu Chinue gently pressed her lips together, Do you dare to come alone to Tianyun Palace to deliver this letter, knowing the potential consequences? Of course, I am fully aware.
Niechen replied.
How could he not know? As a disciple of the demonic sect, coming to the stronghold of the righteous path to issue a challenge could only lead to death. He knows the risks, yet he still came. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Qingyue's defenses softened slightly. Even though it was her first confession, her rationality did not easily succumb. Nonetheless, Nie Chen's candor and bravery truly moved her. At the very least, it demonstrated that despite being from the demonic sect, he had not been tainted by its darker elements. Have you considered the possibility of failure? She inquired, her crimson lips parting once more. Failure? He pondered, uncertain if she meant her disregard for the challenge. However, he quickly found a way to flatter her amidst the conversation and spoke with a touch of solemnity. I have contemplated the likelihood of failure, yet simply being able to behold the serene moon Empress is already enough for me. He cast a sorrowful glance toward the horizon as he spoke. What appeared to be ordinary, even somewhat courteous words, transformed into something profoundly different in Chu Qingyue's ears. Knowing full well that he is almost certain to fail, he still ventured alone to Tianyun Palace, solely to deliver me a love letter. In an instant her heart wavered. Having ascended to the position of Empress, Chu Qingyue had witnessed the myriad vicissitudes of life. She had once pondered that if she were to truly entrust her life to another, it would not necessarily require the other to possess extraordinary strength or lofty cultivation. What mattered most was the sincerity of their heart. At this moment, Nie Chen's performance had evidently surpassed her expectations. Strangely, something seemed amiss with the expression of the Empress Qingyue. Raising her head, Nie Chen suddenly noticed the once ethereal and aloof visage of Chu Qingyue now bore a hint of conflict, her autumn-like, crystalline eyes swirling with an unusual sentiment. This was evidently not in accordance with reason. The final question lingered. Was everything stated in the letter genuine? Or, do you truly love me so? A blush, as captivating as the dawn, inadvertently crept onto Chu Qingyue's face, causing her to shyly turn her head away. Meanwhile, the letter finally lay before Nie Chen. The world may refer to you as the Empress, yet I wish for you to be merely a radiant moon. For the moonlight you cast shall inevitably illuminate my heart, making all that you are my eternity. Upon comprehending the content, Nie Chen felt as though a thunderous bolt had struck his heart. What on earth is this? Wasn't I delivering a declaration of war? When did it transform into a love letter? Even more outrageous was the flowery language inscribed upon the page, some lines so embarrassingly reminiscent of a domineering CEO's affections that merely reading them sent chills down Nie Chen's spine. Such a letter could not possibly be crafted without years of adolescent folly. Presenting it to the Empress was akin to courting disaster. Wait, gazing at Chu Qingyue's expression, Nie Chen suddenly realized a more serious fact. The esteemed Empress Qingyue, revered by countless as a figure to be admired from afar and never to be trifled with, was not only unperturbed but appeared to be somewhat bashful? Hey, dog system, is this what you refer to as system assistance? Nie Chen promptly called out to the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully guessing. This is indeed the system's auxiliary function, which transformed the declaration of war into a love letter to aid the host in successfully completing the task of conquest. You call this conquest? Wait, it seems it truly is a form of conquest. Nie Chen suddenly recognized a matter he had long overlooked. Previously, he had assumed that the system's reference to conquest meant achieving victory through force. Yet, in truth, conquest encompasses far more than mere defeat. Observing the Empress Chu Qingyue's demeanor, Nie Chen's gaze faltered slightly, for she was simply too exquisite. The beauty of Empress Qingyue was already a well-known fact, but seeing her in person revealed that she was even more enchanting than the somewhat exaggerated rumors suggested. Moreover, he had never anticipated that through a series of fortuitous events, he would elicit such a reaction from the Empress. By the way, what would happen if I were to say that the love letter was not written by me and that my earlier words were a misunderstanding? In his heart,
Nie Chen silently pondered.
Ding! Following a comprehensive assessment by the system, it was determined that if the host uttered the aforementioned words, it would likely provoke the wrath of the Qingyue Empress, resulting in a fate so dire it would leave him utterly shattered. Such severity was indeed formidable. Nie Chen could not help but swallow hard. Indeed, women are far from the simplicity they appear to embody. The fleeting glimpse of shyness displayed by the Qingyue Empress nearly lulled him into a false sense of security, leading him to perceive her as merely a delicate and fragile woman. Fortunately, he regained his composure just in time. Otherwise, his life would undoubtedly be forfeit. This signified that he had irrevocably boarded a treacherous ship. Resolutely, Niechun concluded that remaining silent would lead to his certain demise. However, if he professed his unwavering love, perhaps a glimmer of hope for survival could be salvaged. Instantly, his demeanor solidified, and he gazed intently into Chu Qingyue's eyes. Indeed, although I am a disciple of the demonic sect, my love for the Empress is utterly sincere and devoid of any deceit.
Assure-you.
My affection is as radiant and unyielding as the sun hanging high in the azure sky, without a trace of concealment. Like the relentless flow of a mighty river, it shall never cease. If the Empress suspects any ulterior motives, she is welcome to pierce my heart and ascertain the truth of my words. Aware that the Qingyue Empress could hardly resist the allure of romantic declarations, Niechun promptly launched a series of heartfelt confessions. With a soft thud, the envelope in Chu Qingyue's hand finally slipped to the ground. Chapter 3. Have I not promised the headquarters? Do you truly comprehend the gravity of your words? I am the Empress presiding over the 12-star pavilions, while you are merely a disciple of the demonic sect, barely capable of cultivating your powers. Do you genuinely believe such a union is feasible? As Chu Qingyue spoke, a blush, reminiscent of the hues of dusk, spread from her temples to the nape of her neck, rendering her strikingly beautiful. Niechun had come to the sobering realization that he had been cornered into a desperate situation. The outcome of confessing to the Empress presented him with only two paths. Either failure, resulting in being torn to shreds by the cultivator stationed outside, or the audacious act of subduing the Empress, thereby seizing that solitary chance for survival. With fervor and sincerity, Niechun declared, "What does it matter if we are of opposing paths? What significance does our difference in status hold? The very fact that I, Niechun, dared to venture alone into the heavenly cloud pavilion signifies that I have cast aside all thoughts of life and death, wishing only to present this letter to you with my own hands. Even if it leads to my demise, I will harbor no regrets." Upon hearing these words, Chu Qingyue felt as though her heart had been pierced by an invisible arrow, its tip shaped like a heart. Literature speaks of vows of eternal love, yet she had never encountered anyone so resolutely devoted to love, willing to disregard the chasm between righteousness and malevolence, and even their own life. If this were indeed true, how was she to confront such a revelation? Unbeknownst to her, Chu Qingyue's emotions became increasingly tumultuous as she discreetly glanced at Niechun. His hair, dark as jade, flowed elegantly, and his attire billowed softly with the mist within the grand hall. With piercing brows and radiant eyes, he exuded an aura of righteousness, standing tall despite being merely a servant of the demonic sect. In terms of appearance alone, he outshone the so-called prodigies by a wide margin. More importantly, within his gaze, Chu Qingyue sensed a fervent sincerity. "Are you truly willing to risk your life for me?" Chu Qingyue delicately bit her lip, her voice betraying an undeniable inner conflict. The tangled strings of her heart began to unravel as the colors in her eyes transformed from what they once were. Niechun had already noticed the shift in Chu Qingyue's demeanor and understood that the stakes had never been higher. It was a matter of either winning over the Empress or being reduced to mere fragments by the throng outside. Two paths lay before him, life or death, hinging upon this very moment. Without sacrifice, how could one hope for reward? With unwavering determination, Niechun asserted, "Indeed, my love for the Empress flows like an unceasing river, unaltered until the stones crumble and the seas run dry. Should the Empress doubt my sincerity, I am prepared to offer my life as a testament to my resolve." No sooner had he spoken than he unsheathed his sword without hesitation, pressing it to his throat. A trickle of blood followed the blade's edge, threatening to sever his life. "Stop!" At that instant, the final barrier within Chu Qingyue crumbled. Here was a man, imbued with righteousness and an indomitable spirit, who had single-handedly infiltrated the heavenly cloud pavilion solely to deliver a love letter into her hands. For this, he disregarded death and was willing to sacrifice his life to express his true feelings. What did it matter whether he was a disciple of the demonic sect? Love begins in contradiction. Perhaps it is inherently absurd. A beam of golden light erupted from Chu Qingyue's hand, sending the falling blades soaring away. Empress? Niechen gazed at Chu Qingyue in astonishment. Enough, enough. If you truly love me as you profess, I shall acquiesce. At this moment, Chu Qingyue dared not meet Niechen's gaze. She felt her cheeks flush, burning with an intensity she could not suppress. An inexplicable emotion surged within her. Was it joy, shyness, or sheer bewilderment? Thank you, Empress Qingyue. Niechen promptly kicked the fallen sword aside and swiftly approached her, enveloping her delicate form in his embrace. I merely consent for the time being. Do not overstep your bounds. Despite Chu Qingyue's formidable strength, which could easily send Niechen flying hundreds of meters with a mere flick of her wrist, she only shifted slightly, struggling to extricate herself from his grasp. I apologize, Empress. I truly did not anticipate I would succeed. Niechen hastily regained his composure, adopting a more dignified demeanor. Listen, there are countless righteous cultivators outside. Should you act disrespectfully in my presence and they witness it, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Chu Qingyue's face glowed crimson, leaving her uncertain whether it was a threat or embarrassment. I understand, Empress.
Niechen promptly replied.
Do not call me Empress any longer. You have shown the courage to face life and death at Tianyun Palace. Now that you have successfully confessed, are you still afraid to utter my true name? Should I call you? Chu Qingyue? No, simply Qingyue will suffice. Upon her flushed skin, a few crystalline beads of sweat emerged due to her overwhelming nervousness. Niechen couldn't help but smile. It turns out even goddesses can perspire. However, it seemed even her sweat bore a fragrant aroma akin to that of a lotus flower. Congratulations, host, on successfully courting the Empress. You shall receive a system gift package. The system's voice suddenly resonated, followed by a series of delightful sounds announcing the arrival of the gift. System Reward 1, Xiangu Sacred Body. System Reward 2, Fortune of Heaven and Earth, 10 times. System Reward 3, 1 Random Lottery Chance. Niechen carefully examined the specifics of the system. The random lottery could yield any item from the system shop, including heavenly-grade elixirs, imperial-grade artifacts, and various techniques and spiritual herbs. Although there were lower-tier inferior goods, the majority were exceedingly precious treasures. With a stroke of good fortune, one would undoubtedly gain. The fortune of heaven and earth would allow him to bask in celestial favor for a brief period, albeit only 10 times, yet its impact was immense. As for the Xiangu Sacred Body, it was even more mysterious and valuable. Those possessing the Xiangu Sacred Body exude a distinctive aura of the Great Tao, which inherently possesses a captivating effect, capable of ensnaring the hearts of the unstable-minded opposite sex. At the moment Niechen's body transformed into the Xiangu Sacred Body, Chu Qingyue, already tinted with a rosy hue, suddenly trembled, her autumn eyes becoming hazy. For reasons unbeknownst to her, in an ephemeral moment, her already tenuous resolve began to waver even more precariously. In her eyes, the suave and extraordinary Niechen now appeared even more strikingly charismatic. Had it not been for Chu Qingyue's solitary existence spanning over 6 centuries, coupled with her countless encounters with life-and-death predicaments, her foundational resolve would be unmatched by any. It is to be feared that she might have been entirely captivated by Niechen's ancient and transcendent physique. Taking a long breath, Chu Qingyue delicately pressed her soft, cherry blossom-like lips together, managing to momentarily calm her tumultuous emotions. Her delicate fingers, as light as cotton candy, rested gently upon Niechen's chest, her expression imbued with a complex array of feelings. Listen, she began, though I have consented to your request, there are still matters I must discuss with you. Chapter 4. Matters between lovers. Despite achieving resounding victories through the system, Niechen remained vigilant. The cultivation hierarchy in this world is delineated as follows. Qi condensation, foundation establishment, mystical foundation, sea opening, cauldron transformation, and life tribulation. The Empress Qingyue has reached the pinnacle of cauldron transformation, poised on the brink of life tribulation, a being worthy of emperorship. Not only himself, but even the typically arrogant elders of the demon sect would find themselves easily subdued by her if she so desired. Niechen listened intently as Chu Qingyue finally spoke. What I promise, I will fulfill. Having pledged to you, I shall never waver, and I do not mind if you share this matter with others. However, given your current lack of strength, it is prudent not to disclose this to outsiders. Otherwise, it may very well attract deadly peril. I understand, Niechin acknowledged, fully aware of the gravity of her words. The admirers of Empress Qingyue could be counted from here to the Blue Star. Before awakening the system, he lacked even the aptitude for cultivation. Should his current strength be revealed, he would undoubtedly become a target for ruthless pursuers. Ah, perhaps this is the burden of being handsome, he sighed inwardly. There was yet another matter. Chu Qingyue subtly turned her head, her expression tinged with hesitation and conflict. At last, she gestured gently toward the air. A few golden sparks illuminated the space, and 2 crystalline stones descended gracefully. One a deep blue, the other a delicate pink. I have matters to attend to and cannot leave the Tianyun Palace. You should return to your sect and await my news. This is a token of our bond. With it, I can contact you at any time. Her gaze flickered as she hesitated for a long while before finally placing the light blue token into Niechen's hands. Holding the token, Niechen infused it with his spiritual energy, and soon, the visage of Chu Qingyue, enchanting and ethereal, materialized upon the crystal. Enough of that. Remember to keep it hidden well, and only reveal it once you return, Chu Qingyue playfully admonished, seemingly anxious about it being discovered by others. Niechen carefully tucked the token away. The swirling mists coalesced once more, transforming into a celestial staircase leading down the mountain. I hope you will not betray your word. Moreover, the path of cultivation is far more arduous than you imagine. Upon your return, strive diligently and do not allow yourself to be tainted by the remnants of the demon sect. If what you wrote is true, I will do everything in my power to help you fulfill your wishes. A voice, akin to a heavenly melody, resonated from behind. Niechan turned to see that the seemingly aloof and exalted beauty bore an unmistakable hint of unspoken sentiment. Like ripples dancing across a lake caressed by a gentle breeze in autumn. Rest assured, Empress, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Even as a disciple of the demon sect, I shall one day ascend the celestial staircase before the eyes of all cultivators, proving that my feelings shall never waver. Although she could not remain directly in the Tianyun Palace, receiving the token of affection personally bestowed by Chu Qingyue felt akin to a girl initiating a conversation through WeChat, even going so far as to designate a special level of attention. In light of this outcome, Niechin felt immensely satisfied. By the way, when shall we embark on our date? Suddenly, Niechin turned around. A date? With you? Chu Qingyue's gaze flitted, her lips quivering slightly, caught off guard. Well, I haven't quite thought it through. Moreover, haha, I understand. Casting one last glance at the resplendent Tianyun Palace, Niechin smiled as he ascended the cloud ladder and descended from the mountain peak. He dared not pursue the matter further. Should the Empress Qingyue inadvertently lose control of her emotions and strike out, his fragile frame would surely not withstand it. As he walked, Niechin utilized a chance for a lottery draw. The system's marketplace boasted an abundance of remarkable treasures. Amidst countless techniques, talismans, physical attributes, magical artifacts, spiritual instruments, herbs, and an endless array of items, the pointer finally came to a gentle halt. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 7-colored Nirvana flower, a remarkably exquisite flower, radiating breathtaking hues, manifested within Niechen's consciousness. His beauty was undeniably striking. However, he pondered, what purpose does this serve? Niechen inquired of the system. Currently under assessment. Cannot be used for alchemy, cannot serve as medicine, lacks additional attributes. However, it appears capable of healing a specific cold poison. This was rather mediocre. In comparison to his beginner's gift pack, the 7-colored Nirvana flower seemed to fall short in utility. Nevertheless, Niechen paid it little mind as he finally descended the cloud ladder and reached the base of the mountain. Looking back, amidst the swirling mist, Chu Qingyue's figure had already vanished from sight. Following the path he had taken, Niechan eventually arrived at the designated meeting place with Elder Ma. Upon reaching the tree, he was met with a familiar sight. Sure enough, as expected, Elder Ma had already anticipated his demise, leaving behind only a dragon steed, which galloped away, leaving not a trace behind. With a long sigh, Niechun had no choice but to mount the dragon steed and return to the Yuming sect. Once he departed, the guards within the Tianyun Palace swiftly returned to the Grand Hall, standing solemnly at attention on either side, hesitant to utter a word. Though they were unaware of why the Empress had released this disciple of the demonic sect, it was clear that since it was the Empress's decision, none dared to question it lightly. Yet, only Chu Qingyue felt her heart racing. She had entered into a relationship. No, strictly speaking, she had merely acquiesced to the other's proposal, not genuinely developing feelings for him. However, despite her relentless self-affirmations, Chu Qingyue found her heartbeat refusing to slow. Standing atop the mountain, although the temperature within the Tianyun Palace was exceedingly low, she felt as though she were ensconced in the sweltering heat of summer, unable to suppress her discomfort. The image of Niechun repeatedly surfaced in her mind, the words inscribed in the letter echoing in her heart, lingering long after they had been uttered. What on earth is this feeling? Fortunately, the solemn guards on either side stood resolutely in place, not daring to cast a sidelong glance. Otherwise, they would be utterly astonished to discover that the esteemed and seemingly unattainable Empress Qingyue, who usually held herself so high above, now bore flushed cheeks and an air of bashfulness. Claiming to be preoccupied with pressing matters, unable to extricate herself, was merely a pretext. Whenever she wished, she could depart at any moment. Yet, the mere thought of walking alongside Niechun left Chu Qingyue utterly at a loss as to how to comport herself. Reflecting on her 600 years of unwavering dedication to her cultivation, she realized that, apart from her hierarchical relationships, she had never grasped how to engage in a normal interaction between men and women especially. That of lovers. Chapter 5. A shock to the entire Nether sect. Niechun, your demise is truly tragic. Brother Niechun, despite your lack of talent in cultivation, your eccentric personality, and the absence of any virtues save for your handsome appearance, it is hard to fathom that you have met your end at such a tender age. Fear not, everyone. Niechun is a hero, a valiant warrior who dared to challenge the Empress Qingyue on behalf of our sect. In the realm of demonic sects, who else would dare to confront the Empress Qingyue directly, or even issue a challenge? It is none other than our Nether sect. Indeed, only we possess such audacity. Nether sect is the greatest in the world. The Nether sect shall rise to greatness once more. The Nether sect stands supreme. I have no regrets about joining the Nether sect in this lifetime. Upon returning to the secluded depths of the mountains, where the Nether sect lay hidden, shrouded in various protective barriers and illusions, Niechun was met with a fervent chorus of cheers. Niechun felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, having grown accustomed to the extent of brainwashing among these individuals in the sect. Meanwhile, the sect leader, Meng Yangqiu, stepped forward, his withered and creased visage etched with sorrow. Alas, all demonic sects are cowards. Only we dare to wage war against the Empress Qingyue. Our Nether sect shall undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the demonic realm. The death of Niechun saddens me, yet this sorrow shall transform into the driving force behind our growth. Furthermore, it is said that even the Empress Qingyue trembles in fear after slaying Niechun, apprehensive that one day we may strike at the Tianyun Palace. Now, even upon receiving a challenge, she no longer dares to confront us. This time, we have achieved a complete victory. Even the Empress Qingyue has been intimidated? Is this truly the might of our Nether sect? It is simply astounding. The Nether sect shall become the foremost demonic sect in the world. Brother Niechun did not die in vain. Niechun. He was at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin his retort. If the Empress Qingyue were truly present, she could effortlessly annihilate the entire Nether sect with a mere wave of her hand, let alone fear them. Indeed, the Nether sect is that formidable. Niechun, how have you returned? Just as he was boasting, the expression on Meng Yangqiu's face suddenly froze. In his astonished gaze, Niechun ambled forth from the mountain gate. Instantly, a multitude of eyes converged upon him, and as they laid eyes on Niechun, everyone fell into a stupor. Wasn't Brother Niechun supposed to be dead? This has Brother Niechun returned from the dead? Even Meng Yangqiu found it hard to believe the scene before him. Although Elder Ma had not witnessed Niechun's death with his own eyes, Niechun had indeed entered the Tianyun Palace bearing the challenge letter, personally delivering it to the Empress Qingyue. Such an act should have guaranteed his demise. He could not fathom how Niechun had managed to return alive. Did you not personally deliver the challenge letter to the Empress Qingyue? How on earth did you come back? Meng Yangqiu's aged face was filled with astonishment. Niechun had anticipated this reaction. He casually shrugged his shoulders, his expression remarkably calm. Yes, I returned only after delivering the letter to the Empress Qingyue. I fixated intently on the Empress Qingyue and declared, "Gaze upon me, wretch, for I represent the underworld sect in this duel. If she wished to avoid death, she would do well to comply and see this matter through, thereafter returning me safely." To my astonishment, the Empress Qingyue was completely cowed by the underworld sect looming behind me, her expression shifting dramatically as she trembled in fear. Ultimately, she not only allowed my departure but also adhered closely to my side, personally escorting me down the mountain. In that instant, the entire underworld sect fell into a profound silence. Meng Yangqiu's face froze in disbelief, rendered speechless. Are you serious? Indeed. The moment Niechun Yun responded nonchalantly, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. You have impacted the psyche of the demon sect master of the Xian Yuan realm. You have impacted the psyches of the elders of the demon sect. Reward acquired. 10 Zhuyang pills, capable of reviving the dead and healing severe injuries. Reward acquired. A mystical artifact, the binding immortal rope. Reward acquired. Spell, thunderous slash, what sorcery is this? Niechun inquired of the system. Ding. Host has completed the task of courting the Empress. Unlocking the first function of this system. Rewards can be obtained by impacting the minds of others. While these rewards may not rival the beginner's gift package, they are nonetheless invaluable, particularly suitable for Niechun, whose cultivation was still in its infancy. Gradually emerging from his astonishment, the disciples, whose minds had been thoroughly indoctrinated to place the underworld sect above all else, erupted into fervent cheers. Senior brother Niechun has returned alive, and he has successfully insulted the Empress Qingyue. Is this truly our underworld sect? Even someone as talentless as senior brother Niechun, who lacks any aptitude for cultivation, can achieve such earth-shattering feats. Niechun, I feel somewhat offended. Before the system's arrival, I could overlook it, but now, with the system at my disposal, I find this intolerable. Ignoring the raucous disciples, Niechun strode purposefully toward the Crimson Flame Tower. This tower is said to be the cherished heritage of the underworld sect's ancestors, containing boundless flames within. Consisting of 10 levels, the intensity of the flames escalates dramatically with each ascent. Even the sect leader, Meng Qiuyang, could only reach the 6th level. Yet now, Niechun seemed utterly unconcerned as he stepped inside. Boom! Suddenly, the searing flames surged toward him, akin to a ferocious beast attempting to engulf him whole. In the blink of an eye, Niechun's body was charred and blackened, seemingly on the brink of collapse. However, as the next wave of unrelenting heat surged forth, a brilliant golden light radiated from Niechun. The Xiangu sacred body is one of the most precious sacred physiques from ancient times. Its mysteries and strength remain largely unexplored to this day. After all, individuals possessing the Xiangu sacred body are exceedingly rare. Aside from an emperor from a millennium ago, no one else has ever possessed such a physique. Consequently, no one is privy to one of its most significant secrets: absorption. As long as he survives a single blow with the Xiangu sacred body, Niechun can effortlessly acquire the corresponding attributes. Burned by flames, fire resistance 46 in an instant, the once ferocious flames posed no threat to Niechun, appearing as mere child's play. Concurrently, a stream of energy suddenly converged from Niechun's dantian, swirling like a vortex and transforming into tiny golden particles, gathering in one place. The Qi-gathering realm was achieved. How could this be? Senior brother Niechun was not supposed to be able to cultivate. Despite being merely the first layer, it was still lethal even for disciples who had entered the Qi-gathering realm. Outside the Crimson Flame Tower, the disciples of the Yuming sect were all astonished and pale at the sight. You have impacted the minds of the demonic disciples, gaining 10 fire resistance pills. What a delightful treasure! Without hesitation, Niechun consumed all 10 fire resistance pills, savoring them like delectable candies. Feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, Niechun smiled slightly and gazed upward towards the higher reaches of the Crimson Flame Tower. Chapter 6. Has the Empress truly fallen in love? The Holy Maiden awaits. In the Tianyun Palace, adorned in flowing pink garments, the floral Holy Maiden traversed through various forbidden areas. A waft of fragrant breeze passed by as she turned with a smile towards several guards clad in silver armor, inquiring, "I seem to have glimpsed a figure of a disciple from the demon sect upon my arrival. What brings a demon cultivator to Tianyun Palace?" Replying to the Holy Maiden, that disciple came to deliver a message to the Empress. However, the letter was handed directly to Empress Qingyue, and its contents remain unknown to us, the guard promptly responded. I see, the floral Holy Maiden nodded, not overly concerned. After all, a mere disciple of the demon sect posed no threat to Chu Qingyue, who could effortlessly vanquish such a foe with a mere gesture. You may withdraw, she commanded, gracefully stepping forward like a lotus flower towards Chu Qingyue's residence. Empress Qingyue was renowned for her aloofness and decisive demeanor, a reputation well known throughout the realms. Whether in sacred grounds or royal dynasties, even the most formidable forces dared not provoke her lightly, often approaching with utmost caution. Thus, even though the floral Holy Maiden was among the few who could engage in conversation with Chu Qingyue, she did not presume to overstep her bounds. However, upon pushing open the door, she caught a glimpse of Chu Qingyue hastily concealing something, a hint of panic crossing her refined features. Qingyue, what troubles you? The floral Holy Maiden asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. She had never witnessed such an expression on Chu Qingyue's face before. Typically, Chu Qingyue presented herself as an unyielding glacier, her striking beauty rarely betraying any sign of vulnerability. It is nothing. I was merely contemplating in solitude and momentarily lost my focus, Chu Qingyue replied. Is that so? Yet I could have sworn I saw a faint pink light just moments ago. That cannot be. You must have been mistaken, Chu Qingyue insisted, discreetly hiding the token of affection behind her back while setting up numerous barriers to obscure her presence. But I distinctly saw. The floral Holy Maiden began. Absolutely. There is nothing, Chu Qingyue interjected firmly. But, in that instant, a chilling blade of light sliced through the air, the aftermath of which cleaved the dwelling in two. With a thunderous crash, the structure collapsed. The floral Holy Maiden felt a shiver run down her spine. Had that strike been aimed at her, the consequences would have been dire. Ha ha ha, it seems my eyes are playing tricks on me. I must not have rested well yesterday. She laughed awkwardly, though her expression betrayed her discomfort. That's good to hear, Chu Qingyue replied, her exquisite features revealing no trace of emotion as she sheathed her sword. As the cold wind swept through the remnants of the shattered walls, the floral Holy Maiden stood there, painfully aware of her embarrassment. After a long silence, gazing at the scenery below Tianyun Palace, Chu Qingyue's expression gradually softened as she sighed. You have held the position of Holy Maiden for over 800 years. Have you ever pondered what your future holds? The floral Holy Maiden seemed taken aback, sensing that such a question was uncharacteristic of Chu Qingyue. After a moment of contemplation, she quickly responded, naturally, I have long considered this. It is to eradicate all demonic sects, to strengthen the righteous forces, and to allow the common folk to enjoy the blessings. However, Chu Qingyue shook her head. That is not what I mean. I am referring to the notion that everyone should have their own life. Have you ever pondered what you might do for yourself, apart from serving others? The more she listened, the more the flower saintess felt something was amiss. For the current Chu Qingyue was drastically different from the impression she held. In her memory, Chu Qingyue had always been aloof and cold, unwilling to engage in worldly disputes and indifferent to anything beyond her duties. The very idea of discussing romantic entanglements seemed foreign to her. A terrifying thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could it be that Qingyue truly has someone she cares for?
Impossible.
Absolutely inconceivable. She was the illustrious Empress Qingyue, a being standing atop the heavenly cloud palace. Countless prodigies, holy sons of sacred lands, and nobles of dynasties could not even capture her attention. How could she suddenly have affections for someone? The flower saintess recalled that 200 years ago, in front of the righteous world, Chu Qingyue had delivered a discourse on the futility of romantic partners. Although she had scarcely mentioned that speech since, the idea of romantic futility had stirred considerable excitement at the time and still held some relevance today. Gritting her teeth, the flower saintess could not help but inquire. What do you mean by a different kind of life? Chu Qingyue hesitated briefly, her cheeks flushing slightly as she replied, No, I have a friend who believes that a different life means not having to worry about the world all day long, but rather to dedicate more time to pursue what one loves. Such as, for instance, traveling to admire the beauty of mountains and rivers. And what else? Perhaps visiting towns of the secular kingdoms to indulge in delicacies and experience the ordinary lives of those who cannot cultivate. Is there nothing beyond these two? The flower saintess pressed on, sensing she was drawing closer to the truth. There is more. Chu Qingyue fell silent for a long while, finally pursing her lips, her temples tinged with crimson as she stammered. My friend believes that if one could fall in love with someone who truly cares for them, it would not be a bad thing. As she spoke, her gaze began to falter, and her long, slender legs unconsciously came together, akin to a child torn between the desire for a sweet treat and the pangs of guilt. Suddenly, the flower saintess felt as if her mind had exploded. Stammering, she opened her mouth. Qingyue, the friend you speak of, could it possibly be you? Who could it be that the Empress Qingyue had developed such unusual feelings for? The Prince of Xixia? The foremost holy son of the Tai Ming sacred land? Yet, none of these seemed to be the correct answer. Could it be? Suddenly, the flower saintess recalled a figure she had encountered, a disciple of a demonic sect, during her journey to the heavenly cloud palace. Could it be that the peculiar condition of Qingyue is somehow connected to him? In that instant, the flower saintess was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment, her gaze lost in a daze. On the 6th level of the Crimson Flame Tower, even after consuming 10 fire avoidance pills and being bolstered by the Shengu sacred body, Niechen found himself increasingly unable to withstand the searing heat. The relentless flames surged towards him like a ravenous beast, poised to devour him whole at any moment. As he endured the intense pain inflicted by the scorching fire, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and it seemed that Niechen was on the verge of collapse. Yet, at that very moment, a message echoed in his mind. You have impacted the mind of the flower saintess, receiving a reward, the fiery lotus. Niechen. What the hell? Chapter 7. Women may only influence the speed at which I draw my sword, but the Empress shall not. The saintess, revered by multitudes, is an exalted being. Only the heir of the sacred land is worthy of being called a saintess. Each saintess possesses at least the strength of the sea-breaking realm. As the foremost figure of the sacred land, even if her power may not be formidable, her status nearly rivals that of a being such as the moonlit Empress. When had I ever had any contact with the saintess? After much reflection, Niechen could not recall ever having known the illustrious saintess of blossoms. However, the reward arrived at a most opportune moment. The system's reward of the fiery lotus was not a tangible object, but rather transformed into an ethereal essence, merging with Niechen's being. As the blazing, flame-like lotus fully integrated with his body, his aura surged dramatically, with every pore erupting with waves of searing heat. This intangible heat was capable of contending with the terrifying temperatures within the Crimson Flame Tower. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed throughout the Crimson Flame Tower as a crimson fire lotus suddenly expanded outward. The sky was filled with sparks, cascading down from the tower and reducing everything around it to ashes. From the early stages of the Qi condensation realm to the mid and then late stages, Niechen's aura soared, leaping from that of an ordinary person with no cultivation to that of a seasoned disciple with years, even decades, of training. The howling, scorching heat surged once more, yet this time, Niechen did not evade. He allowed the flames to engulf his body. Burned by flames. Fire resistance 96, the Xuangu Saint body proved to be one of the most powerful sacred bodies of antiquity. The flames not only failed to inflict any significant harm upon Niechen, but for one who had adapted to such high temperatures, they became a rare source of fortification. How could this be? Even the sect leader could only reach the 6th level, yet Niechen emerged from the 6th level unscathed. Wasn't there talk of him being useless? This aura indicated at least mid-stage Qi condensation strength. As Niechen descended from the Crimson Flame Tower, all members of the Yuming sect stood frozen, their eyes wide in astonishment. Even the cunning sect leader, Meng Yangqiu, could not conceal his shock. It's merely a small spectacle. Nothing to behold. Disperse. Niechan waved his hand casually. He intended to return and study the binding stone, preparing for his rendezvous with Chu Qingyue, unwilling to waste time here. However, this time, the disciples of the Yuming sect were thoroughly shaken, their hearts no longer able to find peace. No wonder only Niechan was deemed worthy to challenge the moonlit Empress and return safely. It turned out that senior brother Nie was far from useless. He had merely concealed his true strength. After all, to condense qi and ascend to the late stage of qi condensation in the blink of an eye, even reaching the 6th level of the Crimson Flame Tower, which only the sect leader could barely achieve, such feats seemed utterly unrealistic. There was no possibility other than that he had hidden his power from the very beginning. The disciples of the Netherworld sect were engulfed in deep regret, their hearts heavy with sorrow for their past actions. I once derided Niechan for lacking the aptitude for cultivation while daring to remain in the demonic sect. Now I realized that the true fool was I. I had previously led the mockery against brother Niechan, and I am truly a scoundrel. Many felt an overwhelming urge to strike themselves in self-reproach. It was unclear who initiated it, but suddenly someone rushed forward, presenting all their spirit stones and magical treasures with utmost reverence. Please, brother Niechan, accept these as a token of my atonement for my previous misdeeds. Although the offerings were of inferior quality, one should never refuse a gift freely given. Only then did Niechan pause, unhesitatingly seizing a large burlap sack and calling out loudly. Those who wish to offer reparations, hurry and bring them forth. Time waits for no one. I am here. I am here. Brother Niechan, please do accept. There were those eager to curry favor with Niechan, as well as disciples terrified of facing his retribution later. The disciples of the Netherworld sect surged forward, casting spirit stones, magical artifacts, and elixirs, anything of value, into the sack without hesitation. Before long, the once empty sack began to swell with treasures. Even a few elders, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles, contributed their own precious items as a form of atonement. The enormous sack was completely filled, and as Niechan hoisted it onto his shoulder, he felt its weight. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, and Ku Ruoling navigated through the crowd to stand beside Niechan.
Keskiviikko Ruoling.
A direct disciple of the sect leader Meng Yangqiu, held a status within the sect comparable to that of an ordinary elder. Not only was she exceptionally gifted, but her beauty was such that it could provoke envy in swallows and shame in songbirds. Each smile and frown exuded a captivating charm. Now, her enchanting eyes glimmered as she gently placed her hand upon the sack, softly inquiring, "Brother Niechan, is it heavy? Would you like me to assist you?" The very fact that senior sister Ku Ruoling would utter such words sent pangs of envy through the hearts of the Netherworld sect disciples. After all, she had always been an unattainable figure in their lives. To even exchange a few words with her was a rare stroke of fortune. Yet here was Niechan, basking in the treatment they could only dream of. However, many understood that Ku Ruoling was likely just being courteous. After all, how could someone as delicate as she manage such a heavy sack? Moreover, regardless of its weight, no man could bear to let senior sister Ku carry even a fraction of it. Very well, then you shall bear it. To their astonishment, upon hearing this, Niechan unhesitatingly placed the hefty sack, weighing over 100 pounds, upon Ku Ruoling's shoulder. Instantly, her seemingly fragile form sagged under the burden, as if she might topple over. Niechan turned to her, asking, "Is it heavy?" It's manageable." Ku Ruoling had not anticipated such a turn of events. A strained smile emerged on her lovely face as beads of perspiration trickled down her forehead. "Oh, then let us continue." Thus Niechan nodded slightly. At that moment, the disciples of the Yuming sect erupted in a frenzy. No matter how formidable Niechan was, they could not tolerate such behavior.
Niechan.
Do you not comprehend the notion of cherishing the delicate? Senior sister Ku is a gentle woman. Can you truly bear to see her struggle with such a heavy burden? Are you even a man, if you cannot show compassion towards women?
Yet, Niechan merely chuckled softly.
Leaving behind a graceful silhouette, women will only hinder the swiftness of my sword. However, as if recalling something, he took a few steps forward and suddenly added, "Yet the Empress would not, for she would bestow upon me a fine sword." With that, he completely disregarded the struggling Ku Ruoling and strode away. Chapter 8. As the snowflakes dance, The profound intent of senior brother Nye unfolds long ago. The Xiangu's sacred body garnered renown across the realm, instilling trepidation in countless souls. Though there existed other formidable entities such as the Lingbing's sacred body and the Jiolei sacred body, none could rival the enigmatic profundity of the Xiangu. This extraordinary sacred physique is exceedingly rare, with only a handful of bearers emerging every millennium, most of whom meet untimely ends, making growth a formidable challenge. The depths of its mysteries remain largely uncharted even to this day. Such a powerful sacred body, had it not been for the conquest of an entity like the Qingyu Empress, would likely remain beyond the reach of even the most generous system rewards. Since returning to the Yu Ming sect, Nye spent a full 10 days in seclusion within his chamber. During this time, he stabilized his internal aura and circulated spiritual energy to nourish his meridians. Not only did he completely rectify the ephemeral state resulting from a direct descent to the later stage of the Qi condensation realm, but he also experienced notable advancements. Furthermore, he diligently cultivated the only spell he possessed, the Thunder Slash, to great perfection. Although the spell is of the low-grade Xian rank, its manifested power is undeniably formidable. It is time to venture outside. Finally easing his body, Nye opened the door. However, upon stepping out, he encountered a familiar figure, Ku Ruoling. Despite his recent seclusion, he sensed that she had been lingering near his chamber all this while. "What have you been doing lurking outside these past days?"
Nye inquired.
His gaze piercing like an arrow, firmly locking onto Ku Ruoling's eye. "I merely came to see if you needed anything moved, senior brother. I possess great strength and should be able to assist you," Ku Ruoling responded, her body quivering slightly, betraying a hint of grievance. Yet within her heart, a competitive spirit began to stir. One fights for a breath of air, just as one seeks to preserve their skin. Having waited outside for so long, she had anticipated this moment. Ku Ruoling could not fathom that her allure, which she had always taken pride in, would fail to captivate Nye. Men are meant to be conquered, and she would not allow any man to remain unbowed before her. Even if Nye appeared challenging to subdue to her, it merely represented a slight increase in difficulty. With a mere touch of strategy, she could easily dismantle all his defenses. Ku Ruoling was well aware of what most captivates men. She soon feigned a shy demeanor, her gaze darting away, her cheeks flushed with a delicate softness. Coupled with her lips like petals and teeth like snow, her pitiable appearance was irresistibly charming. Witnessing this, Nye tone grew serious. "Since you are so sincere, may I discuss a sensitive topic with you, senior brother Nye?" In an instant, Ku Ruoling, who seemed on the verge of losing confidence, widened her eyes, a mixture of excitement and shyness swirling within. Although secretly pleased at how easily she could captivate Nye, she still lowered her head with a hint of bashfulness. Is that really appropriate? Although I am uncertain as to the reason, ever since brother Nye's return, I have perceived him as exceedingly handsome and charismatic. However, considering the inherent differences between men and women, sensitive topics and all, Nye, then I shall refrain from speaking. "Ah, but brother Nye, please continue." Ku Ruoling urgently urged him to stay, seemingly fearful that Nye might truly abandon her. "Very well." Nye finally nodded in acquiescence. In the serene forest, Ku Ruoling felt her heart racing uncontrollably, a sensation she could not suppress. How peculiar, she mused, why do I feel this way? Suddenly, she realized that her state of mind had inexplicably transformed. Initially, she could not tolerate Nye indifference to her allure. Yet, for reasons unknown, after a full 10 days of waiting, Nye figure had become irrevocably etched in her heart, a presence she could not shake off. Unconsciously, Ku Ruoling lifted her gaze, her enchanting eyes brimming with anticipation. She was oblivious to what Nye next words would be, her tumultuous emotions rendering her unable to imagine. All she felt was an overwhelming expectation. Each moment stretched on interminably. At last, after what felt like an eternity, she heard Nye next inquiry. "What is your perspective on the war situation among the demonic sects near the Western Sea?" PFF. Upon hearing this question, Ku Ruoling felt her resolve nearly shatter. Was this a sensitive topic? Indeed, the ongoing stalemate among the various demonic sects in the vicinity of the Western Sea could certainly be deemed sensitive. However, Ku Ruoling felt tears welling up. The grievances of 10 days of solitary struggle with a heavy burden on her back erupting forth. Since entering the Yuming sect, she had never encountered such absurd circumstances. Brother Nye, do you not understand the meaning of cherishing the fairer sex? I am still a girl. How can you bear to treat me this way time and again? Cherishing the fairer sex? Nye Chen gazed at Ku Ruoling's tear-filled beautiful eyes, her exquisite face marked by a single tear streak, resembling a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, making her appear even more fragile and charming. Anyone else might find it difficult to resist such a scene. Unfortunately, although Ku Ruoling's beauty was indeed exceptional, it could not hold a candle to that of Chu Qingyue. Having already received the token of affection bestowed by Chu Qingyue herself, Nye Chen naturally could not lower his gaze so readily. Sister, you cannot treat me this way. If I have erred in any regard, please let me know. Ku Ruoling sobbed, utterly disregarding the refined image she had previously attempted to uphold, clinging tightly to Nye Chen's right arm. I am sorry, but I fear my wife might misunderstand. Nye Chen coldly pushed her away. Wife? When did Brother Nye Chen acquire a wife? Those two words struck Ku Ruoling like a thunderclap, causing her heart to ache profoundly. Regret washed over her. She lamented not having recognized Nye Chen's exceptional qualities sooner, and for missing the best opportunity. And now, Nye Chen was even unaware of when he had acquired a wife. No matter how hard he endeavored, there remained no possibility. Although it was the height of summer, she clutched her chest, feeling an icy chill that pierced through the air around her. At that moment, Ku Ruoling seemed to envision a scene where snowflakes danced through the sky. Amidst the falling snow, she knelt alone before a willow tree, its boughs heavy with frost, her form adorned with sparkling snowflakes. In her ears, a haunting melody, imbued with a touch of exotic allure, echoed. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind moans. No! Gazing up at the swirling snow, Ku Ruoling cried out in despair. Yet all sound was utterly consumed by the snowfall, leaving her solitary, kneeling in place, frail and helpless. Chapter 9. The essence of the moonlit Empress. Ku Ruoling wept with such profound sorrow that, in that moment, she entirely disregarded the ethereal image she had so meticulously cultivated. Tears and snot streamed down her face in a deluge. Overwhelmed by an inexhaustible torrent of emotions, grief, regret, and injustice, she trembled, utterly unable to maintain her composure. If those disciples who had long admired Ku Ruoling were to witness this scene, their hearts would surely shatter. Nye Chen sighed deeply and inquired, Sister, when did you first join the sect? Though Ku Ruoling was sobbing, she managed to respond, It has been 5 years. 5 years.
Nye Chen asked solemnly.
And what is your current level of cultivation? Late stage of the Qi condensation realm. Ku Ruoling bit her lip, finding the words difficult to utter. With her innate talent and aptitude, she could have ascended to far greater heights. Yet, due to her negligent practice, she remained stagnant. Nye Chen let out a long sigh, gazing into the distance. Sister, do you recall the original intention that brought you to the Netherworld sect? You came here to cultivate, not to bask in the adulation of others. There are countless remarkable women in this world, some of whom you may never surpass. If you only seek to rely on your transient beauty to attract attention, you will forever remain unable to elevate yourself. The true path lies in progress, not stagnation. These words seemed to pierce through Ku Ruoling's heart in an instant. She was suddenly flooded with memories of her former self. In those days, she had been resolutely determined to embark on the path of cultivation, yet her impoverished background left her without a means to do so. Nevertheless, she had not given up. She had even chosen to join the demonic sect. However, upon entering the Netherworld sect, she had discovered her exceptional talent for cultivation. Yet she became enraptured by the admiration of those around her, forgetting her original aspirations. Now, Nye Chen's words compelled her to reflect on all that had transpired. Indeed, the true path is one of advancement, not the stagnation she had succumbed to in the past 5 years. She realized how many mistakes she had made. It was as if sunlight had broken through the clouds, illuminating her heart. Wait, suddenly, she felt a tremor in her heart as she recalled Nye Chen's previous actions. First, he had treated her with indifference, then expressed a complete lack of interest in her, and ultimately claimed he had a wife. This seemingly unrelated series of events, at this moment, began to weave together into a coherent narrative. Nietzsche had scarcely left the Netherworld sect, and the only woman he had ever encountered was the moonlit Empress. There was no conceivable way the moonlit Empress could be Nietzsche's wife. Could it be that Nietzsche was lying? This thought abruptly surfaced in Ku Ruoling's mind, refusing to dissipate. Why would brother Nietzsche go to such lengths and weave such a web of deceit? Could it be that all of this was for her sake? Brother Nietzsche had already discerned the turmoil within her heart and acted accordingly. The truth has unveiled itself, and I have long misunderstood brother Nietzsche. An inexplicable emotion surged within Ku Ruoling, causing her eyes to sting, as tears seemed to linger on the brink of spilling. She had been pursued and adored by countless admirers, inundated with insincere words. Yet at this moment, Ku Ruoling felt as though basking in sunlight, her heart radiating warmth. Brother Nietzsche disregarded the gazes of others and the misunderstandings surrounding him. His seemingly absurd actions were, in fact, merely attempts to untangle his own emotional knots. All of this was for her sake. Countless suitors had sought Ku Ruoling's affection, including many prodigious talents and noble lords, yet none had truly touched her heart. However, now, she was profoundly moved. The tears blurred her vision, and through her tear-filled eyes, she could only see brother Nietzsche's silhouette gradually fading into the distance. That figure was undeniably captivating, leaving a deep imprint upon her heart. Your worldview has been profoundly impacted by Ku Ruoling, earning you 1 skill point. Although Ku Ruoling's prowess was not formidable, the reward for the profound impact on her perspective was unexpectedly gratifying. The skill point could be used to purchase a plethora of practical life skills in the system's marketplace, such as culinary arts, music, and cultivation techniques. While not as powerful as formidable spells, these skills were exceedingly useful. Nietzsche did not hasten to utilize his skill point but made his way directly to the Grand Hall of the Yuming sect. In the past 10 days, apart from the quietly lurking Ku Ruoling, he had sensed another malevolent presence, Meng Yangqiu, the sect leader. Many disciples of the Yuming sect appeared severely brainwashed, their minds somewhat dulled. Yet this old fox was cunning and shrewd, secretly orchestrating everything. Since his return, although Meng Yangqiu had not overtly made any remarks, he had quietly dispatched a strand of spiritual consciousness to observe Nietzsche from the shadows. If not for the acute perception brought by the Zhuanggu sacred body, he might not have detected it at all. Ah, Nietzsche, what brings you here? Upon seeing Nietzsche, Meng Yangqiu feigned surprise, rising to his feet and dismissing those around him with a wave of his hand. You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with Nietzsche in private. The elders and disciples in the hall quickly exited, and Meng Yangqiu, laughing heartily, patted Nietzsche's shoulder. Haha, you have performed admirably this time, managing to return safely after challenging the Empress. You remind me of my own glory days. However, Meng Yangqiu's tone suddenly shifted, his murky gaze sharpening, and the smile on his withered face morphed into something peculiar. Could you enlighten me on how you managed to return from the hands of the Clear Moon Empress? Do not mistake me for a fool. The excuses you offer to others will not deceive me. In an instant, an unexplainable chill enveloped the grand hall. The facade of benevolence Meng Yangqiu had donned was entirely stripped away, as he deliberately released his oppressive aura, signaling Nietzsche to tread carefully and refrain from attempting any tricks. Nietzsche smiled faintly. What if I say I have caught the Empress's fancy and am now hers? Would you believe me? Nonsense. Meng Yangqiu was instantly consumed by rage, a chilling aura manifesting on his face. The Empress Qingyue, proud and aloof, regarded no one with respect. Not only would she dismiss someone of your insignificant stature, but even I lack the qualification to be a mere pawn in her game. Do you think I would be foolish enough to believe such a ludicrous lie? Allow me to demonstrate. Nietzsche quietly infused his spiritual energy into the token of affection he held. In an instant, the token established a connection, and the essence of Chu Qingyue suddenly emanated from Nietzsche. This is the aura of the Empress Qingyue. Meng Yangqiu staggered back, his eyes wide with disbelief. The imperial level pressure. Such a terrifying presence could not possibly be fabricated. Chapter 10. Preparing for a date with the Empress. This aura. Could it be that you truly have a connection with the Empress Qingyue? Meng Yangqiu stared at Nietzsche in utter astonishment, a chill flooding his heart. He was acutely aware of the terrifying power of the Empress Qingyue. The only reason he dared to send Niechun to deliver a challenge was that he presumed she would not deign to acknowledge a minor sect like the underworld sect. The fact that Niechun had returned alive was already beyond his expectations. Never had Meng Yongqiu imagined that Niechun would manage to curry favor with the illustrious Empress Qingyue. She was the Empress Qingyue, a figure of peak transformation, an imperial powerhouse. Even he himself did not possess the qualifications to be a mere pawn in her game. Niechun chuckled. "Old fellow, weren't you quite arrogant just now? I shall now converse with the Empress Qingyue right before your eyes. Given her temperament, should she hear even a single word, your life will no longer be yours to keep." With that, Niechun resolutely infused spiritual energy into the bonding stone, establishing a connection between the two parties. Meng Yongqiu's pupils constricted, and an icy dread enveloped him. He understood all too well the extent of the Empress Qingyue's might. If she truly wished, she could traverse 100 miles in an instant and obliterate him where he stood. The mere thought of inadvertently hearing anything could spell his doom. Suddenly, Meng Yongqiu thrust 2 fingers into his ears, blood gushing forth as a surge of spiritual power shattered his auditory canal. Without hesitation, he rendered himself deaf. "I inadvertently offended the Empress, and I have now sacrificed my sense of hearing. I beseech the Empress for forgiveness and hope she can spare my wretched life." Meng Yongqiu knelt before the bonding stone in Niechun's hand, bowing deeply to the ground, trembling in terror.
Remarkably decisive. Niechun fought.
Astonished by the extent of Meng Yongqiu's will to survive. Humph, merely an insignificant insect. Within the bonding stone, Chu Qingyue cast a cold, disdainful glance at Meng Yongqiu, regarding him with indifference. At that moment, she found herself engulfed in a slight turmoil, with little thought to spare for others. "After all these days, why did you suddenly think to seek me out? I have been exceedingly busy. If there is nothing of great importance, do not blame me for severing our connection through the bonding stone." The icy demeanor of Chu Qingyue remained unaltered, yet a careful observer might discern a faint blush of petulance upon her cheeks. Niechun appeared somewhat sorrowful. "I have been waiting for you to contact me all along. Though I have been immersed in my training these past days, my heart has been ablaze with anxiety, ever vigilant by the bonding stone. If I continue to wait in this fashion, I fear that one day I might succumb to my inner demons, never to witness the moment the bonding stone illuminates again." In that instant, Chu Qingyue felt a pang in her heart. She had never been involved in matters of romance and thus had no understanding of how men and women typically interacted, which was why she had never initiated communication through the bonding stone. Could it be that she was truly in the wrong? However, this emperor is a woman. How can I take the initiative to contact you, even if I wish to? As she spoke, Chu Qingyue's gaze flickered, and she turned her head away, attempting to conceal the faint blush adorning her cheeks. Yet, no matter how she tried, it was impossible to hide it. At last, with a hint of guilt, Chu Qingyue let out a soft huff. "Very well, I shall overlook the fact that you have not contacted me for 10 days. Now, may I inquire about the reason you sought me?" Niechun held the token of love before her, the Xiangu sacred body emanating a unique aura. "I happen to hear that the 3rd princess of the Yufeng dynasty will be hosting a grand celebration in Kanghan City tomorrow. It is likely that the city will be quite lively. Therefore, I propose." Niechun cleared his throat. "How about we go on a date in Kanghan City tomorrow?" A date? On the other side of the token, a flush instantly graced the exquisite, cool visage of Chu Qingyue. She had not anticipated such swift progress. Just 10 days prior, she had been moved by Niechun's heartfelt letter and his life-risking actions. Now, they were to go on a date. Yet, a date was the first step toward becoming a couple. Without it, there could be no advancement. Chu Qingyue couldn't help but press her lips together, appearing deeply conflicted. Even though she knew she had to take this step, she still attempted to deflect. "But the demonic sect in the West Sea has been in turmoil. I need to address that." Niechun replied, "With 12 starry pavilions in place, there is no need for the Empress to act personally. However, my guards have been stationed at Tianyun Palace. Should I leave with the strength of the Empress, departing unnoticed was entirely feasible." This time, Chu Qingyue realized she truly had no grounds for refusal. Emotions surged within her clear, water-like autumn eyes. her jade-like fingers lightly pressed against her palm. Finally, seemingly having made a tremendous decision, her voice trembled slightly as she said, "In that case, I shall see you in Kanghan City tomorrow. Remember, if you deceive me in any way, I will not spare you. Humph. Rest assured, I shall treat our date with the utmost seriousness. Should I falter in any regard, I willingly accept the consequences." Niechan chuckled as he ended the call. It must be said that even he had not anticipated that the seemingly aloof and ethereal Chu Qingyue would exhibit such an adorable moment. To this, Niechan could only remark to the system, "Well done." Putting away the token of love, Niechan turned to look behind him. At that moment, Meng Yongqiu remained kneeling on the ground, blood continuously flowing from his ears. Even with his head bowed, the terror etched on his aged face was undeniable. Meng Yongqiu's will to survive far surpassed ordinary imagination. He had completely lost his hearing, unable to detect any sound. Niechan couldn't help but crouch down, regretfully patting Meng Yongqiu's shoulder. "Ah, it seems that even the leader of the demonic sect finds this era quite challenging. After all, not everyone has an empress for a wife." Meng Yongqiu was oblivious to his words. Although a surge of anger welled within him, a desire to obliterate Niechan right then and there, he dared not make a move. Deep down, he understood that while Niechan might be considered insignificant before the Empress of Qingyue, a mere pawn at risk of being discarded, he was not someone he could confront. Meng Yongqiu clenched his teeth in silence, convinced that such a trifling piece would soon be cast aside. At that moment, he vowed to avenge today's grievances, determined to shatter Niechan into fragments with his own hands. Meanwhile, Niechan had no intention of acknowledging Meng Yongqiu. He produced the vibrant nirvana flower he had drawn. A gentle, multicolored radiance cascaded down as Niechan gazed into the distance. Tomorrow, he would rendezvous with the Empress of Qingyue in Kanghan City. Chapter 11. A date with the Empress beneath the radiant glow of lanterns. The streets of Kanghan City were adorned with red bricks and green tiles. The vibrant atmosphere was alive with bustling crowds and the clamor of vehicles, presenting a scene of prosperity. The lively chatter of the townsfolk hinted at the grand festivities of the day, with whispers suggesting that the third princess, Xu Xiangdia, would be selecting a consort within the city. Niechan casually surveyed the surroundings, and as expected, he noticed a considerable number of practitioners among the throngs, most of whom were young and remarkably skilled. Rumor had it that the third princess favored suitors close to her age, significantly reducing the competition. This was promising news. With my mid-stage qi condensation strength, perhaps I stand a slight chance. However, a voice interjected, "You've likely never laid eyes on the third princess. It is said she possesses beauty surpassing even that of the celestial maidens depicted in paintings." Those aware of this news extended beyond our Yufeng dynasty. Even the prodigies from other dynasties and major sects were fervently vying for her attention. I dare say even those at the peak of qi condensation might struggle to remain standing on the arena. Given your mediocre skills, it would be wise to abandon such dreams to avoid a humiliating defeat. Indeed, the thought of marrying the third princess and becoming the consort of the Yufeng dynasty is nothing short of a meteoric rise. Such aspirations are best left as mere fantasies, for they are exceedingly unrealistic. The discussions of a few passing practitioners reached Niechan's ears, giving him a clearer understanding of the current situation in Kanghan Pavilion. The third princess, Xu Xiangdia? While the arena piqued Niechan's interest to some extent, he felt no particular inclination towards her. After all, finding someone more exquisite than Chu Qingyue, who was both aloof yet warm-hearted, is an arduous task indeed. Upon arriving at the grandest tavern in Kanghan Pavilion, amidst the sea of people, Niechan spotted Chu Qingyue standing gracefully by the roadside. A white veil concealed her face, yet it could not obscure the elegance of her lithe figure. Clad in a gown adorned with delicate pink phoenix patterns, it partially veiled her jade-like legs, while her slender waist seemed to invite a gentle embrace. Her snow-white skin appeared even more radiant against the backdrop of her attire. As the gentle breeze caressed her, her white garments fluttered, resembling a lotus dancing in the wind. Even in stillness, she exuded the ethereal beauty of a celestial being, gazing quietly upon the world before her. Passers-by were captivated, having never encountered a beauty of such unparalleled caliber. Even with the veil, her eyes, reminiscent of serene spring waters, were enough to ensnare hearts. Many found themselves instinctively halting in awe, their minds rendered blank, as if all else had faded from memory. "Hey, why are you all standing still? What are you doing?" In an instant, it felt as though time had frozen along the street, enchanted by her presence. Several carriages collided, and those behind, too stunned to react, joined the chaos. Amidst the cacophony, more carriages continued to crash into one another. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Niechan stepped forward and grasped Chu Qingyue's hand. With a refreshing touch, soft as snow, Chu Qingyue realized, to her astonishment, that her hand had been seized. A hint of panic flickered across her face as she attempted to extricate herself from Niechen's grasp. Casting her gaze around, she noticed him gesturing helplessly for her to observe her surroundings. As an empress of high standing, resolute in her decisions, she was accustomed to the fearful glances of the timid and the swift demise of the bold who dared to challenge her. Thus, she remained blissfully unaware of the profound influence her beauty wielded. Concealing her identity with a mere veil was an utterly unrealistic endeavor. Fortunately, Niechen's timely intervention prevented her from inadvertently inciting chaos in the bustling Kanghan city. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Qingyue followed Niechen into a nearby tavern. She understood that if word of her outing were to leak, it would surely stir a significant uproar. "Forgive me, it seems I have been remiss," she murmured softly, withdrawing her hand. Perhaps it was due to her genuine oversight this time, but she found herself unable to maintain her usual formidable demeanor in Niechen's presence. "Never mind. Let us dine," Niechen replied, a trace of fondness gracing his smile. Who could have anticipated that the exalted Empress Qingyue would find herself in such a vulnerable moment? In that instant, she appeared less like a cold sovereign and more like a neighborly girl, guilt-ridden for her transgressions. The tavern proprietor, perceptive and quick-witted, was momentarily captivated by Chu Qingyue's enchanting beauty. However, upon noticing the glimmer of menace in Niechen's eyes, he promptly averted his gaze and ushered them to a private room. As for the cuisine, Niechen strode into the kitchen, commanding the chefs to stand aside with a wave of his hand. "Are you certain that you can surpass the culinary prowess of our esteemed chefs?" the tavern owner inquired, feeling somewhat insulted. Naturally, Niechen replied confidently. Having elevated his culinary skills to an exceptional level through the system's skill points, he was more than capable of outshining these ordinary chefs. The essence of a dish crafted with care and intention surpasses that which is merely ordered from a menu. To win a girl's heart, one must first capture her palate. Though he had once been inept at cooking in his previous life, fortune favored him with a remarkably convenient system now. Before long, an array of exquisite delicacies emerged from the kitchen, enveloped in a rich, tantalizing aroma that wafted through the tavern. Even the prideful master chefs stood in stunned silence, having never anticipated that an unassuming patron could so effortlessly surpass their culinary skills. The absurdity was compounded by Niechen's handsome visage and an alluring aura that seemed to draw people in. Coupled with his culinary expertise, he was indeed a heartthrob. It was no wonder that such a beautiful maiden would choose to dine with him in this establishment. As he personally served dish after dish of sumptuous banquet fare, the tantalizing fragrances enveloped the room, and even Chu Qingyue found herself irresistibly drawn in. She had abstained from food for many years, long losing interest in ordinary fare. Yet, the exquisite dishes before her seemed to awaken her appetite entirely, even prompting her stomach to emit soft murmurs. "Did you prepare all this?" A warm sensation enveloped Chu Qingyue's heart. "Indeed, there's more. I have something special to present to you." Niechan slowly retrieved the radiant nirvana flower from behind him. Instantly, a resplendent spectrum of colors cascaded over Chu Qingyue's stunning visage. "It is this flower," she marveled, captivated by the flower pulsating with iridescent light. In that moment, Chu Qingyue was taken aback, never imagining she would encounter the nirvana flower in such a manner. Chapter 12. The third princess's tournament for marriage. The seven-colored nirvana flower is renowned as the most exquisite blossom in existence, its radiant hues shimmering with an ethereal luminosity, each shade appearing as the most refined and pristine of colors. Countless souls yearn to behold the seven-colored nirvana flower with their own eyes. Yet, it is said that no more than a mere handful of these flowers remain in this world, and acquiring even one is an arduous feat. Even if one were fortunate enough to locate it, the perils of claiming it often prove fatal. Over the years, Chu Qingyue has expended considerable effort in her quest for the seven-colored nirvana flower, yet to no avail. The cataclysmic battle a century ago left her with injuries that are nigh impossible to heal. Although her cultivation has progressed at an astonishing pace, each time she approaches the final threshold of the transformation realm, the lingering cold poison from that battle invades her body, inflicting great suffering. Should she obtain the seven-colored nirvana flower, it may not eradicate her affliction entirely, but it would significantly alleviate her condition. Initially, Chu Qingyue had nearly abandoned her pursuit of the seven-colored nirvana flower. However, she never anticipated that today she would come to possess it in such an unexpected manner. "How did you come by this flower?" A tremor crept into her voice, betraying her astonishment. "It was merely a chance encounter at the edge of a cliff. There is no need to dwell on it," Niechun replied with a casual smile, unperturbed. After all, the seven-colored nirvana flower was merely a stroke of luck for him, the least valuable treasure in his novice's gift pack. He had initially regarded it as somewhat trivial, yet he was surprised to find that Chu Qingyue seemed to cherish it. Just a chance encounter. Upon hearing Nie Chen's nonchalant words, Chu Qingyue's crystalline eyes shimmered with a myriad of emotions. How could she not comprehend the rarity of the seven-colored nirvana flower? In this confined space, amidst the fragrant dishes and the soft glow of candlelight, she suddenly realized that her heart was racing. She noted that Nie Chen's image in her mind had transformed into something uniquely extraordinary. He had boldly infiltrated the Tianyun Palace to send a love letter, unafraid of death to express his feelings, and now he had gifted her the seven-colored nirvana flower. All of this shattered the conventional perceptions she held. "Let us dine first. It so happens that I have not savored ordinary fare in quite some time." Under the candlelight, a delicate blush adorned Chu Qingyue's stunning cheeks, reminiscent of a gentle twilight glow. To mask the rapid beating of her heart, she hastily picked up her chopsticks. "Do remember to eat well, Qingyue," Nie Chen declared, placing a piece of his most favored braised pork into her bowl. What did you call me?" Chu Qingyue's hand trembled slightly as she grasped her chopsticks. "Qingyue, of course. Is that not how couples address each other?"
Nie Chen chuckled.
"Indeed. It seems so." Chu Qingyue's voice was barely a whisper. Observing this scene, Nie Chen hesitated for a moment before summoning his courage to smile and say, "Your Majesty, I trust you are not unaccustomed to this form of address, or perhaps a bit shy." "You? What are you saying? Since the Empress has graciously acquiesced to your request, she will not concern herself with trivial details. What significance does a mere title hold?" Chu Qingyue promptly countered, yet her voice, tinged with shyness, lacked the usual menacing tone. "Ahem, let us commence with the meal then."
Nie Chen suppressed a chuckle.
Indeed, as he had surmised, beneath the veneer of the imposing title of Empress, Chu Qingyue was far more endearing. As she sampled the delicacies, her eyes gradually sparkled with delight, utterly immersed in the exquisite flavors of the feast. After years of abstinence, she had forgotten how delectable mortal cuisine could be. No, it must be said that only under Nie Chen's culinary prowess could such delightful dishes be created. This roasted piglet is splendid. The flavor of this roast chicken. Wow! How had this Empress not known these delights were so scrumptious? Like a whirlwind, Nie Chen was astonished at how Chu Qingyue's cherry-like lips could accommodate such an abundance of food. In no time, the dishes on the table had been devoured, and the 3 jugs of wine were completely emptied. Ahem, do not stare. This Empress simply has not eaten in ages, which is why. It is not as you imagine.
Noticing Nie Chen's gaze, Hu Qingyi attempted to justify herself.
Yet even she found it hard to believe her own words. After all, the feast laid before them was simply too delectable. A gentle evening breeze wafted through the window as dusk approached, the sunset's glow mingling with the candlelight, casting a serene ambience in the small private room. Though unremarkable, it imbued a profound tranquility within her heart. Is this what a date feels like? Chu Qingyue leaned softly against her chair, her fingers subtly intertwining beneath the table, her clear autumn eyes gazing at the crimson clouds outside. This sensation was extraordinary. There were no grand gestures, and aside from dining, they merely sat together. Yet inexplicably, it brought her an unexpected sense of relaxation and ease. It was as if she had returned to her carefree childhood, a feeling that instilled a deep sense of security within her. Just then, the commotion outside captured their attention. The sounds of gongs and drums echoed, and the pedestrians on the street suddenly erupted into excitement, a throng of people converging towards the distance. The red lanterns that had long been hung throughout the streets were now aglow, and amidst the cacophony, the entirety of Kanghan City became remarkably vibrant. Chu Qingyue and Nie Chun easily discerned the source of the commotion. There, in the direction of the gathering crowd, stood a grand arena adorned with festive red decorations. The jubilant cheers of the populace rang out, and the sound of gongs and drums intensified with fervor. The martial arts competition for the proposal of the third princess, Xu Xiangdia, had commenced. The third princess was the most beloved daughter of Emperor Xu Yuan of the Yufeng dynasty. Although the contest was held in Kanghan City, the city had already attracted countless cultivators from the dynasty and beyond. Her jade bracelet. Chu Qingyue's gaze lingered on the bracelet adorning Xu Xiangdia's wrist, her voice tinged with surprise. Nie Chun too sensed that the bracelet emanated a vibrant aura. Intrigued, he inquired, "Is there something special about that bracelet?" "Indeed."
Chu Qingyue nodded.
Observing that the jade bracelet seemed to possess the ability to nurture vitality and imbue spiritual energy, likely of at least a low-grade tier. More importantly, it was exceedingly rare to find. If this jade bracelet were to nurture the seven-colored nirvana flower, it should be capable of sustaining its vitality for an extended period. It indeed sounds like a remarkable treasure. Nie Chun could not help but direct his attention to the vicinity of the arena. At that moment, the Prime Minister of the Yufeng dynasty unexpectedly stepped onto the stage, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below as he solemnly declared, "Welcome, esteemed elites from all corners. Today, Princess Xu Xiangdia shall hold a martial arts contest to seek a suitor. The marriage of the third princess is of paramount importance to our Yufeng dynasty. In this arena, strength reigns supreme. Those who stand till the end may not only become the consort of the Yufeng dynasty but also have the privilege to make a request of the third princess." Chapter 13. No need to be polite. Just call me husband. Can the third princess be persuaded to grant any request? Nie Chun harbored little interest in other matters. Yet this particular notion intrigued him. Since that jade bracelet could nurture the seven-colored nirvana flower, why not challenge myself in the arena and win that bracelet? He grinned at the adorably gluttonous Chu Qingyue, her lips glistening. In an instant, Chu Qingyue seemed to regain her imperial dignity. It was merely a jade bracelet, regardless of her status as a princess. Once I take action, it will be effortlessly within my grasp. There is no need for you to intervene. Trust in your boyfriend. Coincidentally, I too wish to test my strength." With that, Nie Chun rose to his feet. Such an assembly of skilled fighters presented an ideal opportunity for him to reap system rewards. He certainly did not intend to let this chance slip away. "In that case, I leave it to you. However, a date is not a one-sided affair. Having done so much, should I not reciprocate in some manner?" After a moment's hesitation, Chu Qingyue appeared somewhat bashful. Nie Chun immediately interjected, "What are you being so polite for? Just call me husband." "You." Had it been anyone else uttering such words, they might have found themselves amidst a pile of corpses. Yet at this moment, Chu Qingyue felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Dream on. We shall see about that later." With a light huff, she turned her gaze toward the window, ostensibly admiring the view while secretly seeking to calm her tumultuous heartbeat with the cool evening breeze. Upon the arena, the first round of contests had commenced. None daring to participate in this martial matchmaking were mere idlers. The two combatants on stage both possessed mid-level chi condensation strength, and at merely 20 years of age, such talent was already remarkable among the inner disciples of any respectable sect. They exerted their utmost efforts, sparing no strength. Blood splattered, and soon one was knocked off the stage, while the other stood on the brink of exhaustion, barely maintaining balance. Nie Chun leaped down from the tavern, positioning himself at the edge of the arena to observe. In just 2 rounds, the victor of the first bout had been cast down, and the competition grew increasingly intense, with injuries already reported. A towering figure, 8 feet tall, his muscles bulging and face brutish, stood as the last contender. His mere presence exuded immense pressure, compounded by his recent ferocity in battle, having severely injured 2 or 3 opponents, one of whom was near death. Fear began to grip many. The once steady stream of challengers to the arena had dwindled to a mere trickle. After all, no one wished to face such a formidable opponent. While the desire to become a prince consort was strong, risking one's life was hardly prudent. "Allow me to give it a try." Just then, Niechan shouted from within the crowd, then leaped upward, landing gracefully on the over 2-meter-high stage. What remarkable agility! A portion of the unworldly onlookers gasped and applauded. "You have impacted the hearts of 13 ordinary individuals, Agility 6. Niechan stretched his limbs, feeling no discernible change. Indeed, the system's rewards are contingent upon the strength of the participants. For these mere mortals, no matter how numerous they may be, obtaining commendable rewards proves to be a formidable challenge. At last, a worthy adversary has emerged. Sensing the solid and formidable aura emanating from Niechan, the burly man became serious. Niechan clasped his hands together, addressing the crowd from all directions, and proclaimed loudly, "I humbly accept your challenge. Today, the championship of the arena shall undoubtedly be mine. I advise you to retreat gracefully and spare yourselves from unnecessary suffering." The moment these words escaped his lips, a wave of indignation and uproar ensued. Such audacity! How dare he utter such words? He must be oblivious to the concept of humility. I truly believe he is courting disaster. Although he is indeed a remarkable figure in the late stage of the Qi-gathering realm, he stands before countless admirers of the third princess. His meager skills are hardly impressive. Is he out of his mind to provoke us so brazenly? You have profoundly impacted the hearts of the crowd. Agility 126, Strength 126 indeed. It is as I suspected.
Niechan marveled internally.
Just as I had envisioned. Even a shameless spirit can yield results when wielded effectively. While most present were common folk, there were also several cultivators hidden among them. The values these cultivators provided were not to be underestimated. Niechan continued to shout, "If you possess the ability, do not merely chatter from below. Come up and fight me, and I shall show you what true heights and depths entail. You seek your own demise. You have utterly enraged the crowd." Agility 126. Strength 126. Observing Niechan, the 8-foot-tall giant suddenly sensed something amiss. He realized that Niechan's aura had seemingly surged significantly compared to before. How could this be possible? He had done nothing but boast. "Boy, no matter what trick you have employed, today the princess shall be mine," the giant bellowed, his coarse hair standing on end, his copper-like eyes wide with rage. With a howling wind, his colossal fists, akin to sandbags, surged forth, encased in a fierce gale. Though their realms were closely matched, Niechan's strength had escalated dramatically. With a mere sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the punch.
So fast.
The giant was struck with terror, utterly unprepared for Niechan's astonishing swiftness. He hastily attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. With a dull thud, Niechan's punch sent the giant reeling several meters backward, his internal energy thrown into chaos. Turmoil erupted within him, his blood and qi surging violently. Despite having honed his physique to a hardness akin to iron, he had been repelled by what seemed to be a casual punch. The giant realized something was amiss. This individual was far from the simpleton he had envisioned. Before he could make his next move, Niechan's hand crackled with lightning. A tempestuous aura accompanied the thunder, which roared and transformed into 5 bolts of lightning that struck down. Boom! The giant, unable to dodge in time, was directly struck by the descending lightning. Instantly, his resilient skin charred to a dark, yellow hue, and an excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to scream in agony. He hurriedly sought to escape, yet in the blink of an eye, Niechan had already positioned himself before him. Bang! The robust man's muscular chest caved in severely, his ribs shattered. That imposing figure, akin to a kite severed from its string, soared uncontrollably through the air. Dust billowed as he fell to the ground like a lifeless corpse, utterly incapable of movement. In just 3 moves, a mere instant had elapsed, and the once victorious giant, who had seemed invincible moments ago, was effortlessly defeated without a hint of resistance. Such strength is truly astonishing. Chapter 14. The Straight Man Wrestling. Astonishing the 3 princesses. 3 princesses. 3 princesses, are you all right? Behind the pink drapery, the maid Pinger shook the slightly dazed Shu Xiangdia. I'm fine. I just accidentally recalled some other matters. Xu Xiangdia quickly coughed lightly, attempting to conceal her embarrassment. Who would believe you? The three princesses were clearly entranced. Pinger chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Even now, I remember how you repeatedly declared before the martial arts competition. Humph, I have no interest in the martial arts matchmaking. Regardless of who wins, I shall never summon a suitor, not even a glance at them. Yet here we are now, what has become of that? Her tone and demeanor were so reminiscent of the past that it seemed to perfectly recreate the scene. Humph, indeed. This princess harbors no interest in the affections between men and women. Xu Xiangdia proudly turned her head away, letting out a haughty snort. All along, her greatest admiration was directed towards the Empress Qingyue. In her heart, the image of the Empress was as untouchable as a deity. When she was very young, she had once seen the Empress from a distance, and it was from that moment that Xu Xiangdia began to emulate her. She studied the Empress's style and the way she navigated the world. Each time the image of Chu Qingyue surfaced in her mind, she would instinctively gaze upwards, filled with profound reverence. The Empress's doctrine of the futility of romantic partnerships, proposed a century ago, had deeply resonated with her. Yet, despite her consistent disinterest in any man, even vowing multiple times that she would rather remain alone, she had unexpectedly felt a stir of emotions just moments ago. Xu Xiangdia had never imagined that there could exist such an alluring man in the world. He not only surpassed all others, seemingly without any rival, but also emanated a unique aura that she had never experienced before. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though he bore a trace of the Empress Qingyue's essence. But how could any man possibly draw near the Empress? Surely it must be a mere illusion. At this moment, the arena outside had devolved into a one-sided massacre. After effortlessly defeating a burly man, Niechun continued his winning streak, following a series of defeats. Even a prodigy from the Foundation establishment realm could no longer tolerate Niechun's arrogance and stepped onto the stage. To their astonishment, all were vanquished, transcending realms in defeat. Especially Niechun on the stage, whose aura and strength seemed inexhaustible. Rather than succumbing to fatigue from the relentless battles, he grew more invigorated with each opponent he felled, his momentum surging higher with each uproar. There were even faint signs of a breakthrough. Pinger, it's your turn next. As it became increasingly evident that no one dared to challenge him, Xu Xiangdia turned to her maid. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall assist you in this test. Pinger replied with a radiant smile, a delicate pink mist enveloping her. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the formerly unadorned Pinger, dressed in a simple maid's attire, underwent a remarkable transformation. Her pale pink gown flowed gracefully, accentuating her alluring curves, while her delicate features radiated a charming and captivating aura with every subtle smile and frown. Young master, how about I take on the challenge next? With a melodious laugh, Pinger elegantly glided onto the arena. How is it that a woman dares to challenge? Murmured the crowd. She is stunning. Her beauty rivals even that of the third princess. The moment Pinger stepped onto the platform, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. She seemed to anticipate such a reaction, casting a seductive glance at the onlookers below. As a bewitching smile emerged upon her exquisite visage, a fervent tide of admiration surged from the spectators. How beautiful! Can there truly be such a lovely maiden beside the princess? How can a celestial being exist in this world? Grant me but a fleeting glance, and I would offer you everything. She is a true fairy. Niechun furrowed his brow slightly. In that fleeting instant, he felt an unfamiliar presence attempting to disrupt his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, the already enchanting Pinger seemed to glow with an even greater radiance. It was as if he were under a subtle influence, causing Pinger's image to become increasingly alluring. Is this a spell of seduction? However, Niechun quickly regained his composure. If any other man were in his place, it would be exceedingly difficult to resist such a silent allure, gradually falling under its sway. Yet, despite the captivating charm that enveloped Pinger, she paled in comparison to Chu Qingyue, failing to stir any genuine emotion within Niechun. Humph, is that all there is to it? It seems all men in this world are the same, easily captivated by beauty, with no hope of resistance. With a cold smile, Pinger approached Niechun amidst the fervent cheers from the crowd, her hand lightly resting on his shoulder. You are unworthy of the princess. Step down. Suddenly, Pinger exerted force in her wrist, unleashing her spiritual energy. However, she was taken aback when Niechun, whom she believed would offer no resistance, swiftly evaded her grasp and appeared behind her. A sneak attack. Thud. A solid palm struck her back, causing her to shudder and nearly stumble off the stage. How could he have escaped the influence of the seduction spell? Panic gripped Pinger as she struggled to steady her wavering form, barely managing to halt at the edge of the platform. Yet, in a startling turn of events, she felt her hands firmly seized. "What are you doing, you vile man?" Pinger glared at Niechun, her face contorted with fury. The more she observed him, the more she was convinced that he, despite his seemingly genteel demeanor, was just another beast like the others. Desperate to break free, she realized her wrists were tightly gripped, leaving her powerless to escape. "Release my goddess, you scoundrel! To act so brazenly in broad daylight, you are nothing but a brute." A cacophony of furious denunciations erupted from the crowd beneath the arena, incited by the enchanting presence of Pinger. The throng, utterly incensed, even contemplated storming the stage. "What do you intend to do? I am a loyal subject of the third princess. Should you show me any disrespect?" This marked the first instance where Pinger's allure had completely faltered, leaving her visibly flustered. "What are you doing?" A devilish smile graced Niechun's lips, sending a shiver down Pinger's spine, compelling her to shield her body. Yet, the reality diverged starkly from her expectations. In the next instant, Niechun seized her arm and, pivoting around his feet as if he were a spinning top, sent her whirling. Round and round he spun, and then whoosh, crack. Pinger was flung through the air, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, covered in dust and utterly disheveled. You have inflicted a profound impact on the minds of the spectators. You have delivered a significant blow to Pinger's worldview. Rewards acquired, 2 skill points.
Niechun shrugged.
There was no other choice. His wife was watching from within the tavern. To demonstrate his resolve, he had to be a bit ruthless. Chapter 15. Do you want me, or the bracelet? In that instant, silence enveloped the arena. The once fervent crowd stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the incredulous scene before them. The ethereal Pinger, who was to be admired from afar and never to be trifled with, now lay sprawled on the ground, her head dust-laden and her demeanor utterly disheveled. Could a human truly engage in such an act? Did he not comprehend the meaning of cherishing delicate beauty? A brute, he was nothing short of a beast. Behind the curtain, Xu Xiangdia could not help but stifle a laugh upon witnessing this spectacle. She had never anticipated that the whimsical and cunning Pinger would be treated in such a manner. What a peculiar individual. Unbeknownst to her, Xu Xiangdia found herself increasingly intrigued by Niechun. Beyond his formidable prowess, he was the first man she had encountered who seemed entirely impervious to the allure of beauty. Could it be that such a man, unaffected by charm, truly exists in this world? A wave of warmth surged within Xu Xiangdia, causing her to begin questioning her long-held beliefs. As Pinger was flung about like a stone, many in the crowd simmered with indignation, prompting a surge of challengers. Yet, Niechun's aura intensified, his strength escalating at a terrifying pace. Victories piled upon victories, transforming the contest into a near-total rout. Who else dared to challenge him? Scanning the sea of faces in the stands, he found none willing to step forward. This brother Niechun had achieved 23 consecutive victories, and had even passed the test set by the princess's maidservant. If no one ascended the stage within 10 seconds, today's triumph would rightfully belong to this brother. An aged voice echoed through the bustling streets of Kanghan City. Many gritted their teeth in silent fury. Among them were scions of noble families and prodigies from esteemed sects, each harboring great confidence in their ability to win the contest and claim the fair maiden. Yet, at this moment none dared to approach the stage. Niechun's displayed strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Even those of the Foundation establishment realm could not endure more than a few exchanges against him. To engage would only result in humiliation. A sense of despair and regret permeated the hearts of the onlookers, for the thought of such a beautiful princess being reduced to the hands of such a scoundrel pained them deeply. 10, 9, 8, 1. Today's martial arts contest for the hand of the princess concluded with Niechun as the victor. Although the prince consort would be chosen by the princess herself, one could present any request to her. As long as it was within her capacity, the princess would strive to fulfill it. At last, the elder delivered the final decree. Amidst the resonant sounds of drums and the fervent atmosphere, the elder respectfully turned towards the curtain. Now, we invite the princess to grace the stage. Hidden behind the curtain, Xu Xiangdia, who had been discreetly observing Nie Chun, suddenly came to her senses. She realized, to her surprise, that a subtle smile had crept onto her lips. Prince consort. Although today's martial competition for courtship was orchestrated by her father, Xu Xiangdia had never genuinely contemplated selecting a prince consort. Yet, at this moment, as the figure of Nie Chun materialized in her mind, she was astounded to realize that her heart raced at a speed far beyond the ordinary. Reflecting on the joy she felt when Nie Chun triumphed time and again on the arena, a sudden tremor coursed through her heart. Could it be that I have developed an unusual affection for this individual? Xu Xiangdia desperately attempted to dispel this peculiar notion. The Empress Qingyue remained her eternal idol. She was resolute in not relinquishing her emotional defenses so easily. Princess, the voice of the elder resonated once more, compelling Xu Xiangdia to banish her thoughts and gently lift the fragmented curtain. Stepping outside, as her gown billowed in the breeze, the spectators below were momentarily rendered speechless upon her appearance on the arena. Who could remain unaffected by the enchanting beauty of the third princess? If only she possessed greater strength, that scoundrel would not stand victorious. Raising her gaze, Xu Xiangdia inadvertently locked eyes with Nie Chun. Having spent years within the palace, she had encountered numerous prodigious sons of noble families and formidable individuals. Yet, she had never beheld eyes so profound. Those obsidian orbs seemed capable of piercing through the soul, harboring an entirely unique essence. For a moment, Xu Xiangdia found herself entranced. Goodness, what is going on with her? Noticing Xu Xiangdia's expression, Nie Chun sensed something amiss. The aura emanating from his Xian Gu sacred body easily captivated women, and evidently, the third princess had unwittingly succumbed to its allure. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Under normal circumstances, Nie Chun would have dismissed such trivialities. The issue was that Chu Qingyue was presently observing from the tavern. On the arena, the glow of the streets seemed to converge in one place. Xu Xiangdia stood before Nie Chun, her delicate form appearing almost fragile as she lowered her head, exuding a hint of bashfulness. This scene appeared decidedly unusual. More critically, Nie Chun could sense a chilling gaze emanating from behind him, distinctly different from the others, as cold as an iceberg. This is not good. Determined to resolve matters swiftly, Nie Chun hastily proclaimed, "Third princess, should you triumph in this contest, I shall grant you the fulfillment of any request. May I present my request now?" Upon hearing these words, Xu Xiangdia's body quivered slightly, her mind spiraling into confusion. She realized that her convictions were beginning to waver. For as long as she could remember, Xu Xiangdia had steadfastly adhered to her principles, idolizing the Empress Qingyue as her utmost aspiration. The Empress, who had neither wed nor married, inspired Xu Xiangdia to maintain her purity, vowing never to entertain matters of marriage. Even amidst the various urgings of her father and the royal ministers, she had remained resolute, never once swayed. This martial contest for courtship was merely a delaying tactic in her eyes. Yet, she had never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary individual. The genius who stands above the entire Wind dynasty, seizing the pinnacle with an overwhelming force, remains steadfast in his convictions, utterly impervious to the temptations of beauty. The aura surrounding him invariably evokes memories of the illustrious Moon Empress in Xu Xiangdia's mind, causing her to become irresistibly enchanted. At this very moment, she realizes that her heart is racing uncontrollably, and her thoughts spiral into a tumult of confusion. Could it be that she has truly fallen for him? Xu Xiangdia is reluctant to accept this notion, yet her heart persistently urges her to uncover the profound truth. "Forgive me, Empress." Xu Xiangdia's delicate fingers sink into her palm, overwhelmed by an immense sense of guilt. Her mind is a blank slate, desperate to validate her innermost feelings. "Well, speak. What is your desire?" she stammers, her ears flushed with a deep crimson. Nie Chun replies, "I want you." "No, that cannot be. I absolutely cannot allow myself to love anyone. Though you possess an extraordinary charm and elegance, I am sorry, But it is impossible for us. Xu Xiangdia is thrown into disarray, her words tumbling out in a flurry of hushed murmurs. Nie Chen interjects, the bracelet on your wrist. Xu Xiangdia is taken aback, feeling utterly bewildered at that moment. Chapter 16. The Empress's jealousy, are you certain you haven't misspoken? Xu Xiangdia was utterly taken aback. Surely, winning meant the princess would heed any request, and yet, I desire this bracelet. Nie Chen maintained a prudent distance from Xu Xiangdia to avoid any misunderstandings. You are deceiving me. Xu Xiangdia suddenly regained her composure. She could not fathom that such a man existed in the world. Matters were undoubtedly more intricate than they appeared. Are you implying that I must want you, disguised as a desire for the bracelet? Seemingly resolved, Xu Xiangdia lowered her head, her voice faltering. Nie Chen. He realized that this third princess was more complex than anyone else, and he could not afford to linger in this exchange. Otherwise, the situation would inevitably spiral further into chaos. Gently, he grasped Xu Xiangdia's wrist, drawing her closer. You truly harbor such thoughts. Nie Chen's true nature unexpectedly revealed itself so swiftly, catching Xu Xiangdia off guard. She instinctively wished to resist, yet found herself inexplicably torn, her body devoid of strength as she allowed him to hold her wrist. I have always taken the clear moon Empress as my model and shall never acknowledge any man. You are deluding yourself. Xu Xiangdia bashfully shut her eyes, her captured hand trembling slightly, her heart plunging into a tumult of emotions beyond her control. However, in the next moment, Nie Chen exerted a forceful pull, swiftly removing the jade bracelet. Thank you, princess. Farewell. With that, he leaped down from the platform, waving his hand as he quickly vanished into the crowd. Huh? Xu Xiangdia shyly opened her eyes, only to find Nie Chen nearly swallowed by the throng of people in the distance. Aside from taking the bracelet, he had done nothing else. Wait, could it be that he spoke the truth? Recalling the scenes that had just unfolded, Xu Xiangdia felt as though struck by lightning. You come back. For reasons unknown. She sensed tears welling in her eyes. Yet, Nie Chen did not glance back, swiftly disappearing into the sea of faces, leaving no trace behind. Xu Xiangdia felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing. Princess, are you all right?
Fortunately, Pingar rushed to her side, steadying Xu Xiangdia.
Throughout her life, every man who encountered Xu Xiangdia had been captivated by her charm. How could she have ever endured such treatment? A sharp pain pierced her heart, tears blurring her vision, rendering her completely unable to contain her emotions. Could it be that she was worth less than a mere bracelet? You have profoundly impacted the worldview of the third princess of the Yufeng dynasty, earning a reward. Taixing Wanyin Ju. What a remarkable treasure. After examining the description of the Taixing Wanyin Ju, Nie Chen could not help but exclaim. This ancient secret art was designed to accelerate one's cultivation speed. As one's training deepened, it could even double the rate of progress. Upon reaching the second tier of cultivation, the speed of practice accelerated to twice its original pace. At the third tier, it surged to threefold, with the pinnacle boasting an astonishing 10 tiers. However, mastering the Taixing Wanyin method proved to be exceedingly arduous. Rapid advancement could only be achieved through the utilization of skill points from the system. This particular technique felt as though it was perfectly attuned to him. By investing 2 skill points, he elevated the Taixing Wanyin method to its second tier, instantly doubling his capacity to attract spiritual energy. An unceasing torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, nourishing him thoroughly. Having already approached the brink of a breakthrough on the arena, Nie Chen finally touched upon that last critical threshold. Entering the foundation establishment realm was akin to navigating a vast net of selection, where countless individuals would spend their entire lives unable to transcend. Yet, in Nie Chen's eyes, this threshold appeared effortlessly surmountable. As the overwhelming spiritual energy continued to flow in, an unparalleled force erupted from his dantian, sweeping across his entire being like a surging tidal wave, purging all impurities within. The barrier that had thwarted innumerable souls was easily crossed. A profound sense of relief and exhilaration enveloped him as he reveled in the newfound power coursing through his body. Releasing a long exhale of turbid air, he had effortlessly broken through to the foundation establishment realm. The impact on his psyche would yield rewards, and as one's cultivation and status elevated, so too would the nature of these rewards evolve. It appeared that the intensity of one's shock could significantly influence the outcomes. Upon returning to the tavern, Chu Qingyue cast a glance at Niechun and huffed lightly. "Why are you back so soon? You just triumphed in the competition for the princess consort. Perhaps if you conversed a bit longer with her, you could become the prince consort in a single step. Imagine one person beneath the emperor yet above all others. How liberating that would be."
Niechun chuckled, merely a prince consort.
How could that possibly compare to being the husband of an empress? I am acutely aware of this. For a moment, Chu Qingyue found herself at a loss for any retorts. However, Niechun then leaned in closer to her ear and whispered, "The empress has no significant ties with that third princess. Why does it seem you are so concerned about this matter? Could it be jealousy? What did you say? Absolutely not. This empress has fasted for decades. I have long since forgotten the taste of jealousy, let alone feeling envious over such trivial matters." Chu Qingyue's composure faltered, her explanations lacking any persuasive power. The crimson lantern light illuminated her exquisite visage, creating an atmosphere where it became difficult to discern whether it was the lanterns glowing or the individuals becoming intoxicated. With a smile, Niechun picked up a jade bracelet and gently lifted Chu Qingyue's wrist. "What do you intend to do?" Chu Qingyue's cheeks flushed crimson. Having faced countless challenges, even once battling 3 emperors single-handedly without faltering, she now felt her heart racing like a small rabbit, thumping incessantly. "Nothing much, just admiring," Niechun said softly as he slid the jade bracelet onto Chu Qingyue's wrist. The verdant jade bracelet and the creamy, delicate fingers of Qingyue harmoniously complemented each other, appearing exceptionally beautiful under the soft glow of the lights. It seemed as though they were drawn together, as the ethereal essence of the rainbow-hued nirvana flower infused itself into the jade bracelet. The two melded into one, continuously nourishing Chu Qingyue's being. The chilling poison that had lain dormant within her for an indeterminate time began to dissipate under the influence of this vibrant energy. "Ahem, please refrain from staring." Under Niechun's gaze, Chu Qingyue felt an unusual stiffness in her body. Niechun remarked, "What can I say? Such a captivating sight is impossible to ignore." Chu Qingyue sensed her heart racing uncontrollably and exclaimed, "Could you please refrain from uttering such cheesy lines? Very well, then I shall recite my love letter once more. The world may refer to you as the Empress, but I only wish for you to be a radiant moon. You, in this moment of exquisite beauty." It would be hard for anyone witnessing it to believe that the woman hiding behind the window, desperately concealing the blush on her face, was once the exalted Empress Qingyue, whom all could only revere from afar. Chapter 17. The princess embraced from the Empress the news that a complete scoundrel, utterly devoid of compassion, had emerged victorious in the martial arts competition for marriage and brazenly seized the bracelet of the third princess spread like wildfire throughout half of Kanghan City. Many felt a sharp pang in their hearts, consumed by indignation. The third princess, Xu Xiangdia, was the dream fairy of countless souls in the Yufeng dynasty. Yet now, she had been robbed of her cherished possession by an unknown rogue, reduced to tears of humiliation. Any man with honor would never tolerate such an affront. That scoundrel named Niechun must not escape. He must be captured. For daring to wound the heart of the third princess, I demand his life as recompense. Numerous skilled warriors, barred from participating in the arena due to age restrictions, were engulfed by a blaze of fury. Within Kanghan City, powerful energies surged forth simultaneously. However, near the city gate, Niechun leisurely reveled in the vibrant splendor of the lanterns alongside Chu Qingyue. He had just acquired a remarkably beautiful kite which, upon nearing a colorful nirvana flower, was instantly imbued with a layer of iridescent hues. The radiant colors danced, rendering the kite exquisitely stunning. "I have no interest in such trifles," Niechun declared. Chu Qingyue attempted to divert her gaze forcefully. Perhaps it was not disinterest, but rather a lack of understanding in flying kites. With a smile, Niechun deftly manipulated the silk thread, allowing the kaleidoscopic kite to soar gracefully in the wind. Against the pitch-black night, the vibrant glow appeared exceptionally luminous and dazzling. As she gazed at the sky, a hint of innocent longing flickered across Chu Qingyue's cold visage. Niechun handed her the silk thread controlling the kite, smiling as he said, "Why not give it a try? I have no interest in such he began, but Chu Qingyue silently swallowed the remainder of his words, accepting the silk thread. Strangely, it was more difficult than she had anticipated. In her hands, the thread danced with the wind, completely beyond her control. The kite wobbled perilously, teetering on the brink of descent. It should be released like this, Niechen suggested, bending down to steady her arm. Instantly, the kite regained its stability. Chu Qingyue's cheeks flushed. I understand now. Understand what?
Niechen inquired.
With a slight bite of her silver teeth, her face flushed with crimson, Chu Qingyue retorted, Are you trying to fly a kite? You are clearly lusting after my body. Niechen, undeterred, grinned mischievously. Indeed, I am drawn to you. Who could resist the allure of the Empress, so cold yet warm within, so lovely and enchanting, unmatched throughout the realm? You. For a moment, Chu Qingyue found herself at a loss for words to counter him. She could only gently tug at the silk thread, allowing the kite to obscure half her face, her voice barely a whisper. Be careful. There are so many people around. If they hear. And what if they do? I speak only from the depths of my heart. Ahem, even so. Amidst the flickering lights, as she watched the kite dance in the sky, an unprecedented thought unexpectedly blossomed within Chu Qingyue's mind. Perhaps having such a person to love and share a tranquil life with was not such a bad fate after all. Seize him. It is that scoundrel Niechen. At last, I have found you. How dare you inflict such harm upon the third princess? You shall pay dearly for this. Just then, several voices rang out, drawing countless gazes. Upon confirming it was indeed Niechen, over 100 figures converged towards the same city gate. The majority of these individuals were cultivators, their hearts filled with fury, many of whom possessed formidable strength at the foundation establishment stage. Niechen appeared utterly unconcerned, casually resting an arm on Chu Qingyue's shoulder. She was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? Carry me, he replied. But I haven't learned the art of wind manipulation. I cannot fly. Fear not. I shall carry you back later, he jested. Annoyed, Chu Qingyue pinched the soft flesh beneath Niechen's arm. Yet, she had no choice but to wrap her slender arms around his waist, and with a gentle exertion, she lifted him in a princess carry. They ascended together, soaring through the air. Did they think they could escape just because they could fly? Such petty skills dared to flaunt themselves here. Among the pursuers were not only those of considerable strength, but also several formidable beings at the profound origin stage, all of whom pursued with equal fervor. In an instant, a multitude surrounded them, forming an immense net, akin to a deluge crashing forward. Among these were numerous enraged foundation establishment cultivators, and astonishingly a few mighty profound origin experts. No one believed Niechen had any chance of escape amidst such a tightly woven net. Capture him. A commanding shout rang out, and the encirclement quickly tightened. Fueled by seething rage, the cultivators unleashed their magical artifacts and charged forward. Within this impenetrable web, Chu Qingyue merely cast a cold glance back. The white veil obscured her features, yet the moment her crystalline autumn eyes swept across the crowd, it was as if an icy frost had gripped their very beings. This aura, countless eyes widened in terror as they felt their bodies tremble uncontrollably. In that instant, they plunged into an abyss, consumed by boundless fear. An overwhelming pressure, akin to a colossal hand capable of eclipsing the sun and moon, constricted each throat. The sheer terror of it nearly suffocated them. Standing at the forefront, a highly respected and powerful profound origin cultivator attempted to shout, but before he could finish, a sickening sound echoed. A gaping wound pierced through his abdomen, eliciting gasps of horror from the onlookers. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief, but his body could no longer withstand the injury. Blood poured forth, and like a marionette with severed strings, he plummeted to the ground. In that moment, as they beheld this unfathomable spectacle, the others felt an icy chill envelop them, their bodies frozen in place, devoid of control. In conjunction with the fleeting yet terrifying pressure that had just manifested, a wave of dread permeated the hearts of all present. The oppressive aura, which seemed capable of shaking mountains and rivers, had instantaneously vanquished the formidable practitioners of the Xian Yuan realm. The woman adorned in a veil of white was undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. What powerful being could possess such terrifying strength? An overwhelming sense of horror gripped the hearts of numerous cultivators, prompting them to retreat in haste. Gazing upon that slender, delicate figure, none dared to advance any further. Though the desire for vengeance on behalf of the third princess lingered within them, nothing was deemed more precious than their own lives. Even without engaging in combat, they could unmistakably sense that if the ethereal beauty were inclined, slaying them would be as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. Chapter 18. You wished to savor the emperor overwhelmed by fear. They could only watch as two figures faded into the distance, none daring to pursue them. Outside the city, Chu Qingyue gracefully descended to the ground. Yet, the embrace of Niechen showed no intention of releasing her. Haha, there was no way around it. This embrace was simply too soft and comfortable to part from. After a prolonged gaze into her eyes, Niechen finally chuckled a couple of times before extricating himself from her hold. The city of Kanghan remained ablaze with lights, the illumination barely reaching the surrounding forest. Niechen retrieved the colorful kite once more, presenting it to Chu Qingyue. What do you think? Would you care to learn how to fly a kite? The evening breeze tousled her flowing hair like a cascading waterfall. Her autumn-like eyes, clear as water, betrayed a hint of yearning. I am not a child. Chu Qingyue huffed lightly, turning her head away. Then I shall put it away, Niechen replied. Wait, don't. Chu Qingyue suddenly reached out to stop him, as if making a momentous decision. Her gaze flickered, and at last she accepted the kite, her voice barely above a whisper. It just so happens that I have nothing pressing to attend to. If you insist on teaching, then I suppose it wouldn't be impossible. At your command, my Empress, Niechen grinned, guiding her through the process. To his surprise, the renowned genius, who had triumphed over adversaries and ascended to the throne 2 centuries ago, displayed an unexpected clumsiness. It took several hours for her to finally grasp the art of kite flying. Thus, when she finally managed to control the kite as it danced in the sky, her beautiful eyes seemed to radiate a unique brilliance as she beheld the vibrant colors above. I did it, she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, Chu Qingyue quickly cleared her throat and shot a glare at Niechen. The kite floated in the sky, a gentle breeze caressing it. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a twinge of emptiness within her heart. Was it possible that she felt unfulfilled? Carefully retracting the kite, she tucked it away in her spatial storage. As night deepened, she declared, "Let us conclude today's rendezvous here." Turning her back, she took a few steps away. However, she suddenly pivoted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her demeanor. There were several street foods in the city I had hoped to try, but they were spoiled by that group. Niechen suggested, "No worries. How about you and I return to Kanghan City and find a room? Although the stalls may have closed, I could still prepare something for you." "Absolutely not," Chu Qingyue replied with unwavering certainty. "Why not? Need I explain? If we were to book a room, would it be for me to dine? No, it would be you wishing to feast upon the Empress."
Niechen remarked.
Goodness, a person changes remarkably in just a few days. It hasn't been long, and even the illustrious Empress Qingyue has learned to drive a hard bargain. "Very well. I shall await another opportunity for you to cook for me," he replied with a smile. "That is more like it." With a soft hum, Chu Qingyue was swept by a gentle breeze, her figure gracefully ascending into the air. Stealing a glance at Niechen, she transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the distance. Once Chu Qingyue had departed, Niechen withdrew his gaze and retrieved the token of affection from his bosom. The token shimmered with a faint blue glow. By infusing it with spiritual energy, he could contact Chu Qingyue at any moment. Without lingering, Niechen made his way back to the Yuming sect. The Yuming sect was enveloped in silence. At this hour, the majority of its inhabitants had succumbed to slumber. Niechen headed directly for the Crimson Flame Tower, which comprised 10 levels, with even the sect leader, Meng Yangqiu, only able to reach the 6th. On his last attempt, Niechen had halted at the 6th level. Despite the enhancement of his Shengu sacred body, he had been unable to withstand the terrifying flames of the Crimson Flame Tower. However, now armed with the Taiqing Huanin Ju, a reward gained from a profound impact on the worldview of the third princess, Niechen was able to cultivate at a pace double that of an ordinary person. As he entered the Crimson Flame Tower once more, the circumstances would be entirely different. The first 6 levels posed no challenge, causing him no harm whatsoever. However, upon stepping into the 7th level, the temperature surged dramatically. A howling heat wave seemed to emanate from a colossal beast lurking in the abyss, roaring and raging with all its might, attempting to engulf him whole. The searing flames distorted the very air, enveloping Niechun in an unbearable heat. With a thunderous roar, flames relentlessly devoured his form. Even with the Xiangu sacred body's ability to mitigate and transform the heat, Niechun's skin was scorched to a charred yellow, waves of agony washing over him. Employing the Taiqing Huanin Ju, bestowed by the third princess, Niechun felt a surge of connectivity between his body and the external world. A continuous flow of spiritual energy streamed in, nourishing his form while simultaneously resisting the encroaching flames. This was the advantage of his doubled cultivation speed, an astonishing rate that would leave any observer in awe. Yet the relentless flames showed no signs of retreat, escalating with a fervor that sought to obliterate all surrounding spiritual energy and consume him entirely. Calmly, Niechun summoned the system, utilizing his remaining 3 skill points to elevate the Taiqing Huanin Ju to the 3rd level. With this, his cultivation speed tripled. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy amassed, illuminating his skin to a pallid hue. The surging energy forcefully suppressed the once dominant flames. With a mere thought, a ripple of spiritual energy radiated throughout the 7th level of the Crimson Flame Tower. With a tremendous crash, tranquility was restored. The flames and heat waves dissipated, and the 7th level, impenetrable even to sect leader Meng Yangqiu, was entirely subdued by Niechun. At that moment, a crimson light shimmered from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a small tower, scarcely larger than a palm, gracefully descending before him. The small crimson tower, though modest in size, emanated an intense and searing heat. System, what is this object? Ding! This tower is known as the Flame Suppression Tower, a high-grade mystical artifact. It can imprison enemies within its fiery embrace and possesses the ability to grow. What a treasure I have stumbled upon! This is the first time Niechun has encountered a high-grade mystical artifact. Although it has not yet reached the Earth grade, its potential for growth is remarkable, offering ample room for enhancement and proving to be exceedingly practical. Satisfied, Niechun stowed away the Flame Suppression Tower. Suddenly, a dazzling crimson light, signifying that someone had successfully passed through, erupted from the 7th level. Someone has conquered the 7th level of the Flame Tower. In the night sky, upon noticing the intense crimson glow emanating from the 7th level, the entire Yumming sect erupted in excitement. Chapter 19. I merely took a nap. Why all the commotion? The searing flames within the Crimson Flame Tower burned with an intensity beyond comprehension. Ordinary disciples could only cultivate on the first 2 levels, while elders barely managed to reach the 4th or 5th. For centuries, even the successive sect leaders struggled to attain the 6th level. Who, then, could possibly break through to the 7th? Amidst the cacophony of shouts, the previously dark and tranquil realm of the ghostly shadow sect erupted into chaos, as most had succumbed to slumber. Summon all elders at once. Meng Qiuyang's expression was grave, as though facing a formidable foe. Within the ghostly shadow sect, it was inconceivable that anyone could reach the 7th level of the Crimson Flame Tower. The only plausible explanation was that an intruder had breached their defenses. Who could it be? Meng Qiuyang's mind raced. Was it the long-coveted Lushan old demon, or that enchantress? Could it be the notorious Hongshan, or perhaps someone under the command of the Moon Empress? A chill crept down his spine. The audacity of the intruder to infiltrate the 7th level signified a premeditated assault. With the inheritance of the 7th level now in their possession, the ghostly shadow sect found itself at a critical juncture. Any misstep could lead to their annihilation. I shall awaken the sacred beast. All elders, quickly form a formation. Meng Qiuyang proclaimed loudly to the gathered crowd, then swiftly took to the skies towards the rear mountains. The elders assembled with solemn expressions, while the disciples were gripped by fear. Even the sect leader felt compelled to awaken the fearsome beast, the Gujiao, which had once fought alongside their ancestors and was renowned across the land. They were about to confront an adversary that could very well determine the fate of the ghostly shadow sect. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, some trembled in terror, unable to bear the thought of facing the Crimson Flame Tower. Yet others, suppressing their fear, rallied their fellow disciples with fervent shouts. I am willing to die for the ghostly shadow sect. After this battle, I shall return home to Mary. Encouraged by their words, many joined in unison. I am willing to die for the ghostly shadow sect. After this battle, I shall return home to Mary. I am willing to die for the ghostly shadow sect. After this battle, I shall return home to Mary. 2 elders stood before the disciples, their gaze fixed intently on the direction of the Crimson Flame Tower. Their magical artifacts hovered in the air, trembling slightly, likely due to their mounting tension. The other 4 elders swiftly ascended to the 4 corners of the ghostly shadow sect. Open the formation, with a commanding shout, for beams of light shot skyward. In an instant, the already overcast sky became engulfed in tumultuous clouds. The fog gathered relentlessly, and soon the darkened canopy obscured the heavens entirely. Thunder rumbled ominously at the horizon, imbued with an overwhelming sense of foreboding. The thunderstorm brewed within the clouds, akin to a long-starved beast poised to pounce, ready to unleash its ferocity upon the unsuspecting. As the chilling winds howled, the atmosphere of the entire ghostly shadow sect grew intensely foreboding. The foundational law of the sect is an ancient formation passed down from our ancestors, which can only be activated in times of dire peril for the ghostly sect. However, even with the formation engaged, the elders remain utterly vigilant, for they cannot fathom the extent of the enemy concealed within the Crimson Flame Tower. A moment's negligence could spell doom for the ghostly sect. Suddenly, a sound akin to a baby's wail reverberated from the back mountain, as a colossal shadow descended from the sky. It was the Goo Eagle. Both elders and disciples gazed at the heavens with trepidation. This immense silhouette resembled a great eagle, adorned with ram's horns, its wings as formidable as iron, and its cries eerily reminiscent of an infantess. This seemingly bizarre beast, the Goo Eagle, was once instrumental in establishing the ghostly sect, having slain countless righteous cultivators and earned its fearsome reputation. Even after a century of slumber, the aura it emanated commanded respect and instilled fear, rendering onlookers unable to meet its gaze. Its power surpassed even that of the sect leader Meng Qiuyang. Many disciples, though familiar with the Goo Eagle's notorious name, had never laid eyes upon it. At this moment, alongside their exhilaration, they felt an inexplicable pressure. Even the sect leader found himself compelled to summon the Goo Eagle, as the entity's identity and strength were undeniably enigmatic. A powerful gust of wind swept through, as the Goo Eagle's massive form gradually descended before the Crimson Flame Tower. For towering pillars of light coalesced, brimming with immense spiritual energy, while continuous thunder rumbled ominously. Such a solemn spectacle caused many timid disciples to tremble, their bodies quaking as they averted their gaze from the staggering sight before them. The gate-guarding formation had fully activated, awakening the once-feared Goo Eagle. Yet, Meng Qiuyang's expression remained grave. When he had traversed the 6th level, he had nearly been engulfed by flames, barely managing to pass the trial. What level of terrifying strength must one possess to traverse the 7th level with ease? The sky roared with thunder. Thick spiritual energy and murderous intent permeated the entirety of the ghostly sect. Azure sword energy surged continuously from Meng Qiuyang. Raising his gaze towards the Crimson Flame Tower, he focused intently, his eyes gleaming with a resolute ferocity. Who are you, that you dare to come to the ghostly sect to seize our legacy? I implore you to reveal yourself. If possible, I would prefer to resolve this matter peacefully. His words revealed a profound apprehension. In that moment, all eyes converged upon the direction of the Crimson Flame Tower. Time itself seemed to stand still. The elders stood guard at various points of the formation, while many disciples, unable to contain their fear, trembled and huddled together in the distance. In the midst of the silence, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the Crimson Flame Tower. Though faint, each step resonated within the hearts of those present. The footsteps grew closer, becoming increasingly distinct. 6 levels, 5 levels, 4 levels. Countless anxious gazes were fixed upon the exit of the Crimson Flame Tower. Since your excellency has yet to respond, I, an old man, must exert all my strength to secure a glimmer of hope for our netherworld sect. Meng Yangqiu could no longer contain himself and bellowed, Activate the formation. Today, everyone must fight for the survival of the Netherworld sect. Boom! The thunderous roar resounded, and the vertical pupils of the Gu Jiao beast flickered with a chilling light, this massive beak wide open. The imminent battle, which would determine the fate of the Netherworld sect, seemed on the verge of erupting, with many already resigned to the notion of facing death. However, amidst this relentless aura of slaughter, Nietchen calmly emerged from the Crimson Flame Tower. Observing the commotion outside, he was taken aback. I merely took a nap inside the tower. Why is everyone so agitated? Chapter 20. Something is off with this girl. You have profoundly impacted the worldview of over 100 disciples of the demon sect. You have significantly influenced the perspectives of the elders of the sect. You have left a strong impression on the worldview of the sect leader, Meng Yangqiu. Rewards received: 2 skill points, 1 additional lottery chance, and 1 Dragon's Roar Vitality Pill. Nietchen, what peculiar rewards have crept in? Nonetheless, perhaps they will prove useful in the future. At this moment, the entire Yuming sect seemed to have come to a standstill, with everyone frozen in place. For towering beams of light merged into the clouds, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thunder. Many had mustered the courage to face death, their bodies tense and hearts resolute, fully entering a state of battle readiness. They had even vowed to return home and marry after this fight. Yet what awaited them was
Nietchen.
Good grief, is this something a human could accomplish? Even the sect leader could barely reach the 6th level. How on earth did Nietchen succeed in conquering the 7th level of the Crimson Flame Tower? Nietchen, how could it be you? Meng Yangqiu felt the heat of embarrassment, unsure where to place his old face. He had personally commanded that the entire sect prepare for a potential life and death battle, activating the protective formation and awakening the sacred beast, the Gudiao. Yet, in the end, there was no enemy intending to annihilate the Yuming sect that breached the 7th level. Wasn't he merely at the qi condensation stage? How could this be possible? Good heavens! Upon closer examination of Nietchen's aura, Meng Yangqiu was nearly stunned into silence. Just the day before, Nietchen had only been at the qi condensation level. Now, after just one night, he had directly broken through to the foundation establishment stage. One must understand how many had stumbled at this threshold. Countless individuals had faltered at this insurmountable barrier, yet he had soared through it with such ease. One night, one person, one miracle. Was he even human? Nietchen casually waved his hand. Calm down, calm down. I truly did not intend for this. I happened to be restless tonight and decided to take a stroll, and unexpectedly acquired a minor inheritance, which led to such a commotion. As he spoke, a small, palm-sized tower, enveloped in blazing flames, materialized in the palm of his hand. Though none had ever seen it in person, nearly everyone was familiar with the records of the sect's glorious past. This was no mere minor inheritance. It was one of the most powerful treasures left behind by the ancestors of the Yuming sect, the Jinyan Tower, a high-grade mystical treasure, with ample potential for advancement. After a moment of silence, a wave of ecstatic cheers erupted. Senior Brother Nietchen is truly magnificent. Senior Brother Nietchen, the eternal deity. Senior Brother Nietchen, I want to duel with you. Countless individuals regretted not recognizing earlier that Nietchen had been concealing his true strength. Many had previously belittled him, but now, even if they wished to curry favor, they dared not approach. Should by chance Brother Nietchen inadvertently recall past events, it would not merely be a matter of clinging to a powerful ally. The repercussions of a casual reckoning could very well threaten their very lives. Amidst the crowd,
Keskiviikko ruolin hastili emerged.
Instinctively, she yearned to rush into Brother Nie's embrace, yet after a moment of hesitation, she restrained her impulse. Nevertheless, tears of clarity streamed down her cheeks, as the scarlet flame tower radiated its brilliance, while others were consumed by panic and sought escape. Ku Ruoling was primarily concerned for Nietchen's safety and hurried to his dwelling. To her dismay, she found it utterly deserted. Fearing the worst, she frantically searched, her anxiety mounting. Fortunately, her fears were unfounded. In her tears, Ku Ruoling unconsciously leaned toward Brother Nie, her delicate frame trembling, evoking profound sympathy. Witnessing this scene, numerous disciples secretly enamored with Ku Ruoling felt as though they had plunged into a vat of sour lemon juice, their hearts aching with envy. If only they could endure the loss of an arm, they would wish for Ku Ruoling to weep for them just once. Alas, such a beautiful misfortune was not destined for them. As he beheld the sorrowful, tear-streaked face of Ku Ruoling, Brother Nye was about to utter a word when he suddenly noticed a faint blue light flickering at his chest. A jolt of alarm surged through him. This light emanated from the bonding stone. While the bonding stone could convey sound and imagery, it bore a significant drawback. Given the vast disparity in cultivation between himself and Chu Qingyue, she could surreptitiously observe him through the stone, while he was utterly incapable of reciprocating. At this very moment, the faint blue glow likely indicated that Chu Qingyue was peering at him through the bonding stone. Instantly, Nye Chen adopted the demeanor of an upright gentleman. Junior Sister Ruoling, please maintain your composure. There must be distance between individuals. After all, beauty is born of distance. With that, he extended his hand, resolutely pushing Ku Ruoling's shoulder away. Taken aback, she appeared momentarily disoriented. Was she being rejected? Yet, recalling Brother Nye's previous guidance during her cultivation that had clarified her heart, she found it hard to believe that the brother who had once deceived her into believing he had a wife, solely to set her on the right path, would act in such a manner. What could be the reason? Could it be that Brother Nye, who could have entered the Scarlet Flame Tower by day, chose instead to create a stir within the underworld sect at night? Coupled with his earlier actions and the recent push, could it be possible? A wave of emotion surged through Ku Ruoling, her nose tinged with warmth, her eyes once more brimming with tears. It dawned on her that everything Brother Nye had done was for her sake. His earlier endeavors had aimed to clarify her heart and firmly guide her on her path. And today's actions were, in truth, a message, a reminder that although the journey of cultivation is long, a light will eventually pierce the darkness. The seemingly dismissive gesture was certainly not an act of estrangement. Rather, Senior Brother Nye Chen hopes that after he achieves mastery in his cultivation, he will reflect upon the feelings he harbored previously. To my surprise, the depth of Senior Brother Nye Chen's intentions is truly profound. Had I not exerted myself in contemplation, I might have misconstrued his meaning. Tears shimmered in my eyes as Ku Ruoling wept uncontrollably, her heart resolute with an unprecedented determination. She vowed to strive diligently in her cultivation, to employ every possible means to match Senior Brother Nye Chen's pace. Only then would she earn the right to pass his trials and fulfill her heart's desires. Thank you, Senior Brother Nye Chen. Although Ku Ruoling did not draw closer once more, her gaze remained tender and filled with emotions, akin to water brimming with affection. The traces of tears adorning her flower-like, exquisite visage rendered her even more delicate and pitiable. Senior Brother Nye felt a pang of confusion. Why does it seem that this girl has become even more peculiar? Chapter 21. Unlocking hidden tasks, awakening the first pulse of the primordial sacred body, a peculiar scent of romantic tension hung in the air, evoking anger within the ancient beast, the Gujiao which had remained single for a millennium. Its enigmatic gaze fixated on Nye Chen. Meng Yangqiu was taken aback. Each time the Gujiao was awakened, it was nearly always during a critical moment for the Yuming sect. Now, having inexplicably summoned the Gujiao, it was only natural for the creature to be enraged. The Gujiao, a sacred beast that had fought alongside the ancestors of the Yuming sect, possessed strength surpassing his own. If thoroughly provoked, the consequences could be dire. Meng Yangqiu hastened to placate the Gujiao's fury. However, Nye Chen, undeterred, swaggered over to the magnificent beast and exclaimed in awe, "What a grand eagle!" Without hesitation, he audaciously patted the white feathers atop the Gujiao's head. At that moment, Meng Yangqiu turned pale, his heart racing. The Gujiao was a creature of immense nobility, infamous for its ferocity and unmatched prowess, having once accompanied the ancestors in slaying countless foes. It was a beast no one could tame, rivaling even the position of the sect's leader. Even Meng Yangqiu dared not approach it. Yet Nye Chen had brazenly touched the Gujiao's head. This was a grave misstep. Before Meng Yangqiu could intervene, it was too late. A shrill, eerie screech echoed throughout the Yuming sect, reminiscent of an infant's cry. A howling wind surged from the Gujiao's colossal form, its eerie vertical pupils filled with biting cold and fury. The Gujiao was thoroughly enraged. Its massive claws, imbued with a raging tempest, lunged toward Nye Chen, evidently intent on ending his life. Get back. Meng Yangqiu's heart sank. If that claw struck, even if Niechun were immensely powerful, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, Niechun, locked in the Gujiao's sights, showed no inclination to evade. Calmly, he retrieved a token of affection from his bosom. The token radiated a soft blue light, its aura shimmering tranquilly as tendrils of energy quietly flowed into the Gujiao's immense body. In an instant, the once menacing and ferocious Gujiao came to a halt. A strange chill enveloped it. Despite its formidable wings, it felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, with countless razor-sharp ice blades suspended above. Within that small stone lay the oppressive aura of an imperial-level powerhouse. The overwhelming pressure loomed like a towering mountain, suffocating the Gujiao, leaving it gasping for breath. An unfathomable dread engulfed it. The once dominant Gujiao now trembled uncontrollably. It sensed that should it harbor any murderous intent, it would be reduced to ashes before it could even strike. It was precisely due to its limited intellect that it became acutely aware of the terror of death. Its claws returned to the ground. The once ferocious Gujiao had completely cowered. Trembling, its massive body gradually lowered. Its enormous head finally came to rest before Niechun, devoid of any resistance. Now, this is more like it, Niechun remarked with satisfaction, patting the creature's head. Indeed, nothing compares to the utility of a beloved wife. Although he refrained from wielding the oppressive power of the fateful stone on others to avoid exposure, there was no issue applying it to such a beast. What a magnificent creature it was. Niechun stroked the white fur atop the Gujiao's head, akin to caressing a well-behaved puppy. Witnessing the unfolding scene before him, Meng Yangqiu nearly shed tears of despair. He had once envisioned a day of vengeance against Niechun, yet now not only had the inner disciples nearly become fervent devotees, but even the Gujiao had obediently submitted. If this continued, would he not soon find his position as sect leader at risk of being usurped? The view of life regarding the Gujiao has been profoundly impacted. Meng Yangqiu's worldview has also been drastically altered. Hidden mission completed. The entire Yuming sect has been seized. Reward obtained. The first pulse of the Xiangu sacred body has been unlocked. To his astonishment, a hidden mission had been triggered. As Niechun listened to the voice of the system, joy surged within him. Furthermore, the reward from this system was entirely beyond his expectations. The first pulse of the Xiangu sacred body? It seemed he possessed a total of 8 pulses within this sacred body. Each pulse resembled a shackle, and once unbound, it would unleash the latent power of the sacred form. At the moment the system's voice faded, a sudden flame erupted, instantly reducing the fabric of his sleeves to ashes. Upon his arms, fiery golden patterns appeared, glowing like molten lava. An incredibly intense heat radiated from these markings, and a tremendous aura burst forth from Niechun's being. This aura was grand and overwhelming, akin to an immense cauldron, heavy and impenetrable. Within the searing flames, Niechun's eyes shone brightly. Though he had only just entered the foundational stage in that instant, he felt as if he were a descended deity, harboring a formidable pressure. Was this the Xiangu sacred body's first pulse awakened? Drawing in a breath imbued with an essence of the great Tao, Niechun could not help but clench his fists. He felt as if his hands contained the power to shake mountains and topple cities. And this was merely the first pulse. What terror would be unleashed by awakening all 8? It was no wonder the Xiangu sacred body was regarded as the most profound of sacred forms. Not only was it mysterious and rare, but it was also exceedingly difficult to develop. Without the system, even those fortunate enough to possess the Xiangu sacred body would likely find it impossible to unlock its potential. The sacred beast Gujiao humbly lay prostrate on the ground, and the 4 beams of light from the protective array gradually dissipated, while the dark clouds above receded. The entire Yuming sect seemed to have relaxed. Yet at that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the horizon. What a grand spectacle! You have even activated the protective array. Who exactly are you expecting to entertain? However, I must thank you for guiding me here. Otherwise, those petty illusions outside would indeed have been quite bothersome. From the dark clouds emerged 2 figures. One was an elderly man clad in a black robe, his visage gaunt yet exuding an eerie aura. The other was a robust man standing 8 feet tall with the build of a tiger, far larger than the average person. The old demon of Lushan, Qi Haomiao, Meng Yongqiu suddenly felt his pupils constrict sharply. Fearing what he dreaded most, Qi Haomiao stood as one of his most formidable adversaries. With mid-stage Xian Yuan realm strength, he wielded an array of bizarre and formidable techniques. Beside him stood his nephew, whose cultivation was relatively lacking yet possessed an unparalleled physique, having undergone rigorous training. Unexpectedly, although it was not he who breached the Qian Tower, Qi Haomiao had still arrived. Old demon of Lushan, our grievances have been resolved. What, pray tell, brings you here? Meng Yongqiu was evidently filled with trepidation. For what purpose, you ask? Humph. Today I have come solely to claim this boy's life. Qi Haomiao snorted coldly, his icy gaze fixed upon Niechun. Chapter 22. Under the Empress's command now, Niechun had become a pawn of the Empress. You seek me out? Niechun's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the heavens. Standing beside the old demon Qi Haomiao on Lushan Mountain was a burly man, none other than the one he had vanquished in 3 moves at the arena in Kanghan City. If it weren't for you, my nephew Qi Mang would have triumphed and secured the position of prince consort in the Yufeng dynasty. At that point, my secret manipulation of the entire Yufeng dynasty would have been imminent. You have ruined my plans, and yet you dare to be defiant? Today, I shall tear you apart. You scheming wretch. Qi Haomiao roared in fury. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended from the sky. The clouds thickened ominously, and the thunderous roar resonated with boundless rage. Ding! Old demon Qi Haomiao schemes for his nephew Qi Mang to seize the title of prince consort, intending to secretly control the Yufeng dynasty. The host has thwarted his plot, inciting his wrath, which is characteristic of a petty man. A temporary mission has been triggered. Slay Qi Mang. Should you succeed, a high-grade Earth-level technique shall be your reward. However, failure will result in immediate transportation to the chamber of the Empress Qingyue, who is currently bathing.
Niechun.
For a fleeting moment, he considered intentionally failing the mission. Yet, he pondered, if Qingyue were to react too slowly and inadvertently harm him, it would not be worth the risk. Moreover, the prospect of receiving a high-grade Earth-level technique was undeniably enticing. Fulfilling the mission seemed the wiser course. At that moment, the imposing figure of Qi Mang descended from the sky. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him fractured like spider webs upon impact. Amidst the swirling dust, his robust physique appeared even more colossal. You shall pay for yesterday's grievances with your life. 2 crimson glows emerged from amidst the dust. As the swirling debris settled, Qi Mang had transformed entirely. Spiraled horns, sharp as blades, sprouted from his head, and his eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty crimson, radiating an aura of savagery. His body had grown by more than a third, with grotesque blue veins coursing through his bulging muscles, reminiscent of writhing maggots. A feral and violent energy emanated from him, instilling trepidation among the members of the Yuming sect. Beast transformation. Even Meng Yongqiu gasped in astonishment. His fear of Qi Haomiao stemmed from the latter's mastery of this bizarre and formidable beast transformation incantation. Be cautious, though that old man does not personally intervene. The power of the beast transformation is not to be underestimated. Meng Yongqiu shouted urgently, but it was already too late. With a thunderous crash, Qi Mang had transformed, his clawed feet pounding the earth, sending debris flying. In an instant, his form resembled a cannonball hurtling through the air. His fists, thicker than an ordinary person's head, carried the force of a howling tempest as they descended with a thunderous impact. In that punch lay the might to collapse mountains and shatter everything in its path. The youth shows no martial virtue. Though caught off guard, Niechun reacted in the blink of an eye. The entire essence of spirit converged into a singular point, and in an instant, it erupted with a speed that could only be described as terrifying. With a nimble leap backward, Niechun narrowly evaded the colossal fist. Boom! The massive punch struck down, producing a resounding crash that left a gaping pit in the ground. The scattering debris served as a testament to the sheer force of this blow. Roar! The beastly Qi Mang, already transformed, seemed unable to articulate coherent speech. Yet he gaped his bloodied maw and unleashed a ferocious roar. For Niechun, this brief moment of respite was more than sufficient. The first pulse of the ancient sacred body, activate. Suddenly, flames engulfed Niechun's arms. As the fierce fire dissipated, golden patterns, flowing like molten lava, adorned his limbs. A majestic aura, imbued with a hint of the divine, enveloped him. This boy is not to be underestimated. In the air, Chi Haomiao's aged, murky eyes widened in alarm, sensing an ominous turn of events. He hastily attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. The beastly Chi Mang was entirely consumed by rage, his massive form once again lunging forward, arms swelling with muscles as hard as iron.
Launching a fierce assault toward Niechen.
The gust of wind swept past, yet Niechen stood resolute, neither dodging nor retreating. The golden radiance coalesced upon his arm, boldly meeting Chi Mang's fearsome, fur-covered claws. Bang! The sound of their collision resonated, sending palpable ripples outward. Amidst the clash, golden sparks danced.
Chi Mang,
observing his own robust arms, widened his eyes in disbelief. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed as his powerful muscles instantly slackened. His arm recoiled violently, descending as excruciating pain engulfed him, prompting a howl of anguish. The feral rage in his eyes fixated on Niechen, and with bared fangs, he lunged forward recklessly. His maw was filled with a foul, nauseating odor, and his fangs were razor-sharp. In a flash of light, propelled by astonishing speed, Niechen effortlessly penetrated Chi Mang's defenses, gripping his face with a single hand. Even with his remaining consciousness waning, Chi Mang felt the chilling threat of death. Instantly terrified, he struggled desperately. Crack! The molten golden light surged into Niechen's arm, the brilliant glow seemingly engulfing Chi Mang's entire being. The roaring flames cascaded around Niechen's body, an overwhelming pressure radiating outward. Crack! An exceptionally clear sound resonated, emanating from Chi Mang's massive head. With a mere flick of Niechen's fingers, his skull shattered completely. In that instant, the once frenzied and violent Chi Mang fell into tranquility. His entire body appeared to lose all strength, his head drooping, knees buckling to the ground, collapsing like a mound of clay. The next moment, a torrent of flames erupted from Niechen's hand. Chi Mang's head, cradled in Niechen's palm, was consumed by the searing heat. Amidst the crackling flames, Chi Mang's head was reduced to a charred remnant. The robust figure could no longer resist and collapsed with a resounding thud. Surprisingly, Chi Mang, greatly empowered by his beastly transformation, was effortlessly slain within mere moments. Infuriating. In the skies above, Chi Haomiao seethed with rage, his eyes adorned with crimson patterns. The terrifying pressure of a profound realm expert surged from him, as he seemingly succumbed entirely to fury, his hands transforming into lethal claws as he dove towards Niechen. This adversary appeared rather formidable. Niechen felt a flicker of gravity in his gaze. Should he confront Chi Haomiao head-on, even with the first pulse of the Xiangu sacred body awakened, victory would remain elusive. Yet, at that moment, ethereal melodies floated from the horizon, akin to the gentle flow of water and the serene echoes of a secluded valley. By the decree of the Empress, Niechen was now under her command. Chapter 23. A single sword strike. Assumption of the deputy sect leader. All gazes were drawn to the distant sky. Amidst the ethereal music of the celestial realm, a figure gradually descended. The light blue, graceful skirt billowed in the wind, exuding an elegance that was both beautiful and refined, devoid of any superfluous embellishment. The woman, riding the wind, bore no trace of makeup, yet her features were exquisitely sculpted, akin to a masterpiece of jade and porcelain. More importantly, she emanated an aura of unyielding strength. Though not a man, she conveyed a sharpness and an air of authority that demanded respect and caution. This celestial being was suddenly. Meng Yangqiu's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sight before him. The figure in the sky was none other than Shen Zongshuang, one of the 12 holy envoys under the reign of the Moonlight Empress. The reputation of the Frost Envoy had long since spread far and wide. A formidable master of the sea-breaking realm, her Su Lu sword swept through the demonic sects of the world. Every time she drew her sword, blood was guaranteed to spill. Yet, no one had ever witnessed the blade itself, for anyone who compelled Shen Zongshuang to unsheath her sword had never lived to tell the tale. Why had she come to the Netherworld sect? A wave of terror surged within Meng Yangqiu. The circumstances had surpassed his comprehension, rendering him utterly speechless. The situation was beyond his control. The terrifying might of the Frost Envoy was unimaginable. Should she choose to unleash her fury, not even the full might of the Netherworld sect would stand a chance of resistance. In stark contrast, Qi Haomiao, already consumed by rage, paid no heed to Shen Songshuang's arrival. A dark mist enveloped him. In an instant, Qi Haomiao's form swelled, his iron-like body tearing through the fabric of his clothing. Two spiraling, sharp horns jutted from his head, resembling the monstrous form that Qi Mang had taken earlier. However, the pressure radiating from Qi Haomiao was far more immense and fearsome. Possessing the strength of the Xian Yuan realm, his power had multiplied several-fold under this bizarre beast transformation. A chilling screech echoed as Qi Haomiao's ferocious visage charged towards Nie Chun. The overwhelming force he exuded was unstoppable. This was the very reason Meng Yangqiu felt dread. With the formidable physique bestowed by Qi Haomiao's transformation, no one could withstand even a single blow from him. The foul black mist spread rapidly, and the monstrous form surged with unparalleled speed, closing the distance to the ground. Obstinate and unyielding. Shen Songshuang's gaze turned icy as she rested her hand upon the hilt of her sword, unsheathing, then sheathing it again. In the blink of an eye, no one could discern the sword itself, only a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing across the horizon. In the next moment, Qi Haomiao's massive form came to an abrupt halt. A gaping wound sliced from his right shoulder down to his abdomen, a torrent of blood gushing forth. He seemed intent on resisting, yet after spewing forth another copious amount of blood, his body visibly shrank before their eyes. His flesh withered, leaving him in a pitiful state. With no strength left to struggle, Qi Haomiao's frail and wrinkled form plummeted from the heavens, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. In the pool of blood, he lay utterly still. This strike not only severed his corporeal body but also extinguished his very soul. A single sword strike. The atmosphere within the Yuming sect was enveloped in an eerie silence. Even those unfamiliar with the name of the old demon of Lushan could feel the overwhelming aura exuded by Qi Haomiao's monstrous transformation, enough to convey the magnitude of his strength. Faced with such a being, as unyielding as tempered steel, the casual sword strike was so swift that they could scarcely comprehend its execution. What profound level of power did the Frost Saint possess? Even more daunting was the fact that the Frost Saint was merely one of the 12 saints. How terrifying must the Empress of the Clear Moon, whom they served, truly be? Previously, these disciples had remained oblivious to such matters. Yet now, having witnessed the saint's prowess firsthand, a chill crept down their spines, and they felt a wave of trepidation for their past actions. They were particularly baffled as to how Nie Chun, who had personally delivered the challenge to the Empress, managed to return. For Shen Songshuang, the act of slaying Qi Haomiao seemed a trifling matter. As she gracefully descended beside Nie Chun, the icy demeanor and haughty pride in her eyes remained undiminished, her voice cold and defiant. "I am commanded by the Empress of the Clear Moon to escort you. Come with me." Nie Chun was taken aback, caught off guard by the suddenness of the situation. Hadn't they previously agreed with the Empress to meet on another day? Why was there such urgency to bring him to the Tianyun Palace today? Moreover, given his identity as a disciple of the demon sect, he would likely face significant opposition there. However, he quickly grasped the underlying reasoning. The earlier blushing demeanor of Ku Ruoling had inadvertently connected with the Heartstone. It appeared that the formidable Empress was envious. A wife's jealousy was indeed a significant matter. It seemed he had no choice but to comply. "There is no time to waste. Let us depart at once," Nie Chun declared. Shen Songshuang nodded in approval, seemingly pleased with his resolute response. She turned, her glacial gaze sweeping over the members of the Yuming sect, and proclaimed, "Although Nie Chun hails from the demon sect, his innate nature remains untainted. The Empress of the Clear Moon possesses the discerning eye to recognize his abilities and potential, thus inviting him into the Tianyun Palace. From this day forth, Nie Chun shall be honored to serve under the Empress. Should the Yuming sect express a willingness to submit and undergo reform, there may yet be an opportunity for integration into the Starfall Palace." This proclamation carried an air of condescension, implying that even if the Yuming sect were to submit, they would not be deemed worthy of being embraced by the Empress, relegated instead to mere subordinates. enjoying only the protection of the Starfall Palace. It was as if this was a tremendous favor bestowed upon them. This sentiment stirred discontent among many disciples. The sect leader had often stated that the Yuming sect boasted a rich history, once basking in glory as a grand demonic sect. They were the only one among the major demonic factions brave enough to challenge the Empress of the Clear Moon. How could a figure as lofty and proud as the sect leader, who scorns all righteous cultivators, ever submit? Even if the strength of the celestial Moon Empress were unparalleled, such a magnificent personage would rather perish on their feet than kneel in demise. It is well understood that refusal could lead to immense peril. Yet, all eager gazes converged upon Meng Yangqiu. However, amidst these expectant looks, Meng Yangqiu suddenly lost the previously held air of arrogance. With an ingratiating chuckle and a sycophantic smile, he implored, "I beseech you, esteemed envoy, to graciously accept our submission." Furthermore, Meng Yangqiu, beaming with delight, patted Niechan on the back, proclaiming, "Niechan, your contributions are immeasurable. The position of vice sect leader shall henceforth be entrusted to you." Chapter 24. The Empress, it appears Niechan has a girlfriend master. This is unacceptable. The decision made by Meng Yangqiu was met with disbelief from both the disciples and elders of the underworld sect. Historically, there had never been a position of deputy leader in the sect. Even the most esteemed elders lacked the qualifications to assume such a role. Moreover, Niechan had now become the first traitor to submit to the Empress Qingyue. How audacious! Niechan's prominence in the eyes of the Empress Qingyue is not something you can easily comprehend. The Empress is a supreme being, far beyond your understanding. Niechan's recognition signifies boundless potential and ushers in a new path for our underworld sect. This remarkable achievement warrants not merely the title of deputy leader. Even if Niechan were to take over the underworld sect, it would be well-deserved. Meng Yangqiu spoke passionately, his demeanor exuding righteous fervor as he gazed into the distance. In the past, it was my failing for not maintaining my true intentions and straying into the demonic path. But from this day forth, under Niechan's leadership, I shall strive for redemption and lead you all in this pursuit, pledging unwavering loyalty to the Empress Qingyue. My good brother, it is indeed Meng Xiaomeng who has captured my heart, Niechan exclaimed, laughing heartily as he patted Meng Yangqiu's shoulder. Ha ha ha, henceforth, as deputy leader, your status equals mine. Do not address me as master any longer. Very well, I shall adopt a new title. Meng brother, Nye brother. Thus, two men, separated by several centuries, transformed from master and disciple into conspirators sharing raucous laughter. The disciples of the underworld sect were struck by the realization that this truly embodied the essence of a demonic sect. Having solidified his position as deputy sect leader,
Niechan prepared to depart.
However, amidst the crowd, Ku Ruoling hurriedly rushed forward. "Senior brother Nye, travel safely, and be sure to return often to see Linger." She lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with a pitiable longing. "This is a sachet I made for you, senior brother Nye. Every herb within was carefully gathered by me from the cliffs. Please accept it." Ku Ruoling delicately retrieved an exquisitely crafted sachet from her bosom, still imbued with her warmth and fragrance. Beyond its craftsmanship, the herbs within were evidently rare and valuable, exuding a subtle spiritual essence that quietly nourished the body. Clearly, Ku Ruoling had invested considerable effort into gathering these herbs and crafting the sachet. Niechan waved his hand in refusal. "Perhaps not. While I am heading to the Tianyun Hall, I can return at any time. Senior brother, please accept it. This sachet is not only a farewell gift, but also a token of Linger's sentiments." Upon hearing this, Niechan's refusal intensified. "Let it be, senior brother." Senior brother. Ku Ruoling appeared on the verge of tears, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her delicate frame trembling slightly as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Niechan felt a tinge of helplessness. He realized he had not interacted much with her, so why was she so fixated on him?
Observin che Ruoling's pitiful demeanor.
As if she were on the verge of tears, Niechan sighed. After confirming that the bond stone did not emit any light, he finally accepted the sachet. "Thank you, senior brother Nye." In an instant, Ku Ruoling's eyes sparkled like stars. She immediately felt an overwhelming urge to leap into Niechan's embrace. He swiftly extended his arm to gently hold her head at a distance, solemnly advising, "The path of cultivation is exceedingly long. You must remember to practice diligently and not let matters of the heart hinder your future." Senior brother Nye actually touched my head, feeling the rejection of his hand. Ku Ruoling's attention was solely fixated on her crown. Although his touch was rather unrefined, he had indeed patted her head. While he spoke of not letting romantic entanglements distract her from her training, his action suggested that senior brother Nye harbored feelings for her as well. With affectionate eyes, Ku Ruoling beamed with excitement. "Rest assured, senior brother. I will strive to cultivate diligently and endeavor to keep pace with you. Yes, do your best." Nyechen nodded. The outcome was favorable, yet he could not shake the feeling that this girl was not quite right. As they followed Shin Songshuang onto the clouds, Ku Ruoling waved her farewell with great reluctance, and amidst the gentle breeze, tears seemed to cascade down her cheeks. "Is she your girlfriend?" After they had traveled a distance on the wind, Shun Songshuang inquired curiously. "Of course not. She is merely a junior sister with whom I share a closer bond."
Nyechen promptly clarified.
Despite Ku Ruoling's lingering gaze, her heartfelt gesture of gifting the sachet, and her near leap into his arms, he remained innocent. Closer bond? Shun Songshuang appeared to be entirely unconvinced. "Forget it, I don't quite understand these matters." She dismissed the topic. Before becoming a saint envoy, Shun Songshuang, as one of the most capable aides under the Empress, had assassinated countless powerful individuals with a dagger. Anyone who defied the Empress Qingyue trembled in fear, for they had no inkling when their heads would be easily claimed. Even after many years, although Shin Songshuang had become one of the 12 saint envoys, her formidable reputation still instilled dread in many. Devoted to serving the Empress, she understood little of romantic feelings. As the mist gradually descended, the two finally arrived at the heavenly cloud palace. Before the chamber of Empress Chu Qingyue, Shun Songshuang cautioned Nyechen, "The Empress has stated that you risked your life to single-handedly trespass into the heavenly cloud palace, solely in pursuit of the great Tao. Your ability to earn the Empress's admiration is commendable and worthy of my respect. From this day forth, you shall become an outer disciple of the heavenly cloud palace. After I report to the Empress, I shall lead you into the palace." Nyechen nodded, remaining in place while Shun Songshuang entered the chamber alone. Amidst the ethereal mist, with the enchanting figure of the Empress still a distant vision, Shun Songshuang reverently knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I have successfully brought Nyechen back." Chu Qingyue nodded with satisfaction. "Well done. What is the situation with the underworld sect?" Upon hearing the Empress's name, the underworld sect surrendered without hesitation. Moreover, after diligently honing his flattery skills over the years, Shin Songshuang seized the moment to test them. "What else do you wish to convey?" Feeling slightly bashful during his inaugural attempt at flattery, he cleared his throat and remarked, "Your Majesty, you truly possess an extraordinary eye for talent, intelligent, astute, and resourceful. The Nyechen you selected is indeed unlike any other." "Oh, what makes him so different?" Chu Qingyue appeared intrigued. With the intent of extolling the Empress through praise of Nyechen, Shun Songshuang casually highlighted two of Nyechen's admirable qualities and continued, "Moreover, Nyechen seems to place great importance on emotions. I observed his heartfelt farewell with his girlfriend. It was quite moving." Upon concluding his statement, Shun Songshuang could not help but smile with a hint of pride, convinced of his exceptional flattery skills. This subtle approach, he believed, would surely delight the Empress. "Oh, you mentioned girlfriend." Yet, for reasons unknown, a sudden chill enveloped Shin Songshuang. Chapter 25. "My dear wife, are you listening to my sophistry? A girlfriend? Yet, I recall that Nyechen seems to have no girlfriend." Chu Qingyue squinted her eyes, a radiant smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Shun Songshuang. Shun Songshuang had rarely witnessed the Empress smile, and this rare occurrence, instead of bringing her joy, enveloped her in a chilling aura. Was it merely her imagination? Surely it must be. Shun Songshuang quickly regained her composure, feeling quite pleased with herself. In her efforts to flatter the Empress today, she had acquired numerous social skills despite her usual reclusiveness. One of these skills involved mutual praise. If the Empress praised Nyechen, then by lauding Nyechen herself, it would reflect positively on the Empress's discerning eye. Not only would she be adept at flattering, but it would also appear quite subtle. Truly, she was a little genius. Shun Songshuang brimmed with confidence. Rest assured, Your Majesty, my relationship with Nie Chun is exceedingly close. At that moment, her eyes glistened with tears as she recalled the tender farewell shared between them, a testament to their intimacy. Chu Qingyue's voice, laced with an icy undertone, inquired, "Oh, a heartfelt farewell? Just how intimate is your relationship with Nie Chun?" Shun Songshuang, puffing up her modest chest, proclaimed with great pride, "As intimate as it can be. Is that so? How splendid." Yet, as the words left her lips, she suddenly felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her being. Shun Songshuang shivered, sensing something amiss, and hastily amended her statement. Your Majesty, some of my words may indeed be slightly exaggerated. If I've misspoken, please disregard it. However, Chu Qingyue's lips curled into a peculiar smile as she gently commanded, "Turn around." Why must I turn around? Shun Songshuang wondered, but dared not defy the Empress and complied. Chu Qingyue then instructed, "Stick out your backside." Shun Songshuang's confusion deepened, yet she suppressed her embarrassment and obeyed. But Chu Qingyue continued, "Lift your skirt." Shun Songshuang's face turned pale. "Your Majesty, you—" Yet, in her panicked gaze, she saw Chu Qingyue raise her hand, which came crashing down. Smack! 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 What an odd sound! Outside the palace, Nie Chun felt as though he was hearing strange, indistinct noises. Moreover, there seemed to be the sound of a woman's weeping mingled within. But this was the esteemed palace of the Empress Qingyue. Surely he must have misheard. Why wasn't she coming out? After a lengthy and anxious wait, Nie Chun finally caught sight of Shun Songshuang's figure at the palace entrance. However, he was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had slain a formidable foe with a single sword stroke, radiating an aura of invincibility. Yet now she appeared pitifully as she clutched her backside, limping as she walked. Tears stained her cheeks, and the corners of her eyes were red from crying, presenting a sight that was both heart-wrenching and deeply sympathetic. "What has happened to you?"
Nie Chun inquired awkwardly.
"Nothing at all. I will never speak of it." Shun Songshuang's sobs grew even more pronounced. She could not fathom how, after painstakingly mastering the art of flattery for so long, she had not only failed but had also been spanked by the Empress. It is noteworthy that the last time the Empress had spanked her was a century ago, following a grave mistake on her part. This time she had done nothing wrong, and Shun Songshuang felt utterly wronged. "Go to the palace. The Empress wishes to speak with you." Kneeling outside the palace, Shun Songshuang expressed her grievances.
Nie Chun senset an ominous shift.
He had anticipated that, based on the trajectory of their last encounter, perhaps during their next rendezvous, he and Chu Qingyue might even share a kiss. However, the situation seemed to have taken a drastic turn. With a heavy heart, Nie Chun reluctantly stepped into the palace. Upon entering, he beheld the exquisite figure before him, and he couldn't help but marvel internally. His wife was indeed unparalleled in beauty. No matter how many times he gazed upon her, she remained as stunning as ever. A day apart had wrought untold pangs of longing upon him. With a feigned heartache, he approached her. "Longing? I wonder who occupies your thoughts," she replied, her voice laced with an icy chill. Nie Chun suddenly sensed something amiss and scrutinized her closely. He noticed a sweet smile gracing Chu Qingyue's enchanting face. Yet that smile seemed tinged with a chilling aura that instilled a sense of dread. What on earth is happening? Recalling the sight of the esteemed Shun Songshuang, clutching her backside and weeping as she exited, Nie Chun felt a tremor of apprehension. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he earnestly advised, "Qingyue, please do not heed the slanders of others. Many things are mere hearsay, and only what is seen can be deemed true. Is that so? Then might I trouble you to clarify your relationship with your girlfriend from the underworld sect, as well as your closeness with the saintess Shun Songshuang?" Chu Qingyue's voice was melodious and enchanting, yet to Nie Chun, it bore an undertone of terror. "Darling, please allow me to defend myself." No, to explain half an hour later. Nie Chun straightened his disheveled attire. It was certainly not a disarray caused by any such activities. Ultimately, after a heartfelt and impassioned defense, he managed to marginally clear his name. However, glancing at the massive pillar behind him, which had been brutally cleaved in two by a sword, he still felt a lingering trepidation. After all, none of his limbs could rival the girth of that pillar. Had he been struck by such a blade, the consequences would have been dire. Chu Qingyue appeared to still harbor some residual anger. Are you certain that everything you said is true? Of course, trust me. I only just met Shin Songshuang today. We hardly exchanged a few words on our way here. As for the junior sister inside, I merely imparted some cultivation techniques to her, Niechen fervently insisted. Very well. With a soft sigh, Chu Qingyue sheathed her glimmering, frost-laden sword. My dear, you have finally calmed down. Long live understanding, Niechen exclaimed with exuberant praise. Ahem, I must admit I was somewhat hasty. Chu Qingyue turned her head slightly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. After all, the scene from last night, when she released the kite and was embraced in the presence of numerous cultivators, was still vivid in her memory. Niechen chuckled. To acknowledge one's mistakes and strive for improvement is a virtue. My dear wife, you are truly remarkable. Ahem, what are you saying?
Chu Qingyue Rito.
Niechen replied, it is only natural to praise one's own wife. What is wrong with that? Chu Qingyue was suddenly at a loss for words and hurriedly attempted to change the subject. Please call Shin Songshuang in. I have matters to discuss with her. Certainly, my wife. Before long, Shin Songshuang re-entered the chamber, appearing somewhat exhilarated. Your Majesty, you have forgiven me. Chu Qingyue nodded slightly. Indeed, I was a bit rash earlier. Considering your timely admission of fault, your transgressions are hereby absolved. That's wonderful, Shin Songshuang exclaimed with great excitement. But then her expression shifted to one of confusion. Your Majesty, why is your face flushed? Flushed? Chu Qingyue lightly touched her cheek and realized that she had turned a little red from Niechen's repeated endearments. Your Majesty, could it be that you have a fever? Shin Songshuang asked, astonished. That cannot be. You have reached the alchemical realm, immune to any ailments. It is impossible for you to be ill. Then, Your Majesty, could it be that you are? Turn around. Chu Qingyue's lips curled into a slightly ominous smile. Your Majesty, I will no longer make wild guesses. Shin Songshuang's expression instantly fell. Turn around. Yet, the authority of the Empress was indisputable. Slap, slap, slap. The sounds of muffled sobs echoed throughout the chamber. Chapter 26. In reality. I took the back door of the Empress upon departing the imperial palace. Niechen, assuming the role of a steward disciple, spent several days at the Heavenly Cloud Hall. However, his swift ascent to the position of steward disciple sparked considerable discontent among the ranks. It is worth noting that many talented and virtuous prodigies lacked the qualifications to attain such a status. The fact that a mere outsider could achieve this rank upon entering the Heavenly Cloud Hall was sufficient to incite widespread outrage. Following a series of investigations and discussions, unverified rumors even circulated suggesting that Niechen had once been a disciple of the demonic sect. This revelation ignited a fierce fury among the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Hall. Although they were not directly governed by the Empress, every individual who had the privilege to cultivate within the prestigious hall was undoubtedly exceptional. How could they possibly tolerate a disciple of the demonic sect daring to elevate himself above them? A group of over a dozen individuals, confident in their own prowess, sought out Niechen for a one-on-one duel. The news of the impending confrontation attracted the attention of over 100 disciples. In an instant, a multitude of gazes converged upon Niechen. Many, though not willing to engage directly, eagerly wished to see this apparent nepotist, this disciple of the demonic sect, brought low. Who would have thought that someone would dare to champion a demonic disciple? It was nothing short of a slight against the esteemed reputation of the Qingyue Empress. Once they dealt with Niechen, they were determined to unearth the corrupt elder responsible and present him to the Qingyue Empress for punishment. Although they were yet unaware of the elder's identity, they believed that by suppressing Niechen's audacious demeanor, the truth would eventually be revealed. However, when the anticipated one-on-one battle commenced, they quickly realized their grave miscalculation. This seemingly unremarkable Niechen, appearing to be at the early stages of the Foundation establishment realm, resembled a war god. He dispatched opponents of the same realm with ease and engaged multiple adversaries in rapid succession, exhibiting a vigor that only intensified with each confrontation, as if he were impervious to fatigue. Who's next? Niechen bellowed from the arena, his arrogance reaching unparalleled heights. Yet, as he surveyed the battered and bruised figures of several senior brothers, none dared to step forward for a rematch. His strength was overwhelming. It was clearly beyond their capabilities to contend with. You have instilled psychological shock in several disciples of the heavenly cloud hall, receiving a canister of bubble water as a reward. Niechan pondered, this reward from the system is rather peculiar, yet it seems to hold some potential. Observing his defiant stance atop the platform, many disciples seethed with frustration but felt utterly powerless to act. Were they truly to allow this demonic scoundrel to continue his tirade unchallenged? Infuriatingly, they found themselves unable to retaliate. Just as numerous disciples gritted their teeth in impotent rage, a figure emerged in the distance. The moment this figure appeared, it incited a wave of astonishment throughout the crowd. The throng instinctively parted, creating a pathway for him. It was Brother Duanmu. The arrival of Brother Duanmu, one of the most esteemed inner disciples, sparked joy among many. Finally, they could exhale a breath of relief. Duanmu Yang possessed formidable strength, being at the late stages of the Foundation establishment realm. Though Brother Duanmu seldom intervenes and often uses his literary talents to convey truths, he commands immense trust from all regarding Duanmu Yang. If it is Brother Duanmu, perhaps he can indeed bring this young man to justice. From the very first day on the arena, this individual became a disciple of the outer sect, likely having traversed some elder's backdoor for favors. You must take action to teach him a lesson and curb this distorted trend. It is said that this young man was once a disciple of the demonic sect, and he must not be spared. Hearing the reverent and pleading voices around him, Duanmu Yang nodded slightly, his voice rich and magnetic, instilling an undeniable sense of trust. Rest assured, I will handle this. Truly, Brother Duanmu is remarkable. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. In the wake of the throng's support, Duanmu Yang approached the arena. However, just as he reached the edge, a tremendous crash resounded. Duanmu Yang witnessed a robust disciple being sent flying by Niechan's punch, crashing pitifully to the ground, incapacitated by pain. Maxime! This disciple possessed formidable late-stage foundational cultivation and a powerful physique, rendering him a terrifying inner sect member. Duanmu Yang's steps faltered momentarily, his brow arching in embarrassment. Brother Duanmu, what troubles you? Could it be that even you are afraid? Nonsense. A man of integrity like Brother Duanmu, unafraid of life and death, would never yield, even in death. He is merely observing Niechan's weaknesses, preparing to deliver a swift blow once on the platform. The concerned murmurs around him grew incessant, and Duanmu Yang's smile became increasingly strained. At last, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he slowly ascended the stage. Yet, few noticed the subtle tremor and disarray in his steps. On the arena, Niechan fought with exuberance. Each bout not only preserved his stamina but invigorated his spirit, enhancing his mastery of the Xiangu sacred body's first lineage. Can we begin? My wife is calling me back for dinner. Niechan took his stance, radiating a searing heat, his fighting spirit soaring. Wait, Duanmu Yang suddenly extended his hand. Niechan furrowed his brow. Is there something you need? Duanmu Yang smirked disdainfully. Before we commence, I wish to inquire about your strength.
Niechan replied.
I am in the early stage of foundational cultivation, what of it? Humph, to effortlessly overpower late-stage inner sect disciples with early-stage foundational strength. Your talent is indeed exceptional. However, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. The world of Lanchuan is teeming with beings beyond your imagination. Compared to them, you are but a minuscule ant, easily crushed. Do not fall into the trap of momentary victory and delude yourself into believing you are invincible. Brother Duanmu's audacity is commendable. Upon hearing these words, the audience erupted in enthusiastic fervor. Niechan suddenly sensed that the individual before him seemed to be somewhat unhinged, and he coldly remarked, "Then let us commence." Wait, Duanmu Yang interjected once more. How crude! We are not savages. Why engage in incessant discussions of violence and bloodshed? Tell me, do you know who I am? Who are you? I do not know. Humph. Duanmu Yang appeared even more flamboyant. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the master of the Xianhua sword sect, a distant relative of the chief disciple, and the neighbor of a close friend. Niechan felt utterly bewildered. I have never heard of such a thing. Yet upon hearing this proclamation, Duan Muyang immediately perked up. Exactly. It is only natural that you have not heard of me. In this vast world, countless extraordinary individuals and prodigies exist. What does it signify to bully an inner disciple devoid of any abilities? I shall not fight. I concede. In that moment, not only Nie Chen but also the numerous disciples present were left dumbfounded. Chapter 27 The Empress summons you to the palace. Do not regard me with such a gaze. Duan Muyang stepped back, exuding a certain gravitas. As he argued with seeming rationale, a gentleman engages in words, not in blows. I am not so uncouth. Who says one must resort to fists to determine a victor? Duan Muyang pointed at Nie Chen, an undertone of menace evident in his demeanor. You wait and see, Nie Chen. As a disciple of the demonic sect, you have exploited connections to infiltrate the Tianyun Palace. After attaining the position of a deacon disciple, you have become brazen and overbearing, suppressing others. You are finished. No matter which elder is shielding you, the Empress enforces her laws with unwavering severity, and there will be no favoritism. Once I report this matter to the Empress, not only will you face consequences, but even your patron elder shall not escape unscathed. Indeed, how could I not have thought of this? The disciples below suddenly stirred with renewed vigor. They were well aware they could not best Nie Chen in combat, nor did they know who was covertly supporting him. Yet, the Empress's enforcement of the law was renowned. Even the supreme elders were not exempt from scrutiny. If this matter were reported to the Empress, she would undoubtedly take action. Truly, Duanmu Shixiang is exceedingly clever. You're doomed, boy. Amidst the fervent cheers, Duanmu Yang, brimming with self-satisfaction, pointed at Nie Chen and retreated step by step from the arena. Just wait, I shall promptly report this to Empress Qingyue, and you, along with your supporters, shall face ruin. Nie Chen regarded him as if he were a fool. Then I implore you, Duanmu Shixiang, to hurry. Humph, even when death looms. You dare to be defiant. Await your demise. Duanmu Yang appeared thoroughly incensed, leaving with a final, menacing remark. Although none dared to mount the platform to challenge Nie Chen further, the whispers of derision continued unabated. Now, not only he, but even the elder behind him would suffer the consequences. It serves him right. Did he truly believe that clinging to a powerful ally would grant him license to be arrogant in Tianyun Palace? The palace is under the Empress's reign. Unless he could somehow curry favor with her, his downfall was merely a matter of time. What a lofty existence the Empress holds. Even the supreme elders lack the privilege to speak freely before her. Such notions are utterly preposterous. Minutes later, Duanmu Yang returned from afar, unabashedly displaying his arrogance. As he taunted Nie Chen, Junior brother Nie, the Empress summons you to meet her. I hope you will conduct yourself wisely. Do not return only to find yourself expelled from Tianyun Palace alongside your patron elder. Nie Chen merely smiled. The Empress directs you to where? Precisely, the Empress wishes you to the palace. As he spoke, Duanmu Yang felt a flicker of confusion. The Empress seldom summoned anyone. Even in rare instances of special circumstance, it was always within the main hall. Why would she call Nie Chen to the palace? That was the Empress's private quarters. The mere thought of it ignited a pang of jealousy within him. Yet, considering the gravity of the Empress's authority, if Nie Chen were indeed summoned, it was likely that expulsion from Tianyun Palace would be the least of his worries. Perhaps even his life would be at stake. This thought brought a sense of balance to his mind. Thank you, good brother. However, in response to Duanmu Yang's scornful jibes, Nie Chen clasped his fist in gratitude, feeling a surge of emotion within. What a good person. Indeed, true emotions exist in the world. Originally, in the bustling halls of Tianyun Palace, opportunities to meet the Empress Qingyue were scarce. Yet, unexpectedly, this brother took a considerable detour to create conditions for himself. Truly, he is a remarkable person. Duanmu Yang was momentarily taken aback. This situation differed from his expectations. Upon hearing the Empress call him, shouldn't this lad be terrified and begging for mercy on his knees? Amidst the puzzled gazes of those around, Nie Chen turned to leave. Duanmu Yang quickly regained his composure, his expression stern. Don't think that I will let you off just because of what you've said. We shall wait here and see how you are expelled from Tianyun Palace by the Empress. Niechan smiled and waved his hand, remaining silent. Expelled from Tianyun Palace? Even if all the disciples of Tianyun Palace were driven away, it would never be his turn. Little did he expect someone to actively create a chance for their meeting. Niechan felt quite elated as he arrived before the palace. However, it seemed that there were others within the chambers. Faint sounds drifted through, and as Niechan focused his gaze, he saw a strikingly beautiful woman, somewhat past her prime, holding a book as if it were a treasure, standing excitedly before Chu Qingyue. This woman was none other than Yu Shirong, the leader of Amei Mountain. Your Majesty, I have admired you for over 100 years. More than a century ago, I was nearly ensnared by love and on the verge of marrying a man. It was your treatise, The Futility of Partners, that made me realize that love is indeed the root of all evil in this world. Only by freeing myself from emotional entanglements and distancing myself from all men can one truly attain the great path and become powerful, just like you. As she spoke, Yu Shirong's hands trembled slightly with emotion. With great nostalgia, she caressed the cover of the book she held. This edition of The Futility of Partners is the original copy you authored and published so many years ago. To obtain this book, I devoted immeasurable effort, and it is precisely because of it that I have reached this day. Now, as the leader of Amei Mountain, I, along with countless female disciples from Amei and beyond, have been profoundly influenced by your treatise, vowing not to marry and liberate ourselves from the burdens of love. All of this is thanks to you, Your Majesty. It is you who enlightened us to the perilous nature of partners and emotions for a woman, and your Futility of Partners has awakened countless women across the realm. All of this is indebted to you, Your Majesty. As she spoke, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down Yu Shirong's face, a genuine expression of gratitude. Chu Qingyue, somewhat embarrassed, helped the overly excited Yu Shirong, who had weakened and half-kneeled on the ground. She cleared her throat and said, "Ahem, truly, it's nothing much. The Futility of Partners was merely a passionate notion I proposed in my youth, and there's no need for you to take it so seriously. How could it be mere folly?" Yu Shirong suddenly exclaimed with righteous indignation, straightening her posture and gazing fervently. "Your Majesty, I have actually come to discuss another matter with you." "What matter?" Chu Qingyue appeared increasingly embarrassed. Yu Shirong exclaimed with enthusiasm, "After decades of relentless effort, I have successfully established the Anti-Dale Alliance centered around Mount Amei, guided by your proposed theory of the Futility of Partners. Now, I wish to invite the Empress Qingyue to take the helm of this alliance. With your personal experiences, you can proclaim to the world of women that men are the most malevolent source of all evils and should never be approached lightly. Your idea is indeed commendable, but perhaps it is best to reconsider." Supporting her forehead, Chu Qingyue felt a surge of regret and helplessness within her heart. How could she have engaged in such absurd endeavors in her youth, idly penning the theory of the Futility of Partners? Chapter 28. The Empress's Chamber and the Bubbles Empress. Please grant my request. Countless women in the world are in dire need of your salvation. No, Empress, I implore you, there's no room for negotiation. In a moment of desperate pleading, Yu Shirong cast aside all dignity befitting the head of Amei Mountain. Yet, no matter how fervently she lamented, she could not penetrate the icy facade of Chu Qingyue. The world deemed the Empress as cold as ice, and it was indeed true. At last, Yu Shirong's efforts bore no fruit, and she recognized the futility of her hopes, carefully putting away her books. Her voice trembled with the hint of tears. "I understand. Since the Empress is unwilling to assume this role, I shall not press further. However, the Anti-Couples Alliance shall forever regard you as a figure of inspiration and cherish your memory."
Chu Qingyue.
She yearned to confess that her earlier dismissal of partnerships was merely a moment of folly, a thoughtless utterance she now regretted. Yet, gazing at Yu Shirong's earnest expression, teetering on the brink of tears, she found the words lodged in her throat. With a heavy heart, Yu Shirong turned to leave, but paused midway. "Empress, our Anti-Couples Alliance has birthed a most beautiful wish as a testament to our ideals. May I share this blessing with you?" "Well, if you wish to speak, then do so." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Chu Qingyue nodded slightly. Yu Shirong straightened her posture. Seriousness etched across her face, and articulated the blessing word by word. On behalf of the Anti-Couples Alliance, I wish the Empress a lifetime of singlehood. A sharp intake of breath, how peculiar, felt rather chilly. Yet, upon delivering her heartfelt blessing, Yu Shirong suddenly sensed a palpable drop in temperature, as if a faint aura of menace wafted through the cold air. I shall take my leave now, Empress. Realizing something was amiss, Yu Shirong prudently made her exit, retreating in haste. Watching her recede, Chu Qingyue felt her lips twitch, caught in a web of embarrassment. The publication of the futility of partnerships stood as her greatest shame. Every time she reflected on her previous mindset, she wished to cocoon herself in blankets, rolling in humiliation on her bed. Long ago, she had vowed never to mention the futility of partnerships again. Yet, to her astonishment, the book had not only endured but had grown in popularity with the passage of time. She pondered how the fervent admirers of the futility of partnerships would react upon learning of Niechen's existence. With a gentle pat on her cheek to regain composure, she raised her voice slightly and called out to the outside. "Come in." Niechen entered the chamber, immediately shutting the door behind him. "Why have you closed the door?" Inside the chamber, the candlelight flickered as Chu Qingyue, exuding an imperial air of detachment, found herself inexplicably diverting her gaze away from Niechen's approaching figure. Niechen chuckled. "Isn't that eavesdropping? Yet you wouldn't go so far as to." Chu Qingyue cleared her throat a couple of times, recalling the matter at hand. "I have heard that some disciples accused you of colluding with the elders and using force to intimidate them?"
Niechen sighed.
"The claim of collusion with the elders merely stems from their discontent that I was appointed as a disciple of the executive right after my arrival at Tianyun Palace. As for the use of force, do I seem like a violent person? So it was this collusion."
Chu Qingyue pondered.
Realizing that she was the one who had facilitated Niechen's swift appointment as an executive disciple upon his arrival. Apparently, that disciple Duanmuyang had inadvertently directed the ire towards herself. After some contemplation, she promptly replied, "Very well, you may handle this matter on your own." "I had intended just that," Niechen responded with a warm smile, cracking his knuckles. Duanmuyang was indeed a clever little rascal, reporting the matter to his own wife. It's hard to imagine the expression he would wear upon discovering the truth. Although it was not yet time to publicly acknowledge his relationship with the Empress Qingyue, with the aid of the system and rapid advancement, that moment would not be far off. "By the way, I have something I intended to show you." Niechen plucked a branch from a potted plant in his chamber, bending it into a circular shape and securing it with spiritual energy. He then retrieved a box of bubble solution as a reward from the system. "What is this?" Chu Qingyue inquired, watching as the branch, now in a ring shape, was dipped into the bubble solution, forming a thin film over the hollow center. The liquid lacked spiritual energy and bore a rather peculiar scent, something she had never encountered before. "You may not understand, but this is a new hybrid substance I invented, which I have named Super Invincible Giant Colorful Bubble Solution." "Super Invincible Giant Colorful Bubble Solution," she repeated, stifling a laugh. Niechen felt a twinge of embarrassment at the name he had impulsively created and decided to change the subject, gently stirring the ring-shaped branch in the bubble solution. He then withdrew the branch. With a breath, Niechen blew into the hollow ring, and instantly, several medium-sized colorful bubbles floated into the air. "This is..." Chu Qingyue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Changing his approach, Niechen increased his force. Under the pressure of the wind, dozens of small bubbles soared upwards. After several rounds, their heads were filled with floating bubbles. The quality of the bubble solution provided by the system was exceptional. These bubbles floated gracefully, not easily bursting, and under the illumination of light, they reflected a stunning array of colors. Taking a deep breath to gather strength and maintaining steady control, Niechen managed to blow a bubble as large as his head. The bubble danced among the others in the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle under the lights, reflecting and refracting beautifully. Gazing upwards, Chu Qingyue's starry eyes sparkled with wonder, unable to hide her curiosity. "How exactly did you achieve this?" Gently puncturing a vibrant bubble, Chu Qingyue seemed completely immersed in the experience, extending her hand to delicately touch one bubble after another. "This is made with it, you should give it a try." Niechen offered her a stick coated with bubble solution. Accepting the stick, she blew a soft breath, exhaling a stream of azure mist. Yet, with a sharp pop, The bubble shattered before it could even form. What on earth is this? Chu Qingyue pondered, her brow furrowed in confusion. It requires a bit of technique to blow them. Allow me to teach you. Nie Chun stepped closer, aiming to take the stick from her. This movement, however, fortuitously brought their faces within mere inches of each other. Bathed in candlelight, her exquisite visage appeared to be the most flawless gem in existence, unmarred by imperfection. You! At a distance no greater than a finger's breadth. Amidst the kaleidoscopic glow, Chu Qingyue's gaze became entranced, her breath growing slightly fervent. Chapter 29. Is his first kiss about to disappear? A mere breath apart, their gazes locked. Multicolored bubbles floated in the air, and the soft, golden candlelight cast a mesmerizing glow. As their cheeks gradually drew nearer, Chu Qingyue found herself lost in memories of their date in the city, momentarily forgetting to shy away. Mesmerized by those delicate lips, Nie Chun too fell into a trance, as if compelled by an unseen force, slowly leaning in. Was his first kiss about to be surrendered here? As their lips were poised to meet, the candlelight illuminated Chu Qingyue's blushing cheeks, rendering her as enchanting as a painting. Yet, just at that moment, bang, the door swung open. In an instant, the two separated, albeit a tad too late. Your Majesty, Nie Chun, what are you doing here? Shun Songshuang inquired, her expression revealing a hint of confusion as she observed the pair awkwardly shifting apart. Upon entering, she had noticed the proximity of their faces, but what could justify such closeness? Did they perhaps share a peculiar interest? Surely, the Empress would not indulge in such frivolities. After a considerable effort to gather her thoughts, Chu Qingyue grasped the bottle of bubble liquid and, attempting to exude the Empress's cold authority, responded, "This Empress is merely investigating this peculiar substance." Substance? Shun Songshuang approached, scrutinizing it with curiosity. But this liquid bears no trace of spiritual energy. What purpose could it serve? Oh, I see. Is this perhaps a new beverage concocted by the Empress? Remembering her previous unsuccessful attempts at flattery, Shin Songshuang sought to redeem herself, bravely thumping her chest and declaring, "Let me be the test subject, Your Majesty." Without hesitation, she seized the bubble liquid and drank it all in one go, believing that only by emptying the bottle could she express her unwavering loyalty to the Empress. The taste was peculiar, bubbling and unpalatable. With a mouthful of frothy bubbles, Shin Songshuang's speech became somewhat muddled. At that moment, a voice like ice crackled in her ear. "Songshuang, could you enlighten me as to why you so abruptly intruded upon my chamber?" "Ah well." Shun Songshuang suddenly felt a chill wash over her. Her response intentionally vague, "Your Majesty, my mouth is full of bubbles, and I cannot articulate." "Oh, it seems I must assist you then." Upon hearing the Empress's voice, Shun Songshuang, despite being in the summer, felt as though she had plunged into a frozen abyss. "Please, Your Majesty, no." Yet, regardless of her struggles, she found herself with no means to resist before Chu Qingyue. Dragged behind the curtain, the candlelight cast a flickering shadow of graceful forms upon the fabric. Indescribable sounds echoed, prompting Nie Chun to cup his hands to his ears, straining to listen more intently. After a prolonged moment, the once feared assassin Shun Songshuang, who had taken down countless formidable foes, emerged from the chamber, tears streaming down her face, her cheeks aflame, fleeing in haste. Is this truly the Empress's method? It is utterly terrifying. Nie Chun found himself wanting to say, "If possible, please do punish me in this manner." The two exchanged an awkward glance, and though no words were spoken, they instinctively departed the palace, one after the other. At the back mountain of Tianyun Palace, beside a massive rock, Chu Qingyue gently settled onto the grassy expanse while Nie Chun, with swift hands and keen eyes, captured a plump rabbit. Employing his adept grilling techniques and pure flames, he soon produced a golden, crispy-skinned, succulent rabbit dish. The tantalizing aroma wafted across the mountaintop. Yet Chu Qingyue found herself eating less than usual. A gentle breeze swept by, causing her silky hair to dance in the wind. Is there something weighing on the Empress's mind?
Nie Chun inquired.
Chu Qingyue appeared somewhat perplexed. "Why are you addressing me so formally this time?" Nie Chun replied, "I have no choice. I fear a spanking. However, if you are willing, I wouldn't mind if you did." Always with your mischievous banter. Chu Qingyue pinched him at the waist. Yet, as she gazed into the distance at the sprawling mountain peaks, a silence enveloped her. After a moment, she slightly turned her head, her voice barely a whisper. I ask you, among all the women in the world, why did you choose to confess to me despite the nearly certain peril? Well, Nie Chen quickly adapted. Is it not because the Empress is intelligent, beautiful, kind-hearted, and utterly charming? You always know how to jest. Chu Qingyue pinched him again, the force drawing a sharp intake of breath from him. Fine, then I shall speak the truth. In an instant, Nie Chen grew serious, locking his gaze onto Chu Qingyue's clear eyes. With profound sincerity, he lowered his voice. In truth, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love, realizing I was utterly ensnared. Only by confessing could I express the entirety of my feelings. Perhaps this is what they call love at first sight. Nonsense, I. Hearing these words, Chu Qingyue's heart raced at an extraordinary pace, yet she still attempted to retort, her voice as faint as a whisper. Love at first sight merely pertains to external beauty. A person's attractiveness is fleeting, if you are swayed solely by such things. What I mean by love at first sight certainly encompasses more than mere appearance. Nie Chen interjected without hesitation. It is about your grace, character, and all the nuances you display in your demeanor. Every smile and frown, even your decisive nature, are all facets I admire. Moreover, only I know of your charmingly warm nature hidden beneath that exterior of coolness. Enough, don't say any more. Chu Qingyue's exquisitely beautiful cheeks flushed a deep crimson, the enchanting hue spreading to her ears, which turned adorably rosy. Nie Chen declared, I must seize this opportunity to speak. Furthermore, I wish to recite my love letter once more. The world may call you Empress, but I only wish for you to be a radiant moon. As the ethereal moonlight cast by the clear moon eventually seeps into my heart, your essence becomes my eternity. The radiance of the moon pales in comparison to your beauty, for all that exists in this world merely serves as a backdrop to your splendor. This love letter seems akin to an enchantment. Each time it is heard, Chu Qingyue finds herself irresistibly ensnared, unable to escape its grasp. With every repetition, her heartbeat quickens. Despite her efforts to divert her attention, she remains utterly unable to disregard it. On the summit of Tianyun Palace, shrouded in mist and clouds, a refreshing breeze occasionally wafts by. Amidst this enchanting, fairy tale scenery, Nie Chen and Chu Qingyue draw closer, their cheeks gently brushing against one another. Your Majesty, today I am truly fated to be with you, he exclaims with a chuckle. I never expected to encounter you here once more. Yet, suddenly, a familiar voice reverberates anew. Turning to behold Shin Songshuang, who has appeared unexpectedly behind her.
Chu Qingyue smiled gratefully.
However, within that smile lurks both a chill and an intent to kill. Chapter 30. With a wife to support the scene, is there any fear? Xiang Dai, this time, I entrust you to lead the expedition to the 3 imperial tombs. On a May mountain, the sect leader Yu Shirong personally handed the token to Shu Xiangdai. Few are aware that Shu Xiangdai, the 3rd princess of the Yufeng dynasty, holds another identity as the direct disciple of the Amei Mountain sect leader. Shu Xiangdai paused momentarily, accepting the token. Yu Shirong appeared somewhat concerned, inquiring, What troubles you? I feel as though your mind is elsewhere. No, master. I am merely experiencing some trifling matters. Shu Xiangdai shook her head, retrieving the book The Uselessness of Partners from her bosom, stating earnestly, I am diligently striving to comprehend the teachings of the Empress Qingyue. I hope that one day I may grasp even a glimpse of her wisdom. Indeed, you are truly my most favored disciple. Exhibiting exceptional insight, Yu Shirong replied joyfully, oblivious to the subtle melancholy that lingered in Shu Xiangdai's expression. Prior to that martial arts tournament, she had attentively absorbed every lesson from her master, venerating the uselessness of partners as a sacred scripture, with Empress Qingyue as her most holy and distant aspiration. Embracing the philosophy of the Empress, she had firmly believed that partners were the most wicked and untouchable entities in this world. Only through solitude could one attain the ultimate path. Yet, everything changed with the appearance of that man. Shu Xiangdai had never fathomed that such a man could exist. and since the martial arts competition in Kanghan City, her resolve had been in a state of disarray. By the way, Xiang Dai, there is something else I must share with you. Dismissing the other disciples nearby, Yu Shirong lowered her voice. On this journey to the 3 imperial tombs, the Holy Maiden of Blossoms has entrusted you with a task. The Holy Maiden of Blossoms. Shu Xiang Dai's heart jolted. The maiden is the most revered figure within the sacred grounds, and every holy site is steeped in ancient lineage, powerful and profoundly mysterious. Though the Holy Maiden's renown may not rival that of Empress Qingyue, she is certainly beyond the reach of a mere disciple like herself. What could the Holy Maiden possibly want from me? What is it that she desires? Shu Xiang Dai could not help but inquire. Yu Shirong replied, she has requested your assistance in locating someone. Who? This person is named Niechun, who seems to have recently become a servant disciple of the Tianyun Hall.
Niechen.
Upon hearing this name, Shu Xiang Dai's pupils suddenly constricted, as if a hidden cord within her heart had been inadvertently plucked. Do you know him? Yu Shirong asked. No. Not at all. Shu Xiang Dai hastily shook her head. Meanwhile, at Tianyun Hall, Niechun turned to leave, hearing the echoes of sorrowful cries behind him, his mind consumed with a singular thought. Well played. He could not fathom what blessings the Frost Saint had bestowed upon him, as the timing of these occurrences seemed too fortuitous. Alas, regrettably, he had missed 2 splendid opportunities, and it appeared that even fate did not wish for his first kiss to vanish so swiftly. Upon returning to the arena, the appearance of Niechun elicited a momentary astonishment from the disciples led by Duan Muyang, swiftly replaced by a tinge of mockery. I never expected you to return alive, he sneered. However, the Empress is known for her decisiveness and fairness. Even if she grants you a reprieve, you and your elder companion shall undoubtedly no longer have the right to remain in the heavenly cloud palace.
Duanmu yang smirket, failing emboldened.
Previously hesitant to provoke Niechun directly, the intervention of the Empress had shifted the tide. Niechun's influence had waned. Regardless of who stood behind him, there was no room for resistance now. It was time to reclaim the dignity he had just lost. Punishing the wicked and upholding righteousness. Truly commendable, Brother Duanmu. We shall follow you henceforth and endeavor to see you become a disciple of the council. The flattery resounded around him, and Duanmu Yang, basking in their praise, lifted his chin with immense satisfaction. Brother Duanmu, before I take my leave, may I request one more thing?
Suddenly, Niechen interjected.
Duanmu Yang, caught up in his triumph, waved dismissively, do as you wish. After all, your time here is limited. Very well, thank you, brother. The moment Niechun graciously replied, he abruptly unleashed a powerful punch, striking Duanmu Yang squarely in his refined visage. The force was tremendous. Duanmu Yang's nose and face crumpled under the impact, and propelled by the violent force, he was sent sprawling into the crowd. Crumpled and bleeding, he lay amidst the onlookers, his face aflame with pain, eyes wide with fury. You insolent wretch, daring to strike even at the brink of death. With a firm stride, Niechun closed the distance and delivered another kick directly to Duanmu Yang's face, sending him hurtling backward once more for several meters. Blood splattered the ground, and a few teeth fell to the side. As Duanmu Yang grappled with the intense pain coursing through him, he managed to prop himself up, half of his teeth now gone. My parents have never laid a hand on me, yet you dare. His expression was a tumultuous mix of rage, fear, and trepidation, but he could not muster the courage to confront Niechun directly, instead glaring at him with venomous intensity. At that moment, from a distance, a figure clad in white approached, exuding an air of ethereal grace, seemingly imbued with an aura of chilling authority. With each step, she radiated an imperial pressure that commanded respect and instilled awe, rendering onlookers unable to meet her gaze. The Empress had arrived.
Duanmu Yang,
who had just suffered a loss of face, felt a surge of elation and newfound confidence. Staggering to his feet, his expression twisted in rage, he pointed an accusatory finger at Niechun. Niechun, now that the Empress is here, do you still dare to be arrogant? Today, I shall expose your treachery before all. In an instant, Duanmu Yang puffed out his chest and, with a swift motion, unfurled his folding fan, exuding an air of righteous indignation. Pray tell, Who is the person that appointed you as the steward of the outer sect? He proclaimed. Today, the Empress shall surely uphold justice and expel him from the heavenly cloud palace. All eyes converged upon him, the majority laced with sarcasm, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Niechen, with a resigned gesture, replied, "Are you certain you wish for me to reveal it? Humph, at this juncture, do you still desire to conceal the truth?"
Duanmu yang preset on relentlessly.
Today, he aimed to thoroughly disgrace Niechen, ensuring he could no longer remain within the heavenly cloud palace. At that moment, as he led the crowd towards victory, he might very well become the next steward disciple. With a sigh, Niechen acquiesced. "Very well, I shall speak. The one who appointed me as steward disciple is none other than the Empress Qingyue." A moment of stunned silence enveloped the crowd. "Indeed, it is I." The icy voice of Chu Qingyue resonated at that moment. Chapter 31. Holding the Empress's hand, the atmosphere seemed to freeze in place. Prior to Niechen uttering these words, no one would have dared to believe it. Yet now it was the Empress Qingyue herself who had spoken. It was Her Majesty who appointed him as a disciple. However, Duanmuyang still sought to find a flaw. With an icy gaze, Chu Qingyue declared, "This Empress has recognized Niechen's strength, and I am moved by his ability to remain unsullied amidst the darkness of the demonic sect. Is that not sufficient?" The oppressive aura of an imperial powerhouse swept through, enveloping everyone in a chilling sensation, especially for Duanmuyang, who felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, surrounded by countless razor-sharp ice blades. His eyes were filled with astonishment and trepidation. Trembling uncontrollably, Duanmuyang fell to his knees, his voice quivering as he implored, "I beg your pardon, Empress. I was momentarily blinded by my own foolishness and unfounded suspicions. I am willing to pay any price to apologize to senior brother Niechen. Please, Empress, forgive me." Yet, Chu Qingyue regarded him with disdain, not even deigning to cast him a glance. Her cold gaze swept over the remaining disciples as she inquired, "Do any of you have objections?" "No, we firmly abide by your Majesty's decision." At that moment, not a single soul dared to voice dissent. Moreover, Niechen's stature seemed to elevate instantaneously in their hearts. The Empress Qingyue was an extraordinary being. Typically, aside from a few esteemed elders, they had little hope of ever meeting her. Yet, Niechen had gained her favor and been directly promoted to a disciple. It was no wonder he had been able to effortlessly defeat all present, despite being merely at the initial stage of the Foundation establishment realm. In an instant, those who had been bested and left bruised felt their grievances dissipate, even finding pride in their injuries. After all, the one who had bested them was a senior brother favored by the Empress, with a boundless future ahead. However, just as the situation had completely turned in Niechen's favor, a subtle change flickered across Chu Qingyue's expression. At that moment, she and Niechen stood before the disciples, one behind the other. Chu Qingyue's hand happened to rest in a blind spot behind her, unseen by anyone. In that very blind spot, Niechen quietly took her hand. A soft, pleasant sensation coursed through her, and the previously unyielding Chu Qingyue found it difficult to maintain her composed demeanor, casting a furtive glance of longing at Niechen. He smiled gently and, emboldened, traced a delicate circle in her palm. Instantly, a wave of delightful ticklishness surged through her hand, and Chu Qingyue could no longer suppress a barely audible sound. Several disciples, trained in auditory sensitivity, froze momentarily. Did that sound truly come from the Empress? However, they quickly dismissed the thought. The Empress was a figure of such coldness and inaccessibility. How could she possibly produce such a sound? It must have been a misinterpretation brought on by their practice. Withdrawing her hand, Chu Qingyue felt as if she had been jolted by electricity, overwhelmed by a sensation of softness and comfort. But this was in front of numerous disciples. Had I inadvertently lost my composure, the reputation of the esteemed Qingyue Empress would have been utterly tarnished. Casting a reproachful glance at Niechen, Chu Qingyue gave a light huff and said, "I shall leave the remainder to you." "Very well, Empress, you may take your rest," Niechen replied, nodding. He bypassed the gathered disciples and knelt before the prostrate Duanmuyang, gently patting his swollen, bruised cheek, and smiled. "Even the Empress herself has spoken. Consider how we might resolve our matters between us." Duan Muyang instantly shrank back in fear. His previous audacity stemmed not only from his considerable prestige among the disciples but also from his belief that he had something to hold over Nie Chen. However, the circumstances had shifted entirely. Nie Chen's backing was none other than the Qingyue Empress herself. Unable to retaliate, and with the Empress siding with him, what could he possibly do? Senior brother, everything that transpired was my fault. I was foolish, and I willingly accept my punishment, Duan Muyang lamented, his face a picture of despair. Since you have acknowledged your missteps, I shall grant you an opportunity. Nie Chen replied with a smile. You mentioned that your parents have never struck you. I believe, given their advanced age, it would be quite regrettable for them to depart this world without having disciplined their son. Go down the mountain now, and allow your parents to give you a good thrashing, so that they may fulfill their wishes. I understand. Duan Muyang immediately nodded. My father, at 60, still possesses considerable strength and can certainly manage it. My mother, being 80, may lack strength, but I could bind her hands with a chopping knife and let her strike me hard. You truly are a dutiful son, Nie Chen remarked. More intriguing than that was the fact that Duan Muyang's mother was over 20 years older than his father. However, reflecting on his own situation soon brought him to a sense of acceptance. They say, a woman 3 years older than a man is like holding a golden brick. 30 years, a kingdom, and 300 years, an elixir. Thus, if the Qingyue Empress were 600 years his senior, that would equate to 2 elixirs. Quite the lucrative exchange. Once the once dominant Duan Muyang had cowered, the remaining disciples fell silent, many of whom swiftly reversed their stance, venerating Nie Chen as their idol and aspiration. In no time, Nie Chen's status and reputation soared, with this group of disciples elevating him to the esteemed position of senior brother. After relishing the accolades from all directions, Nie Chen dismissed the disciples gathered near the arena, instructing them to return to their respective homes and cultivate diligently. Once the crowd dispersed, leaving only Nie Chen, Shun Songshuang unexpectedly appeared, presenting him with a letter. What is this? Nie Chen inquired as he opened the letter, which bore the elegant script of Chu Qingyue. The message conveyed that the tomb of the 3 emperors would be opened within 3 days. This tomb contained numerous invaluable legacies and treasures. Though competition would be fierce, it would greatly benefit one's strength. The Tianyun Palace would also send a contingent of disciples to participate, with Nie Chen being appointed as the leader on short notice. Nie Chen asked, why did the Empress choose to write to me rather than summon me directly? Shun Songshuang shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. I noticed a flush upon the Empress's face, suggesting she might be feeling unwell. Nie Chen soon recalled the moment he had discreetly scratched Chu Qingyue's palm, and a smile crept upon his lips. Might I request your assistance, Saint Shun Songshuang, in delivering a letter? Certainly. Shun Songshuang nodded, finding the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone.
Nie Chen swiftly penned a reply.
I shall proceed to the mausoleum to retrieve the legacies of the 3 sovereigns. Do not forget our second rendezvous upon my return. As for the signature, he initially wrote Empress Qingyue, but quickly crossed it out, then attempted Chu Qingyue, which he also discarded. Ultimately, beneath the 2 crossed-out names, he inscribed simply the word wife. Chapter 32. The Tomb of the 3 Sovereigns. A familiar aura as Chu Qingyue gazed at the letter penned by Nie Chen. A subtle smile graced her lips, to claim all the legacies within the Tomb of the 3 Sovereigns. While it was true that this journey did not involve many formidable old monsters, the audacity of such a statement, coming from someone at the initial stage of the Foundation establishment realm, was indeed remarkable. The royal tombs presented significantly less peril compared to the imperial tombs. According to established conventions, entry was restricted to disciples below the Xian Yuan realm to mitigate competition. Yet, the tomb was not devoid of powerful rogue cultivators and prodigious talents from various sacred lands or royal dynasties. Competing against such gifted individuals was no small feat, especially in the face of a united front from these forces to seize all legacies. For reasons unbeknownst to her, despite recognizing the impracticality of this aspiration, Chu Qingyue felt an inexplicable trust in Nie Chen. The mere sight of the word date in the letter caused her fair cheeks to warm slightly. However, as she continued reading, she stumbled upon an even more audacious term, wife. Humph, she thought, how cheeky he is, even in his correspondence. With a light snort, Chu Qingyue, feeling somewhat petulant, tossed the letter aside. Yet, after sitting quietly for a while, glancing around to ensure she was alone, she discreetly retrieved the letter and placed it beneath her soft pillow. It's not that I cherish this brief note of merely 2 sentences. Rather, my pillow is just too low and needs something to elevate it. Yes, that's it. With a gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy, she stared into the distance. The 3 sovereigns interred within the tomb are the mysterious Saint Sovereign, the literary Saint Sovereign, and the flying white Saint Sovereign, to be honored with the title of Sovereign. Each of these 3 possessed strength surpassing the mid-stage of the sea-breaking realm and had once commanded great renown. Although deceased, the protective formations guarding their tomb remain unbreached, only to automatically open a century later. Despite the myriad conflicts among the world's sects, most adhere to the established protocols. With the opening of the tomb of the 3 sovereigns, several prominent righteous sects collaborated to safeguard the entrance, preventing entry to those above the Xian Yuan realm to ensure fair competition within the tomb. On this expedition, Nie Chun brought along over 20 disciples of relatively modest strength, and after 2 days of travel, they arrived near the tomb of the 3 sovereigns. Among them was Duanmuyang, whose face bore bruises and bloodstains, presenting a rather disheveled and pitiful appearance, yet he continued to follow Nie Chun with a silly grin. "How did you end up in such a state?"
Nie Chun inquired.
His brow furrowing slightly. He recalled being harsh but not to this extent. "Well, it's a bit embarrassing to explain." Duanmuyang scratched his head. "I told my parents to hit me, and at first they didn't believe me. After much effort to clarify, they finally understood the reason. But to my surprise, once they started, they got increasingly vigorous and couldn't stop, nearly beating me to death. After a long-awaited pause, my father finally confided in me that they had endured for so many years and were presented with this rare opportunity. Unfortunately, they could not restrain themselves. Thus Nie Chun exclaimed, 'What a family!' truly embodying the virtues of filial piety. During our conversation, numerous sects had already entered the tomb. Observing the throng of disciples surging in, Nie Chun dared not delay any further. He led the disciples of Tianyun Palace, undergoing scrutiny, and entered the tomb. What a surprising terrain it was! Unlike the outside world, within the tomb there was no sunlight, only an ominous crimson hue enveloping everything. The ground was barren, composed of hard, desolate rock, devoid of any vegetation, as if it had long been ravaged by fierce flames. The mountains undulated, each peak resembling a volcano harboring molten magma. Although devoid of flora, the continuous red peaks could serve as makeshift cover. In the distance, a shroud of darkness loomed, concealing unknown entities. Upon witnessing this scene, Nie Chun felt a twinge of caution and recalled the ancient texts he had perused, advising, while most royal-level tombs do not strike down intruders, one must still exercise vigilance. The disciples readily acknowledged this, and Nie Chun led them to seek refuge behind a slightly elevated hill. Perhaps due to his extensive reading of novels, he felt an innate resistance towards such secret realms, particularly those with cultivation restrictions. As more individuals poured into the secret realm, many powerful sects and some unfamiliar, peculiar sects joined the fray. "Look, that is a May mountain," suddenly one disciple exclaimed. Instantly, all gazes turned toward the distance, their eyes gleaming with excitement. After all, a May mountain's reputation was widespread. Although its strength barely ranked among the top sects, the beauty of its female disciples was already renowned across the land. As one surveyed the scene, it was evident that every female disciple of a May mountain was strikingly beautiful, a visual delight. Especially when they engaged in conversation holding hands, their every smile and frown evoked a sensation akin to a gentle tickle within the heart. Alas, it's a pity that the female disciples of a May mountain have recently succumbed to the uselessness of Tao Partners doctrine, seemingly leading more and more to the decision to remain single forever. Duanmuyang lamented to those nearby. Indeed, it is a tremendous waste. If the female disciples of a May mountain do not marry, it would be a loss for the world. Hush! Keep your voice down. The uselessness of Tao Partners was penned by the Empress herself. Although she has not mentioned it since, it remains the fruit of her enlightenment. Why did she have to comprehend such a doctrine? The group wore forlorn expressions, their hearts growing heavier. Originally, they had little chance of interacting with the female disciples of a May mountain. Now, it seemed that even the slightest possibility had vanished entirely. However, it was not long before the conversation shifted to the leader of the Empress sect. I've seen that female disciple who leads. She appears to be a direct disciple of the Empress sect's master, accepted in recent years. It is said that her talents are exceptional, and within just a few short years, she has ascended to the realm of foundation establishment, and recently she has directly entered the later stages of this realm. The later stages of foundation establishment. Surely, this signifies the pinnacle of strength within this secret domain. Moreover, I have heard whispers that her beauty is merely a fade crafted through the art of disguise, and her true appearance is said to be far more enchanting than what is presently revealed. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, Niechun could not help but cast his gaze upon the female disciples of Emei Mountain, particularly the foremost disciple of the sect leader. A hint of confusion flickered in Niechun's eyes. He held no recollection of her visage, yet for some inexplicable reason, he sensed a strikingly familiar aura emanating from her, as if he had encountered her in times gone by. Chapter 33. The opening of the secret realm. The great door has sealed shut. At last, after the final group of cultivators surged in, both the secret realm and the luminous portal to the outside world vanished completely. The external forces could no longer interfere with the events within the secret realm. The only way to exit now was to obtain the legacy of the three sovereigns. Although no unusual disturbances had yet manifested, it heralded the imminent commencement of the trial. Just then, a maniacal laughter suddenly echoed through the skies. A figure cloaked in black emerged, revealing blood-red eyes, exuding an aura of profound malevolence. Ha ha, since the secret realm is closed, I shall no longer feign modesty. I am the shadow-slaying demon lord, and this mere body of the foundation establishment realm is but a vessel I inhabit. My true power and methods are far beyond what you little children can fathom. With my presence here, none of you disciples stand a chance of acquiring the legacy. The sight of those crimson eyes sent shockwaves through the assembly of cultivators. 2 centuries prior, the shadow-slaying demon lord had been besieged by several righteous sects and nearly perished. Since then, he had vanished without a trace. Who could have anticipated his appearance in this place? It is worth noting that, to ensure fairness, all cultivators entering the secret realm were of the Shen Yuan realm or below. Although the demon lord had lost his corporeal form, his cultivation and sinister abilities remained intact. No one could hope to confront him. This sudden turn of events left nearly everyone in a state of panic. They had never imagined that what was meant to be a straightforward trial in the tomb of the three sovereigns would be interrupted by such a fiend. Would the legacy within the tomb be surrendered so easily? But at that moment, a cold sneer resonated through the air. A figure gradually levitated from the ground. It was a burly man with a scarred face, wielding a long blade, none other than the renowned rogue cultivator, Yang Su. Humph! A fiend who nearly met his demise. Reduced to relying on the bodies of others, dares to act so brazenly here? I too shall drop the act. Though my realm may be lowly, I have forged my body for 4 centuries. With this formidable physique alone, I can rival a Shen Yuan realm cultivator. Ultimately, the physical form is but an external aspect. True cultivation is what truly matters. I shall reveal my hand. I have consumed the concealment pill, disguising my cultivation to infiltrate this place. My actual realm is, in fact, the Shen Yuan realm. Before Yang Su could finish, a gaunt elder floated in the air, riding the wind. And I too shall reveal myself. This demon lord shall no longer pretend. In a short span of time, several figures emerged, each with their own illustrious identities and skills. Thus, the 7 figures in the sky exchanged glances, a hint of awkwardness lingering in the air. So you are all here to fish? Ah! What a coincidence! Meanwhile, the disciples below erupted in astonishment. The tomb of the 3 sovereigns had only entombed the 3 sovereigns, yet 7 powerful hermits had brazenly infiltrated. In an unexpected twist, players of lesser skill infiltrated the sacred grounds, transforming the atmosphere from one of casual gameplay to a fierce battleground. The realization dawned upon Niechun that his purpose within the tomb was merely to serve as fodder in this perilous encounter. Observing the 7 formidable figures emanating an overwhelming aura, he felt an unsettling familiarity with the situation. It was as though he had anticipated the presence of such formidable adversaries within the secret realm, though he had not expected their numbers to be so significant. Panic has gripped the disciples of Tianyun Palace. One of them exclaimed, "What shall we do? None among us can contend with these titans.
Patience. Nietzsche advised.
Let us observe the unfolding events." Just as he uttered those words, the ground trembled violently, sending ripples of unease throughout the tomb. The tremors intensified, as if a colossal force was brewing beneath the surface, poised to erupt at any moment. In a swift motion, Niechun pushed two of his fellow disciples away from a fissure that suddenly spewed forth torrents of scorching lava and flames. The searing heat radiated outward, chilling their hearts with its intensity. The two disciples, drenched in cold sweat, turned to Niechun with expressions of gratitude and relief. "Do not mention it," he replied, his gaze fixed on the chaotic scene surrounding them. The tomb was now alive with ominous phenomena. Flames erupted from every previously inconspicuous crack, revealing their true ferocity. Amidst the chaos, anguished cries pierced the air as the flames coalesced into grotesque forms, myriad monsters emerging from the fissures. These fiery entities lacked corporeal substance yet possessed immense strength. They moved with astonishing speed, and towering beasts, several meters tall, wreaked havoc among the crowd. With a single swipe, they could send individuals soaring through the air. The surprise assault left many with no opportunity to react, resulting in immediate casualties. Strangely, the tomb's former master seemed disinclined to inflict fatal harm. Most injured cultivators were whisked away to safety, transported beyond the tomb's confines. However, a few unfortunate souls met their demise on the spot. In a matter of moments, dozens of cultivators had perished, with nearly a third suffering severe injuries and consequently being evacuated. Yet, the cacophony of chaos showed no signs of abating. An increasing number of fiery monstrosities emerged from the cracks, howling as they lunged toward the remaining cultivators, intent on tearing them to shreds. As comrades fell one after another, a palpable despair enveloped the crowd. The trials of this secret realm were far beyond their capacity to handle. Only those concealed among them, masked in anonymity, stood a chance of survival. With an explosive roar, an overwhelming wave of heat surged outward, as colossal flames ascended into the air at the epicenter of the tomb, heralding the dire circumstances that lay ahead. The fervent and surging flames relentlessly swept and converged, coalescing into the form of an enormous fire creature, towering at dozens of zhong. Adorned with numerous tentacles, the flames roared incessantly, cascading outward, compelling even the Shadow Slayer demon lord to concentrate his spiritual energy before him to ward off the searing heat. The 6 individuals bore grave expressions, equally astonished that the trials of the tomb had escalated to such an extent. Could it be that the 3 deceased emperors had no intention of allowing anyone to inherit their legacy? Suddenly, at that moment, their pupils contracted. Through the towering form of the monster, the previously pitch-black depths of the tomb began to illuminate. Behind the colossal entity stood a magnificent grand hall. Chapter 34. Does my wife really not want to marry? The disciples of Amei Mountain gazed in astonishment at Shu Xiangdia. After traversing the precarious landscape of this barren mountain, each of them found their acupoints unexpectedly sealed by Shu Xiangdia. The tomb you face is no longer within your capabilities. Rather than remaining here, it would be prudent to escort you out of the secret realm, she declared, turning away, seemingly disinterested in providing further explanations. But what about you, senior sister? This tomb is fraught with peril, and if you are left alone. The Amei disciples expressed their concern, eager to dissuade her. I can manage alone, Shu Xiangdia asserted, lightly striking each disciple's palm, infusing them with a trace of spiritual energy. As radiant glimmers enveloped the so-called injured Amei disciples, they were gradually transported outside the tomb. For reasons unbeknownst to her, whenever Shu Xiangdia cast her gaze upon Niechen's retreating figure, a sense of tumult and restlessness stirred within her heart. Even though the Holy Maiden of Blossoms had personally assigned her the task of approaching Niechen to ascertain his circumstances, at that moment, Shu Xiangdia found herself utterly disinclined to do so. Niechen was the first to reject her, the first man to capture her attention. Yet he was also the first to leave her in such perplexity. Unable to quell the turmoil within, Shu Xiangdia's eyes gleamed with determination as she unsheathed her sword, leaping into the forbidden ground teeming with monsters. Other cultivators attempted to surge into the monstrous tide, but the majority were swiftly engulfed, failing to create even a ripple. Calm water technique. A soft blue light enveloped Xu Xiangdia, and her nimble sword danced gracefully, its blade shimmering with a sheen of clear water. Each strike cleaved through the fiery monsters with precision. The sword's radiance flickered, transforming into a spear and then a shield, carving a path through the throng of creatures. Damn those youngsters! In the sky, the Shadow Slayer Demon Lord, the rogue Yang Su, the ancient demon Yangshi, and 3 others took note of the scene below. Witnessing more and more individuals following the path Xu Xiangdia had forged towards the grand hall of the tomb, they grew anxious. They had already attracted the attention of a colossal monster, and their only option to advance was to obliterate it. Let us join forces first, and we can contend once we reach the grand hall. What say you? The Shadow Slayer Demon Lord was the first to propose to the others. After a moment of contemplation, the 6 nodded in agreement. If they continued to conceal their abilities and battle the monster individually, the younger generation below would undoubtedly gain the upper hand. With a thunderous descent, the Shadow Slayer Demon Lord unleashed his ultimate technique, the Veil of Shadows. The shadow swept across, severing a significant portion of the flames engulfing the monster. Before the residual flames could reignite, the rogue Yang Su summoned all his strength, wielding his great blade with ferocity. With one strike, I shall shatter all, he declared, and an overwhelming force surged downward. Though it failed to disturb the essence of the creature, the massive beast, enveloped in searing flames, quivered violently. Unexpectedly, I have been compelled to resort to my final means. Humph, if I do not unveil it now, entry to the grand hall will be impossible. Consider it a boon for you all. The ancient fiend, Yangshi, let out a cold snort and slowly produced a painting. A blinding radiance emanated from the scroll, illuminating half the sky of the once dim tomb. What treasure could this be? Countless onlookers gasped in awe. Even Yechun could not help but gaze upward in curiosity, yet could only discern the outline of the painting, unable to comprehend its contents. Amidst the intense light, the previously arrogant fiery creature displayed a hint of trepidation, its massive form attempting to retreat. Yet it was too late. As the brilliance gradually waned, the image upon the scroll unveiled itself before the creature's eyes. The 100 Beauties of America. The moment the painting appeared, the monster let out a tortured howl, its fiery eyes shattering into fragments, its entire body becoming as rigid as stone, utterly immobilized. Now is the time. Strike swiftly. Simultaneously, the remaining 4 unleashed their powers, a barrage of spells raining down. In the sky, the creature's colossal head was struck repeatedly. The searing flames erupted wildly, and the massive body could no longer withstand the assault, collapsing amidst a cacophony of roaring fire and howling winds. Boom! With a resounding crash, a wave of fervent heat radiated from the creature's center, swiftly expanding outward. The cultivators who had been rushing toward the tomb's grand hall were caught in its wake. The torrent of energy surged forth with astonishing speed, resembling an invisible beast that devoured everything in its path. In an instant, numerous individuals were engulfed, grievously wounded and expelled from the tomb. Some unfortunate souls, without a moment to establish any form of defense, were directly consumed by the flames, reduced to mere ashes. As the shockwave continued to spread, Xu Xiangdia pushed the silent water technique to its utmost limits, channeling all her spiritual energy and charging forward with all her might. However, a humanoid monster blocked her path. Its muscular form, forged from flames, radiated a fierce and brutish power. A punch came crashing down, which Xu Xiangdia barely evaded. Yet, the surrounding beasts seized the opportunity to pounce, one claw swiftly sweeping across her abdomen, tearing through her outer garments and leaving 3 deep gashes of blood on her skin. This is bad. Feeling the surge of pain, Xu Xiangdia swiftly dispatched the beast that had lunged at her, yet neglected the humanoid creature to her side. She attempted to dodge, but it was already too late. A massive fist, entwined with roaring flames, descended upon her. With all her strength, she barely managed to raise her sword in defense, but the force of the impact sent her hurtling backward. Thud, thud. After crashing heavily to the ground twice and bouncing back up, Xu Xiangdia collapsed, her body racked with intense pain. The treasured theories on useless companions, which she had always cherished and kept close, was flung away. Cursed be this fate. Enduring the agony that coursed through her body, Xu Xiangdia struggled to rise, but could not regain her footing. Increasingly, more fiery monsters perceived her as their target, rushing towards her with relentless fervor. The surging heat waves from behind herald the imminent arrival of something. Is this where it all ends? A bittersweet smile unconsciously graced Xu Xiangdia's lips. Just at that moment, a figure approached leisurely from afar, picking up the book that lay on the ground. The uselessness of a Tao partner?
Nie Chen, initially indifferent,
Found himself captivated by the title of the book. Is there truly a proponent of singlehood in this era? He was astonished to discover that there are individuals in this world with such advanced thoughts. Intrigued, he glanced at the author's signature. To his utter astonishment, it read clearly, Empress Qingyue. Niechen, so, this book, The Uselessness of a Tao Partner, was penned by my own wife? Chapter 35. They have a burden, but mine is greater. On one side surged a torrent of searing flames, while on the other, several monstrous creatures roared fiercely, encircled by layers of menace. Feeling her frail and agonized body, Xu Xiangdia had relinquished all hope of resistance. Her gaze had dimmed considerably. Though her life was not in imminent danger, it seemed that this secret realm would conclude here for her. Yet, one unresolved matter lingered in her heart. For reasons unknown, that figure resurfaced in her mind once more. Despite her efforts to forget, it remained inescapable. As she braced herself to be engulfed by the scorching waves, an even more intense heat suddenly erupted from behind her. An imposing fire dragon surged forward, its majesty undeniable, as it devoured several of the creatures in a single voracious bite. Although the monsters were vanquished, the searing flames rapidly approached, threatening to consume Xu Xiangdia's delicate visage. In that precarious moment, she felt a grip on her collar. Instantly, her entire body was lifted off the ground, leaving her utterly disoriented. With a swift whoosh, she was hurled away, and although she distanced herself from the wave of heat in an instant, she found herself unable to control her body, hurtling toward the ground with alarming speed. She had no choice but to summon every ounce of strength to execute the tranquil water technique, exhausting her last reserves of energy. As the clear water met the earth, propelled by the rebound, Xu Xiangdia skidded several meters before finally coming to a halt. However, she stumbled and rolled twice on the ground, her clothes now soiled with dust. Any woman would have felt a surge of indignation at being so unceremoniously tossed aside. Yet Xu Xiangdia experienced a flutter in her heart, for this technique was hauntingly familiar. This clumsy yet effective maneuver, could it be? Raising her head, she was met by none other than Niechen. For a moment, her gaze faltered, her clear eyes shimmering with an uncharacteristic brilliance. Time seemed to rewind to the arena in Kanghan City, where, under the bright lights and the watchful eyes of the crowd, she and Niechen had exchanged glances. This time, however, it was he who had saved her life. Why did this man always appear at the most opportune moments? She had resolved to abandon her mission as the Flower Saint, yet fate had conspired for their paths to cross again. Twice now, Niechen's timely appearances had irrevocably altered her perception of men. No, this transformation pertained solely to Niechen, for in Xu Xiangdia's eyes, others remained unchanged. Unconsciously, a warmth blossomed within her heart. Are you all right? At that moment, Niechen waved his hand in front of her unblinking eyes, realizing her own uncharacteristic lapse. Xu Xiangdia felt a rush of embarrassment and indignation, hastily propelling her injured body to stand upright. Ah, so you can stand after all. That's good, Niechen remarked, retracting his hand from her shoulder as she regained her composure. Xu Xiangdia stumbled, nearly losing her balance, and with great effort, she steadied herself. Do you not possess even a modicum of compassion for delicate beauty? The exquisite form before you, in that moment, would likely have elicited an unyielding grip from any man. Suddenly, Xu Xiangdia felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that even a monk could not possibly embody the purity of heart that Niechen did. Compassion for beauty? Niechen paused briefly, his gaze sweeping up and down Xu Xiangdia. Although this young woman was indeed charming, she paled in comparison to his wife, leaving him utterly disinterested. The uselessness of partners. How did this book come into your possession? Return it to me at once. Xu Xiangdia's heart raced as she spotted the uselessness of partners in Niechen's hand and instinctively rushed forward to seize it. However, Niechen swiftly turned aside, concealing the book behind him. Xu Xiangdia lunged, missing her target, and nearly fell face-first to the ground. Niechun remarked, "I have saved your life. As a token of gratitude, is it too much to ask for you to gift me this book?"
Impossible.
This is the work of the Qingyue Empress. Before she could finish, a sudden realization struck her. Although The Uselessness of Partners was a profound tome, penned by the Qingyue Empress and brimming with countless truths of the Tao, its intended audience was exclusively female, particularly those embarking on the path of cultivation. What interest could a man possibly have in it? Could it be? Past events flashed through Xu Xiangdia's mind, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. In an instant, she seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. He displays no interest in women, lacks any semblance of compassion, and appears devoid of emotional intelligence in the presence of females. Coupled with Niechun's striking handsomeness and the occasional alluring aura he exuded, could it be that you are not merely a man, but rather a woman disguised as one? Xu Xiangdia pointed at Niechun, her expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief.
Niechun?
Xu Xiangdia hesitated momentarily, but then quickly pieced it together, her voice trembling with incredulity. Could it be that you possess an affinity for the same sex? What nonsense! Niechun lightly tapped her head with his hand, saying, "My sole reason for wanting this book is simply, indeed, I have a friend who wishes to peruse it." Really? Xu Xiangdia remained skeptical. Of course, and furthermore, I wish to propose a transaction with you. Niechun waved The Uselessness of Partners before her, stating, "My friend is not well read but is quite intrigued by the book's contents. I hope that once you leave the tomb, you can relay the information to my friend. In exchange, I can escort you to the main hall of the Three Sovereigns' tomb." Xu Xiangdia hesitated. She wanted to refuse, yet every thought in her mind seemed to urge her to acquiesce. What was her true motivation? Was it to obtain the legacy of the Three Sovereigns' tomb? Clearly not. Was it to fulfill the task assigned by the Saintess of Blossoms? Yet that too seemed off. In the midst of chaos within her mind, Xu Xiangdia finally cast aside all her burdens, resolutely nodding in agreement. "If that is the case, then we have a deal." Niechun responded with a satisfied nod, affirming the agreement. In the heavens above, the colossal beast had been slain. The shadow demon lord retracted his veil of shadows, while the ancient demon Yang Shi concealed the portrait of the 100 beauties in old age. The 6 individuals, wary of one another, soared towards the grand hall. Each of them possessed peculiar abilities, and all wielded the formidable strength of the Xian Yuan realm. "Are you certain you can surpass them to enter the hall?" Xu Xiangdia inquired, her expression tinged with doubt. "Rest assured, I have my ways," Niechun replied with a subtle smile. The audacious scoundrels who dared to invade the tomb of the 3 emperors were indeed shameless. However, it was unfortunate that, in a true comparison, his prowess overshadowed theirs. Chapter 36. The Grand Hall of the 3 Emperors' tomb. Although it had been prearranged that all would cooperate before entering the Grand Hall, engaging in fair competition only thereafter, none dared to take the first step upon confronting the intricately locked stone barrier within. "I must say, Yang Su, your swordsmanship commands the admiration of all. The stone lock, while formidable, should not withstand your utmost strike. Why not leave it to you?" proposed the Shadow Slayer Demon Lord. "I am not versed in your elaborate techniques and subtle arts. I possess only this strength. Once expended, I would become easy prey," Yang Su retorted coldly. "Why not employ your portrait of beauty in old age?" the Shadow Slayer Demon Lord suggested, glancing at the elder Yangshi. With an eye roll, the elder Yangshi replied, "The portrait of beauty in old age is effective only against living beings. Do you truly believe it would affect the stone lock?" No one was willing to take action. Indeed, they were quite the good allies. As the plan faltered, the Shadow Slayer Demon Lord mocked them with biting words. "I shall take on the task. I am most adept in the art of Chimanduinjia. Although the mysteries concealed within this door are unusual, I shall give it a try." At last, a black-robed elder stepped forward. Instantly, the others parted to make way, as none wished to become expendable. Observing the caution of the other hidden individuals entering the tomb, the elder wore a smug smile. His expertise in Chimanduinjia and various bizarre formations exceeded that of ordinary practitioners. Even the most fortified defenses of the 3 Emperors' tomb would find it difficult to thwart him. If he could find an opportunity to discreetly eliminate the 6 troublesome figures, the legacy within the tomb would be nearly within his grasp. Golden patterns spread from his shoulders and elbows, gradually enveloping his arms, right hand, and fingers. Sensing the aura emanating from the elder's hand, the others were taken aback, astonished by the depth of his comprehension of formations. As the elder's palm pressed against the stone lock, all but Yang Su, who was completely oblivious to matters of cultivation, focused their gaze warily on the stone lock, prepared for any underhanded tactics the elder might employ. Suddenly, a mysterious and tumultuous spiritual energy surged forth from the stone lock, akin to a ferocious beast, instantly clinging to the elder's arm. The golden patterns on his arm began to tremble violently, becoming chaotic and restless. At the boundary marked by the golden patterns, the elder's flesh began to separate, and torrents of blood gushed forth. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he let out a cry as his body felt as though it were being torn apart. In an instant, the black-robed elder drew his blade and severed his own arm. The severed limb fell to the ground with a resounding thud, exploding upon impact. Clutching his truncated arm, the elder was drenched in sweat, his body shaking uncontrollably. Yet, he had preserved his life. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension, for just moments ago, all had sensed an unfathomable and overwhelming energy emanating from the severed arm that now lay on the ground. They were not adept in the art of formations. Should they recklessly engage with the stone lock, their fate would likely be even more dire than that of the elder. How about you all give it a try? Or perhaps you ought to take the lead. In that moment, despite the tantalizing treasures and legacies concealed within the tomb of the 3 sovereigns, none dared to approach the stone lock. You were given a chance, yet you proved utterly incapable. In the distance, concealed in the shadows, Nye Chun sighed. He had not anticipated that this group, who prided themselves on their hidden prowess, would be so ineffectual. Initially, he had hoped to infiltrate their ranks, but it seemed he would have to rely on his own abilities. System, is there any method to unlock the stone lock? Nye Chun covertly called upon the system. Ding. The stone lock contains a profound formation laid down by the great emperor, making it exceedingly difficult to decipher. To unlock the stone lock, the host may exchange 10 skill points for key of the mysterious gate. From that moment forth, no lock or defensive formation will be able to confine the host. What a remarkable item! If I could obtain this, it would be a permanent solution. All future defensive formations would be rendered ineffective against me. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that I currently possess not even a single skill point, let alone 10. Sensing Nye Chun's thoughts, the system promptly responded. Ding. The host may opt to activate the borrowing pavilion, temporarily borrowing 10 skill points. How considerate of you. Yet, Nye Chun refrained from giving an immediate affirmative. For any matter concerning borrowed funds often harbors potential pitfalls. He cautiously inquired, if I activate the borrowing pavilion and fail to repay, what consequences would ensue? Ding. Upon activation, the host may temporarily borrow 10 skill points within the current limit, but must repay within 10 days. Failure to do so will result in the host being blacklisted by the system, and one of their organs will randomly vanish. A sudden disappearance of an organ? Nye Chun instinctively glanced downward, feeling a chill run through him. If he could not repay in time, and fortune were to turn against him, the price could indeed be steep. Nonetheless, the legacy of the 3 sovereigns' tomb lay before him. One must risk the wolf to catch the cub. Gathering his resolve, Nye Chun activated the borrowing pavilion and exchanged 10 skill points for the key of the mysterious gate. He also exchanged his prior opportunity to learn a ground-level technique for stealth technique, which could completely erase his presence for a brief time. Meanwhile, the group led by the Shadow Slaughter Demon Lord and the Sunlit Old Demon continued to jostle each other, none willing to challenge the stone lock again. At that moment, Nye Chun stepped forth from the distance, a cold smile upon his lips. I have heard that you all are esteemed individuals who have concealed your identities to infiltrate. How is it that you are so easily ensnared by a mere stone lock? Is that not rather laughable? Upon hearing these words, the group paused momentarily before the Shadow Slaughter Demon Lord erupted in fury. You reckless fool, daring to mock me. It seems you wish to meet your end here. Wait, the Sunlit Old Demon suddenly intervened. What are you doing? The Shadow Slaughter Demon Lord, brimming with rage, was intent on slaying Niechan on the spot. The sunlit old demon remarked, "Hold on, he appears to be unperturbed, almost as if he possesses some measure of courage. Let him serve as a test subject for the stone lock. If all else fails, we shall eliminate him." Though his fury had yet to dissipate, upon hearing this, the shadow demon lord momentarily reined in his murderous intent. "Young man, I grant you a chance at life. Should you manage to unlock this stone lock, I shall spare you. Should you fail, do not blame me for severing your tongue." The ancient demon, Yangshi, mocked as he regarded Niechan. "I desire nothing more than for you to open the door. If you succeed, you shall receive a bow from these ancient beings."
Niechan smiled.
In an instant, everyone was incensed, and had it not been for Yangshi's intervention, violence would surely have ensued. Yet Niechan appeared utterly unfazed by their wrath, leading Shuxiangdi to the stone lock and placing his hand upon it. Chapter 37. The White Feather Dharma Form. A single gesture to vanquish the profound aura emanating from the stone lock was distinctly unlike any ordinary restraint, and none could fathom that a seemingly insignificant disciple could unravel its mysteries. This was particularly true for the elder with a severed arm. Mastering various esoteric arts, he had nearly lost his life within the confines of the stone lock, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the protective barrier surrounding the tomb. Before their astonished gazes, Niechan placidly placed his hand upon the stone lock. No reaction ensued. Even the elder in the black robe had nearly perished upon contact. How could this youth escape the lock's retaliation? The demon lord of shadows momentarily halted, suddenly observing a faint, ethereal energy seemingly surging from Niechan's arm into the stone lock. Could it be that this youth truly possesses the means to decipher it? Amidst the collective scrutiny, what was once impervious and seemingly incapable of yielding any ripples began to shimmer with a layer of white radiance. Within this luminescence, a breathtakingly profound essence subtly resided. The light flowed rhythmically, echoing with the sound of transcendent mantras. It was as if an invisible key existed, capable of unlocking all that is. The onlookers beheld the unfolding spectacle with incredulity. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst a series of shattering sounds, the outer shell of the stone lock began to fragment, revealing a bronze-colored second layer. Astonishingly, the first layer of the stone lock had been breached. How could this be possible? The elder with the severed arm was left in disbelief. He knew better than anyone the horrendous nature of the barrier upon the stone lock. Even now, the haunting sensation of an endless abyss lingered in his heart. "What means have you employed?" He stared at Niechan in astonishment. Yet Niechan paid him no heed, exerting further pressure. Crack. The second layer of copper skin shattered with a resounding thud. The outer shell fell to the ground, unveiling the final lock, entirely gilded in gold. The elder's eyes widened in shock. After dedicating hundreds of years to the study of esoteric arts and various formations, he had believed himself to possess understanding far beyond the ordinary. Yet, in the end, the stone lock that had cost him an arm and nearly his life was vanquished by this mere child, who had not even reached his full age. The counterforce of the stone lock had not been entirely suppressed, compounded by the chaotic energy at the sight of his severed arm. With his blood surging in turmoil, the elder found himself spiraling into uncontrollable chaos, spitting out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by the shattering of his Tao heart. He could no longer sustain himself, collapsing to the ground. Severely injured and with a shattered Tao heart, the elder had become as good as a cripple. The Tao heart of a Shenyuan realm expert has shattered. Reward obtained: 1 skill point, Summon Supreme Dharma Form, White Feather Dharma Form Usage 1. The system's voice resonated as Niechan withdrew his hand from the stone lock. "Little brother, please continue. Why have you halted?" At this moment, the demon lord of shadows and others wore expressions of eager flattery. After all, aside from Niechan, none among them could unravel the stone lock. If it remained closed, their considerable efforts and costs to conceal their presence would have been utterly in vain. Niechan faced a few individuals and shrugged, expressing his reluctance to engage in such thankless labor. After a moment of silence, the Shadow Slayer demon lord quickly interjected, acknowledging their previous mistreatment of his brother and offering an apology. He implored Niechan to assist them in breaking the stone lock, promising that once inside, regardless of who obtained the inheritance, they would gladly share half with him. Niechan scoffed, stating that once inside, he would hold no value, as he cared little for the inheritance within. He demanded immediate benefits in exchange for his assistance in unlocking the stone. The Shadow Slayer Demon Lord clenched his teeth, feeling the sting of being threatened for the first time in his esteemed position. Yet, recognizing that their only hope lay with Niechan, he begrudgingly swallowed his pride. "State your desires, brother. I shall do my utmost to fulfill anything within my means," he declared. True to his reputation as the benevolent Shadow Slayer Demon Lord, he offered a fair deal. Niechan, in a gesture of camaraderie, clapped the Demon Lord on the shoulder and said, "Then I shall take your treasure, the Shadow Veil, and the ancient scroll, Portrait of the 100 Beauties in Old Age, from the Sunlight Old Demon. I will wholeheartedly assist you in breaking the lock." The Demon Lord's previously amiable demeanor soured instantly. The Shadow Veil had been his trusted artifact for many years, capable of slashing through all things or serving as a shield for self-preservation. It was both an offensive and defensive tool, one that could stealthily eliminate foes at the slightest hint of negligence. How could he part with such a precious item that had become nearly synonymous with his very essence? A surge of anger welled within him, and he was poised to act. "I must say, my brother has aided us greatly. This small token is of little consequence," the Sunlight Old Demon interjected, stepping forward respectfully to present the portrait of the 100 Beauties in Old Age to Niechan with both hands. "Please accept it, though our ages and cultivation levels differ vastly. If we can unlock this stone lock, I would gladly consider you a brother henceforth. If I have a morsel of meat, you shall not lack for a bowl of broth." The Shadow Slayer Demon Lord was taken aback. How precious was the portrait of the 100 Beauties in Old Age. That miserly old demon had actually brought it forth. Yet, upon further reflection, the Demon Lord detected a hidden glimmer of amusement in the Sunlight Old Demoness' eyes. It dawned on him that this young man, despite possessing peculiar skills to unravel complex formations, was merely at the foundational stage of cultivation. It would be a trivial matter to crush him in an instant. What harm could come from handing over the artifact? Once the stone lock shattered, he could effortlessly eliminate him with a mere gesture. Realizing his earlier impulsiveness, the Demon Lord, masking his true feelings, smiled faintly and presented his cherished Shadow Veil. Niechan appeared genuinely touched, exclaiming, "Esteemed seniors, your generosity knows no bounds," displaying not a trace of stinginess. Without hesitation, he swiftly concealed both treasures. The Shadow Slayer Demon Lord and the Elder Yangshi felt a twitch at the corners of their mouths, but managed to suppress their rising fury. Niechan once again rested his hand upon the golden stone lock. Radiant light swirled as a formidable aura surged within the stone lock. With a resounding crash, the final stone lock shattered. In an instant, the Shadow Slayer Demon Lord and the Elder Yangshi fixed their gaze upon Niechan, their murderous intent surging forth. Yet, before they could act, Niechan, already prepared, kicked the door open, seized Xu Xiangdia's hand, and dashed into the grand hall. Seeking death, the Shadow Slayer Demon Lord bellowed in fury, being the first to charge into the hall. The white feathered Dharma form, but suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted behind Niechan, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Chapter 38. The melancholy of the moonlit Empress in the heavenly palace. Within the confines of her chamber, Chu Qingyue quietly retrieved Niechan's love letter from beneath her pillow. She meticulously read each word, line by line, over and over again. With each shift of her gaze, the blush upon her cheeks grew ever more pronounced. How could there exist in this world someone capable of uttering such sincere words? Upon finishing the last sentence, Chu Qingyue felt her face ablaze. Without hesitation, she burrowed beneath her blankets, enveloping herself in their warmth. An inexplicable emotion surged within her, and wrapped in the cocoon of her bed, she found herself rolling about, causing the delicate pink sheets and gauzy drapes to become slightly disheveled. Occasionally, faint sounds emanated from within the blankets, conveying emotions she could scarcely comprehend, reminiscent of a girl besieged by the intoxicating scent of love. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say. With a sigh, she lifted the covers, her face blooming like a peach blossom, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with a soft glow. Her gaze lingered upon the words of the letter, now clouded with a dreamy haze. The residual warmth of the bedding clung to her, exuding a delightful fragrance. But suddenly, a voice broke the tranquility at the entrance of the chamber. Shun Songshuang stood, bewildered by the peculiar sight before her. Why was the Empress rolling about like a caterpillar, cocooned in her blankets? Why did her breath come in quickened gasps, and her cheeks flush with warmth? Could it be? Is the Empress perhaps feeling unwell from not bathing for too long? What do you think? A subtle smile graced Chu Qingyue's lips, a hint of mischief dancing in her expression. Yet, this smile instilled a deep sense of dread in Shun Songshuang, who had recently endured a series of unfortunate events. Your Majesty, I truly did not mean to intrude. In an instant, her face fell, tears brimming in her eyes. A colossal phantom materialized out of thin air, adorned with countless white feathers that radiated a chilling aura of menace. His deep-set eyes, one black and one white, seemed to harbor an abyss of infinite void. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, akin to a monstrous tidal wave, threatening to overshadow even the vastest of starry heavens. The shadow-slaying demon lord's pupils constricted sharply as he was consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread amidst the boundless pressure. Every cell in his body seemed to scream for him to flee, yet his legs trembled uncontrollably, his body stiffening in icy paralysis, rendering him utterly immobile. Simultaneously, the vast white-feathered phantom pointed downwards. In the midst of the cascading feathers, the entire great hall trembled violently, erupting with an ear-splitting roar. Boom! The elder Inshi and others were struck with terror, hastily retreating. As the dust settled, they beheld the spot where the shadow-slaying demon lord once stood, now a deep, gaping void. Spiderweb-like fissures radiated outward, and apart from a body so crushed it was nearly unrecognizable, nothing else remained. To eliminate the shadow-slaying demon lord with a mere gesture? This indicated that the peculiar force which had just manifested possessed the power to annihilate any present. No, wait! The others quickly realized. If that youth who had just fled into the hall truly possessed the strength to vanquish them with a mere gesture, how could he have possibly turned to escape? Rather, it could be said that the preceding gesture possessed a terrifying power akin to that of an imperial-level warrior. If he truly wielded such strength, how could he possibly be interested in a mere tomb of the three sovereigns? There must be something exceedingly strange at play. The prowess of that young man could not possibly be significant. Our alliance shall persist. Once we eliminate him, we shall contend for the inheritance within the hall. Time is of the essence, and the ancient demon Yangshi made an immediate decision. With the death of the shadow demon lord, the black-robed elders' resolve shattered. Now, only he and the 5 others remained. The expressions of the others stiffened, yet they ultimately gritted their teeth and nodded. Each had paid a considerable price to infiltrate this secret realm. They were unwilling to let their efforts go to waste. Stay close to me. If we unite our strength, we may yet have a chance. With Yangshi's words, the 5 gathered, each wielding their most potent artifacts. They were wagering on the assumption that Niechun lacked the strength to strike back. Within the pitch-black hall, they could discern no trace of any aura. The vast, shadowy environment heightened their anxiety. What secrets did that seemingly youthful individual, no older than 20, conceal? Even as they extended their spiritual awareness throughout the grand hall, they were utterly unable to detect his presence. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, a faint barrier of light enveloping them as they advanced cautiously. At that moment, a stone inexplicably fell from an unknown source, bouncing twice before landing before the group. A deathly silence ensued. Not good. It's a trap, Yangshi suddenly shouted, hurling his sword into the air. Crack! The sword shattered mid-flight. Before their eyes, a flurry of white feathers descended, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Countless phantoms filled the entire hall. Those black and white eyes were eerily profound, sending a chill through the hearts of all present. The 5 exerted their utmost strength, each employing their techniques in a futile attempt to resist. Yet, under the overwhelming force of the ethereal spiritual energy, they could not stir even the slightest ripple. With a single gesture, dust was sent soaring. In the resounding crash that reverberated through heaven and earth, accompanied by boundless terror, the 5 were crushed into mere pulp in an instant. You shattered Yangshi's resolve. You shattered the resolve of the wandering cultivator, Yang Su. continuously shattering the resolves of 7 practitioners of the Shenyuan realm grants you rewards. 7 skill points, which may be used to select any Earth-level technique. After borrowing 20 skill points from the system, only to retrieve 7, Niechin felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Nevertheless, the power of the white feather avatar was indeed formidable, albeit usable only once. Yet, with a single strike, it rivaled the full force of a practitioner at the transformation stage. How did you achieve this? Do you truly possess only the strength of the Foundation Establishment realm? Xu Xiangdia gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, utterly unable to comprehend. She had clearly sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from that phantom, a terrifying force that rivaled even that of the Moonlight Empress. Guess. Niechin had no intention of answering, wholly focused on claiming his spoils. These individuals indeed possessed numerous valuable items. After thoroughly scouring them, Niechin managed to gather an impressive collection of techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts, all of which he stored in the pilfered storage compartment. Xu Xiangdia, frustrated, stamped her foot, seemingly having anticipated Niechin's indifference towards her. Even her original beauty failed to pique his interest, and now, after employing a disguise technique, it appeared that Niechin no longer regarded her as a woman at all. Xu Xiangdia felt a profound dissatisfaction. She, being human and not made of stone, truly wished to see if Niechin would remain unaffected in the presence of the illustrious Empress Qingyue. Chapter 39. Seizing the legacy of the 3 emperors, renown echoes throughout the land. I have fulfilled my promise and brought you into the Grand Hall. Once we exit the tomb, do remember to share the insights of the uselessness of Dao companions. Niechin remarked with a smile, advising Xu Xiangdia. It turns out that the friend you mentioned was indeed you. She sighed, seemingly resigned to her fate. What do you intend to do next? Naturally, I aim to claim the legacy of the 3 emperors' tomb. Niechin gazed into the depths of the temple, where an unremarkable altar stood. Ding! Temporary mission released. Claim the legacy of the 3 emperors' tomb and clear the secret realm. Mission reward. The host may directly advance to the Shen Yuan realm and unlock the second pulse of the Shen Gu sacred body. Upon hearing the system's notification,
Niechin's conviction solidified.
Having expended great resources to acquire the key of the strange gates from the system, he realized that despite the intricate defenses of the 3 emperors' tomb, they would prove nearly futile before him. Reaching the center of the altar, Niechin placed 3 incense sticks, then rested his hand upon the central incense burner. Crack, crack. To his astonishment, cracks instantly appeared on the incense burner. The subtle formations and prohibitions were effortlessly unraveled, and as the incense burner shattered, the entire hall began to tremble. The temple quaked, the earth shuddered, and from the incense burner, a pillar of light surged skyward. The radiance was dazzling, piercing the dim, crimson sky with an overwhelming brilliance. Within the secret realm, less than 1/6 of the participants remained, barely managing to avoid expulsion. Yet, under the relentless assaults of the fiery monsters, they were on the verge of collapse. However, at the moment the light ascended, the ensuing shockwave radiated outward, causing the surrounding fiery creatures to dissipate entirely. Many cultivators, who had narrowly escaped injury or death, gazed around in astonishment. In a brief span, all fiery monsters vanished beneath the residual wave of light. The illumination bathed half the sky, transforming the tomb into a realm of daylight. Who could have come to their rescue? Gazes converged, and a figure gradually floated up along the pillar of light. To their astonishment, it was none other than the individual who had been coerced by the Shadow Demon Lord and the Old Demon of Yangshi. Having escaped the clutches of those ancient beings and even embarked upon the final trials of the 3 emperors' tomb, how had he achieved this? The remaining 1/6 of the cultivators were all elite disciples from various sections. Yet, at this moment, they stared in disbelief at the figure in the sky. His name was Niechin. It was rumored that he had once been an ordinary disciple of the demon sect but was recently personally selected by the Qingyue Empress to join the Tianyun Hall as a steward disciple. The audacity of appointing a disciple from the demon sect as a steward of Tianyun Hall was met with quiet admiration. Clearly, the Qingyue Empress possessed unparalleled discernment. To transcend 7 Shen Yuan realm powerhouses and independently undertake the trials was an inconceivable feat that defied imagination. Sharing the same view from within the Grand Hall of the tomb was Xu Xiangdia. Although she instinctively wished to accompany Niechun into the final trial, she ultimately chose to withdraw. As she gazed upwards, her eyes caught sight of Niechun, enveloped in a golden radiance, exuding a solemn and sacred presence akin to a divine being. A faint smile inadvertently graced Xu Xiangdia's lips. It was sufficient. She suddenly realized that her desires did not lie in the treasures of the three emperors' tomb, nor in fulfilling the mission of the flower saint. What she yearned for was merely the opportunity to be in close proximity to Niechun. At this moment, she had already found her answer. Indeed, everything about him was distinctly unlike that of an ordinary person. With a hint of self-mockery, Xu Xiangdia sighed, her brilliant eyes seemingly shimmering with a different kind of light as the golden glow cascaded around her. Following the path of light, Niechun advanced step by step. The three emperors' tomb posed distinct challenges from each of the three sovereigns who once ruled. The ethereal image of the mysterious sacred emperor emerged first, presenting a trial of martial prowess. On the path of cultivation, only one's cultivation and strength reigned supreme. Otherwise, even with a legacy, if one lacked ambition and power, they would inevitably be subject to humiliation. Crimson flames coalesced into being, transforming into a colossal beast with 3 heads and 6 arms, radiating an intense and searing heat, roaring fiercely as it charged at Niechun. Flames engulfed his arms, golden patterns adorning them. Though the flames were dwarfed by the beast's size, they were remarkably pure, seemingly imbued with profound mysteries. Standing his ground, Niechun exerted his strength, his arms trembling as they stirred a powerful gale. It was as if a phoenix cried out and a dragon roared. With this punch, his momentum surged like a rainbow. The fire beast's 3 massive jaws descended, only to collide with his fist at that very moment. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, and a golden wave swept through the air. To everyone's astonishment, the 3 enormous heads fell simultaneously. Niechun swiftly evaded, leaping into the air as an unending torrent of spiritual energy surged violently from his right arm. With a second punch, the fierce wind scattered, relentless and unyielding. The gigantic beast was directly pierced through. A sound of defiance escaped the creature's maw. Its 6 colossal legs, swaying like tree trunks, could no longer uphold its massive frame. Crash! The body crashed down, flames dancing down like falling leaves. The endless inferno shattered, unable to coalesce any longer. Just like that. Was it slain? All eyes within the secret realm of the tomb were riveted to the spectacle above, collectively astonished by the scene. Although this creature's strength did not compare to that of the Shadow Devil King and his 7 companions, it was far beyond the capabilities of the monsters lurking on the ground. To face such a terrifying existence, and to subdue it with 2 punches? Was this still a human? Did he not only possess the strength of the Foundation Establishment realm? Truly, terrifying indeed. The remaining cultivators in the secret realm felt that merely being present was sufficient. They now wished to witness this miraculous moment with their own eyes.
Niechun.
Before today, few had ever heard this name. Yet, when the secret realm of the tomb is reopened, his name shall resonate across the lands. Chapter 40. Beware of enchanting beauty. My husband, think twice indeed. If it were you, perhaps you would qualify to pass our trial. The ethereal visage of the mysterious Saint Emperor seemed quite pleased as he nodded. A gentle breeze swept by, causing his apparition to slowly dissipate. Reappearing was the figure of the literary emperor. What is this challenge? As Niechun took his next step, a melodious and delicate laughter echoed around him. From every direction, a group of elegantly dressed women, each radiating charm and grace, approached him. Each of these ladies possessed captivating beauty and alluring figures. Their attire was already sheer, and with every smile and frown, their enchanting appearances became even more beguiling. Delicate and fragile, they leaned toward Niechun. Some rested upon his shoulder, others reclined against his back, while a few playfully adjusted his collar, engaging in flirtatious gestures. Such a trial it was. The onlooking cultivators below were visibly taken aback. Even from such a distance, the breathtaking women in the air stirred their hearts, leaving them unable to regain their composure. It was evident how profound their enchanting allure was. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Even the few monks from the Buddhist sect murmured these words repeatedly, attempting to cleanse the turmoil within their hearts. Those who are involved may be confused, but the observers see clearly. If they, from afar, were so deeply affected, how could Niechun, immersed amidst such beauty, possibly resist? Had it been any other trial, perhaps Brother Niechun could have found a way, but he never anticipated facing such a challenge. The nature of humanity is incredibly difficult to suppress. Even with his exceptional talents and profound cultivation, he found himself at a loss in this situation. As they repeatedly endeavored to calm their agitated hearts, the cultivators sighed in regret. The scenario they envisioned was indeed close to reality. Surrounded by so many stunning women, it was inevitable that their resolve would waver, and even Niechun found it somewhat overwhelming. While these women may not rival the beauty of the Moonlight Empress, the truth remains that any man would find it nearly impossible to endure such a scene. Watching as his body began to slip from his control, Niechun suddenly jolted, recalling a crucial artifact, the portrait of the 100 Beauties in old age. This item was now his lifeline. Amidst the throng of alluring women, Niechun swiftly produced the portrait of the 100 Beauties in old age, casting his gaze upon it. On the parchment, there were depictions of women, some voluptuous, others gaunt, all clad in scant garments, their faces adorned with garish makeup. A wave of nausea surged within Niechun, almost prompting him to vomit. Yet, as he felt his eyes sullied, a refreshing aura enveloped him, instantly dispelling the corrupt thoughts that had invaded his mind. At that moment, Niechun felt utterly pure and desireless, akin to a sage devoid of wants. Indeed, it was more profound than the sage mode. Even if all the beauties of the world were to line up before him, not a single ripple would disturb the calm waters of his heart. "My dear husband, do you not wish to cherish me?" A stunning woman with almond-shaped eyes and a delicate complexion suddenly leaped toward him. The delicate and fragile figure of the young woman would likely elicit an irresistible urge in any man to embrace her. However, Niechun wore an expression of disdain. "Get lost. My lord, how could you possibly despise me?" The woman's face instantly reflected a flicker of terror, and she fell to the ground in a fit of grievance. Niechun waved his hand dismissively. "I feel vexed at the mere sight of women. Hurry and leave. My lord, do you not love me any more? What about me? My lord, think carefully." The pitiful sounds of her weeping echoed, yet Niechun remained utterly unmoved, repeatedly brushing away the women who threw themselves upon him. A gentle breeze swept through, and the enchanting array of women, each possessing their unique allure, transformed into ashes in disbelief, dissipating into the wind. As the dust spread, it gradually coalesced into the figure of the Holy Emperor Wenbin. "Who would have thought you could surpass my challenge?" The Holy Emperor Wenbin displayed a trace of astonishment. Below, the gathered cultivators erupted in fervent discussion. The mesmerizing scene they had just witnessed was nearly insurmountable, even from such a distance. How had Niechun managed to withstand it? To what depths did his character truly plunge? Form is emptiness. Amitba. The nature of this friend's temperament was indeed unfathomable, perfectly suited for entrance into my Thunder Sound Temple. The monks from the Thunder Sound Temple, turning their prayer beads, remained haunted by the events, who claimed that a disdain for feminine beauty made one suitable for monastic life. Several pale-faced, effeminate young men exclaimed in high-pitched voices. The monks from the Thunder Sound Temple were momentarily taken aback. Then where else would be suitable? Of course, our Western Bureau. What we lack most is talent like Niechun. Several eunuchs, with delicate gestures, gazed longingly into the air. To conquer these two challenges consecutively, my young friend is indeed destined for greatness. I hope you can pass the final trial and inherit the legacies of Chisui and Fei Bai. The corners of the Holy Emperor Wenbin's mouth seemed to curl into a smile, slowly dissipating into the ether. The final trial of the inheritance had arrived. Without waiting for the appearance of the Holy Emperor Fei Bai, the space surrounding Niechun began to twist and warp. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an entirely different scene. Inside a narrow wooden cabin, jubilant men and women held him in their embrace, calling out his name. As if absorbed into the small world, Niechun observed his own transformation from a child into a youth, and subsequently, into a husband and father, enjoying the tranquility of old age. This trial appeared to showcase the path of life and death, devoid of any true test. As the Niechan of this small world grew old, he found himself alone on a mountaintop during a snow-laden night. He could clearly sense that the conclusion of this final trial was drawing near. A rift in the darkened sky opened, and a blinding light streamed in from beyond. However, the source of that aura was not the holy Emperor Fei Bai. Niechen's gaze sharpened. He had anticipated this outcome. Chapter 41. My wife is the Empress Qingyue. Are you afraid? As the illusion dissipated, and a figure slowly materialized in the sky, a tremor coursed through the hearts of all the cultivators within the tomb almost simultaneously. It was the avatar of the great Emperor Honghu. 700 years ago, he wielded the heavenly imperial weapon, the Nirvana Phoenix, and reigned supreme, earning his title as emperor. Although 200 years prior, the long-reigning Honghu emperor had provoked the Empress Qingyue, resulting in his Dao foundation being damaged and forcing him to flee to the frigid wilderness. His formidable reputation remains etched in memory. None present had ever witnessed the great Emperor Honghu with their own eyes, yet all were deeply impressed by the accounts of this ruthless emperor. Was this not the tomb of the three sovereigns? Why then did the avatar of the great Emperor Honghu appear? Moreover, most could acutely sense that his emergence boded ill. Even if this was merely an avatar, if the great Emperor Honghu truly intended to annihilate everyone in the tomb, it would be a mere flick of his fingers. As the great Emperor Honghu approached along the golden path, Niechan could distinctly feel an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This pressure, though not as formidable as that of the Empress Qingyue, still bore the terrifying weight of an imperial-level powerhouse. Niechan felt resigned. Indeed, his initial impression of this secret realm had been entirely accurate. Such a place was truly treacherous. It was one thing to contend with 7 hidden powerhouses, but now there was an avatar of an emperor. Niechan's attention was fully fixed on the system marketplace. Once the great Emperor Honghu made his move, he would have to once again invoke the white feather Dharma image. At this moment, pondering whether he could repay the skill points was a luxury he could not afford. After all, preserving his life was paramount. With the great Emperor Honghu drawing nearer, a barely perceptible wave of murderous intent radiated from Niechan, and several white feathers quietly descended from the sky. Each feather, though small and delicate, seemed to harbor boundless lethal potential. Suddenly, the great Emperor Honghu halted, his high and mighty demeanor faltering as his eyes narrowed in disbelief. Why do you carry the scent of that woman? There was a tinge of trepidation in the voice of the great Emperor Honghu. Niechan was taken aback, noticing the unmistakable fear in the great emperor's demeanor. In an instant he deduced the cause. Though his wife appeared tender and adorable like a neighbor girl during their dates, she possessed an identity that was undeniably formidable. Niechan smiled. Are you referring to the Empress Qingyue? The moment his words fell, the expression of the great Emperor Honghu shifted drastically. Though he did not utter a single word in reply, the change in his countenance did not escape Niechan's notice. Enhancing the difficulty of the secret realm, usurping the legacy of the three sovereigns. If I am not mistaken, you seek a vessel of exceptional talent to possess. Do you not?
Niechan boldly continued.
Facing the great Emperor Honghu. From the very moment he entered the tomb, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Little did he know, his suspicions were indeed accurate. How dare you attempt to teach me a lesson? You are seeking death. The Emperor Honghu erupted in a fit of rage. Are you certain? Niechan reached into his bosom, deliberately allowing the aura of the binding stone to emanate forth. This essence, unique to Chu Qingyue, seemed to harbor an endless chill, causing the Emperor Honghu's movements to abruptly halt, leaving him engulfed in a wave of coldness. Since 2 centuries ago, when he narrowly escaped being slain by the sword of the Ice Empress, this fear had become deeply ingrained in his very bones. Not to mention, the entity before him was merely a fragment of the Emperor Honghu, a remnant of his past schemes. For this avatar, the overwhelming dread was as profound as ever. The mere mention of the Ice Empress's name would evoke memories of his past encounters. In that fleeting moment, this once mighty emperor's avatar actually took a step back, gritting his teeth, seemingly lowering his stance. What exactly is your connection to the Ice Empress? Niechan replied, Would you believe me if I said she is my wife? Nonsense. The Ice Empress is an icy figure, viewing all men as nothing more than mere ants in her eyes. How could you possibly? The Emperor Honghu's words faltered abruptly. He suddenly realized that unless he were to come into close proximity with the Ice Empress, it was impossible for Niechen to possess such an intimate aura. He was certain he had not misperceived. Could it be that the exalted Ice Empress has indeed fallen in love? This was monumental news. As an avatar, he had been lurking here for a century, long since severed from contact with his true self. Although he did not dare to provoke anyone associated with the Ice Empress while relying solely on this avatar, if he could convey this news back, it would equate to uncovering the Ice Empress's greatest vulnerability. In the past, the Ice Empress seemed like an existence of perfect flawlessness, impervious to any assault. Yet today, he had finally seized an opportunity. Young man, regardless of the truth, I shall spare your life for the sake of the Ice Empress. However, our next encounter shall not be so simple. The Emperor Honghu's avatar scoffed, exuding an overwhelming imperial pressure that radiated outward. With a grasp of his hand towards the sky, an explosive sound echoed. The seemingly impenetrable tomb barrier, adorned with myriad formations, was shattered with a single strike. The avatar soared into the air, casting a frigid glance at Niechen before swiftly escaping. System, is there any way to track his whereabouts? Niechen immediately called upon the system. Ding. The system store offers a tracking talisman undetectable by even the Emperor's avatar, priced at 3 skill points. Purchased. The exchange was successful, and a talisman visible only to Niechen emerged, rapidly pursuing the Emperor Honghu's avatar and silently adhering to his form. Even if the Emperor Honghu fled at great speed, Niechen had no intention of letting him escape. The secret realm shattered, and the Emperor Honghu evaded. Golden light cascaded down, and the true legacy of the 3 sovereigns finally descended. The 3 sovereigns were interred here, representing their collective inheritance. The jade seal gently descended, landing in Niechen's palm, adorned with profound characters and intricate patterns. It bore the inscription of the mysterious and profound Holy Emperor, with the left side inscribed as the literary Shore Holy Emperor, and the right as the flying White Holy Emperor. Beneath it, the great seal of the 3 emperors was intricately engraved. The swirling radiance lingered, revealing that this great seal was far more arcane than it appeared at first glance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 3 Emperors' Tomb mission. Reward granted. The second vein of the ancient holy body is unlocked, and the host ascends to the Shenyuan realm. Boom! At the shattered gap, dark clouds gathered instantaneously. A deafening thunder roared across the sky, and an overwhelming aura erupted from Niechen. In an instant, he attracted the thunder tribulation of the Shenyuan realm. Chapter 42. Unleashing the second vein of the primordial sacred body, braving the 9-fold thunder tribulation at long last. The system reward has unlocked the second vein of the primordial sacred body. This second vein, embodying extreme energy, manifests as an ethereal and colorless essence, reminiscent of ominous gray clouds. It possesses neither warmth nor corporeality, yet flows with an enigmatic chill that echoes the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, penetrating to the very marrow with its frigid intensity, rendering comprehension elusive. Truly, the secrets and powers of the primordial sacred body surpass even the wildest of imaginations. However, more pressing matters captured Niechen's attention. He gazed upward, where the barrier shattered by the avatar of the great Emperor Honghu revealed the vast expanse of the sky beyond. From this fracture, an endless torrent of ominous black clouds began to converge. The heavens darkened to an inky abyss, the clouds twisting and contorting, rising higher with each passing moment, forming what appeared to be a towering and majestic edifice. However, within this obsidian structure, flashes of lightning danced incessantly. Boom! A thunderous purple lightning bolt descended, momentarily suspended in mid-air, as if caught in a timeless stasis. Then, the second clap of thunder erupted. The 2 bolts of violet energy hovered in unison, converging at a singular point. Following this, a third and then a 4th bolt joined the spectacle. Each purple lightning strike, though not yet fully unleashed, accumulated into a formidable presence that seemed to envelop the entire sky, as if the wrath of the deities was poised to rain down their fury upon the world. This phenomenon unmistakably indicated a breakthrough in cultivation. Yet, not every ascension invokes a thunder tribulation. Only those prodigies of extraordinary talent possess the potential to attract such divine wrath. And even then, most merely summon lesser tribulations. However, the current scene far exceeded their expectations. This was the ninefold thunder tribulation. Suddenly, someone recognized the significance. Born as a natural anomaly, defying the heavenly order, only the rarest of beings capable of inciting the heavens' fury could draw forth such a terrifying tempest. The ninefold thunder tribulation is among the most formidable of these. Even within millennia of recorded history, few instances of individuals attracting the ninefold thunder tribulation exist. Moreover, the vast majority occur only when a formidable cultivator steps into the realm of transformation or even the tribulation stage. To witness such a terrifying phenomenon from a mere breakthrough at the profound origin realm was unprecedented, even unrecorded in literature. All 9 bolts of purple lightning converged into a single point. At the moment the lightning overlapped, the previously motionless bolts erupted into frenetic motion. The lightning flickered wildly, a cacophony of sound resonating as an overwhelming pressure radiated throughout the tomb's every corner, as if the heavens themselves were enraged, unleashing calamity. Amidst the rolling thunder, an inexhaustible fury simmered. Such a degree of thunder tribulation was beyond what the profound origin realm could withstand. All present widened their eyes, incredulity etched upon their faces as they stared into the sky. While they marveled at Niechen's strength, they found it utterly implausible that he could withstand such a storm. The heavens clearly intended for him to perish here. Boom! A cataclysmic roar reverberated through the air, shaking the earth and causing mountains and stones to crumble. Amidst the tumultuous waves, the entire secret realm quivered. 9 bolts of purple lightning, unable to be contained, descended like demonic gods, capable of shattering heaven and earth with a mere gesture. This singular, boundless lightning, potent enough to annihilate all existence and reduce everything to ashes, bore down upon Niechen with an overwhelming and terrifying pressure, as if it could flatten everything in its path. Gazing at the descending thunder, Niechen displayed a rare seriousness. The first vein of the Zhuanggu sacred body manifested, as golden patterns instantaneously covered his arms. Beneath this golden embellishment, his previously slender arms had transformed into something as unyielding as iron. The patterns, reminiscent of flowing magma, seemed to harbor immense power, causing his aura to surge dramatically in an instant. The second vein of the Zhuanggu sacred body emerged. An aura of extreme cold enveloped Niechen, chilling to the bone yet curiously eerie. With the 9-turn lightning merely meters away, he finally grasped the imperial seal of the 3 emperors, thrusting it skyward with fervor. A resplendent golden radiance illuminated half the sky, and within that blinding brilliance, 3 distinct figures materialized. The enigmatic sacred emperor, the cultured sacred emperor, and the swift sacred emperor. These were the ethereal visages of the 3 emperors. Those witnessing this spectacle were left in utter astonishment, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Could this be the true legacy of the tomb of the 3 emperors? No, this was more than mere power emanating from a legacy. Had it not been for Niechen's control over the seal, such terrifying strength would never have manifested. The 3 ethereal emperors collided with the 9-turn lightning. Boom! The tremendous impact unleashed a torrent of energy, violently sweeping through the entire secret realm. This overwhelming force resembled a colossal hand, striking down upon the ground. Amidst the raging winds, garments fluttered and screams erupted. Those of lesser cultivation were utterly powerless, swept into the swirling chaos. Boom! Another wave surged forth, and those unable to withstand the tempest were mercilessly hurled against the earth and rocky walls. Yet, when gazing skyward, all were astonished to discover that the ethereal forms of the 3 emperors had shattered, but the cataclysmic 9-turn lightning had also been forcibly repelled. The towering, swirling clouds still brimmed with fury, yet it appeared they had exhausted their strength, unable to conjure further lightning. Through the clouds and the fractured secret realm, a ray of sunlight gradually descended, enveloping Niechen and rendering his figure sanctified and majestic. Combined with the alluring aura of the Zhuanggu sacred body, the few remaining female disciples in the tomb erupted in ecstatic cries. How magnificent! I feel as though my mind, my heart, and every cell in my body is proclaiming my adoration for you. Niechen, I wish to bear your children. Once we leave this secret realm, I shall head to the Tianyun Hall. Even if the Qingyue Empress were to slay me, I would not wish to depart. The treatise The Uselessness of Tao Companions by the Empress of the Clear Moon has profoundly influenced the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Palace. It seems that Brother Nietzsche lacks a Tao companion, which might afford me a chance. Countless beautiful female disciples gaze at the sky with alluring expressions, their eyes lingering on Nietzsche with an almost irresistible fascination. Meanwhile, many male cultivators are utterly astonished by this peculiar phenomenon. The summoning of the 9 revolutions thunder calamity and its effortless resolution will undoubtedly spread like wildfire among the major sects once the secret realm is unveiled. Yet, among the crowd, a striking young man clad in a brocade robe, holding a folding fan, harbors a trace of coldness in his gaze. His thoughts are consumed by a singular concern. Why do the surrounding rumors suggest that this individual shares a remarkably close relationship with the Empress of the Clear Moon? Chapter 43. The one I detest most in this lifetime is Nietzsche with a resounding crack. The inheritance of the 3 emperors' tomb was obtained, and radiant patterns began to spread, shattering the tomb's barrier completely. Although those who had been transported from the tomb had already shared the circumstances within, the sight of the devastation inside still left the outside cultivators in shock. The earth lay in ruins, engulfed in flames. Countless souls had been grievously burned upon the barren red rocks. 2 elderly men swiftly leapt into the barrier, kneeling in panic beside the young man in a brocade robe. "We have failed in our duty to protect. We implore your highness to mete out punishment. It is of no consequence." "Rise," the young man in the brocade robe replied, his gaze fixated on the sky. That was Prince Xu Zian of the Yufeng dynasty. Having just expended great effort, his attention had been nearly entirely consumed by Nietzsche. No one had noticed that the young man, effortlessly confronting those monstrous beings while wielding a folding fan, was indeed Xu Zian. Xu Zian's reputation had long since spread far and wide. Not only was he the prince of the Yufeng dynasty, but his terrifying aptitude also distinguished him. Once regarded as the most inept prince due to his poor qualifications and arduous cultivation, he had suffered immense scorn. However, within the span of just 2 years, after enduring countless oppressions, Xu Zian awakened the Tao Insight True Body. This Tao Insight True Body is among the rarest of ancient true bodies. There are perhaps no more than a handful of physiques that can surpass it in the entire realm. In the presence of the Tao Insight True Body, all things can lead to enlightenment. Every object, event, and scene can serve as an opportunity for cultivation enhancement. With this formidable and coveted Tao Insight True Body, Xu Zian had ascended from a mere wastrel to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm in just 2 short years. Moreover, he had become the crown prince of the Yufeng dynasty. His current status and identity were sufficient to represent the entire dynasty, leaving the world astounded. Moreover, powerful figures prophesied that if given another 200 years, Xu Zian might possess strength rivaling that of the esteemed Qingyue Empress. "Your Highness, you have comprehended once more," one elder remarked as he witnessed Xu Zian's aura elevate once again, a wry smile crossing his face. The prince's talent and comprehension were indeed frightful. At this rate, it would not be long before he himself would be unworthy to guard the prince. Though the world was filled with countless prodigies, none could help but feel inferior in the presence of the prince. The Qingyue Empress, though cold and proud, might one day set aside that haughty demeanor when the prince's strength could match hers. The Yufeng dynasty was well aware of the prince's admiration for the Qingyue Empress. Though his current status and position could not yet compare, the elder believed that moment was not far off. He yearned to witness the scene of the prince effortlessly winning over the frigid beauty of the Qingyue Empress. Such a display, capable of thawing her icy heart, would undoubtedly be a sight of exquisite beauty. However, the elder suddenly noticed that Xu Zian's expression seemed somewhat amiss. Following Xu Zian's gaze, he immediately inhaled sharply. The mysterious realm. Yet, why does this young man exude such a formidable and terrifying aura? His name is Nietzsche, who has just inherited the legacy of the 3 emperors, attracting the 9 turns thunder calamity. Xu Zian's gaze was as cold as ice, imbued with an overwhelming chill. More importantly, I have heard that he has captured the favor of the Qingyue Empress. The Qingyue Empress. The old man's heart trembled suddenly. Who does not know that the Crown Prince has harbored feelings for the Qingyue Empress for countless years? This time, it seems the Crown Prince is genuinely enraged. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall ascertain this person's background with utmost haste, the old man hurriedly declared. No need. Xu Xian's voice was frigid. I will ensure he comprehends what a true genius is. The pressure emanating from the enlightened body even made the old man feel a profound chill in his heart. Regardless of how extraordinary Nie Chen's talents may be, daring to let the Crown Prince know of his connection with the Qingyue Empress seals his fate. What a pity. The old man could not help but silently lament the impending downfall of yet another prodigy. You have inflicted a psychological shock on the chief disciple of Xuanwu Gate. You have exerted a strong influence on Zhang Xiaoping's Dao heart from Hong Mazong. You have profoundly shaken the life perspectives of hundreds of cultivators. Reward received. 2 skill points. Having recouped 7 skill points from the 7 individuals, he now gained 2 additional ones. Calculating, he realized he only owed the system 4 skill points. Instantly, Nie Chen felt a significant alleviation of the pressure upon him. He stored the 3 Emperor seal and retracted the 2 meridians unlocked by the ancient holy body. The golden light gradually dissipated, and Nie Chen gently descended back into the Great Hall. The force of the earlier impact had already caused the tomb hall to collapse significantly, leaving it in ruins. Amidst the shattered walls and remnants, only Xu Xiangdia awaited at the original spot. Nie Chen regarded her. You clearly had the opportunity to access the legacy light path earlier. Why did you not pursue it? Humph, it's already embarrassing enough to require your assistance to enter the hall. I have no desire to compete for any legacy. Xu Xiangdia turned slightly, her back facing Nie Chen. For reasons unknown, despite her efforts to project an icy demeanor, in the solitude shared with Nie Chen, her heartbeat became somewhat uncontrollable. Nie Chen chuckled. Not contending for the legacy was your own choice, but you must not breach the agreement regarding the uselessness of Dao companions. I will certainly keep my word. Xu Xiangdia bit her silver teeth, suddenly feeling a pang in her nose. Initially, she thought Nie Chen was expressing concern for her, yet in the end what he cared about most was that text, uselessness of Dao companions. Am I truly less significant than a book? No, it is not merely a book. Xu Xiangdia suddenly recalled that on the martial arts stage during the marriage selection. Faced with her and the jade bracelet, Nie Chen resolutely chose the bracelet, hardly sparing her a glance. I cannot even measure up to the jade bracelet or the book. Had she not restrained herself, Xu Xiangdia would have almost burst into tears from her indignation. In the kingdom of Yufeng, she is the exalted third princess. On Mount Amei, she is the highly esteemed chief disciple, the center of attention for countless admirers. Yet, regardless of her illustrious titles, she has utterly failed to capture Nie Chen's attention. Indeed, he is the man she despises the most. This sentiment remains unchanged now and will persist in the future. The one she loathes above all else in this lifetime is none other than Nie Chen. Frustration boiling within her, Xu Xiangdia suddenly turned around. With her delicate little fists, she playfully struck Nie Chen's chest a few times. What do you think you are doing?
Nie Chen exclaimed, taken aback.
Surprisingly, the gentle pounding felt akin to a massage, and he found it rather pleasant. Humph! Xu Xiangdia huffed indignantly, offering no reply as she turned and walked away. Nie Chen felt a hint of helplessness. How could she harbor such animosity towards him so swiftly, when they had not even been acquainted before? Chapter 44. The Clear Moon Empress once had such an innocent period to have repelled the great Emperor Honghu, to have obtained the legacy of the 3 sovereigns, and to have withstood the 9 transformations thunder tribulation single-handedly? Are you certain you are not jesting? As the barrier of the tomb crumbled, the tales of Nie Chen's deeds swiftly spread among the elders from various sects who entered the mausoleum. Upon hearing such accounts, the majority could scarcely believe them. After all, these feats were extraordinarily bizarre, far more implausible than mere tall tales. Yet, as one person declared them false, followed by 2, then 3. In the end, gazing upon the dilapidated mausoleum of the 3 sovereigns and the seemingly ravaged ruins that had endured a cataclysm, they had no choice but to accept the truth. In the Tianyun Palace, it was said that Nie Chen had recently been selected as a disciple by the Clear Moon Empress. If this were indeed the case, then those extraordinary events were certainly plausible. After all, he had garnered the favor of the Clear Moon Empress. The murmurs of admiration and astonishment echoed continuously, for such achievements were beyond their previous experience. This was merely within the confines of the mausoleum. Once this news spread further, it would not be long before Niechen's name became known among the major sects and powers. While he was quite willing to receive praise, being in the company of Xu Xiangdia made him cautious. In a melon patch or under a plum tree, should any rumors arise about his association with another woman, could lead to unfortunate consequences. Niechen employed the earth-level concealment technique, which was exceptionally potent. Unless one faced a formidable opponent at the transformation pill stage, his hidden form would remain completely undetectable. This was also the primary factor that allowed him to fully restrain his aura within the Grand Hall, ensuring a lethal strike against the remaining 5. Quietly, he and Xu Xiangdia departed the mausoleum, and Niechen led her to a secluded tavern in a remote village to take a breather. A flask of clear wine was placed before them, and Niechen poured a full cup for Xu Xiangdia, subsequently handing her the book titled The Uselessness of Companions. I have limited literacy, so I must trouble you to fulfill your promise and explain this book to me. I am not a girl, Xu Xiangdia protested, her voice laden with grievance. Then what is your name? Niechen inquired. With a sigh, Xu Xiangdia lightly bit her lip and slowly revealed her true name. Xu Xiangdia. Oh, Miss Xiangdia.
Niechen nodded indifferently.
Witnessing this scene, Xu Xiangdia nearly burst into tears from frustration. The reason she had disclosed her real name was to ascertain whether Niechen remembered her. He had participated in the matchmaking tournament, and if he had paid even a modicum of attention, he should have recalled her name. Yet, it appeared that he had no recollection whatsoever. To Niechen, the tournament was merely about to showcase his skills, devoid of any interest in her. Why, oh why must such men exist in the world? As the third princess, Xu Xiangdia had never experienced such treatment before. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she could only force herself to endure. Alas, who could blame her for being momentarily infatuated? After finishing this treatise, The Uselessness of Tao Companions, she was resolute in her decision to sever all ties with Niechen forever. Indeed, that was her unwavering conviction. With tears glistening in her eyes, Xu Xiangdia could only suppress her emotions and, in a fit of defiance, open the book. Since childhood, she had aspired to emulate the illustrious Qingyue Empress, and not long after learning to read, she delved into the uselessness of Tao Companions. Thus, while she could not guarantee her expertise in all matters, her comprehension of this particular volume undoubtedly surpassed that of countless others. Caressing the worn cover of the old book, Xu Xiangdia felt a twinge of nostalgia. Her demeanor grew serious as she cleared her throat twice and began to expound upon its contents. The first thesis of the uselessness of Tao Companions posited that men are inherently useless. They merely impede the swiftness of my sword. Therefore, it is only by distancing oneself from men that one may attain true enlightenment. Suddenly, a muffled chuckle reached Xu Xiangdia's ears. Yet when she glanced at Niechen, she found him utterly earnest, his expression devoid of levity. Could it be that she had misheard? Undeterred, Xu Xiangdia continued, to reject a Tao companion and achieve success in one's cultivation, one must first master their own heart. Regardless of how flowery a man's words may be or what tactics he employs, one must never place trust in them or succumb to their charms. Pausing momentarily, she pointed out a passage from the book, citing the Qingyue Empress's own words. Original words? Niechen inquired, directing his gaze to where she indicated. Coincidentally, he recognized the characters, penned in the delicate script of the Qingyue Empress, although they bore a youthful quality compared to her current style. The content read, for instance, some cunning men attempt to win a woman's heart with love letters, believing themselves to be exceedingly romantic. The Empress fails to comprehend the allure of a mere love letter. Such empty flattery holds no value. Whether it be 1 letter or 100, the Empress remains untouched by their sentiments. Unable to contain himself any longer, Niechen burst into laughter. He had never anticipated that the Qingyue Empress had once possessed such an innocent perspective. It was entirely endearing. A sudden urge surged within him to take this passage back to Tianyun Palace to share it with the Qingyue Empress. Xu Xiangdia paused, bewildered. Could it be that Niechen had experienced a moment of enlightenment upon hearing the Empress's profound wisdom? It was indeed plausible, For these were the insights of the Qingyue Empress regarding the Tao. Even grasping a mere fraction of it would yield great benefits for anyone. Continuing her discourse, Xu Xiangdia elaborated on the subsequent elements, which were no less significant than those preceding them. Among them were the repeated admonitions from the Qingyue Empress. Never engage in dates with boys, never hold hands with boys, never kiss boys, and certainly never bring boys into one's chambers. Upon hearing all this, Nietzsche felt a singular realization. He had, in fact, fallen prey to nearly every admonition. Dates, hand-holding, and bringing them into his quarters. Everyone knew the Qingyue Empress to be cold and formidable, with no man daring to approach her lightly. Yet, unbeknownst to all, she was also a master of deceit, speaking one way while feeling another. Nietzsche immediately grasped Xu Xiangdia's hand with fervor, expressing his gratitude for the enlightening explanation. A sudden epiphany washed over him, compelling him to return to the Tianyun Palace to immerse himself in contemplation. Might I trouble you to lend me this book? I assure you it will be returned once I have thoroughly studied it. Caught off guard by his unexpected gesture, Xu Xiangdia paused, her cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. The Empress has decreed that one must never hold hands with a boy. That is of no consequence. You may regard me as a dear sister. Had it been any other man, Xu Xiangdia would have felt nothing but revulsion at the touch. Yet, in this moment, confronted by Nietzsche, her mind became a whirlwind of confusion, ensnared in a state of chaos. I will lend it to you. Reluctantly withdrawing her delicate hand, she nodded bashfully, her face aglow. Chapter 45. He truly is not my husband, thank you, Miss Xiangdia. Today, I shall personally prepare a meal as a token of my gratitude. Accepting the tome titled The Uselessness of Tao Companions, Nietzsche made his way to the kitchen of the tavern. His spirits were exceptionally high today, and the culinary skills of the ordinary chefs simply could not satisfy him. Are you truly going to cook yourself? The waiter promptly approached him with eager enthusiasm. Indeed, I happen to be in a splendid mood. Nietzsche rolled up his sleeves, unleashing his culinary prowess to its fullest extent. The waiter, adept in conversation, instantly smiled and inquired, "What delightful event has brought you such joy today?" "It is nothing of great significance. I merely visited the tomb of the 3 emperors, vanquished 7 ancient fiends at the Shen Yuan realm, obtained the legacy of the 3 emperors, repelled the mighty Honghu emperor, and dispersed the 9 revolutions' thunder calamity," Nietzsche replied nonchalantly. The waiter stood in stunned silence, having encountered many boastful individuals before, yet never one who could spin such grand tales with such fluidity and confidence. Unable to contain himself, he retorted, "You must not jest with me, esteemed guest. Though I am not a practitioner myself, I am aware of the terrifying prowess of cultivators. Those revered as sacred emperors can move mountains and fill seas with but a gesture, and the deity known as the emperor can cause the heavens to tremble with a mere flicker of rage. Your claims seem rather implausible." Nietzsche chuckled while slicing the meat in his hands. "What if I were speaking the truth? I may not be learned, but I am not foolish. Do not take me for a simpleton." The waiter pounded his chest. "When it comes to boasting, who among us cannot indulge? I could just as easily claim that the clear moon empress is my wife." "Oh!" Yet, upon uttering this, the waiter could only watch in horror as Nietzsche brandished a gleaming kitchen knife. A chill ran down his spine. "I was merely jesting. Please do not take offense." However, it appeared that he was already too late. The kitchen soon echoed with a series of anguished cries. After a while, the bruised and battered waiter returned to the table with dishes in hand, his swollen face marked with indignation. Seizing the moment while Nietzsche was still occupied in the kitchen, he leaned in close to Xu Xiangdia and lamented, "Miss, your husband's culinary skills are indeed exceptional, but his temper is rather excessive. I merely made a jest about the clear moon empress being my wife, and look what has happened to me. You must intercede on my behalf." "Husband, he is certainly not my husband." Xu Xiangdia's cheeks flushed with a tinge of red, a hint of fluster crossing her face. Shaking her head to dispel her chaotic emotions, she fixed the waiter with a fierce gaze. "And you, daring to jest about the clear moon empress, deserved every bit of that punishment. Should there be a next time, I might personally see to it that your tongue is severed. Miss, are you not concerned that your husband might be taken away by the clear moon empress?" The waiter attempted to sow discord. How many times must I say he is not my husband? And that is entirely out of the question. Xu Xiangdia swirled the wine in her glass, her gaze momentarily filled with defiance. In this regard, she felt quite secure. After all, what stature did the clear moon Empress possess? Even though Niechen was designated as a disciple, the prospect of any opportunity seemed utterly improbable. Alas, his affections for another bore no relevance to me. Realizing that Niechen's image echoed incessantly in her mind, Xu Xiangdia hastily shook her head, attempting to cast aside those absurd thoughts. My lady, you are exceedingly magnanimous towards your husband. The innkeeper, disheartened by the futility of revenge, retreated to the kitchen with a melancholic countenance. Before long, an array of exquisite delicacies was laid out upon the table. Even Xu Xiangdia, who had long abstained from food, found her gaze irresistibly drawn to the sumptuous spread. Within the imperial palace, she had encountered numerous culinary delights, yet each dish before her was not only unfamiliar, but also emanated an aroma that tantalized her senses. Given that you have made an effort, I shall reluctantly indulge a little, she remarked with a haughty huff, disdainfully picking up her chopsticks to sample the fare. However, the moment the fragrant morsel touched her palate, it surpassed her wildest expectations. Xu Xiangdia's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she not tasted every delicacy within the palace? Yet this was truly unparalleled. Very well, I shall indulge just a tad more. But with that bite, she found herself unable to cease her feasting. With hands and mouth working in tandem, she savored each bite. In a whirlwind of delight, she lost track of time, and with a contented sigh, she set down her chopsticks, her lips glistening with the remnants of her meal. This feast was undoubtedly the most delectable she had ever experienced, surpassing any culinary masterpiece within the palace. However, upon inadvertently lifting her gaze, she became acutely aware of Niechen's lingering stare and a hint of a smile upon his lips, leaving her momentarily speechless. In her fervor, she had completely forgotten to maintain her composure, having devoured the entire table's worth of sumptuous dishes. Do not laugh. You mustn't look at me. Xu Xiangdia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, utterly humiliated, as she had never before lost face so significantly. And, of all times, it had to be in his presence. Niechen offered a slight smile, remaining silent. Yet, it was this subtle, enigmatic grin that intensified Xu Xiangdia's mortification, making her wish to disappear into the ground, utterly humiliated. Innkeeper, the bill. Xu Xiangdia bit her lip, slamming a hefty gold ingot upon the table. The innkeeper hurried over, but upon receiving the gold, he appeared somewhat troubled. My lady, we cannot provide change for such a large sum. Do you have anything smaller? None. No need for change. Xu Xiangdia replied curtly. This revelation brought a sudden sense of relief to Niechen, who had just realized he had no money on him. Is this what it feels like to be supported by a wealthy patron? Quite splendid indeed. Once outside the tavern, two diverging paths lay before them.
Niechen inquired.
Miss Xiangdia, are you heading towards the Yufeng dynasty? Yes. Xu Xiangdia nodded, her cheeks still tinged with crimson. I am returning to the Tianyun Palace, but it appears our routes do not align. As we bid farewell, I express my gratitude for your theory of useless companions. Might Miss Xiangdia be willing to disclose her residence? Once I finish reading this tome, I shall return it to you. In an instant, Niechen appeared considerably more serious. No need. I shall inevitably visit the Heavenly Cloud Palace. Unlike you, who struggles to remember others' names, I shall retrieve it myself when the time comes. In a fit of pique, Xu Xiangdia turned away with a huff, striding resolutely down another path without a backward glance. After traversing a distance, seemingly indifferent to Niechen's whereabouts, she quietly glanced over her shoulder. Yet, behind her, Niechen's figure had long since vanished. For some inexplicable reason, at this moment, Xu Xiangdia felt an unsettling emptiness within her heart. Chapter 46. A desperate struggle for survival. A sudden voice echoed in Niechen's mind as he stepped away from the fork in the road. A temporary mission has been issued. Eliminate 3 experts at the Shen Yuan realm. Reward, 3 skill points. 3 experts at the Shen Yuan realm? In such a remote and desolate place, where could these cultivators possibly be? Could it be because of her? Niechen swiftly turned around, employing his concealment technique to hide his presence, and hurriedly made his way down another path. Meanwhile, on a narrow trail beside the forest, Xu Xiangdia occasionally stomped her foot in frustration, murmuring to herself, "Feeling disappointed? Humph, that's not it at all. It's just that the weather is terrible today, which has put me in a foul mood." After saying this, she glanced up at the brilliant sun shining in a clear blue sky, feeling a bit sheepish. Regardless, Xu Xiangdia resolutely made up her mind. She would no longer care for the uselessness of a Tao partner, a book she had cherished since childhood. From this moment onward, she never wished to see Nie-chan again. Indeed, not even once. If she encountered him again, she would consider herself a little puppy. She vowed to remain steadfast like the Empress Qingyue, shunning any interactions with men. If the Empress could achieve this, so could she. With her determination solidified, Xu Xiangdia's pace quickened. Yet, just beyond a dense grove, she suddenly halted. The forest was eerily silent, yet it seemed to harbor an unseen threat. Though subtle, she sensed it keenly. A grave expression crossed Xu Xiangdia's face as she called out, "Come out. I know you are lying in wait. Aha, no wonder you are hailed as the most talented individual beneath the prince in the dynasty. It is indeed challenging to deceive the third princess." A sharp, insidious voice emerged from within the woods. "Li Pius, it's you. What are you doing here?" Xu Xiangdia's gaze turned icy. The foremost figure among the three shadows was none other than the deputy chief eunuch of the palace, Li Pius. His voice dripped with malice. "Dear third princess, you need not feign ignorance. Do you not understand why I am here? Your presence in this remote locale presents a rare opportunity for me. For the sake of my master, I must insist that you remain here indefinitely." Indeed, Xu Xiangdia clenched her teeth in silence. Li Pius was utterly devoted to the eldest princess, Xu Han, and her sister had long sought her life. Previously, protected by the safety of Amei Mountain, she had eluded her sister's grasp. Yet, she never anticipated that after all this time, an opportunity would still arise for her sister to strike. The three adversaries before her possessed Xian Yuan realm strength, far surpassing her own. Confrontation was impossible. She had only one option left. Xu Xiangdia took a light step back, her figure retreating swiftly. "Princess, Li Gonggong has instructed you to remain here. Do not even think of escaping," warned one of the Xian Yuan realm cultivators, darting past her with speed far exceeding her own. Blocking her escape, the cultivator unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with overwhelming strength. Unable to evade, Xu Xiangdia could only raise her arms in a feeble attempt to shield herself. With a thunderous impact, she was sent soaring into the air. Desperately, she sought to harness her spiritual energy and orient her body, yet suddenly felt an unyielding force restraining her, as if her form were ensnared in midair. Under the radiant sun, she realized that hidden strands of golden silk had been laid in wait, ready to ensnare her. Despite her vigorous struggles, these silken threads were evidently not of ordinary make. Though fine and nearly imperceptible, they possessed remarkable resilience, making them exceedingly difficult to sever. Moreover, the more Xu Xiangdia strained against her bindings, the tighter they constricted around her. In a sudden flash, a small sword darted from her bosom at an incredible speed. Rather than severing the golden threads, it swiftly sliced into her palm, causing blood to flow forth, gathering in the air as if to take shape. Within the gradually coalescing blood, a latent dragon's might began to emerge, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that instilled dread. As the sanguine essence took the form of a dragon, its majestic power radiated outward. Yet just then, a golden jade token surged towards Xu Xiangdia. Imprinted upon the blood, it instantly froze the dragon's shape in place, rendering her attempts at control futile. Li Piu's expression twisted into one of derision. "Third princess, your schemes have come to naught. The true dragon blood of the Phoenix dynasty flows through your veins. Even without rain, it can be used to summon the 5 elements true dragon at the cost of your essence. If you were allowed to call it forth, perhaps you could grasp a sliver of hope. Unfortunately, the eldest princess anticipated this. Today you must perish here." Her resolve was chillingly absolute. In this moment, Xu Xiangdia had exhausted all her hidden cards. The 5 elements true dragon could not be summoned, and she was ensnared by the bizarre golden threads. It seemed she truly had no means of escaping the clutches of these three diminutive figures. The silken threads grazed her cheek, tearing away the mask that concealed her true visage. As the facade fell away, her authentic beauty emerged, radiant as a peach in spring and pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn. The unblemished countenance, akin to a lotus emerging from the water, far surpassed the superficial layer that had shrouded it. Yet, in her eyes lingered a trace of desolation. She yearned to tread the path of the Qingyue Empress and ascend a May mountain, yet her heart was ensnared by tumultuous emotions. Never had she anticipated that before finding her destined path, she would meet her demise here. Was she disheartened? Did regret weigh upon her? Xu Xiangdia felt an emptiness within, as if some vital task remained unfulfilled. Yet now all opportunities had vanished. Indeed, she was the third princess. Alas, she had lost that precious treasure. Otherwise, such exquisite beauty would surely be irresistible to any man. However, it seemed that the third princess was destined to perish here, and she must not return to trouble anyone further. Li Pu's voice dripped with malice as he drew forth a crimson dagger from his waist and approached her slowly. Beneath the radiant sun, the blood-stained dagger was grotesquely adorned with crimson tumors, inducing a sense of revulsion. The blade drew ever closer to Shuxiangdi. Suddenly, a flash of sword light descended.
Li Pu reacted swiftly, retreating in haste.
Though he narrowly evaded the strike, the very spot where he had stood was violently shattered, leaving behind a gaping chasm. Who could it be? A jolt of alarm surged through Li Puja as he comprehended the dire consequences had that sword struck him. In such a remote mountain village, how could there exist an individual of such formidable prowess? In the next moment, as if the heavens themselves were obscured, an overwhelming torrent of flames surged forth, engulfing everything in its path. Amidst the roaring inferno, a figure drifted. Chapter 47. The Third Princess. Does he truly have feelings for me? Upon witnessing Niechun emerge from the flames, Li Puja scoffed dismissively. I thought a master from some esteemed faction was here to rescue a damsel in distress. It turns out to be nothing more than a fledgling who has barely set foot into the Shen Yuan realm. Despite his scornful words, he did not let his guard down. The aura he sensed from Niechun was exceedingly peculiar, entirely unlike that of an initiate in the Shen Yuan realm. Li Puja exchanged a glance with the two individuals behind him, and in an instant, the trio sprang into action. Regardless of how strange Niechun's presence may be, Li Puja could not believe that he could single-handedly thwart three opponents. The combined might of three Shen Yuan realm cultivators was sufficient to rival the forces of a mortal dynasty. Moreover, all three were adept practitioners of the Phoenix dynasty, well-versed in the art of combat, their true capabilities far exceeding their apparent level. Yet, as the three advanced, Niechun transformed. Empowered by the Shen Gu sacred body, he radiated with golden light, moving with unparalleled speed, becoming an elusive shadow. How swift! Li Puja was struck with terror, unable to discern Niechun's whereabouts. In a panic, he scanned his surroundings, only to suddenly notice an overwhelming brilliance above him. The sky was ablaze with golden light, imbued with a divine and colossal force. Li Puja felt as if his throat had been seized, trembling with fear. His eyes turned crimson as he poured every ounce of his spiritual energy into the jade pendant that had subdued Xu Xiangdia, launching it skyward. When the two forces collided, the pendant, refined with the blood of the Grand Princess, offered no resistance whatsoever. The cascade of golden light resembled an imposing sacred figure, instilling only reverence and dread. Li Puja's voice rose in a desperate shout, yet he was engulfed by the endless golden radiance. His body twisted and crumpled, reduced to a heap of flesh, crashing to the ground, his form and spirit annihilated. The remaining two, believing they had found an opening, attempted to strike down Niechun from behind. However, their blades hung suspended in mid-air, unable to descend. What on earth is this? They trembled with disbelief, horrified to discover a thick layer of gray mist enveloping their bodies. This gas was extraordinarily strange, chilling like ice. All spiritual energy that came into contact with it was silently devoured. Could this be the extreme Yin energy? Their eyes widened in shock, filled with dread. The extreme Yin energy was an ancient rumor that had not manifested for countless years. They never expected to encounter it here. their faces contorted with rage as they desperately sought to distance themselves from Niechun. Yet, they found their bodies ensnared by the unseen force, unable to break free no matter how hard they struggled. Damn it, who are you? Wait, the legend says that extreme yin energy is connected to the Shengu sacred body. Could it be you? Fear spread like wildfire, and their voices quivered uncontrollably. A chilling stillness pervaded their bodies, as their faces contorted in agony. The essence of life and vitality drained from them at an alarming rate, leaving them helpless to resist, merely surrendering to the engulfing void. Crack, crack. Amidst their anguished cries and vitriolic curses, their bodies gradually withered and turned cold, ultimately devoid of life. The oppressive aura of darkness in the air exerted a gentle force, causing their forms to shatter like ice upon the ground. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task, earning a reward of 3 skill points. Niechun shook his head in disdain. These 3 individuals were hardly worth their weight. The subordinates of the Shadow Demon Lord could each yield a skill point, yet these 3 practitioners of the Xianyuan realm collectively amounted to a mere 3 skill points, truly a paltry sum. His gaze fell upon Xu Xiangdia, suspended in midair by golden threads, and he was momentarily taken aback. I never imagined you would employ a disguise technique. To be candid, your true appearance is far more enchanting than this fade. A moment later, realization dawned upon him. Aren't you the 3rd princess of the Wind Sovereign Dynasty? Having received an unexpected compliment, Xu Xiangdia was nearly overwhelmed with indignation, feeling faint at the thought that it took him so long to recognize her identity. In a fit of pique, she inadvertently twisted her body, causing the golden threads to constrict even tighter, binding her in an increasingly awkward position. A strange sensation enveloped her, and with a flushed face, she bit her lip, imploring, "Please, let me down." Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating her flowing hair that spilled elegantly behind her. The slender golden threads clung tightly to her delicate garments, accentuating her graceful curves. Niechun cleared his throat awkwardly. If circumstances permitted, he would have preferred to linger a while longer before releasing her. However, to demonstrate that he was not merely a lecher, he summoned his spiritual energy as a blade and severed the surrounding golden threads. As Xu Xiangdia descended, he gently caught her. The warmth radiating from his chest sent her heart racing. "Do not fret, I shall assist you in unraveling this," he assured her. Although the golden threads were easily severable, disentangling them proved to be a formidable challenge. To avoid harming Xu Xiangdia, he meticulously endeavored to untie them bit by bit. Yet, the points of entanglement were peculiarly situated. Thus, within the dense thicket, their presence remained obscured, though their voices resonated softly. A melodious yet bashful tone emerged. "Focus on untying, and do not let your gaze wander. Hey, not there. Do not touch that." Eek, at long last, the golden threads were undone, leaving Xu Xiangdia feeling weak and her cheeks ablaze. She shyly leaned against a tree, wiping the perspiration from her brow. Yet, while the physical sensations had subsided, the fluttering in her heart remained unrelenting. Xu Xiangdia could distinctly feel her heartbeat racing at an unprecedented tempo. Gently pressing her lips together, she finally forced herself to calm the tumultuous thoughts within and approached Niechun, softly inquiring, "Were you not on your way to the Heavenly Cloud Palace? How is it that you find yourself here?" Niechun hesitated for a moment. He certainly could not disclose that he was here to fulfill a system task. Unsure of how to articulate his presence, he awkwardly fabricated an excuse. "Ah, it's nothing to concern yourself with. I merely happened to pass by." Yet upon hearing these words, the subtle shift in Xu Xiangdia's gaze revealed a profound change. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. She realized her misjudgment, an egregious one at that. All along, she had believed that Niechun was indifferent to her. However, the reality was far from it. The 2 diverging paths led to entirely different destinies. How could Niechun suddenly appear in this place? Could not possibly be mere coincidence. It could only mean that Niechun had anticipated the potential danger she might face and had been quietly following her all along. No one would willingly take such actions for someone they deemed insignificant. Could it be that he truly holds feelings for me, and that I occupy a significant, irreplaceable place in his heart? With her autumnal eyes shimmering, at that moment, Xu Xiangdia felt her heart flutter. Chapter 48. The Third Princess and the Empress's Battleground, Part 1. In retrospect, it had been quite some time since Niechun last beheld the lovely Empress Qingyue. Although the journey had spanned merely a handful of days, he felt as if an eternity had passed. After all, his beloved was irresistibly charming. Were her true nature to be revealed, how could anyone in the realm possibly harbor disaffection towards her? He yearned to return to the Tianyun Palace post-haste, as a second rendezvous awaited him. As Xu Xiangdia tidied her disheveled attire, the remnants of her blush still evident, she had nearly restored her composure. Niechun took his leave, saying, "I must return to Tianyun Palace now. Miss Xiangdia, do exercise caution on your journey. Do not fall into the snares of ill-intentioned individuals. Are you departing so soon?" The once indifferent Xu Xiangdia now looked at him with a hint of reluctance in her gaze.
Indeed. Niechun nodded.
Surprised by the drastic shift in her demeanor. Just moments ago, she had been exceedingly aloof, yet now she seemed to harbor a touch of wistfulness. Having walked some distance, Niechun turned back for a final bow to Xu Xiangdia, and without a backward glance, he continued on his way. System exchange for a wind control spell. The art of traversing the winds was not particularly rare, available in the system's marketplace for merely 1 skill point. Beep, the system has deducted 4 skill points. Do you wish to confirm the purchase? Yes. With an air of nonchalance, Niechun confirmed the transaction. He effortlessly mastered the art of wind control. Instantly, he felt a profound connection with the currents and breezes surrounding him, allowing him to seamlessly meld his intentions with the air. Gradually manipulating the surrounding winds, Niechun ascended into the sky. Before long, the mountains and rivers beneath became ever smaller, and as he drifted over human settlements, the people and buildings appeared as minuscule ants below. Gentle breezes caressed him, imbued with a refreshing coolness that was exceedingly pleasant. Perhaps, this was one of the greatest joys of a cultivator. Feeling remarkably at ease, he resumed his journey towards Tianyun Palace, fortuitously passing by the Yuming sect. However, as he approached the mountains near the sect, Niechun noticed dark clouds gathering ominously overhead, particularly around the Yuming sect. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated. What on earth had transpired? Hadn't the Yuming sect remained deeply concealed before my departure? Niechun's brow furrowed in concern. Calm the mind, calm the mind. Men are obstacles on the path of cultivation and must not be easily trusted. In the forest, Xu Xiangdia concentrated all her effort to quell her turbulent heart, attempting to soothe the chaos within. Yet this time, she found herself utterly unable to achieve tranquility. In the past, she had been completely bewildered by Niechun. This man had single-handedly triumphed over the countless prodigies of the Yufeng dynasty, winning the arena. Moreover, he had transcended realms, vanquishing the likes of the Shadow Slayer Demon Lord, resulting in the descent of the ninefold Thunder Calamity. However, throughout this journey, she realized that she understood Niechun even less than before. She had always believed that Niechun was indifferent to women and had no interest in her whatsoever. Yet, the reality that unfolded before her proved that her assumptions were far from accurate. Could it be that she held a unique significance in his eyes? As Xu Xiangdia's heart raced uncontrollably, she found herself unable to suppress the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. She was acutely aware that if this continued, she might very well succumb to her emotions. In a desperate attempt to seek solace, she tried to locate the book on the futility of companionship, only to realize it was no longer by her side. There was but one solution that could save her. The Empress Qingyue. If she could honestly convey her feelings to the Empress, surely, with her vast powers, a resolution would come easily. With urgency in her heart, Xu Xiangdia forced herself to suppress the tumultuous thoughts and changed course, hastening towards the Tianyun Palace. Along the way, bizarre and uncontrollable notions relentlessly distracted her. Upon passing a familiar celestial gate, she hurried up the mountain, intending to borrow a cloud dragon horse. Upon learning that the third princess had come in person, Elder Li, who had once held an important position in the Yufeng dynasty and now served as an elder in the Celestial Gate, immediately stepped forth to greet her. "Your Highness, what do you require the cloud dragon horse for?" In Elder Li's memory, the princess had always been proud and reclusive, rarely interacting with others. She was resolute and steadfast, never exhibiting undue panic regardless of the circumstances. Yet now, Xu Xiangdia's cheeks bore a blush reminiscent of the evening sky, and a hint of urgency was unmistakable, which startled Elder Li. With a cool demeanor, Xu Xiangdia replied, I am bound for Tianyun Palace to see Empress Qingyue. Empress Qingyue. Elder Li suddenly recalled that since childhood, Xu Xiangdia had regarded the Empress as her lifelong aspiration. He hesitated before asking, Does the princess require an escort? No need. Then please take care and ensure your safety. Elder Li dared not say more and promptly led the Cloud Dragon horse to her. He believed that with Empress Qingyue's strength, she would easily assist the third princess in resolving her inner turmoil. The Cloud Dragon horse moved with the swiftness of an ordinary cultivator riding the wind, and within half a day, Xu Xiangdia arrived at Tianyun Palace. Standing before the Grand Elder, she cupped her hands and said, I am Xu Xiangdia, the third princess of the Yufeng dynasty. I have revered Empress Qingyue since childhood, viewing her as my ultimate goal. However, today, my inner demons have erupted, and I am utterly unable to maintain control. I earnestly request an audience with the Empress, hoping she can unravel my heart's entanglement. Generally speaking, even those of high cultivation and status found it challenging to secure an audience with the Empress. Yet, the sincerity and admiration radiating from Xu Xiangdia touched the Grand Elder. After a moment's hesitation, he finally sighed and said, Very well, I shall report this matter to Empress Qingyue. However, I cannot guarantee whether she will agree to meet you. Thank you, esteemed elder. Xu Xiangdia bowed in gratitude. By the way, the Grand Elder suddenly inquired, What precisely is the nature of the inner turmoil you wish to discuss with the Empress? Love. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. Xu Xiangdia delicately pressed her lips together, finding it increasingly difficult to articulate her thoughts. What I wish to consult the Empress about is, in fact, matters of love. Ahem, so that is the case. There is no need for excessive concern, for love is an emotion inherent to humanity. Please wait a moment. I shall promptly report this to the Empress. The Grand Elder cleared his throat twice and swiftly turned to enter the heavenly cloud palace. Although he spoke in such a manner, his heart held an entirely different sentiment. After all, the moonlit Empress had penned the treatise The Futility of Romantic Partners a century ago and should, in all likelihood, hold no interest in matters of love. Chapter 49. The Arena of the Third Princess and the Empress, Part 2. Oh, you say someone wishes to inquire about matters of romance? The cold and imposing voice of Xu Qingyue resonated, causing the elder to tremble with trepidation. Long before, a century ago, the Empress had articulated her disdain for the frivolities of love in her treatise The Futility of Romantic Partners. Now, to dare speak of such matters in her presence filled him with dread, as if a mere glance from her could spell his demise. Empress, I merely convey your sentiments. The third princess of the Feng dynasty is still quite young and has just begun to experience the stirrings of affection. It is somewhat understandable. I shall discipline her forthwith and urge her to depart. The elder bowed deeply, displaying utmost humility. No matter, let her enter, came the Empress's response, resolute and unexpected. Ah! The elder was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the Empress's sudden acquiescence, and that it was granted so decisively. What? Did you not hear my words clearly? Xu Qingyue's voice echoed once more, sending the elder into a flurry of bows. Empress, please wait a moment. I shall fetch Xu Xiangdia at once. With that, the elder hurriedly exited the hall of heavenly clouds. Once he departed, Xu Qingyue extended her delicate, jade-like hand, summoning a billowing mist to envelop the grand chamber. Alas, it has been 10 days. The spacious hall reverberated with her melancholic lament. Since Niechen's departure, 10 days had elapsed. While the previous 10 days had seemed ephemeral, these days without him felt interminable, each dragging on painfully. The decision to summon Xu Xiangdia stemmed from her genuine desire to discuss the topic of love. As an empress, despite harboring thoughts of such nature for an extensive period, Xu Qingyue found herself utterly unable to broach the subject openly with others. Yet, assuming the role of a guide might afford her the opportunity to explore it. Before long, Xu Xiangdia entered the hall, shrouded in the ethereal mist that lent a crisp yet soothing ambience. Though obscured by the haze, she could discern the Empress's graceful silhouette. In this tranquil environment, Xu Xiangdia's previously restless spirit began to calm significantly, leaving her astonished by this remarkable transformation. In this world, there can scarcely be a being more flawless than the Empress Qingyue. She mused silently, a wave of admiration washing over her. The Empress was both formidable and enchanting, capable of moving mountains and parting seas with a mere gesture, her resolve as unyielding as iron, impervious to the tribulations of love. In contrast, Xu Xiangdia found herself ensnared by her own emotional afflictions, rendering her plight almost laughable. Even someone as striking and exceptional as Niechen would likely not warrant a second glance from the Empress. Though her heart found a semblance of peace, it was overshadowed by a deepening sense of inadequacy. Is there something you seek from this emperor? At that moment, a voice resonated with an air of authority and coldness, evoking a sense of reverence. Xu Xiangdia hesitated momentarily. She was acutely aware that uttering the absurd term love would likely provoke amusement from the Empress, yet she summoned the courage to express her thoughts. I have come to inquire about matters of love, Your Majesty. Oh, share your thoughts, the Empress responded, prompting Xu Xiangdia to momentarily falter in surprise. She had not anticipated such a response from the Empress. Moreover, the tone of the Empress's voice seemed to carry a hint of intrigue. Little did she know that beyond the swirling white mist, Chu Qingyue delicately picked up a cluster of glistening grapes, her eyes sparkling with barely concealed excitement. For reasons unknown, she had recently developed a keen interest in the topic of romance. Typically, she could only catch snippets of conversations among her female disciples while feigning indifference. However, these fleeting moments left her wanting more and often frightened the young women away. Now, at last, she had the opportunity to hear a complete love story. Xu Xiangdia began to speak. In truth, it seems I have fallen for someone.
Chu Qinghui in quick softy.
How do you know you love him? Xu Xiangdia bit her lip, her gaze flickering with uncertainty as she lowered her head, a hint of sorrow evident in her demeanor. I am not entirely certain. Since childhood, I have regarded you, Your Majesty, as an unattainable goal. I have memorized You're the futility of partners and believed I understood its essence. Yet, it appears I still fall short. His repeated appearances have completely transformed my perception of men. He triumphed in the martial arts competition, brought me into the grand hall of the Three Emperors' tomb, and even saved my life. After experiencing these events, despite my efforts to maintain composure, my heart seems increasingly restless. Hearing these words, Chu Qingyue fell silent for a moment. It appeared that the two faced considerable obstacles in their budding romance. Did the man she loved also venture to the Three Emperors' tomb? Niechen was currently within the tomb, and she wondered if he would be able to overcome such a formidable opponent. Xu Xiangdia's voice continued, though this time it resonated with greater hesitation and embarrassment. Moreover, I have transgressed the taboo once mentioned by the Empress. Taboo? Yes. Xu Xiangdia bit her lip, blushing profusely. Your Majesty once stated that men are the most wicked beings in this world. Under no circumstances should one be swayed by them, nor hold their hands, kiss them, or go on dates. Yet, I inadvertently held his hand. A soft laugh escaped Chu Qingyue, a realization dawning upon her. Simultaneously, a wave of guilt washed over her. It seemed that her earlier work, The Futility of Partners, had indeed influenced many, perhaps even dismantling countless true loves. Better to raise a temple than to destroy a marriage. The sins of the past could not be undone, but at the very least, she could facilitate this budding relationship as a means of partially atoning for her previous mistakes. With a light cough, Chu Qingyue's voice retained an unassailable authority, yet it also possessed a gentle warmth that evoked an instinctive sense of intimacy. Have you ever inquired within your heart if you truly love him? The disciple hesitated. Do not know. Then allow me to rephrase. When you see him, does your heart transform in a manner unlike any other? This query instantly struck a chord in Xu Xiangdia's heart. She swiftly recalled the sensation of encountering Niechen, the uncontrollable heartbeat that she had never experienced with anyone else. Biting her silver teeth, she finally nodded. It seems so. Then you are not mistaken. You may indeed be in love with him.
Chu Qinghui sighed deeply.
It appears you have yet to grasp the true essence of what I penned in my book. The Empress implies that. With a slight smile, Chu Qingyue continued, the purpose of my writing was indeed to convey that you should not waste your thoughts in the futile pursuit of a partner. Yet there exists another layer of meaning. While a partner may seem unnecessary, they can also be invaluable. If you genuinely love each other and are as one in spirit, why become entangled in trivialities? Love is the essence of humanity, a divine gift. Without the 7 emotions and 6 desires, what purpose does cultivation serve? If you truly love him, then feel free to entirely disregard my previous words and boldly pursue your love. After delivering this heartfelt discourse, Chu Qingyue felt a sense of small satisfaction. Not only had she elegantly reconciled her earlier absurd assertions, but it also seemed that this budding romance would effortlessly flourish. Chapter 50. The Third Princess and the Empress's Battlefield. The Empress Prevails. Part 2. This phrase illuminated Xu Xiangdia's heart like a ray of sunlight, instantly dispelling the shadows that had lingered within her. How astonishing it was that the theory of useless companions bore such profound implications. Her eyes sparkled with tears as she gazed ahead, realizing that since her childhood, she had read this book time and again, believing she comprehended its entirety. Yet she had been utterly mistaken. The true depth of the Qingyue Empress's intentions was far beyond her grasp. As enlightenment dawned upon her, clarity flooded Xu Xiangdia's heart. Her love was not misguided. The error lay in her misinterpretation of the Empress's profound meaning. Feeling the fervent rhythm of her heartbeat, Xu Xiangdia lifted her head, her gaze resolute. With sincere humility, she bowed slightly and expressed, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I understand now. I shall boldly pursue my love and will never relinquish it again." "Excellent," the Empress replied, nodding in satisfaction through the misty haze, feeling a small joy at having fostered a budding romance. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "By the way, from your description, the one you love is an extraordinary individual who has entered the 3 sovereigns' tomb. Pray, tell me, which sect does he belong to? Is he a prince of the Western Xia or the foremost disciple of the Taming sacred land?" "Neither," Xu Xiangdia replied with a sweet smile, shaking her head. "He resides in the Tianyun Palace and, Your Majesty, you may even know him." "In the Tianyun Palace?" The Empress's interest was instantly captured. It was surprising to learn that such an exceptional person existed there. However, she seldom interacted with the disciples of Tianyun Palace, and the names she could recall barely numbered more than 5. After pondering for a while, she conceded, "Do reveal his name directly. If he is indeed as you described, I can advise the Grand Elder to promote and look after that disciple." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Xu Xiangdia said, her voice slightly timid. Finally, after some hesitation, she whispered, "His name is
Niechen. Niechen.
The air seemed to freeze at the utterance of his name. The Empress's mind spiraled into confusion, leaving her momentarily stunned. She struggled to untangle her thoughts and reconstruct the entire scenario. So, this girl had initially been uncertain about her feelings for Niechun, feeling troubled by her emotions and seeking clarity. After her counsel, she had finally come to understand her heart and resolved to confess to him? What a turn of events! The Empress felt as if she might bleed from sheer exasperation. "Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. I have resolved to find Niechun and express my feelings to him," Xu Xiangdia declared confidently, gratitude illuminating her demeanor as she prepared to depart. "Wait, you must not go," the Empress suddenly exclaimed in a flustered tone, blocking her path. "Huh?" Xu Xiangdia looked momentarily taken aback. "No, what I mean is..." Chu Qingyue was deeply conflicted, her mind racing as she sought the right words. At last, a spark of inspiration struck her, and she declared with righteous indignation, "Humph! You possess an audacity beyond measure to utter such absurdities about love before the one who penned the futility of romantic partnerships. Yet, did you not, esteemed Empress, instruct me that if it is true love, one should boldly pursue it without reservation? Is it not permissible to hold the hand of the one you cherish?" Xu Xiangdia was utterly taken aback. "That was merely a stratagem conceived by this emperor," she retorted, with an air of unassailable authority and an aura of imperial might. Chu Qingyue continued, "The reason I expressed those sentiments was to test whether you remain steadfast in your convictions. I did not anticipate that your resolve would be so easily shaken, that mere words could lead you to contemplate confession." With a deep sigh, Chu Qingyue remarked, "You possess great potential, and thus I am inclined to guide you, hoping to steer you away from the path of folly. All of this is for your own good. I must find a way to rectify your misguided beliefs." Having said this, Chu Qingyue commanded imperiously. Summon someone to take Xu Xiangdia to the cliff of reflection for contemplation. Furthermore, assign 10 disciples to recite the futility of romantic partnerships beside her daily. She shall only be released once she can articulate its contents even in her dreams. The two esteemed elders immediately rushed into the hall and seized Xu Xiangdia. Her mind was a tumult of confusion. This situation is utterly absurd, she thought to herself. The Empress seems to have transformed entirely. There must be some misunderstanding. Your Majesty, I have taken your guidance to heart and have become utterly enamored with Nie Chun. I do not wish to go to the cliff of reflection, nor do I wish to read the futility of romantic partnerships any longer. Please, release me, and allow me to confess my feelings to Nie Chun. Xu Xiangdia cried out desperately. She had become so enraptured that it was likely she had been tainted by some malevolent influence, giving rise to such ludicrous notions. Take her away. If she is confined long enough and is continually exposed to the futility of romantic partnerships, she should be cured. Chu Qingyue appeared genuinely saddened, sighing as she gazed at the two esteemed elders. Truly, the Empress, with her keen insight, was able to discern the corruption of Xu Xiangdia's heart, while she herself had overlooked any signs. The two elders, filled with admiration, escorted Xu Xiangdia out of the hall. Misunderstanding, Your Majesty. I am not corrupted. Despite Xu Xiangdia's fervent protests, her words fell on deaf ears. Before long, she was forcibly taken to the cliff of reflection, surrounded by several disciples who recited the futility of romantic partnerships repeatedly as they walked. Please, stop reading. Xu Xiangdia could only curl up in a corner, pitifully covering her ears. Phew, that was close. Inside the hall, Chu Qingyue finally exhaled a sigh of relief and leisurely began to enjoy some grapes. Lost in her thoughts, it was not long before her cheeks were bulging with the fruit. In contrast to that chillingly exquisite countenance, there exists an endearing charm that is remarkably disarming. Chu Qingyue secretly lamented her timely inquiry about the object of Shuxiangdi's affection. Otherwise, a grave calamity might have ensued. And that scoundrel Nie Chun,
Chu Qingyue exclaimed,
stamping her foot in frustration. Who would have thought that merely venturing into the tomb's secret realm would afford him the chance to indulge in such frivolities? Upon his return, she would certainly have to give him a thorough reckoning. Chapter 51. Brother Nie returns. The dark, surging tide of beasts surrounded the entire realm of the Netherworld sect. Although these creatures posed little threat to the disciples who were engaged in their cultivation, the true horror lay within the beastmen hidden among them. Having undergone the transformation into beasts, each individual had attained a level of power that was nothing short of terrifying. Coupled with the relentless waves of beasts, it was evident that the Netherworld sect, ensnared within this onslaught, possessed no capacity for resistance. In the sky, a gaunt and diminutive figure with crimson hair and vertical pupils, his body covered in bristles akin to a pig's, looked down upon the Netherworld sect with a sinister grin. Qi Wang, the one who has slain your disciples, is the Frost Envoy in charge of the Starfall Hall. If you truly possess any capability, go seek trouble with the Empress Qingyue. What business do you have with the Netherworld sect? Meng Yangqiu shouted furiously at the emaciated elder. My two disciples fell here. Naturally, I must hold you accountable. Otherwise, how pitiful their deaths would be. The corners of Qi Wang's mouth curled into a sly, malicious smile. Nonsense. Meng Yangqiu was utterly enraged. With your bloodthirsty and callous nature, would you truly stir such chaos over the death of two individuals? You are merely coveting the legacy of our ancestors in the Netherworld sect, using a feeble excuse to justify your actions. Qi Wang, however, did not respond. With a wicked grin, he extended his withered, twig-like arm and waved it downward. In an instant, as if responding to a command, the vast horde of beasts surged forth. In particular, those beastmen conjured by sorcery emitted frenzied roars, charging recklessly toward the Netherworld sect. The defensive array of the Netherworld sect was formidable. Upon contact, it would swiftly be reduced to ashes. Yet, the relentless beasts continued to ram their bodies against it, disintegrating within the defensive barrier. Suddenly, Meng Yangqiu's eyes widened, a chill creeping up his spine. He had initially thought these beasts to be inconsequential, but now he comprehended the truth. That old rascal had no intention of using these creatures as a fighting force. Rather, he sought to diminish the Netherworld sect's defensive array with their blood and flesh. At this moment, despite the fact that a significant portion of the beasts had been reduced to sanguine remnants, the brilliance of the defensive array began to wane, growing increasingly unstable. In the face of such suicidal assaults, even the ancient protective spells left by their ancestors had lost their efficacy. That old wretch! Meng Yangxiu's teeth chattered in fury. The Beastmaster sect was willing to sacrifice half of its disciples to become beastmen, all for the purpose of annihilating his sect. Roars echoed incessantly. As the defensive array weakened, an ever-increasing number of beastmen breached the defenses, infiltrating the Netherworld sect. Like wolves among sheep, these beastmen, towering and fearsome, adorned with sharp claws and fangs, easily dispatched the disciples of the Netherworld sect. As they swept through, countless disciples were torn apart, blood saturating the ground. In an instant, a wave of terror spread throughout the sect. Those who had once sworn fealty to the Netherworld sect, vowing to die for their cause, were utterly paralyzed with fear, desperately attempting to flee with all their might. Yet from all directions orcs surged incessantly. The vast expanse of the Netherworld sect was utterly encircled, leaving no room for escape. A profound sense of despair swiftly spread, with many succumbing to weakness and collapsing to the ground, having relinquished any hope of resistance, resigned to their fate. "Master, what shall we do?" cried out voices in desperation, but Meng Yangxiu could only grit his teeth in silence. Qi Wang, the ancient ancestor of the 10,000 Demons sect, had been in seclusion for a century, and now, empowered by his beastly transformation, possessed terrifying strength that could reach the pinnacle of the profound origin realm. Although these orcs were not as formidable as him, each one was comparable to the elders of the Netherworld sect. As long as Qi Wang remained alive, these orcs would possess an inexhaustible source of power. It seemed that the Netherworld sect was destined for annihilation today. The casualties among the disciples mounted, and the frenzied orcs were about to breach the depths of the Netherworld sect. A suffocating aura of despair enveloped every heart as they faced the orcs, unable to conceive a means of survival. But at that moment, someone pointed skyward, shouting with uncontainable excitement, "Brother Nye has returned." Instantly, a multitude of gazes converged toward the heavens. When they finally discerned the figure in the sky, a fervent cheer erupted from the crowd. "Brother Nye is back. We might have a chance." Indeed, Brother Nye had entered the celestial cloud palace. The disciples clung to this glimmer of hope like a lifeline. Yet Meng Yangxiu and several elders maintained a grave demeanor. They realized that only Niechen had come, without any other members from the celestial cloud palace. Confronted solely by Niechen, there was no way to defeat the formidable Qi Wang, who stood at the pinnacle of the profound origin realm. It seemed that not only was the Netherworld sect doomed, but Niechen might also perish today. Suddenly, Qi Wang, who had been reveling in the slaughter of the orcs,
noticed Niechen.
His cold slit-like pupils flared with fury. "Take one more step, and you shall die." Niechen smiled and stepped forward, directly confronting Qi Wang. "I hear you are an orc? Shall we compare our strength? You seek death." Qi Wang roared, his hand clawing down fiercely. His seemingly frail hand concealed an immense and terrifying power. The strength of beast transformation lay in its ability to convert a person's potential and all their cultivation into pure physical might. No matter how strong a physical cultivator, they could never hope to match a beast-transformed individual head-on. However, as Qi Wang's claw descended, he stared in disbelief. He found both of his hands captured by Niechen. "Have you ever heard of arm wrestling? I've never had the chance to find someone to play with, so let us try it ourselves."
Niechen suddenly exerted force.
For the first time, Qi Wang, who had believed his power to be limitless since his transformation, felt an inexplicable fear. He hastily summoned all his strength in an attempt to resist. A scorching wave surged forth, and Qi Wang stared in shock at the golden patterns on Niechen's arm. Suddenly realizing that the power transmitted from Niechen was growing increasingly terrifying, it became utterly unstoppable. "Damn it!" A sinister array materialized upon Qi Wang's chest, and he bellowed in fury as his fangs elongated, the beastly transformation becoming increasingly evident. Yet, despite summoning all his latent potential, he found himself utterly incapable of resisting the surging force that approached. Crack, crack. As Niechun exerted a slight pressure once more, a crisp sound echoed. First, it was his wrist, then his forearm, and ultimately, the entirety of his arm was engulfed in excruciating agony. Crack. Suddenly, Qi Wang's arms shattered with a resounding thud. An overwhelming wave of pain surged forth, his eyes turning crimson, brimming with terror. How could a human form possess such terrifying power? Yet, in the next instant, Niechun's hand was already resting upon his head. Bang! The beastly skull, adorned with coarse bristles, shattered with a similar explosive force. Chapter 52. The treasure of the ghostly sect, Ding. Successfully slain a beastified Shenyuan realm expert. Rewards acquired. Sound recording sphere, skill point 1. Although the sound recording sphere is indeed a valuable item, the reward of merely 1 skill point is rather disappointing. Niechun disdainfully discarded the shattered body of Qi Wang. At present, he still required 1 skill point from the system. However, with a full 10 days remaining until the return deadline, there was no need for haste. Upon Qi Wang's demise, the beast horde and the beast men below suddenly halted, having lost their leader. It was an opportune moment. Now was the time to drive them away. The disciples of the ghostly sect finally mustered their courage and charged forward with their weapons drawn. Without a leader, the wild beasts instantly lost their courage and scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect, transformed into beastmen by Qi Wang, remained frozen in place, rigid and motionless. Despite their tough exterior, they were utterly unable to offer any resistance. In the midst of the disciples' fury, they were swiftly eradicated. This time, it was a resounding victory for the ghostly sect. Cheers erupted like waves, each one surpassing the last. Yet, everyone understood that had it not been for Niechun, the ghostly sect might have faced annihilation that day. Brother Nye, or rather Sect Master Nye, truly deserves the title of Deputy Sect Master. Thank you, Sect Master Nye, for saving my life. The disciples and elders who previously opposed Niechun's appointment as Deputy Sect Master had undergone a complete transformation, perfectly embodying the brutal reality of the demonic sect's law of the jungle. Amidst the clamor, Niechun and Meng Yangqiu distanced themselves from the crowd, retreating to a secluded area of the Crimson Flame Tower. Finally alone, Meng Yangqiu appraised Niechun with astonishment. You have reached the Shenyuan realm. It was noteworthy that Niechun had once been viewed as a discarded pawn, sent to deliver messages to the Empress Qingyue due to his inability to engage in proper cultivation. Yet, in such a short span, he had effortlessly crossed from the Condensation realm to the Foundation Establishment realm and then to the Shenyuan realm. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before even his position as sect leader was at stake. Ha! Fortunately, the Deputy Sect Master returned just in time. Otherwise, the ghostly sect would have faced a calamity. Brother Nye, you are truly a lifelong friend, Meng Yangqiu exclaimed, his face glowing with flattery as he leaned closer to Niechun. To demonstrate his camaraderie, he pressed his shoulder against Niechun's, nudging him playfully. Niechun felt a chill run down his spine and promptly pushed him away. I have no interest in sparring with an old man. After a brief pause, Niechun's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Meng Yangqiu. However, what secrets does the ghostly sect harbor that have drawn so many covetous eyes? Meng Yangqiu's expression clearly wavered, and after a lengthy silence, he finally sighed and said, Since you and I are like brothers, I shall reveal this to you. The treasures left by our ancestor are likely connected to the source. Source? Indeed, the source is an exceedingly ancient artifact, rumored to be intricately connected with the boundless mysteries of the universe. Although there are multiple sources, they are remarkably rare and exceptionally precious. Each fragment of the source possesses its own unique attributes, thus varying in value. As for whether what the ancestor left behind is truly a source, even I cannot ascertain. After all, no one has yet ascended to the pinnacle of the Crimson Flame Tower. Certainly sounds like a remarkable treasure. Niechun nodded and turned towards the direction of the tower. Brother Niechun, what do you intend to do? Meng Yangqiu exclaimed in surprise.
Niechun replied calmly.
I aim to ascend the Crimson Flame Tower and retrieve the treasures passed down by our ancestor. Brother Nye, please remain composed. Each level of the Crimson Flame Tower dramatically increases in power. Even I could only reach the 6th level. Should you attempt to force your way through, you may endanger your very life. Meng Yongxiu urged, yet Niechun remained unmoved, resolutely stepping into the tower. Instantly, countless gazes were drawn towards him. Brother Niechun has entered the Crimson Flame Tower again? Last time, he surpassed the sect leader and reached the 7th level. Now that he has grown even stronger, how far will he ascend? Could he possibly breach the 10th level? But it is said that countless generations of sect leaders have failed to reach the 10th level. Surely that would be absurd. Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, Niechun ascended the levels with ease. The 7th level, which he had previously struggled to reach, posed no threat to him now. Within its confines, the temperature felt no different from the ordinary. He proceeded to the 8th level. Surprisingly, the cunning Meng Yongqiu had spoken a rare truth. The disparity between each level of the Crimson Flame Tower was indeed terrifying, especially as one ascended, where the challenges became increasingly unfathomable. The searing heat of the 8th level surpassed that of the 7th by an immeasurable degree. Yet, as Niechun activated the first pulse of the ancient sacred body, enveloped in golden light, the rolling waves of heat inflicted no harm upon him. Next came the 9th level. The intensely blazing flames transformed into a ferocious beast, relentlessly surging towards Niechun. However, these seemingly overwhelming flames could not breach the tranquil yet potent aura surrounding him. At last, Niechun stepped into the 10th level. The moment the brilliance of the 10th level illuminated, the entire Yuming sect erupted in fervor. Brother Niechun has truly entered the 10th level. Surely this is a jest. It is said that since the ancestors' passing, no one has reached the 10th level. Even Meng Yongqiu stared in disbelief at the fiery glow emanating from the 10th level. Yet, while he could enter the 10th level, could Niechun withstand the trials within? Anxiety gripped the hearts of all present. At this moment, atop the Crimson Flame Tower, gazing at the multitude of monstrous entities within the 10th level, Niechun could not help but exclaim, "Truly, this is the foundation passed down through generations of the Yuming sect. It is indeed not easily vanquished. Each of these monsters possesses formidable strength." Most importantly, the monsters were meticulously organized into 3 distinct teams, each serving its purpose, centered around their leader. One team was designated for frontal physical assaults, another for ranged attacks from the rear, while the third was tasked with safeguarding the leader. The 3 teams operated in harmonious coordination, embodying a formidable blend of offense and defense, seemingly unassailable. However, with a resplendent burst of golden light, Niechun suddenly produced the imperial seal of the 3 sovereigns. In an instant, an endless cascade of golden radiance enveloped the entire 10th layer. The silhouettes of the 3 sovereigns materialized, unleashing a colossal wave that, with a single strike, shattered all the fiery monsters to pieces. The 10th layer lay in ruins under the tremendous force, and amidst the swirling dust, a delicate emerald glow began to descend. Although faint, this shimmering light seemed to harbor boundless mysteries. Is this the source? Niechun extended his hand and gently grasped it. Chapter 53. Returning to my wife system, please assist me in detecting this object. Holding the source, despite the outward calmness, Niechun could faintly perceive the profound aura emanating from it. Beep. Name. Source. Attribute. Wind. Rarity. Extremely rare. Rumored to be related to the vast celestial bodies and the most distant path to transcendence. Function. Unknown. Power. Unknown. Effect. Unknown. Niechun. Well, how intriguing. The system has yielded nothing substantial. However, something that elicits such secrecy from the system must undoubtedly be extraordinary. He cautiously stowed it away, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. To his surprise, he had lingered at the Yuming sect longer than anticipated. Yet now, he could finally return to the Tianyun Palace to reunite with his beloved wife. After such a long separation, she must surely miss me, he mused with a smile as he descended from the Qian Tower. Amidst the crowd, Ku Ruoling suddenly appeared, her pink dress fluttering like a dancing lotus, exuding playfulness and charm. Senior brother Nye, you've finally returned. After 10 days apart, Linger has missed you dearly. She opened her arms excitedly, attempting to embrace Niechun. However, he deftly sidestepped, avoiding her embrace. Ku Ruoling, left empty-handed, felt a pang of grievance. Senior brother Nye, after so many days apart, Linger simply wishes to be close to you, Nye-chun. Oh my, such repetition is rather nauseating. Yet, after all this time, Linger had finally come to understand her feelings for senior brother Nye. Regardless of whether he harbored any disdain for her, she was resolved to remain steadfast. With her lips slightly parted, Ku Ruoling extended her arms, attempting to kiss Nye-chun, but he straightforwardly stretched out his hand, pressing her forehead, keeping her at a distance. As her forehead was held, Ku Ruoling's face flushed instantly. Senior brother Nye, once again you're caressing my head. Though still somewhat rough, this time his touch seemed considerably gentler. Indeed, senior brother Nye's affection for her had deepened. Senior brother Nye, I understand everything. In an instant, Ku Ruoling almost burst into tears from her overwhelming emotions. Her heart raced, and she struggled to contain her tumultuous thoughts. Not wishing to appear foolish before Nye-chun, she discreetly wiped away her tear stains, her eyes glistening. Senior brother Nye, let this kiss be saved for next time. I shall ensure that I kiss you then. With that, she parted the crowd and dashed into the distance. The gentle breeze swept by, yet it did little to calm her restless heart. Nye-chun felt a twinge of awkwardness. Thankfully, the engagement stone had not activated. Otherwise, the Empress might have grown jealous yet again. Meng Yangqiu approached and inquired, Are you headed back to Tianyun Palace, brother Nye?
Indeed, Nye-chun replied.
Clearing his throat, Meng Yangqiu leaned in, ensuring no one was around, and whispered, How have you fared during your time at Tianyun Palace? I've heard that the Emperor of Clear Moon wields immense power. Should you provoke her ire, the consequences could be dire. Do exercise caution and avoid inciting her wrath. Nye-chun spoke candidly. No, master, you must be misunderstanding something. The Qingyue Empress is not only adorable but also considerate, and at times, she may even exhibit a hint of jealousy. In this entire realm, there is simply no one more beautiful and charming than the Qingyue Empress. Upon hearing these words, Meng Yangqiu's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. He anxiously covered Nye-chun's mouth, his voice trembling slightly. Brother Nye-chun, you have lost your mind. Such words must never be uttered lightly. The Qingyue Empress possesses immense power, and should she accidentally hear you speak in such a manner, no matter your exceptional talents, you could find yourself obliterated in an instant. Cold sweat began to trickle down as Meng Yangqiu felt he had just encountered the most absurd joke of his life. The Qingyue Empress adorable? Who in the world does not know that she commands the 12-star halls, radiating an overwhelming imperial majesty? Countless individuals who dared to defy her have long since turned to corpses. If the Empress were truly adorable, then I would gladly eat dung while standing on my head, let alone any talk of jealousy. If what Nye-chun just said were to inadvertently spread, the Yuming sect would likely meet its demise alongside him. Observing Meng Yangqiu, drenched in cold sweat and cowering in fear, Nye-chun shook his head and sighed. Alas, it seems that among this world, only I can appreciate the Qingyue Empress's charm. Perhaps it is more accurate to say that others have no chance to witness the Empress's adorableness. Regretfully, Nye-chun patted Meng Yangqiu and took to the skies. Brother Nye-chun, do remember to be cautious in your words and actions upon reaching the Tianyun Hall. Those words must never be spoken again. Meng Yangqiu shouted, still shaken. The expanse of mountains and rivers was traversed in an instant. What would take mortals months to cover, Nye-chun accomplished in but a brief moment, returning to the foot of the Tianyun Hall. Just as he touched down, a familiar figure caught his eye. Xu Xiangdia, did you not return to the Yufeng dynasty? What brings you here? Do not stop me. I never wish to see a man again. I want nothing to do with men for the rest of my life. A partner is the most useless thing in this world. All men are wicked, especially you. You are the worst of them all. I shall never see you again. Xu Xiangdia rushed past, pushing Nye-chun aside with a palm, her eyes shimmering with tears of grievance. Her gauzy dress fluttered in the air, and her silhouette, retreating into the distance, appeared fragile and sorrowful. What has happened to her? Nye-chun was taken aback and turned to inquire of the elder who had accompanied Xu Xiangdia down the mountain. He distinctly remembered her being well before their parting. How could such a profound change occur in the span of half a day? The elder, displaying a respectful demeanor, replied, The Empress is wise and powerful. She discerned at a glance that the princess had succumbed to her inner demons, her heart unstable. Consequently, she confined her at the cliff of reflection and assigned 10 disciples to repeatedly recite the theory of useless partners around her. The Empress's method has proven effective. However, although it has cured Princess Xu Xiangdia, it seems to have left her emotions somewhat unstable, leading her to this state. Are you certain the Empress intended to save her? Indeed, the inner demons represent the foremost obstacle for cultivators. The Empress, during her journey, effortlessly dispelled her own inner turmoil. Truly, she possesses a discerning eye and exceptional insight, deserving of her title as Empress. The Grand Elder gazed toward the Tianyun Palace, feeling an increasing reverence in his heart. Haha, is that so?
Niechen chuckled awkwardly,
hoping fervently that he harbored no inner demons of his own. The Grand Elder, seemingly in good spirits, inquired with a smile, "The Three Sovereigns' tomb has only recently concluded. Have you returned so swiftly?" Niechen nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, I remembered I needed to return to see my wife. To pay my respects to the Empress." "Oh, I see. It appears your admiration for the Empress rivals even my own," the Grand Elder remarked, his face brightening with joy. "There is great potential in you." Indeed. Chapter 54. Your Majesty, may I propose to Niechen? As Niechen departed towards the Tianyun Palace, the Grand Elder hastily cautioned him, "By the way, today seems to be rather unusual. Numerous factions have arrived bearing lavish gifts to pay their respects to the Empress. Although she is currently in the main hall, she must be quite busy at this moment." "Thank you, Elder. I shall go and assess the situation," Niechen replied gratefully before softly making his way outside the Grand Hall. Indeed, he found a throng of individuals gathered within, many of whom hailed from formidable factions. Standing prominently in the center was none other than Emperor Lu Xiong of the Liao Yun Kingdom. It is worth noting that, even during negotiations among various powers, most nations typically dispatch envoys. Hence, it is quite rare for an emperor to personally visit, especially one from a kingdom not as powerful as the Empress Qingyue. Emperor Lu Xiong exchanged a knowing glance with his attendants, who promptly unveiled exquisite boxes and chests, releasing a dazzling display of jewels and treasures. Among these were the legendary pine-pattern ancient sword, the renowned indestructible armor, and the 8 treasures emerald dragon crown. Additionally, there were 10 burning moon star grass mice, a box of golden sun burning muscle pills, 3 moon concealing dragon ginseng, and dozens of sacred Luo Xian bird eggs, among countless other rare and precious artifacts. This array of gifts clearly illustrated the considerable effort the Liao Yun Kingdom had invested to forge a favorable relationship with the Empress, aspiring to be recognized as her ally. With a respectful bow, Emperor Lu Xiong addressed her, "It is not customary to visit the 3 Treasures Hall without a significant purpose. Such priceless gifts represent a considerable investment for our Liao Yun Kingdom. Pray tell what matter brings you here." "I despise unnecessary circumlocution." Empress Chu Qingyue seemed to perceive his innermost thoughts with piercing clarity. Indeed, she was the Empress Qingyue. Lu Xiong offered an awkward smile before candidly revealing, "In truth, I have heard tales of a newly appointed disciple, Niechen, who recently entered the Tianyun Palace and distinguished himself within the 3 Emperors' tomb. It is said that he devised a strategy to vanquish 7 formidable adversaries concealed within a secret realm, thus acquiring the legacy of the 3 Emperors and attracting the 9 transformation heavenly tribulation. Such feats are undeniably heroic, evoking admiration. Therefore, if it pleases you, I would be keen to make the acquaintance of this promising individual, who is destined for greatness." Despite already being aware of the events in the 3 Emperors' tomb, Empress Chu Qingyue felt a surge of joy upon hearing Niechen praised. She nodded in satisfaction. "I do not interfere with the freedoms of the disciples in the Tianyun Palace. Since you wish to reach out to him, you may do so upon his return." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Emperor Lu Xiong expressed profound gratitude. "I shall seek my daughter's contact with Niechen at once." Empress Chu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. "Your daughter?" "Indeed, with such unparalleled talent as Niechen, how could he possibly be without a partner? Coincidentally, my daughter possesses beauty that could rival the stars, captivating all who gaze upon her. If Brother Niechen finds her to his liking, it would be a splendid match, making him the prince consort of our Liao Yun Kingdom." After speaking, Emperor Lu Xiong excitedly strode towards the exit. "Halt! A chilling voice suddenly echoed. Chu Qingyue's face contorted in disbelief. She never anticipated that someone would lay claim to Niechun so swiftly. Had she not inquired further, he might have succeeded. Gritting her teeth, Chu Qingyue declared, Niechun harbors no affection for your daughter. Henceforth, no one from the Liao Yun kingdom is permitted to enter the Tianyun palace. Otherwise, I shall raze your entire kingdom by tomorrow. Emperor Luxiong was momentarily taken aback. That is impossible. Niechun has never even met my daughter. How could he not be fond of her? He protested. Your Majesty, you promised not to restrict the personal freedoms of the disciples of Tianyun Palace. The freedom to marry is also a form of liberty. You cannot remain single for 600 years and deny a talent like Niechun the opportunity to pursue love. Before he could finish, an overwhelming imperial aura descended upon him. In Chu Qingyue's stunning eyes, he distinctly perceived a murderous intent. Emperor Luxiong was instantly struck with terror. His face paling as he lamented, Your Majesty, I beg you to temper your wrath. I shall take my leave at once. The entourage from the Liao Yun kingdom was equally frightened, abandoning their treasures and hastily fleeing for their lives. The next to step forward was Gong Ruxue, the foremost female disciple of the Miao Miao Palace. Your Majesty, this snow lotus elixir is a secret concoction meticulously refined by our sect over generations. It possesses numerous benefits, including skin rejuvenation and enhancement of beauty. Although you are already breathtakingly flawless, who knows what wonders this might bring. This elixir is commendable. I shall accept it. Chu Qingyue replied, gently clasping the snow lotus elixir and tucking it into her sleeve. Humph, that wayward disciple Niechun, once he consumes this, I refuse to believe he will have the inclination to dally with others. Feeling somewhat placated, she inquired, Speak. What is your request? If you wish to introduce any daughters or sisters to Niechun, do not blame me for expelling you directly. Rest assured, Your Majesty, that is not the case. Gong Ruxue replied with a radiant smile, her attire swaying to reveal her youthful and alluring figure. In truth, I merely wish to establish a pure and innocent friendship with Niechun. Please do not misunderstand. Although Niechun is strikingly handsome, exceptionally talented, and possesses an extraordinary demeanor, I harbor no ulterior motives. At most, I might invite him to my chamber for a candlelit conversation late at night. In an instant, the murderous intent radiating from Chu Qingyue enveloped the entire hall. Get out. I was wrong, Your Majesty. I shall never dare again. Please spare me. Gong Ruxue cried, her tears streaming as she fled the hall in a panic. Chu Qingyue's gaze swept across the chamber, her murderous aura palpable. Anyone else wishing to propose to Niechun, leave immediately, or do not blame me for my mercilessness. With a rush, the hall was soon devoid of all but a solitary man. Chu Qingyue was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by her fury. Originally, the grand hall was teeming with individuals, hailing from various sects, dynasties, nations, and even sacred lands. Ultimately, they were all drawn by their desire for Niechun. What on earth did Niechun do within the tomb of the three emperors to suddenly attract such a multitude of rivals? After a while, Chu Qingyue managed to calm the fury brewing within her and turned her gaze towards the last remaining young man in the hall. Speak. Since you are not here to propose to Niechun, what is your purpose? The young man replied with a confident smile. Rest assured, Empress, I am not like those mundane individuals. The relationship between opposites is for procreation, while the bond between the same sex is true love. I shall be candid. I have come because I was inspired by the magnificent presence of Niechun in the tomb of the three emperors, and I wish to spar with him. In the next moment, a figure was sent flying from the Tianyun Hall like a sandbag, tracing a perfect arc before crashing down the mountainside. Chapter 55. Do not speak. Just kiss me as the crowd hurriedly fled the grand hall. Niechun found himself in a state of bemusement. Although he had indeed overstepped during his time in the tomb, the blame for the ensuing chaos could undoubtedly be laid at the feet of the Xiangu sacred body. Were it not for the Xiangu sacred body, the female disciples within the secret realm would not have been so fervently captivated, spreading tales of their remarkable exploits far and wide. This was still information that various factions sought to suppress in order to seize the initiative. Otherwise, the area beneath Tianyun Hall would likely be bustling with activity, nearly bursting at the seams. Seeing that the surroundings were deserted, Nietzsche finally stepped into the grand hall. Upon catching sight of him, Chu Qingyue's eyes, as clear as water, suddenly sparkled with brightness. After all, she had waited an interminable length of time, having read and reread the love letter and the note left by Nietzsche countless times. However, as he approached, she turned her head away, letting out a cold huff, her serene face betraying a hint of sulkiness, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge him. Nietzsche could only whisper in her ear, "Empress." "Humph, Qingyue." "Humph, my dear wife." At last, Chu Qingyue could no longer maintain her composure. After what seemed like a long hesitation, she finally spoke, a mix of shyness and indignation coloring her words. "I will grant you an opportunity, but you must clarify everything today. Rest assured, I stand upright and speak with integrity. I shall reveal everything in detail," Nietzsche declared with righteous fervor, showing no sign of humility. Before long, he relayed the general circumstances of the secret realm. "So, you managed to pass through the secret realm and withstand the 9 turns thunder tribulation. Ultimately, it was the strange effect of that golden light that captivated countless female disciples?" After his account, Chu Qingyue inquired. "Indeed, my dear wife, your comprehension is impeccable. This was truly nothing more than a misunderstanding," Nietzsche exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Are you certain there are no other secrets you are concealing from me?" "None whatsoever, I assure you. If there were, you could do anything you wished to me." "Oh, is that so?" Suddenly, there was a shift in Chu Qingyue's tone, a chill creeping into her voice. "Then can you enlighten me about the matter of holding hands with the 3rd princess of the Yufeng dynasty?" Upon hearing this, Nietzsche's mind went blank, a thunderous realization striking him. How had he forgotten such a significant incident? The truth was, in the heat of the moment, he had not given it much thought, which led to his oversight. He was indeed innocent. Yet, given the current circumstances, any explanation would carry little weight. As his mind raced, Nietzsche finally devised the optimal solution. "My dear wife, please do not be angry. That was merely a desperate act at the time. Everything I did was truly for your sake." "For me?" she scoffed. "Do not think to deceive me with sweet words. I do not deceive you. I truly did it solely to learn about the theory of useless partners. If you do not believe me, I can share what I have learned." As he spoke, Nietzsche exclaimed loudly. "The Empress Qingyue once said, 'Men are the most wicked creatures in the world and must never be approached lightly. They must never be dated, never share a meal, and certainly never hold hands.'" "All right, I understand. No need to continue." Chu Qingyue's cheeks instantly flushed a delicate crimson. In truth, she merely intended to frighten Nietzsche. She had previously inquired with Xu Xiangdia and learned that Nietzsche had held her hand only due to the urgency of the situation, and nothing significant had transpired between them. More importantly, reciting her own melodramatic statements from that time was exceedingly embarrassing, especially since she had already engaged in all those activities, dating, dining, and hand-holding with Nietzsche. Truly, her husband was wonderful. Long live understanding. Nietzsche chuckled as he retrieved a crystal sphere from his pocket and presented it to Chu Qingyue. "By the way, I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Chu Qingyue's eyes brightened at the sight of the resplendent crystal sphere, shimmering with a spectrum of colors and adorned with picturesque mountain and water scenes. Over the years, despite establishing 12-star pavilions, with the Tianyun Pavilion at the forefront, her power had grown ever stronger. Yet, this success had come at a great cost. Detached from the mundane and indifferent to worldly matters, she had seldom received gifts. Even though this crystal sphere lacked any spiritual energy and seemed merely aesthetically pleasing, Chu Qingyue nevertheless accepted it with utmost care, cradling it in her hands as if it were a treasure.
Nietzsche smiled.
"Does the Empress truly cherish the gift I bestowed?" Chu Qingyue's face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily retorted, "Not at all. I merely feared it might shatter and tarnish the tiles of my palace." However, despite her words, she could not help but examine the crystal sphere, her ethereal, clear eyes brimming with curiosity. At that moment, Nietzsche added, "In fact, this crystal sphere has other uses. You might try infusing it with spiritual energy and then placing it by your ear." Chu Qingyue's curiosity intensified, for even she, after scrutinizing it repeatedly, could not discern its true nature. Gradually infusing the sphere with her spiritual energy, she brought it close to her ear. The next instant, Niechen's voice emerged from within. I love you, as the wind sweeps across 80,000 miles. Do not inquire about the return date. The melodious song flowed forth, akin to majestic mountains and murmuring streams. The melody was enchanting, imbued with a sense of foreignness she had never encountered before. More importantly, the lyrics of this song, each line resonated with themes of love and affection. This song. Did you sing it? Coming back to herself, Chu Qingyue felt her ears warm with a rosy hue, her charming face radiant with beauty. Niechen nodded. Indeed, I recorded it on my way back to Tianyun Pavilion. Moreover, every lyric embodies my most genuine sentiments. Chu Qingyue's gaze faltered. Her cherry lips pursed. I knew you were merely being glib, but my dear wife, do you not quite enjoy it? Humph. Chu Qingyue huffed lightly, turning her head away with a touch of pride. The emperor indeed harbored a certain interest in the diminutive crystal sphere. However, have you perhaps overlooked something? Overlooked what? Niechen was taken aback. Indeed, you once stated that should you conceal anything from me, I would be free to deal with it as I see fit. Yet, you have concealed the fact that I have held hands with another. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flitted across Niechen's face, as he had not anticipated such a misstep. Nevertheless, my dear wife, do exercise caution. After all, there exists a significant disparity in our strengths. Should you act too ruthlessly, you might find yourself without a husband. Niechen displayed a touch of trepidation.
Impossible.
Chu Qingyue's form suddenly flickered. Niechen was startled and instinctively recoiled. Yet, Chu Qingyue's swiftness surpassed his expectations. In the very next moment, as that exquisitely beautiful visage appeared before him, Niechen suddenly felt a soft sensation upon his lips. Chapter 56. A tender moment with Empress Qingyue. As Niechen felt the softness of the cherry blossom lips, he was momentarily stunned. Although they had nearly reached this point before, he had not anticipated that Chu Qingyue would initiate a kiss. Her autumn eyes, reminiscent of flowing clear water, brimmed with affection.
Prompted Niechen to reciprocate.
Her tongue was as fragrant and soft as jade, akin to the gentle caress of water. The unfamiliar yet shy movements of Chu Qingyue only served to deepen their immersion in this moment. After a brief interlude, the two slowly parted. Niechen distinctly observed the once seemingly oppressive autumn water gaze now infused with a hint of dreamy affection. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Do not look," as Chu Qingyue shyly averted her gaze, desperately clinging to the last remnants of her authority. This action is merely to prevent you from being infatuated with other women. Fortunately, it was just a slip of hand-holding in the secret realm. Had it progressed further behind my back, I would have suffered a considerable loss. Hey, what are you laughing at? I am truly not shy, nor am I seeking excuses to kiss you. However, upon witnessing Niechen's smile, Chu Qingyue found herself unable to maintain her facade. Rest assured, I shall only share such affections with you, my beloved. All other women are but fleeting clouds in my eyes. I trust you as far as I can throw you. I have a method to assure my beloved's belief. What method? As soon as she inquired, Chu Qingyue noticed Niechen leaning closer once again. Instantly, her heart, which had only just settled, began to race anew. Hey, that was merely a special case. Do not take advantage of the situation. No, I must ensure that the Empress is enraptured. As the last rays of the setting sun bathed the hall in a gentle glow, time stretched languorously. It was unclear how long they lingered before parting once more. The imperial majesty radiating from Chu Qingyue was matched only by the deep crimson of her cheeks, reminiscent of the most exquisite autumn leaves. Her delicate form was soft and supple, and finally, she voiced her greatest curiosity. How are you so skilled? I learned from watching films. Films? Nothing. Niechen coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. After a moment, the expression in Chu Qingyue's eyes returned to normal, and she suddenly inquired, by the way, you encountered the great Emperor Honghu in the Three Emperors' tomb and nearly lost your life because of him?
Niechen nodded in affirmation.
Indeed, and I conveniently managed to tamper with something on him, allowing me to locate his position. With that, Niechen produced the other half of the tracking talisman. Truly a treasure from the system's marketplace, The talisman's efficacy was remarkable and had yet to be discovered by the great Emperor Honghu. Now, upon contact with this half, they could sense Honghu's whereabouts. Receiving the tracking talisman from Niechun, Chu Qingyue gently closed her eyes. However, when she opened them again, they radiated an icy coldness. Niechun felt a wave of confusion. "What are you planning, my dear?" "Settling accounts." Chu Qingyue uttered those two words frostily. In the next moment, an overwhelming imperial aura surged forth from her. Her form transformed into a streak of flowing light, soaring out of the Tianyun Hall and toward the distant horizon. Dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sky, and amidst the rolling thunder, an overwhelming imperial pressure surged forth, radiating in all directions. This sense of oppression was undeniably formidable. Not only within the heavenly realm but across the vast expanse of the world, all felt the terrifying aura that pervaded the atmosphere. The Empress of the Clear Moon was enraged. In the sacred land of blossoms, the sacred maiden, accompanied by many adept practitioners, gazed in astonishment at the heavens. Who could possibly provoke such fury from the Empress of the Clear Moon? The visage of the sacred maiden paled slightly. It had been quite some time since she had witnessed such profound anger from Chu Qingyue. What heinous act could have elicited such wrath? In the Phoenix dynasty, the Crown Prince Xu Zian stood beside the Emperor, his expression clouded with concern as he looked skyward. "Do not fret, Your Highness," reassured a senior minister. "With the strength of the Empress of the Clear Moon, there are few who could stand against her." "I am well aware," replied Xu Zian, "but what grave transgression has incited her ire? How infuriating! Were my powers not insufficient, I would accompany her and personally rend that wretch asunder." The elder smiled gently. "Your Highness, do not be hasty. Your awakening of the true body of enlightenment, combined with your remarkable progress, suggests that it will not be long before you garner the Empress's attention. At that time, with your charm, winning her favor may not be an impossible task." "Indeed, that perspective aligns well with reality." Xu Zian nodded slightly. In a secluded, shadowy gorge, two flickering scarlet lights gleamed ominously. "To dare provoke the Empress of the Clear Moon at this moment is truly reckless," one voice sneered. "However, the day of reckoning draws near." The harsh laughter reverberated through the gorge, sending the beasts within into a frenzied panic, gripped by terror. Under the watchful eyes of the world, Chu Qingyue radiated a terrifying imperial pressure, hovering above the glacier shrouded in darkness. A chilling atmosphere pervaded the surroundings, rendering the area utterly silent, as though devoid of life. "Hiding, are we?" Chu Qingyue scoffed, her delicate hand grasping at the colossal iceberg. It was as if the heavens were collapsing, heralding the end of days. Amidst the unrelenting tempest, the towering iceberg shattered with a thunderous crash, the eternal frost reduced to mere powder. Within the swirling ice mist, a figure suddenly fled with great urgency. The imperial bell. Boom! Out of nowhere, an enormous golden bell, exuding an air of unfathomable authority, appeared in the sky. As the bell tolled, radiant light cascaded downwards. The fleeing figure could no longer escape, ensnared entirely within the luminous embrace. "Empress of the Clear Moon, our grievances date back over a century. Why must you drive me to my doom?" The figure of Emperor Honghu gradually materialized. Yet the visage that was once regal now bore unmistakable trepidation and fear. "A century ago?
Chu Qinghui Rito Conli.
Our most significant conflict occurred not long past. You have encountered the one person you should never have touched." The Emperor Honghu was filled with astonishment. "You mean that young man, actually?" Yet, before the words could fully escape his lips, the second imperial bell tolled once more. Although he grasped the void, an endless radiance flowed from Chu Qingyue's hands. The sword forged from that brilliance exuded an unfathomable aura, instilling a terrifying sense of dread. "Have you lost your mind? To chase me down over a mere junior? You scoundrel! I will fight you to the bitter end. Empress Qingyue, let us resolve our century-long feud here and now." The Emperor Honghu's voice was hoarse, yet it could not conceal the horror reflected in his eyes. Boundless golden sword energy descended, colliding with the wailing fire phoenix. However, the appalling sword energy, seemingly capable of extinguishing the sun, was far beyond what the already damaged Emperor Honghu could withstand. Amidst the vast expanse of golden light and the mournful cries of the fire phoenix, It felt as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. In that thunderous moment, the mighty Emperor Honghu was, astonishingly, slain by a single sword. Chapter 57. The stark contrast of my wife, the imperial bell of Emperor Zhong, continued to resonate softly, while the body of Emperor Honghu lay in a state of utter ruin upon the ground. This fleeting yet monumental battle, though distant and brief, captivated the attention of the world far and wide. As Chu Qingyue turned slightly, her icy gaze swept across her surroundings, prompting a swift retreat of countless spiritual senses. The fear of the tempestuous Empress Qingyue descending upon them and flattening their strongholds loomed large. Although they dared not observe further, the various factions collectively inhaled sharply. They had not anticipated that during her prolonged absence, Empress Qingyue's power had escalated to such terrifying heights. Despite having suffered a grievous blow to his foundation 2 centuries prior at her hands, the ease with which she dispatched him now was profoundly unsettling. What instilled in them a deep-seated dread was the imperial bell, imbued with the majestic might of the emperor. Empress Qingyue had single-handedly established the 12-star palaces, and that bell had undoubtedly vanquished countless formidable sovereigns. Now it seemed the bell had grown even stronger. Yet, why had Emperor Honghu evaded her for 200 years, only for Empress Qingyue to suddenly unleash her wrath? Had he committed an unspeakable atrocity that provoked her ire? It was a possibility. Otherwise, she would not have manifested such a fearsome temper. Chu Qingyue gently descended into the vast crater. Emperor Honghu was now scarcely recognizable as a human, but beside him lay a crimson sword, engraved with phoenix patterns, still intact beneath a heavy layer of dust. Chu Qingyue retrieved it and slowly soared back to the heavenly cloud palace. The myriad factions covertly observing finally exhaled in relief. It appeared that Empress Qingyue's fury was directed solely at Emperor Honghu and did not extend to them. However, this incident rekindled the terror once wielded by Empress Qingyue in their memories, prompting them to solemnly remind their disciples. In this world, the most perilous entity to provoke was Empress Qingyue. Should one inadvertently breach her taboos, no one would dare to ensure their safety. In an instant, the shadow cast by Empress Qingyue once again enveloped the younger generation of disciples, etching an indelible warning into their hearts. No one, especially men, should ever dare to approach or provoke Empress Qingyue. The consequences would be unimaginably dire. In the heavenly cloud palace, as Chu Qingyue returned, her imperial aura still faintly lingering, Niechen cleared his throat awkwardly. Who could have foreseen that just a moment ago, his blushing wife had been sharing tender moments, only to then soar across the distance and slay Emperor Honghu with a single strike? The contrast was indeed staggering. Here, take this, Chu Qingyue said, handing the crimson sword engraved with phoenix patterns to Niechen. What is this? He inquired. This is the sword of Emperor Honghu, along with its essence, named Nihua. It is a remnant artifact of the celestial grade. A celestial grade remnant?
Niechen appeared somewhat perplexed.
Although the quality of the heavenly grade remnants was exceptionally high, it seemed rather lowly for the Emperor Honghu, who held the title of an emperor. This, Chu Qingyue paused for a moment before explaining. It was originally a treasure of the superior heavenly grade. Niechen inquired, then how has it come to be of this grade now? Well, to be honest, I was the one who reduced it to a heavenly grade remnant.
Chu Qingyue confessed.
Niechen's understanding dawned upon him. Despite how adorable the Empress looked with her cheeks flushed when they shared a kiss, she truly became fearsome in battle. It seemed he would need to exercise a modicum of caution. A single misstep could result in a swift strike from her sword, which his frail physique could scarcely endure. Noticing the expression on Niechen's face, Chu Qingyue let out a soft huff. What, are you afraid of me? Of course not. Who would fear their own wife? Niechen replied with a laugh. Humph. I knew you were just being cheeky. Chu Qingyue pouted in playful defiance. Who says I only jest? Perhaps I should demonstrate my intentions with actions? What actions? Chu Qingyue suddenly realized something was amiss and quickly took a step back. However, Niechen advanced, his lips drawing ever closer. Instantly, the previously cold and regal Chu Qingyue felt her composure waver. Her gaze flitted nervously, her voice barely above a whisper. Again, I still have many matters to attend to, and there were numerous onlookers just now, if they were to see.
Niechen interjected. Hey.
Wouldn't the presence of more people make it all the more thrilling? Although Chu Qingyue feigned rejection, she only retreated a half-step. Niechen smiled. Is that half-step a serious retreat, my dear? Of course it is, given the public setting. Just then, a voice cut through the moment. Apologies, Your Majesty. It is my fault for arriving late. As the two drew ever closer, Shun Songshuang suddenly burst in, respectfully kneeling within the hall. Upon raising her head, she bore a look of mild confusion. This marked the third time she had witnessed such a scene. How curious. Why has the Empress taken such a liking to this gesture with Niechen lately? Oh, I see. I finally understand. Shun Songshuang stood, a spark of realization illuminating her features. After several encounters, she had yet to grasp the significance of this gesture. But now it was clear. Mouth to mouth, was it not merely a means of facilitating the transport of spiritual energy, thus aiding in cultivation? Despite her icy demeanor, the Empress had made such a heartfelt gesture for Niechen's benefit. How touching! Moreover, to have discerned the Empress's true intentions was truly a mark of genius. Whether moved by the Empress or her own enlightenment, Shen Songshuang was overwhelmed with emotion, her heart swelling with admiration. Your Majesty, you have worked hard. The rest shall be entrusted to me, she declared, pursing her soft lips as she approached Niechen. However, before she could reach him, a hand intercepted her advance. Upon raising her gaze, she found herself confronted by the hand of the Empress Qingyue. Shun Songshuang was immediately overcome with emotion, exclaiming, Your Majesty, there is no need for gratitude. You have labored tirelessly. Allow me to handle the remainder. However, scarcely had she uttered these words when she noticed a chilling and terrifying smile spreading across the Empress's lips. A sudden shiver coursed down Shin Songshuang's spine. It seemed that the Empress always bore such an expression before delivering a blow. Yet, she had done nothing wrong this time. Your Majesty, please no, she cried out, feeling utterly aggrieved, yet utterly unable to escape her fate. Alas, listening to the sounds that echoed behind her, Niechen could only helplessly grasp the Nirvana Phoenix and step out of the Great Hall. Chapter 58. Brother Nie, I hold affection for you on Mount Amei. Xu Xiangdie respectfully gazed upon the enchanting flower saintess before her. However, her heart was far from tranquil, despite the calm facade she presented. In the past, the mere sight of the flower saintess would have filled her with immense joy, yet at this moment, she found herself reluctant to meet her gaze. The flower saintess resembled the most resplendent bloom amidst a myriad of flowers. Even seated, her beauty was captivating enough to ensnare one's heart and spirit. Unlike the lofty and proud demeanor of the clear moon empress, the flower saintess, lacking such haughty airs, radiated a warmth that made her more approachable, evoking a sense of familiarity. Every smile and gesture was not only as graceful as a flower, but also occasionally released a delightful fragrance. With a gentle smile, the flower saintess reassured, Do not be anxious. I have come merely to inquire about some trivial matters entrusted to you by your master. Xu Xiangdie nodded. Please, saintess, go ahead. She continued, Rest assured, I successfully endured until the end within the Three Emperors' tomb and entered the Grand Hall alongside Niechen. I should possess the most comprehensive understanding of the secrets within that realm and the matters concerning Niechen. Yu Shirong, the sect leader of Mount Amei, observed with satisfaction, feeling a sense of pride for her beloved disciple. The flower saintess nodded affirmatively, her lips parting gracefully as she turned her gaze towards Xu Xiangdie. I ask you, during your time in the secret realm, did Niechen ever mention anything regarding the clear moon empress? Or do you sense that his connection with her differs from that of ordinary individuals? Xu Xiangdie shook her head. I have had little interaction with Niechen and have not heard him speak of the empress. However, he seems notably intrigued by her theory of the uselessness of partners. Oh? The flower saintess's eyes subtly shifted, though the change was quickly masked, and she inquired further. In the secret realm, did you perceive anything peculiar about Niechen? Peculiar? Xu Xiangdie hesitated momentarily but swiftly dismissed the notion. Aside from his extraordinary talent and rapid advancement in cultivation, I did not discern any oddities about Niechen. The flower saintess nodded. Then, for my final question, what is your impression of Niechen? Upon hearing this, Xu Xiangdie fell silent. After a prolonged pause, she delicately pressed her lips together her gaze wandering. Memories of her time with Niechun flooded her mind, causing her thoughts to spiral into disarray, rendering her unable to focus. Even amidst a throng of disciples in the Tianyun Hall, where they incessantly recited the theory of the uselessness of partners, she nearly lost her contemplations regarding Niechun. Yet, her fervent heart continued to beat intensely. Seemingly resolved, Xu Xiangdia shook her head. I apologize, Saintess, but this question is one I prefer not to answer. Daughter, you the Saintess urged, when asked by the Saintess, you should respond truthfully. Is there truly anything to conceal? Yu Shirong appeared suddenly anxious, having not anticipated that Xu Xiangdia would falter at such a critical moment. Here stood a revered Saintess, admired by thousands, juxtaposed with the master who had elevated her to the position of cherished disciple. Xu Xiangdia, however, remained deeply bowed, her gaze fixed upon the ground, her eyes reflecting an indescribable hue. I apologize, master, but I cannot answer. With a slight clench of her silver teeth, her resolve appeared unyieldingly steadfast. Yu Shirong had never envisioned that the disciple she had always taken great pride in, Xu Xiangdia, would act in such a manner, and she was immediately incensed. Forget it, if you do not wish to speak, then there is no need to. At that moment, the Saintess of Blossoms offered a gentle smile, her warmth akin to the morning sun. You have traveled to the tomb and must be weary. Please rest for now. I shall take my leave with your sect leader. Thank you, Saintess. Xu Xiangdia gave a slight bow. But, Saintess. Yu Shirong wished to say more, but was silenced by a mere glance from the Saintess of Blossoms. After they had exited Xu Xiangdia's chamber and walked a short distance, Yu Shirong expressed her deep remorse. I apologize, Saintess. My wayward disciple seems to have committed some unknown transgression today, acting thus. I assure you, upon our return, I shall discipline her thoroughly. It is of no consequence. You need not blame her. The Saintess of Blossoms smiled and shook her head gently. Thank you, Saintess. Yu Shirong paused, then, driven by curiosity, inquired, however, why does the Saintess seem so intrigued by that Niechun? Could it be that you were already aware of his exceptional talent before he entered the secret realm? To some extent, the Saintess replied, her gaze drifting into the distance, revealing a hint of doubt and curiosity. Her pale yellow dress swayed in the wind, outlining her graceful form. In the gentle breeze, she appeared as radiant and enchanting as a blossom. By the way, I will be hosting a grand ceremony at the Blossom Sacred Land soon. Do remember to bring along several beautiful female disciples to attend. Turning to face Yu Shirong, the Saintess spoke. Yu Shirong was taken aback, unable to conceal her shock. A grand ceremony at the Blossom Sacred Land. It is well known that even among numerous ancient and mysterious sacred sites, the Blossom Sacred Land holds a preeminent position. This event is certain to attract the most distinguished cultivators from across the realm. In the Tianyun Hall, after a few days of tranquil existence filled with meals, hydration, bathing, and earnest cultivation, Niechun gently traced his fingers over the Nirvana Phoenix sword resting on his thigh. Truly, a treasure of the heavenly tier. The phoenix engravings upon it were vividly lifelike, and the fiery phoenix, poised to take flight, seemed ever ready to burst forth as a blazing bird. The crimson blade appeared to burn with the intensity of flames. Though its surface felt icy to the touch, there lingered an undercurrent of warmth. Yet, despite his inability to fathom the nature of its deficiency, Niechun distinctly sensed that the sword seemed to lack something of utmost importance. Perhaps this was the reason it had become a remnant of the heavenly tier. System, what are the conditions required to restore this sword?
Niechun silently pondered.
Beep, system scanning. Name, Nirvana Phoenix. Tier, Heavenly Remnant. Suffering critical damage. Resolution. Gather the spirits of fire from heaven and earth, merge them within the sword, and reforge its essence and form. Niechun furrowed his brow. It appears this may prove to be quite troublesome. A gentle chime echoed, revealing another method. The host could expend 10 skill points for immediate restoration. Niechun remained silent for a considerable moment. Indeed, this system was rather straightforward and blunt. However, 10 skill points were exceedingly exorbitant. Presently, he was still 2 skill points short. Should he fail to meet the deadline, he would face punitive measures from the system. Alas, He must devise a strategy to swiftly accumulate more skill points. With a deep sigh, Niechan pondered. Just then, he heard a commotion from below the window. Let me meet senior brother Nie. I have truly fallen for him. The moment I glimpsed that figure in my dear friend's crystal ball, my heart was irrevocably his. Senior brother Nie, I adore you. What on earth was happening? Peering out the window, Niechan beheld a throng of female disciples gathered at the foot of Tianyun Mountain. Chapter 59. The sale of Niechan's daily necessities. Who are these people? Niechan inquired of the gatekeeper disciples as he approached the entrance of the Tianyun Palace. Senior brother Nie. The gatekeeper disciples, upon spotting Niechan, brightened instantly, their faces reflecting a desire to please. What brings you here personally? Well, it's not anything of great significance. One of them continued. It's just that your dashing demeanor in the Three Sovereigns' tomb was inadvertently captured by a recording orb. When the footage circulated, it caused quite a stir. Now, any image related to you, especially those from the Three Sovereigns' tomb, has sold out completely. The female disciples below, all of a suitable age, are eager to seize the opportunity to profess their feelings to you. A hint of embarrassment crossed Niechan's face. The gatekeeper disciple, curious, asked, Senior brother, are you planning to leave the mountain? I had intended to do so. Niechan nodded, but given the current circumstances, it seems that departing is not as straightforward as I had hoped. Do not worry. I have a method that can facilitate your exit. The gatekeeper disciple smiled ingratiatingly. My family possesses a highly convenient disguise technique. Once applied, even cultivators of considerable prowess find it difficult to see through it. I can use this technique to alter your appearance to be less appealing, allowing you to leave the mountain freely. That sounds promising, Niechan replied, somewhat pleased. But could we not make it more handsome? Why must it be less so? The gatekeeper disciple chuckled awkwardly. I'm afraid I'm powerless in that regard. I truly have no idea how to create an image that surpasses your current handsomeness. Haha. I never expected to find someone so delightfully honest in this world. I have decided to befriend you. In the future, should anything arise, just mention my name. Niechan laughed heartily, patting the gatekeeper disciple on the shoulder. Senior brother, you flatter me. I merely speak from the heart. After all, your handsomeness is beyond description, and I can only express the truth from within. Niechan felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. With such a confidant, what more could one desire? Senior brother. They both shared a hearty laugh, deeply appreciating each other's company. The gatekeeper disciple's disguise technique proved quite effective. In no time, Niechan's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. When he gazed into the mirror, he saw a young, refined scholar. His looks were decent, yet undeniably not as striking as his original form. After admiring the new visage for a moment, he set the mirror aside and focused his spiritual energy to suppress the aura emanating from his Shen-gu holy body. Instantly, he appeared less conspicuous. Thank you, my friend, Niechan said, patting the gatekeeper disciple's shoulder as he descended from the heights of Tianyun Palace. Let me meet Niechan. I adore him.
Niechan.
I want to marry you. Niechan, I wish to bear your children. At the foot of the mountain, amidst the fervent female admirers, there were also several individuals mingling in the crowd, seizing the opportunity to peddle various merchandise. Among the items were portraits, images, and small wooden carvings of Niechan. Even more astonishingly, there was a claim that a pair of undergarments, allegedly worn by Niechan himself, was for sale, while other items garnered considerable attention. None could compare to the fervor surrounding those undergarments. After enduring a lengthy queue, Niechan finally managed to squeeze into the stall selling the undergarments. To his surprise, the vendors were two burly middle-aged men. Here we have a variety of Niechan's worn pieces. There are sheer black ones and pink triangles. I highly recommend this one with the gold trim. It's the one he wore the longest, one of the middle-aged men said. Upon catching a glimpse of Niechan, he froze momentarily, a look of embarrassment crossing his face, before breaking into a grin. I didn't expect such a handsome young man to have this peculiar interest. I understand. Perhaps I should steer you away from the gold trim and suggest the black sheer ones instead. Rest assured, I have a good relationship with Niechan. All these items come directly from him and are still warm. Niechan's expression darkened. If they continued this farce, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. I want them all, but I have no money on me. You see, a peculiar smile suddenly crept onto Niechen's lips. How about I purchase them with my fists? Huh? Before the two middle-aged men could react, Niechen struck them, leaving them battered and tossing them into the nearby bushes. He then seized the blanket and fled. Thief! Yes, stealing the undergarments. The audacity of stealing Niechen's undergarments was unforgivable. Share a couple with me. He must be envious of senior brother Nie's handsome looks. I think he is rather handsome too, but nowhere near as much as senior brother Nie. Catch him! The voices of infatuated female disciples echoed as they pursued him. Yet their speed paled in comparison to Niechen's. In no time he had completely outpaced them and, hidden among the trees, set ablaze the brightly colored undergarments. Alas, Niechen sighed, shaking his head, realizing for the first time the considerable drawbacks of being handsome. However, the female disciples had yet to encounter the truly terrifying aspect of the situation. The Empress Qingyue was likely still in the main hall, dealing with Shun Zongshuang. Once she finished, a mere display of her imperial might would be sufficient to frighten the raucous female disciples below, potentially damaging their resolve. For now, Niechen's primary concern was to devise a means to earn the remaining 2 skill points. Failing to do so could lead to dire consequences should time slip away. Tianyun City was a bustling hub, frequented by numerous cultivators. Gliding through the air, Niechen swiftly entered Tianyun City. Unlike ordinary towns, this city was teeming not only with common folk but also with many traveling cultivators. Some soared above on their swords, while others traded talismans, elixirs, and various cultivation items in the bustling marketplace. The congregation of practitioners created an atmosphere of vibrant prosperity. However, the vastness of the town and the throngs of people rendered the objectives overly broad. Reluctant to miss an opportunity, Niechen gritted his teeth and resolutely spent another skill point in the system shop to acquire the ability of keen hearing. Suddenly, a wave of clarity washed over him, and a torrent of sounds flooded his ears. Niechen sifted through the cacophony for useful information. Amidst the myriad voices, some discussed plans to commit murder and seize treasures tonight, others deliberated on exploring a newly uncovered secret realm, while some engaged in clandestine rendezvous with companions. Yet, one voice captured Niechen's attention. I heard that today's auction will feature numerous valuable items, and even several formidable experts from the Xian Yuan realm have arrived. It seems that even those from the sacred land are participating. I can only hope that is not the case, for I dare not wade into such murky waters. Chapter 60. Is it a distortion of human nature, or a decline in morality? The auction treasures turned out to be an auction event. Niechen's interest was instantly piqued. Such a place, rife with people and disputes, was ideal for encountering skilled practitioners to engage in a confrontation and seize skill points. Following the sound, Niechen swiftly navigated through the rugged corners, eventually discovering a path leading downward in a secluded alley. The illusions set outside were merely spells designed to repel ordinary mortals. It was evident that this auction event was open to all. The underground space was vast, capable of accommodating over 1,000 attendees. The interior was already bustling with a crowd of cultivators. Niechen selected a relatively quiet corner to settle down. At present, he owed the system 4 skill points. Whether he could repay this debt relied on the forthcoming auction. Before the auction commenced, a sturdy man seated beside Niechen noticed him and approached with keen interest. "Brother, you appear quite impressive. I can tell your strength is formidable. I am Li Dezhuang from the Jinyutang. May I ask your name?"
Niechen replied.
"I go by Niechen, a name unaltered, a surname unchanged."
Niechen.
Li Dezhuang chuckled awkwardly. "You truly enjoy jesting. Just days ago, the Niechen from Tianyun Palace caused quite a stir at the 3 Emperors' tomb. His fame has spread far and wide. While you are not unhandsome, I have seen portraits of Niechen. He is truly a striking figure, gallant and charismatic, far surpassing your appearance." Hearing this, Niechen patted Li Dezhuang's shoulder in approval and excitement. "Brother, your discernment is commendable, and you strike me as a man of sincerity. Every word you speak is grounded in truth. Indeed, I, Li Dezhuang, relish forthright speech."
Li Dezhuang lauga heartily.
As their conversation unfolded, suddenly, the lights illuminated, converging on the central platform. Instantly, all gazes were drawn towards the elevated stage. A graceful figure emerged, dressed in exotic attire, with a strapless top and a flowing red skirt, revealing ample fair skin. She was the enchanting woman from the Hahuan sect, Miao Miaoing. In that moment, the atmosphere grew peculiar. Although everyone was aware that the auction hall likely harbored numerous practitioners of the demonic sect, it was still within Tianyun City, and no one anticipated that a demoness would openly preside over the auction. However, considering the nature of the auction, which was not exactly a respectable affair, many righteous cultivators reluctantly swallowed their indignation. Before long, their anger dissipated, entirely captivated by Miao Miaoing's alluring figure. After all, she was truly stunning. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the auction venue. This time, I shall be your host, Miao Miaoing said with a delicate laugh, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an alluring charm. Instantly, many unsettled cultivators found themselves entranced. Sitting at a distance, they even felt their breaths quickening, and the previously tense atmosphere softened considerably. As Nietzsche observed Wang Dazhuang's drool slowly trickling down, nearly landing on his own leg, he hastily pressed down on Wang's head and pushed him aside. The atmosphere within the venue mirrored Wang Dazhuang's reaction, a testament to the bewitching skills of that enchanting woman. Thank you, brother. I nearly fell under her spell as well. However, her allure is truly remarkable. Just how unwavering is your resolve to remain entirely unaffected? Wang Dazhuang inquired curiously.
Nietzsche replied, Resolve.
I possess no such resolve. She is not even as beautiful as my wife. Why would I desire her? You really do boast with such ease. Wang Dazhuang chuckled, entirely dismissing Niechen's words. He would never believe that there were others more beautiful than that enchantress. Did he truly think his wife was the Empress Qingyue? Meanwhile, on stage, Miao Miaojin smiled gracefully, her alluring gaze sweeping across the crowd as she sweetly announced, "Since the hall is nearly full, let us commence today's auction." Thunderous applause erupted, the majority directed towards Miao Miaojin. As the lights dimmed and brightened once more, 10 exquisite boxes appeared on stage, each more lavishly adorned than the last from left to right. Miao Miaojin smiled radiantly. Today's auction is unlike any other. Today, we shall be auctioning blind boxes. Inside these 10 boxes, the treasures increase in value sequentially. The final ownership will be determined by the highest bidder. Blind boxes? A murmur of chatter arose from the audience. After all, what one could see offered at least a semblance of reliability. Auctioning blind boxes, however, carried certain risks. Yet, knowing that the contents of each box would escalate in value provided some reassurance. As the auction for the first box commenced, the starting bid was set at 5 spirit stones. The moment Miao Miaojin's alluring voice fell, someone immediately called out, 6 spirit stones, 7, 10, 23. After a spirited competition, the first box was ultimately won for 23 spirit stones. What lay within the box? Curious gazes converged, and it was clear that everyone was highly intrigued. When the box was opened, a chill mist emanated forth, revealing a glistening green elixir inside. The soul-returning jade elixir, someone exclaimed in astonishment. It wasn't that the soul-returning jade elixir was exceptionally rare, but it was a mid-tier elixir of the Shen grade, valued at no less than 100 spirit stones. The fortunate individual who acquired this elixir had made a substantial profit. Moreover, given that the treasures within these 10 boxes were progressively more valuable, what wonders awaited in the subsequent boxes and, indeed, the final one? Instantly, the atmosphere in the venue surged with excitement. As the auction for the second box began, bids soared well above the previous amounts. The Frost Snow Silver Steed's beast egg, the Yama's armor. In the midst of fervent cheers, the crowd was astonished to discover that the value of each treasure within the boxes exceeded that of its predecessor by an extraordinary margin. The treasures concealed within these blind boxes were undeniably exquisite. As the prices escalated, by the time the 9th blind box was presented, various factions exerted their utmost efforts to outbid one another, each refusing to concede. After all, the first 8 blind boxes had already reached remarkable worth. The anticipation surrounding the 9th was unimaginable. 1,300 spirit stones, 1,350 spirit stones, 1,700 spirit stones. Suddenly, Nietzsche announced a bid significantly higher than the others. Wang Dazhuang was taken aback. "Brother Nietzsche, are you truly this affluent?" Not at all. I do not possess a single spirit stone, Nietzsche replied, shaking his head. Then have you lost your mind to bid so high? Wang Dezhuang was utterly bewildered. I merely aimed to elevate the competitive spirit, Nietzsche remarked. After a prolonged silence, someone finally called out an even higher bid. 1,800 spirit stones. Very well, the 9th blind box is awarded to the sword-grinding sect for the bid of 1,800 spirit stones. As the announcement was made, all gazes converged upon the blind box. No one could fathom the precious item that lay within. At last, as the blind box slowly opened, everyone was left dumbfounded. Inside was none other than Niechen's underwear. Chapter 61. The sacred land of blossoms Yao Mengyun unexpectedly discovered. Niechen's undergarment. The air became momentarily still, only to erupt in an instant. The value of this treasure surpassed the combined worth of the previous 8 blind boxes. How infuriating! I never anticipated that the 9th blind box would contain such an item. Had I known, I would have gone to any lengths to secure it, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Some gasped in astonishment, while others lamented in despair. The female disciple from the sword-tempering sect, who successfully bid for the box, was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Holding the blind box aloft, she was exhilarated, as if delivering an acceptance speech. Thank you, everyone. I never imagined I would acquire such a treasure. To have such fortune today makes me feel that my ancestors are smiling down upon me. Upon returning, I shall petition the sect leader to designate this undergarment as a treasured relic of our sect. Though they could not obtain such a marvel, congratulations were in order. How moving! A wave of applause erupted, celebrating the luck of the sword-tempering sect. Niechen's expression darkened. He nearly took matters into his own hands, ready to turn the entire venue upside down. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, he barely managed to suppress his murderous intent.
Li Dezhuang, noticing Niechen's demeanor,
Approached with a cheeky grin. I can see that you seem rather displeased, my brother, but I can't blame you. Watching another man's undergarment valued at over 1,000 spirit stones would make anyone envious. Yet, the feats Nietzsche accomplished within the 3 Emperors' tomb are quite astounding. Especially after his image circulated, female disciples from various sects now idolize him fervently. Thus, the price of that undergarment is undoubtedly justified. Moreover, Li Dezhuang lowered his voice, leaning closer to Niechen's ear, and whispered, I heard from some fellows that this undergarment is still warm. You've got to be kidding me. Nietzsche nearly lost control, filled with the urge to commit an act of violence. Warm? The only truly warm one is the one I'm wearing. Meanwhile, on stage, Miao Miaojin finally unveiled the last box, slowly removing the veil that shrouded it. Although the contents remained a mystery, the exquisite carvings and embellishments on the box hinted that whatever lay within was undoubtedly of immense value. Just as the crowd's attention was captivated by the final box, a series of soft footsteps, accompanied by an eerie chill, drew many gazes to the entrance. A figure gradually emerged, clad in a flowing light blue gown. Her skin was as radiant as snow, and though her features may not be classically beautiful, she exuded an aura of unmatched charisma, distinctly different from ordinary women. Yao Mengyun. The majority recognized her instantly, especially with the light blue Kunwu sword that hung at her waist, further confirming her identity. She was indeed the sister of the sacred maiden of blossoms, Yao Mengyun. Her reputation stemmed from her formidable cultivation talent and formidable background. Besides having the sacred maiden and the entire sacred land backing her, her prowess inspired both admiration and fear. With a cultivation level firmly established at the mid-stage of the profound origin realm, Yao Mengyun stands as a paragon among the youthful elite of Chu. More significantly, her mid-stage prowess is far from ordinary. Each realm she has traversed is solidly fortified, like the construction of a towering edifice. Her ascent is not only rapid but each foundational layer is terrifyingly stable. From the early days of her cultivation, she has frequently engaged in battles beyond her realm, effortlessly defeating those who surpass her by even 2 stages as if it were second nature. As Yao Mengyun entered the venue, her icy gaze swept across the crowd. Suddenly, her sword was unsheathed, unleashing a blade of sword energy that sliced through the air with astonishing speed. The disciples of the sword-grinding sect, witnessing the imminent threat, hurriedly attempted to evade. However, the swiftness of the sword energy offered them no time to react. With a sharp sound, the trousers of a man, barely secured in the auction, were severed by the strike. The leading disciple of the sword-grinding sect trembled with fury, instinctively pressing a hand against the sword at her waist. Yet, even as her grip quivered with rage and her teeth clenched tightly, she dared not draw her weapon. After all, both her personal strength and the backing of her sect were woefully inadequate to challenge Yao Mengyun. How laughable that a mere pair of trousers could render you all so flustered. And that attention-seeking Niechen, he had best not cross my path. Otherwise, I shall deal with him as well. Yao Mengyun surveyed her surroundings, letting out a cold snort. Although many harbored resentment, none dared to voice their grievances, swallowing their indignation instead. Finding a secluded spot, Yao Mengyun sat down slowly, an aura of chilling cold emanating from her, causing several individuals nearby to instinctively seek a more distant refuge. Ahem, let the auction continue, came the voice of Miao Miaojin, whose quick reflexes brought a sweet smile to her face, alleviating the previously frosty atmosphere. Inside the final box lay the Paisida assistance of the day's auction. It would not be an exaggeration to state that the value of the item within could rival the combined worth of all preceding treasures. This opportunity is singular. Those wishing to take the plunge must not let it slip away, she proclaimed, her smile bright as she delicately lifted the precious wooden box, parading it around the stage for all to see. As she moved, the copper bells adorning her gown chimed melodiously, drawing countless gazes, causing many to momentarily overlook the box. Only when she set the box down did the crowd regain their composure. I bid 5,000 spirit stones. A voice suddenly rang out from the corner of the hall. An initial bid of 5,000 spirit stones. Such a sum was already sufficient to purchase half a bustling city. However, considering the treasures preceding it, the audience recognized that this final act would undoubtedly be of great rarity. Perhaps even this price would not easily secure it. 5,200 spirit stones. Indeed, it was not long before a higher bid emerged. 5,300, 6,000, 6,100 spirit stones. When the price reached 6,100 spirit stones, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. This amount was far beyond what the vast majority could possibly afford. For an unknown treasure, no one was willing to expend such a significant sum. 6,100 stones, 3 times. 6,100 stones, 2 times. 6,100 stones, once. Just as the transaction was about to be finalized, suddenly, Yao Mengyun voiced, 10,000 spirit stones. Ding! The auction item is extraordinarily precious, and its source is shrouded in darkness, requiring no reservations. A system task has been issued. The host may employ any means necessary to obtain the treasure within the box. Task reward: the treasure within the box and 4 skill points. Meanwhile, Niechen finally received the long-awaited notification. Chapter 62. Indeed, it is me finally. The moment has arrived. Niechen deliberately chose a notoriously contentious auction to await this opportunity. Initially, he intended to select a few affluent but foolish buyers to confront. Yet with the system now presenting a task, the situation became considerably more manageable. By seizing the treasure within that box, he could not only settle his account with the system but also acquire a valuable item at no cost. At this moment, the auction hall was enveloped in silence. Had she lost her mind? Regardless of the treasure's worth, it could not possibly justify a price of 10,000 spirit stones. Truly, she was the sister of the saintess, exhibiting an astonishing level of extravagance. Although many factions had initially planned to invest significantly in the final blind box, faced with the staggering price of 10,000, they could only watch in disbelief, too intimidated to raise their bids further. 10,000 spirit stones going once. 10,000 spirit stones going twice. 10,000 spirit stones. 11,200 spirit stones. Before Miao Miaojin's voice could fade, Niechen's voice unexpectedly resonated from a corner of the hall. A moment of stunned silence followed, as a multitude of astonished gazes turned towards the source of the sound. Not only were they curious about who could afford such a price, but they were also wary of the implications of raising the bid further, as it would mean openly challenging Yao Mengyun. Which faction had the audacity to offend such a fierce lady? However, upon seeing Niechen's appearance, The crowd collectively paused. They had never encountered someone of his caliber before. Could he be a scion of a reclusive noble family? Yet, he seemed to be alone, leaving them uncertain about the power he might possess. Yao Mengyun furrowed her brow slightly as she regarded Nie Chen, a flicker of dissatisfaction evident in her expression. 14,000 spirit stones. She raised the bid again. Yet Nie Chen's voice persisted. 15,000 spirit stones. 16,000. 17,000. A chill emanated from Yao Mengyun, her gaze towards Nie Chen icy and piercing. She clenched her teeth. 18,000. 30,000. Nie Chen called out nonchalantly. Clang. The sharp sound of a sword being drawn pierced the air, and this time, Yao Mengyun could no longer contain herself. With the sword emitting a faint blue chill, she glared at Nie Chen, her eyes radiating a bone-chilling coldness. What exactly do you mean by this? An auction is for the highest bidder, is it not? Are there no other offers that can surpass mine? Nie Chen smiled, his voice ringing out boldly. 40,000 spirit stones. 50,000 spirit stones. In an instant, a blade of icy energy sliced through the air, narrowly missing Nie Chen. Yet the freezing sword aura cleaved a massive crack into the wall. What are you truly here for? If you lack a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for taking your life. An aura of chilling menace surrounded Yao Mengyun, her latent killing intent becoming increasingly palpable. I am here for two purposes: to seize the treasure and to confront the proud. Nie Chen slowly rose to his feet. Such audacity! Our Yundu auction house is under the protection of formidable individuals, and now we have Miss Yao Mengyun present. You, a mere miscreant, dare to perpetrate wrongdoing here. Miao Miaoin scolded. The counterfeit of my undergarments, the treasures brought forth for auction, are all of dubious origin. Since none of us are virtuous, engaging in a black market deal should pose no issue, right? Nie Chen placed his hand over his face, streams of spiritual energy flowing in, gradually dissolving the facade of his disguise. All eyes turned to Nie Chen, eager to uncover the identity of the one bold enough to provoke such audacity. Yet, when Nie Chen's true visage was unveiled, silence enveloped the crowd, their expressions frozen in astonishment, rendered speechless. This visage belonged to none other than Nie Chen, who gained renown in the battle within the three emperors' tomb. What is he doing here? We are doomed. This is a monumental blunder. Miao Miaoin and the crowd at the Yundu auction house were all taken aback. They were acutely aware of the severe repercussions of auctioning counterfeit Nie Chen undergarments. Do not even think of fleeing. We have yet to settle the score from earlier. Nie Chen sneered, stepping forward, transforming into a shadow difficult to capture. He did not rush to seize the treasure chest. Instead, he initiated indiscriminate attacks within the auction hall. You just bid 500 spirit stones for my undergarments? Is that all you think I am worth? You claimed Nie Chen was only average-looking, not as handsome as you? You even suggested marrying your daughter to Nie Chen? Ha! Father-in-law, we can discuss this matter in detail later. Though the individuals within the auction hall possessed considerable strength, they were no match for Nie Chen's superior cultivation and foundation, especially with the backing of the celestial moon Empress. Few could muster the strength to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. With each punch Nie Chen delivered, cries of anguish echoed continuously. I was wrong. I will never dare again.
Grandfather Nie Chen, sper mistrzostwom Europy.
Particularly the one who boasted of being more handsome than Nie Chen, now bore a face swollen and bruised, resembling a pig's head. Even if he recovered, it was likely his features would remain distorted. At that moment, seizing the opportunity to capture Nie Chen's doppelganger, several hired experts rushed onto the stage, eager to abscond with the exquisite wooden box. The treasures within the box were of immeasurable value. Should they be stolen, Yundu auction house would suffer tremendous losses.
Halt!
But just as the three grasped the wooden box, they found Nie Chen standing before them. You, young man, though you share the same realm, do you truly believe you can defeat all three of us alone? Even if we fear the celestial moon Empress, do not provoke us to the point of violence. Nie Chen replied, Are you certain? Bang, bang, bang. Alas, while the auction house appeared to possess significant power, the hired thugs were decidedly lacking in prowess. With their superficial cultivation, it took but a few exchanges for Nie Chen to easily subdue them. Shattered the hearts of 3 Xian Yuan realm cultivators. Skill point 1 goodness. Indeed, They are utterly worthless. Niechun had anticipated this moment, and thus seized the wooden box from their grasp. As he removed the 2 locks from the box, just as he was about to unveil its contents, an icy chill swept over him from behind. Approaching him was none other than Yao Mengyun from the Land of Blossoms. With a smile, Niechun remarked, "It appears, my lady, that you are inclined to engage in a duel with me?" "Indeed, I have long harbored disdain for you," Yao Mengyun replied, her voice as frigid as the glint of her sword. "What a coincidence, for I feel the same," Niechun declared, casually discarding the wooden box onto the ground, invigorated with a fierce spirit. The higher the caliber of the prodigious talents he faced, the more he relished the challenge. Yao Mengyun frowned slightly. Typically, those who encountered her were filled with trepidation. Yet, in Niechun, she sensed an unmistakable anomaly. Chapter 63. The twin phoenixes danced together, defeating the Saintess sister in a sudden burst of aggression. Yao Mengyun unleashed a wave of sword energy, which Niechun deftly evaded. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an ethereal illusion materialized behind her. It was the sacred image of the 10,000 flowers. The atmosphere was charged with astonishment. Typically, such manifestations could only be conjured by formidable practitioners of the sea-breaking realm. However, there existed exceptions. For the ancient and enigmatic sacred sites, each was blessed by a revered image that protected its descendants. Those who excelled within these sacred grounds, upon reaching a certain level of prowess, might summon the guardian phantoms of their sanctuaries. The illusion of the 10,000 flowers hovered behind Yao Mengyun, though its form was somewhat insubstantial, its power still far below that of a true master wielding a divine avatar. Nonetheless, within Tianyun City, it possessed enough destructive force to obliterate half the city. Run! Every individual capable of movement scattered in a frenzy, hastily vacating the venue. Miao Miaoin cast a resentful glance at the wooden box behind Niechun but dared not seize it, following the tide of fleeing figures instead. In the vast underground space, aside from the fallen practitioners who lay incapacitated, only Niechun and Yao Mengyun remained. The illusion swirled, and an imposing aura subtly radiated from Yao Mengyun. A gentle breeze stirred, and in the next instant, the sacred image of the 10,000 flowers began to coalesce and transform into various forms. There were towering monstrous blossoms, tendrils resembling tentacles, and even a battalion of humanoid soldiers. "I have heard tales of your prowess within the 3 Emperors' tomb, where you triumphed over countless strong opponents. Allow me to test your mettle." As Yao Mengyun's voice echoed, the myriad of floral phantoms, now taking human shape, brandished weapons and charged towards Niechun. However, as the leading floral general descended to the ground, Niechun's arms were enveloped in golden light, emanating an aura of profound mystery. In an instant, he surged forward with astonishing speed. The floral phantoms, armed with their weapons, attempted to strike, yet they were utterly outpaced by Niechun. With a single strike, Niechun grasped the head of the soldier phantom. Though its form appeared robust, it was held securely in his grip, unable to escape despite its desperate struggles. With a second blow, he pierced through its chest. The leading floral phantom collapsed, while the storm of illusions behind it had yet to touch the ground. Niechun reached into the void, summoning a minuscule flame that rapidly expanded, radiating an intense, searing heat. The very fabric of space seemed to warp in that moment. Boom! The fireball erupted, swelling to an unfathomable size in an instant. The multitude of phantoms ignited, engulfed in a purifying golden flame that burned fiercely. It transformed into a surging beast, voraciously consuming and evolving. As the flames raged, Yao Mengyun was thrown back by the force of the blast, nearly collapsing to the ground. She had never faced such a defeat. The scorch marks on her attire bore testament to the peril of this inferno. Yao Mengyun's gaze turned frigid, as her spiritual energy and murderous intent surged forth in a relentless tide. Yet, Niechun afforded her no opportunity to retaliate. A fleeting shadow darted past, and Niechun's figure seemed to vanish into thin air, launching toward her with astonishing speed. Amidst the inferno, a vibrant green armor suddenly emerged, merging seamlessly with Yao Mengyun's being. In an instant, Yao Mengyun unleashed a velocity far surpassing what she had displayed moments prior. Within the swirling sea of fire and phantoms, their silhouettes flickered incessantly. With each collision, A thunderous roar reverberated, sending forth fierce shockwaves that cascaded outward. Bang! At the moment when Nye Chen's golden-tinged fist collided once more with the sword wielded by Yao Mengyun, the unleashed airwave could no longer be contained, sweeping across the entire subterranean space. Despite the fortifications of formations and other measures, they proved utterly inadequate against such an onslaught. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering clamor, the ground suddenly caved in. The walls of the underground realm bent and shattered, crumbling like mere earth. As massive stones plummeted, Yao Mengyun's pupils constricted, and she swiftly leapt into the air, leveraging the force around her. However, the moment she reached mid-air, Nye Chen's figure burst forth from the flames, launching toward her with relentless vigor. This time, even Yao Mengyun found it impossible to maintain her composure. With no solid ground beneath her and the sacred flower's manifestation restricted by the confines of space and engulfed by the flames, she was unable to harness her full power. Her predicament had become exceedingly perilous. Within the fiery abyss, a fist enveloped in flames and golden light descended with ferocity. The vibrant green phantoms surged into Yao Mengyun's body and sword, infusing them with spiritual energy. Yao Mengyun positioned her sword before her, attempting to withstand the impending strike. However, as the fist descended, she realized her assumptions had been woefully simplistic. The might of this blow far exceeded her expectations. The overwhelming force seemed capable of lifting 1,000-pound boulder, akin to a raging beast of the river, unyielding and ferocious. This punch carried an indomitable momentum. Even with the aid of the phantoms, Yao Mengyun was utterly unable to withstand this assault. The fierce wind swept past, and her slender form was sent flying. Like a kite severed from its string, she was fortunate to have the protection of the phantoms. Despite crashing heavily to the ground, Yao Mengyun managed to stand, albeit precariously. Was this the sensation of defeat? Throughout her life, no matter the opponent, Yao Mengyun had consistently triumphed with overwhelming strength. Yet before Nye Chen, she felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance and helplessness. Yet, even so, the sanctity of the Holy Land and her long-held pride compelled her to refuse surrender. The sword's radiance surged, and the myriad floral phantoms re-emerged behind Yao Mengyun. The explosive surge of spiritual energy propelled even Nye Chen back several dozen meters.
Nye Chen.
You are indeed stronger than I anticipated, but do not presume that this will secure your victory over me. With the protection of the Holy Land, she proclaimed, the myriad flowers gather. In an instant, the emerald glow spread outward, accompanied by the sound of a phoenix's cry echoing through the heavens. Within the endlessly swirling vortex of spiritual energy, the myriad floral phantoms transformed, morphing into a magnificent phoenix. Although this phoenix falls short of the majesty depicted in divine paintings and illustrations, its emerald glow seems incapable of revealing its true power. Nevertheless, the sense of oppression it emanates is unmatched by any entity of the Xian Yuan realm. Given this, let me wield the sword bestowed upon me by my beloved wife. Nye Chen drew forth the Nirvana Phoenix, gifted by the Empress Qingyue. Though the sword's essence is marred, as the surging flames danced upon its blade, it appeared as if a phoenix soared through the heavens. The phoenix, reborn through the flames. As Nye Chen ascended with a mighty stroke of his sword, the overwhelming fire within the sword's aura resembled a genuine phoenix in flight. Chapter 64. Repairing the heavenly artifact, the various sects in shock boom. A powerful wave of energy surged outward, as flames clashed with the phantom of a phoenix, releasing an immense spiritual force that soared into the sky. Within this overwhelming torrent, despite her utmost efforts to resist, Yao Mengyun was effortlessly flung away. Her body suffered extensive burns, resulting in internal injuries. A trickle of blood stained her lips, and she felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping her. Amidst the radiant glow, Nye Chen approached with a deliberate pace. It is you. Yao Mengyun gritted her teeth against the pain, struggling to rise. Yet, she discovered that the agony rendered her utterly immobile. I am the sister of the flower saint, you. Even at this moment, a cold disdain and pride lingered in her eyes. Sister of the saint? Apologies, but I am utterly unfamiliar with any flower saint. Moreover, I harbor no fear of her. Nye Chen bent down, locking eyes with Yao Mengyun. His gaze casually swept over her somewhat gaunt form. What do you intend to do? Yao Mengyun glared at Nie Chun with furious intensity. Rest assured, in terms of both appearance and physique, you are far from reaching the level that would entice my interest. Nie Chun smiled faintly, raising his fist high. You! Before Yao Mengyun could utter another word, his fist came crashing down. This illustrious daughter of the flower saint, renowned for her prowess among the various sects, felt a sudden sting on her cheek. A wave of pain surged, and then darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. As Yao Mengyun fainted, the magnificent floral imagery behind her began to dissipate, fading into nothingness. Flames cascaded from the sky, occasionally landing like sorrowful sparks upon her battered form, evoking a sense of poignant beauty. Strong impact on Yao Mengyun's psyche from the flower sacred land. Skill point 1. Mission complete. Acquired auction treasure. Skill points 4. Truly, as a celebrated prodigy, even without affecting her Tao heart, she managed to yield a skill point. If possible, Nie Chun would like to encounter more opponents of such caliber. However, his attention was primarily focused on the wooden box before him. What could possibly be contained within that warranted a bidding price of 10,000 spirit stones and prompted the system to issue a task valued at 4 skill points. Indeed, the individuals at the auction were not to be underestimated. Although they presented the wooden box for sale, they had secretly inscribed defensive formations upon it.
Nevertheless, to Nie Chun.
These defenses were of little consequence. Effortlessly dispelling the high-tier restrictions, he slowly opened the wooden box. Instantly, a wave of intense heat poured forth. Within the box lay a fiery red orb. System, conduct a scan.
Nie Chun commanded.
Beep. This item is known as the Fiery Phoenix Pearl. Attributes: Fire, Rarity, Extremely Rare, Function. While superficially regarded as a medium for enhancing fire magic, few are aware that this spiritual pearl can be utilized in the crafting of exceptionally high-tier artifacts. The exceptional quality of the divine artifact instantly reminded Nie Chun of the Nirvana Phoenix, which had been irreparably damaged by the celestial moon Empress. System: can the fire-bathing Phoenix Pearl be utilized to restore this sword? Beep. Affirmative. The fire-bathing Phoenix Pearl possesses formidable restorative properties. However, the rank of Nirvana Phoenix is exceedingly high, yielding only a 6 success rate. A mere 6? This poses quite a challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Nie Chun suddenly recalled an incident. During his conquest of the celestial moon Empress, the system had generously rewarded him with 10 instances of celestial fortune. With such an enhancement, the likelihood of success could be significantly increased. Nie Chun invoked the first instance of celestial fortune. Beep. Favored by the heavens, success rate elevated to 46. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Nie Chun unhesitatingly activated the second instance. Beep. Favored by the heavens, success rate elevated to 86. Sufficient. Nie Chun suspended the fire-bathing Phoenix Pearl and the Nirvana Phoenix in mid-air, continuously infusing both with spiritual energy. Under his adept control, the previously inert items began to respond, gradually coalescing into a singular point. With a sharp crack, as the fire-bathing Phoenix Pearl made contact with the sword's edge, a crystalline chime reverberated through the heavens. Immediately, a wondrous phenomenon emerged. An endless torrent of blazing flames surged forth from the fire-bathing Phoenix Pearl. The once crimson, indistinct surface of the pearl underwent a transformation, revealing intricate phoenix patterns amidst the flames. The phoenix appeared extraordinarily lifelike, as if it were basking in fire, poised to soar into the sky with a resounding cry. Flames continuously flowed from the fire-bathing Phoenix Pearl into the Nirvana Phoenix. The blade began to radiate an even more intense scarlet heat, and as time progressed, flames ignited upon the Nirvana Phoenix sword itself. The two entities converged at a singular point. In an instant, a brilliant crimson light illuminated half the sky, reminiscent of ethereal melodies and the resonant tolling of great bells. Accompanied by an awe-inspiring, majestic cry, a fire phoenix suddenly materialized in the heavens. A wave of pressure and a torrent of flames emanated forth, and following its prolonged cry, the fire phoenix dove down directly into the Nirvana Phoenix sword. Instantaneously, the Nirvana Phoenix sword emitted an unparalleled searing heat. The flames enveloping it were extraordinarily pure. Even a solitary flicker seemed to harbor boundless warmth. Boom! Golden light surged forth, as if expending every ounce of power, culminating in an unprecedented, resounding phoenix cry that reverberated one final time. This sacred call swiftly diffused outward in ripples. In an instant, the numerous sects, cultivators, and hidden forces within a 1,000-mile radius were struck with awe. This sound and aura. They signified the creation of a heavenly-grade artifact. A heavenly-grade artifact. The source of this aura seemed to be near Tianyun City, who, indeed, possesses the ability to forge such a divine treasure. With the emergence of a heavenly-grade artifact in the direction of Tianyun City, all present were compelled to hasten their journey there. Although the identity of the forger or the circumstances surrounding the artifact's appearance remained unknown, no sect would dare remain indifferent to such a monumental event. Rather, it can be said that everyone harbors the hope of stumbling upon a fortuitous opportunity. After all, should one chance upon a celestial-grade treasure, it could very well pave the way for the entire sect, and even for one's own future path of cultivation. The rarity of such treasures is so profound that many would risk their lives and forsake everything for the chance to possess one. Numerous factions, disregarding all else, hastened towards the direction of Tianyun City. However, as they approached the city, the multitude of gathered cultivators abruptly sensed that the overwhelming aura of the celestial-grade treasure had vanished without a trace. Moreover, they found themselves unable to detect even the faintest hint or clue of its presence. Chapter 65. The Empress surprisingly celebrates her birthday. How dare you, Wan Dao sect, also come here? A mere Qingtian cave dares to contest for the heavenly-grade treasure? Repeat that. Numerous sects arrived consecutively over Tianyun City, comprising primarily of highly esteemed elders from their respective sections. The heavenly-grade treasure represents an unparalleled opportunity. Acquiring it would undoubtedly elevate an entire sect significantly. As tensions escalated, some sects, already on edge, appeared even more belligerent. However, where had the immense pressure emanating from the heavenly-grade treasure vanished to? It seemed to have disappeared without a trace, leaving no lingering aura. Many forces were engulfed in confusion, with several formidable experts present. They found it hard to believe that anything could escape their notice. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from behind the Wan Dao sect, unmistakably linked to the heavenly-grade treasure. In that moment, someone shouted, "The heavenly-grade treasure is taken by us. The Wan Dao sect, you worthless lot, dare to challenge us?" Instantly, the various sects erupted in fury. Such audacity! Not only did they have the gall to privately seize the heavenly-grade treasure before the eyes of all, but they also dared to provoke them. Wan Dao sect, you shall pay dearly today. How could such a small sect as Wan Dao sect act so recklessly? It was rumored that they were not virtuous at all, hiding behind the banner of a righteous sect while oppressing the innocent and committing heinous acts. Today, as the various sects convene, let us eradicate them right here. Indeed, the heavenly-grade treasure is of no consequence. We merely wish to capture these remnants brainwashed by the demonic sects, restoring peace for the people. The sects, brimming with righteous indignation, surrounded the Wan Dao sect, ready to strike. The people of the Wan Dao sect were utterly bewildered. When had they obtained the heavenly-grade treasure? Moreover, who had the audacity to utter such words? The Wan Dao sect had no such individual. Kill, capture them, uphold justice, and reclaim the heavenly-grade treasure. However, the various sects charged forward, swords gleaming and spells flying. In no time, the Wan Dao sect was overwhelmed, unable to withstand the onslaught from the multitude of forces. Elders fell one after another, and the sect leader was gravely injured, on the brink of death. Ah! The heavenly-grade treasure is in our Qingtian cave's possession. You hypocrites! Come and slay us if you dare. At that moment, the previously absent aura of the heavenly-grade treasure surged forth once more, emanating from the direction of the bloodthirsty Qingtian cave members. Qingtian cave. Thus, the enraged sects turned their wrath towards them. The heavenly-grade treasure is with our Shenyang sect. Hey, we at the Tuoyu Mountain Manor have snatched the heavenly-grade treasure. Are you angry? What about us? We of the Mogwan prefecture will take it and flee. With taunting voices echoing, the sects clashed, igniting an all-out battle. In the midst of an incredibly chaotic melee, individuals are intermittently struck down, severely injured and crashing to the ground. Even as they have completely lost sight of the heavenly artifacts, Their minds clouded by the frenzy of battle and long-standing grudges, the sects are becoming increasingly ruthless. All manner of tactics are deployed, and blood flows freely. Yet, none among them are aware that the true instigator of this turmoil is currently searching through the belongings of the fallen cultivators on the ground. With a satisfied smile, Nietzsche finally gathered enough treasures to fill a spatial ring, casting a final glance at the fray above before departing with a leisurely gait. Regardless of the numbers, under the veil of stealth, this group of inept individuals could not possibly discern his movements. Behind him, the clamor of battle rages on, yet Nietzsche strolls away, utterly unconcerned. Time passes, and upon realizing that the heavenly artifact's aura has vanished and each faction has suffered significant losses, the bloodthirsty sects finally pause. Surveying their surroundings, they can't help but display expressions of embarrassment. In the floral sacred land, the holy maiden watches with amusement as her sister, Yao Mengyun, appears bruised and battered. Holy maiden, you. A nearby handmaiden is taken aback. In her memory, the holy maiden has always been fiercely protective of her sister. Apart from the crown prince of the Phoenix dynasty, Yao Mengyun has triumphed over all her peers without exception. However, should any elder dare to strike at her, the holy maiden would promptly leave the sacred land, even going so far as to level entire sects with her divine might. Thus, not only in the floral sacred land but across many factions, it is well known that the holy maiden fiercely guards her sister. Even if Yao Mengyun is occasionally unruly, no one dares to provoke her. Most simply endure whatever punishment she incurs. Yet today the situation feels somewhat amiss. Noticing the handmaiden's expression, the holy maiden smiles gently. It's nothing. Mengyun has indeed become rather headstrong over these past 2 years. A little correction from time to time might temper her spirit. Moreover, as for Nietzsche, she trails off, shaking her head, hesitating. Let us focus on preparing for the grand feast in a few days. Other matters can wait. Yes. The handmaiden dares not speak further and quickly departs. Nietzsche, is it? Gazes the holy maiden into the sky, her pure and otherworldly visage adorned with a faint smile. Near the Tianyun Palace, as Nietzsche approaches the high mountain, he clearly observes a vibrant blaze of red hanging from the heights. Looking up, the air above the mountain range is aglow with spiraling spiritual energy, akin to flames. Unlike its usual serene demeanor, today the Tianyun Palace appears extraordinarily lively and festive. In addition to the crimson lanterns adorning the area, many individuals are respectfully lined up, bearing an array of exceptionally precious gifts. Though the atmosphere remains solemn and respectful, it is undeniably far more animated than on ordinary days. Nietzsche landed on the ground and sought out Elder Wang, with whom he shared a cordial relationship. He inquired, "Elder, what is the situation?" Elder Wang replied with a smile, "The Empress is to host a grand birthday banquet today. Consequently, the major sects, sacred lands, and dynasties with ties to the heavenly cloud palace have all sent envoys bearing gifts in celebration. A magnificent ceremony is planned to honor the Empress's birthday." Nietzsche was taken aback, realizing that he was entirely unaware of this significant event. Elder Wang chuckled, "You are not alone. Despite my years of service as an elder beside the Empress, I too was oblivious to the date of her birthday." Nietzsche pondered, what is the situation this year? The date of the Empress's birthday had been disclosed by the Saintess of Blossoms. Strangely, unlike in previous years when the Empress would have unhesitatingly dismissed those coming to celebrate, this year her demeanor seemed considerably warmer, as she did not refuse their presence. Perhaps the Empress's state of mind is undergoing a transformation. Elder Wang shook his head, appearing somewhat perplexed. Chapter 66. Can you teach this old man how to love? Elder Wang inquired with curiosity. Nietzsche, I have observed your recent proximity to the Empress. You are one of the few disciples permitted such closeness. Are you aware of any recent developments that might explain the Empress's sudden transformation? Well, Nietzsche pondered for a moment. Perhaps it is love. Love? Elder Wang erupted into hearty laughter. Haha, your imagination truly knows no bounds. In all my years as an elder, I have yet to hear anyone dare to utter such words. Yet, as his mirth gradually subsided, a hint of seriousness crept into his expression. While jesting in private is acceptable, ensure that the Empress never hears such things. Otherwise, no one will be able to safeguard you. Do you not believe me? Niechen replied. Naturally, I cannot. Over the years, many have attempted to express their affections to the Empress. Regardless of their cultivation or status, they have long since met their demise. Well then, since you believe you will never witness the day of the Empress's wedding, when the time is ripe, I shall invite you to my own banquet, Niechen said with a resigned smile. A banquet? Are you implying that you have someone you cherish? Elder Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. Calm yourself, Elder. I am 18 years old. Having a romantic interest is quite normal, is it not? The issue is, I am still a virgin at 400. Elder Wang appeared somewhat embarrassed. We are not the same. After a moment of existential contemplation, Elder Wang finally regained his composure, displaying keen interest. In fact, several of my friends, upon hearing of your exploits in the Three Emperors' tomb, have been eager to enlist my assistance in proposing to you. I did not expect you to act so swiftly. However, as the foremost prodigy of Tianyun Palace, I must ensure that you are not deceived, especially since the Empress despises discussing matters of love. Niechen's gaze shifted slightly, a playful glint in his eyes. Elder Wang, you are not merely pretending to be my guardian. Rather, you wish to learn my romantic techniques for pursuing a partner, do you not? Instantly, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Elder Wang's face as he blushed. Young brother Niechen, your insight is indeed sharp. I did not think you would discern my intentions. However, it is not entirely true. Well, Elder Wang, do not take it too seriously. You are not lacking in potential partners. Rather, you have devoted 400 years to your cultivation, showing little interest in matters of the heart. Fear not, I can share my own romantic experiences with you, serving as a reference to enrich your own understanding of love.
Niechen boldly interjected.
You understand me well. Niechen, from this moment forth, let us not concern ourselves with the distinctions of elder and disciple. Henceforth you shall be my good brother. Elder Wang was instantly moved to speechlessness, his gaze towards Niechen brimming with profound gratitude. Currently, the Empress is occupied with matters concerning her visitors. Since you cannot meet her at the moment, why don't we, as brothers, head to the tavern for a couple of jugs? Niechen smiled. Then let us drink and share my romantic experiences. Ah, good brother, good brother. Elder Wang had never felt such emotion before. Reflecting on the fervent admiration that Niechen received from numerous female disciples, he suddenly felt that even if he could glean just a sliver of insight, perhaps he might have a chance to escape his single status. Before long, the two were arm in arm, laughing and chatting as they made their way to the tavern. The atmosphere was so intimate it surpassed that of mere comradeship, utterly erasing any semblance of the relationship between elder and disciple. Upon arriving at the tavern, Elder Wang splurged extravagantly, purchasing 2 jugs of the finest wine for the hefty price of 200 spirit stones. When the dishes were served, he felt a flush of embarrassment and, with a hint of shyness, spoke, Brother Niechen, do regale me with your romantic tales, that I may learn from your wisdom. Very well. Since Elder Wang wishes to hear, I shall recount every detail for you. Take heed, for it may prove useful to you in the future. Now let us toast. Cheers. The clinking of cups echoed, and as Niechen began to narrate his romantic escapades with the Empress Qingyue, he cleverly replaced her name with others, never revealing her true identity. Yet, despite this, Elder Wang became completely engrossed in the sweet, albeit poignant, stories that felt like an abundance of lemons had been consumed. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, when Niechen embellished the tale of a fateful kiss, Elder Wang suddenly lost all composure, tears streaming down his face. Brother Niechen, I finally understand. The reason for my prolonged singlehood is not due to a lack of excellence or charm, but rather my utter ignorance of what love truly is. A romance like yours is what defines true love. In comparison, all that I have heard or seen before pales in insignificance. I never imagined I would hear such a stirring tale. Should I share this moving story with the Empress, even her heart of ice might be stirred. With tears in his eyes, Elder Wang drank deeply from the abundant spirit wine, which was worth 100 spirit stones, a rarity indeed. Despite his profound cultivation, he could not withstand the effects of the wine. Staggering slightly, he managed to finish the drink. His tears of emotion now dried. Gazing at Niechen with a tipsy fondness, he remarked, By the way, Brother Niechen, Your story was indeed touching. However, you have yet to mention your lover's name. While I can keep a secret, could you perhaps reveal some details about her so that I might have something to ponder? Niechen chuckled. Elder Wang, do you truly wish to guess? Of course. Very well. Niechen could only nod. The first piece of information is that she is merely a 600-year-old youthful maiden. 600 years? The potency of the spirit wine had clouded Elder Wang's mind, rendering him incapable of conjuring an appropriate image. Niechen continued, the second clue is that she is also within the Tianyun Palace. 600 years, Tianyun Palace. Just as Elder Wang, who was already on the brink of slumber, felt a sudden jolt, half awake. His eyes widened in disbelief. Are you suggesting she is a... His... Niechen initially presumed that Elder Wang was too intoxicated to think rationally. However, he soon realized that he had perhaps divulged too much information. Elder Wang, how do you feel now? Niechen interjected with a gentle smile. My head aches and I'm still under the influence of the wine. By the way, what were you saying just now? Wait. If you don't want to think, then don't. Just as Elder Wang sank into a contemplative haze, gripped by discomfort,
Niechen suddenly seized a cherlek.
Bang! With a firm blow to the back of Elder Wang's head, Niechen remarked, Memory erasure technique. Accomplished. Chapter 67, Empress. I truly did not peek at Niechen bathing observing Elder Wang, who had fainted at the table. Niechen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Given his inebriated state and the subsequent application of his memory erasure technique, any recollection upon awakening would likely be dismissed as mere dreams. However, the pressing concern at hand was quite startling. He had completely forgotten that the Empress was celebrating her birthday. How could he, on such a significant occasion, venture out alone? This was akin to offering chilled beverages to a girlfriend during her menstrual cycle or reserving a hotel room only to delve into advanced mathematics by oneself. The implications were indeed grave. Gazing at the dimly lit sky outside the tavern, the last rays of the setting sun illuminated the horizon, signaling the impending darkness. Deep in thought, Niechen pondered swift solutions. In the Tianyun Palace, two female disciples knelt at the foot of the steps, their bodies trembling from the frigid air and overwhelming fear. Is it you who have taken Niechen's likeness and images to sell? The authoritative voice of Chu Qingyue echoed, sending shivers down the spines of the two disciples. Upon discovering a fervent gathering of Niechen's fans at the foot of the Tianyun Palace, Chu Qingyue had promptly dispatched an elder to investigate. To her astonishment, they uncovered a traitor involved in the illicit trade of Niechen's likenesses. Particularly notable was Mu Xiling, kneeling on the left, whose exceptional talent earmarked her as a potential candidate for a senior disciple. It was inconceivable that she would lead such a scandalous venture. Empress, spare me. I truly did not intend this. Mu Xiling prostrated herself, tears streaming down her face. She was acutely aware of the Empress's temperament, the invisible imperial pressure enveloping the air instilling profound terror within her. Desperately, Mu Xiling sought to mitigate her culpability. I swear on my path of cultivation that I had no intention of profiting from senior brother Niechen's likeness. My motivations for peeking at him stemmed from other reasons. Chu Qingyue's brow furrowed. What reasons? I assure you, I harbored no ill intentions. I was merely captivated by senior brother Niechen's physique. Mu Xiling attempted to downplay the gravity of her actions, framing them as mere youthful infatuation. Yet, upon uttering this, she felt the oppressive aura from the Empress intensify, as if an unseen murderous intent permeated the atmosphere. Frightened, Mu Xiling hastened to clarify, I implore you, Empress, do not be enraged. Although I am drawn to senior brother Niechen's physique, it was merely a fleeting glance whenever he passed by. I truly did not witness him bathing. Did not. Witness? Indeed, the window was far too small, and several sisters crowded around it, blocking any potential view. Even had I wished to see, there was not a sliver of space. With this, Mu Xiling expressed her profound regret. Chu Qingyue remarked, what a situation. While not explicitly confessing the nature of her relationship with Niechen, this is indeed excessive. It seems not only individuals from other sects but even the female disciples of Tianyun Palace have set their sights on him. If one were to meticulously investigate, how many hidden competitors could be uncovered? Chu Qingyue clenched her teeth, a barely concealed murderous intent emanating from her. One last question. Recently, have you been observing Nietzsche? Have you noticed anything? Mu Xiling paused momentarily before responding honestly. In the past few days, senior brother Nye has been diligently practicing and has hardly engaged in any superfluous activities. However, I often hear him mention the Empress to other disciples and elders. It seems that every day he inadvertently brings her up. At this revelation, Chu Qingyue felt a stir within her heart, akin to the warm sun dispelling the icy chill that had settled there. The fading sunlight bathed her exquisite visage, and the gentle glow enveloped her in warmth. Indeed, was it merely my overthinking? Humph! How careless of him to mention this Empress before others, not fearing an inadvertent revelation of secrets. With a light snort, despite her feigned displeasure, a subtle smile warmed her lips. I am already aware of the entire situation. You may leave now. Remember, there shall not be a next time, or I shall act without hesitation. The chilling, authoritative voice reverberated, leaving Mu Xiling momentarily stunned. The Empress has forgiven me. She had initially believed that avoiding expulsion from the Tianyun Hall was the greatest grace she could receive, never anticipating that the Empress would spare her. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation to repay your kindness. Mu Xiling gratefully prostrated herself. Very well, but there is one more matter I require your assistance with. Chu Qingyue conveyed this through spiritual communication rather than speaking directly. Moments later, Mu Xiling was taken aback. Is the Empress asking me to pay closer attention to which of my fellow disciples covet senior brother Nietzsche? Precisely. Rest assured. I will conceal my identity and fulfill the task. Good, you may go. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shortly thereafter, the two female disciples respectfully departed from the Grand Hall. At this moment, the banquet for the various factions had already been laid out. The Tianyun Hall was festooned with colorful decorations, exuding an atmosphere of festivity that starkly contrasted the usual somberness. Yet, Chu Qingyue appeared utterly uninterested. She gazed at the dimly lit sky outside, feeling a sense of emptiness within her. On such an important birthday, the most crucial person was absent. No matter how lively the surroundings, she remained untouched by the celebration. Just then, a figure gracefully descended into the Tianyun Hall. With his back turned to the setting sun, the golden rays illuminated his silhouette, making him appear radiant, as though bathed in holy light. Chu Qingyue's pupils constricted slightly. Nietzsche, what brings you back? I had to rush back for my wife's birthday. Nothing could be more significant than this. Nietzsche smiled, gently taking Chu Qingyue's hand. Humph, you left so early. It hardly seems like you intended to celebrate my birthday. It appears you were trying to escape. With a sulky demeanor, Chu Qingyue attempted to withdraw her hand. However, Nietzsche firmly grasped her delicate, jade-like fingers. Come with me. For tonight, I have gone to great lengths to prepare a birthday gift. A birthday gift? Even if you have the intention to prepare something, there is a grand banquet about to commence, and I have no time to extricate myself. Chu Qingyue pouted her cherry lips, declining his invitation. What delights could possibly be served at the feast? Besides, as the Empress, who would dare to voice any dissent after you have left them waiting? Trust me, just get in the carriage. Nietzsche urged, taking hold of Chu Qingyue's hand as he summoned the wind to carry them towards the foot of Tianyun Palace. Chapter 68. Before the kiss, Sixshen Zongshuang as they soared through the air, they chanced upon the inebriated Elder Wang, who had indulged in 2 full flasks of exquisite spiritual wine and had endured a blow from Nietzsche. Presently, he felt a throbbing headache and a sore neck, his mind clouded with drowsiness. Nietzsche, what brings you here? Elder Wang asked, his words slightly slurred. However, just as he posed the question, he inadvertently turned his head and caught sight of the Empress Qingyue not far behind Nietzsche. Suddenly, a jolt of fear coursed through him, and he sobered up considerably. Why, Your Majesty, what brings you here? The Empress is leaving Tianyun Palace to attend to some important matters, and I shall accompany her, Nietzsche replied nonchalantly, patting Wang on the shoulder. Do not concern yourself. Simply inform the guests that they may return home after the banquet. Yet, as Nietzsche and the Empress departed, closely following one another on their ethereal journey, Elder Wang stood rooted in place, his mind struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. While it was not unusual for the Empress to regard Niechun with a somewhat different demeanor than that of an ordinary disciple, there lingered an inexplicable sense of peculiarity regarding their relationship. The images of both Niechun and the Empress danced in his mind, and for a fleeting moment, he felt an uncanny sense of compatibility between the two. The Empress, a figure of immense grandeur. How could I dare to entertain such blasphemous thoughts? Shaking his head vigorously, Elder Wang delivered a firm slap to his own face, hastily attempting to dispel this absurd notion. On the hillside outside Kanghan City, a gentle evening breeze caressed the flowers and grass. As the sky darkened, gradually consumed by night, Chu Qingyue curiously inquired, "Did you not promise to take me on a date for my birthday? Why have we lingered here for so long?" "Because I have been awaiting this very moment," Niechun replied with a subtle smile as he rose to his feet. Grasping the Nefeng sword in his hand, he suddenly swung it towards the heavens. In an instant, an endless surge of fiery flames erupted from the Nefeng. Amidst the searing crimson blaze, the resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the air. The flames coalesced, gradually taking the form of a magnificent phoenix, adorned with fiery wings and a regal three-tailed crown. The blazing phoenix soared majestically, exuding an air of sanctity and authority. Its cries bore an overwhelming sense of ferocity, akin to that of a colossal beast, radiating pressure in all directions. The phoenix rises from the flames, bringing auspiciousness to the world. As a divine bird, any technique or spiritual energy associated with the phoenix was exceedingly challenging to master and incredibly rare. This sense of pressure. "Have you restored the Nefeng?" Even Chu Qingyue appeared slightly astonished. The Nefeng sword was a heavenly-grade treasure, which she had once damaged to its very essence, causing its phoenix spirit to teeter on the brink of collapse. Even she could not fathom a way to mend it. How had Niechun accomplished such a feat? In this world, nothing is insurmountable. For you, my beloved, these are mere foundational skills. Niechun replied with a gentle smile. Under the night sky, with a gentle breeze, amidst the flowers, the soaring phoenix, and the presence of Niechun beside her, Chu Qingyue felt an overwhelming sense of peace and wonder. Gazing at the scenes unfolding around her, Chu Qingyue found herself momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, the fiery phoenix let out a resounding cry once more, gracefully descending beside the two of them under Niechun's command. "What do you intend to do?" she asked, unable to suppress a laugh. The phoenix, revered by countless as a divine bird, was being treated as a mere steed. With her lithe form perched upon the phoenix's neck, Niechun settled comfortably behind Chu Qingyue. Seizing the opportunity to grasp the phoenix's plumage, his arm naturally encircled her slender waist. They were nestled closely together, and Chu Qingyue could feel the warmth radiating from his chest. Particularly, the arm around her waist was persistently shifting, causing her to cast a reproachful glance at Niechun. "You didn't bring me up here just to take advantage of me, did you?" "Of course not." Niechun gently tugged at a feather, prompting the phoenix, ablaze with flames, to soar into the sky. In the dark of night, the earth was shrouded in shadows. Even the stars seemed to be devoured by the depths of the night. Yet, the blazing flames of the phoenix illuminated the heavens with extraordinary brilliance. As a gentle breeze swept by, Chu Qingyue, feeling the residual warmth behind her, let her gaze wander. Having reigned for such an extended period, she had traversed countless mountains and rivers, witnessing the beauty of the world. Yet, this particular moment was indelibly etched in her heart, impossible to forget. Suddenly, Niechun broke the silence, saying, "Look below." The phoenix had just flown over the Kanghan City, where they had their first date. In an instant, the previously dark city sparkled with lights. The streets were aglow, vibrant and colorful. The mesmerizing kaleidoscope of hues transformed the entire city into a magnificent blossom. The phoenix soared through the sky while thousands of lights flickered to life below. The beauty of the scene was overwhelming. "Happy birthday, my dear." Niechun's voice drifted into her ears. Snapped back to reality, Chu Qingyue felt her ears flush crimson. "Is this your birthday gift?" "Indeed, how does it feel?" "It's just so," she retorted, attempting to feign indifference. "It's merely a display of garish lights. I won't be easily swayed." Yet, the sparkles in her eyes betrayed her words, revealing a contrasting truth. But how did you manage to light up the entire Kanghan city simultaneously? Chu Qingyue inquired, curiosity piqued. Niechen replied, it's quite simple. I directly told all the citizens in the city that today, the Empress and I are to wed. Anyone who wishes to live should light their lamps when I arrive. You rogue? Chu Qingyue playfully pinched Niechen, though her touch was notably gentler this time. Niechen chuckled, conceding, actually, I informed the city lord in advance that a divine phoenix would grace this place tonight. If they wished for the phoenix to bestow blessings, they needed to light their lamps and hold a celebration upon its arrival. Is that so? Zhu Qingyue finally nodded. Beneath the moonlight, she turned her gaze towards Niechen. Unconsciously, her eyes flickered gently. Amidst the vibrant glow of the lights, Zhu Qingyue's thoughts became hazy, and her soft lips instinctively drew closer to Niechen's.
Niechen, too.
Slowly leaned in. Just as their lips were a mere finger's breadth apart, Niechen suddenly interrupted. What's wrong? Zhu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. She noticed Niechen vigilantly scanning their surroundings and heard him say, I've realized something. Whenever the Empress and I are about to share a kiss, the Frost Saint seems to appear from everywhere. We must first assess the situation. After solemnly observing the vicinity for a while and ensuring that they were entirely safe,
Niechen finally nodded.
all right, she should be absent. Come on, my dear. Let us continue our kiss. However, Zhu Qingyue, her face flushed with embarrassment, pushed Niechen away in exasperation. You fool. You've completely ruined the atmosphere. Chapter 69. Shun Songshuang, have I missed some significant moment? Within Kanghan City, the lights blazed bright, enveloping the atmosphere in a jubilant celebration. The mythical phoenix truly descended. The city lord was indeed correct. According to his words, as long as we illuminate the lights at the moment of the phoenix's arrival, Kanghan City shall be forever blessed by this divine creature. Such a blessing from the phoenix. Filled with immense excitement, the bustling revelry of Kanghan City surpassed any festive occasion. The townsfolk were brimming with joy, exchanging congratulations. The streets thronged with passers-by, lined with stalls offering a plethora of delicacies. At a stall selling sugar figurines, Niechen paused. This particular stall was distinct. Customers could craft their own sugar figurines. For the majority of ordinary folk, their creations were often misshapen and unrecognizable. However, for cultivators, manipulating the spirit energy made it a simple task. Niechen appeared quite intrigued. My dear, shall we attempt to make a sugar figurine together? At our age, we are not children. Wait, this sugar figurine can actually be shaped at will. Just as she spoke, Chu Qingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Gently grasping the spoon filled with sugar, she turned her back, shielding her creation. Niechen chuckled, what shape do you intend to create? Not interested in sharing. Chu Qingyue huffed, tightening her hold. By the way, what shape do you plan on making? Yet, she soon cast a furtive glance in Niechen's direction. Niechen smiled, I shall not reveal it either. Humph! Gradually infusing his spirit energy, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, two sugar figurines swiftly took shape and solidified. Turning around, Chu Qingyue concealed her figurine behind her back. To her surprise, Niechen had also tightly covered his figurine. Why don't we exchange our sugar figurines? Exchange? Indeed, I will count to 3, and then we reveal them simultaneously. All right, but honestly, I have no ulterior motive in crafting this figurine. Just don't misunderstand after you see it.
Niechen nodded.
3, 2, 1. The two sugar figures emerged into the light. Niechen was momentarily taken aback, while Chu Qingyue's gaze froze in astonishment. The figurines they had formed were likenesses of each other. Particularly, Niechen's meticulously crafted sugar figure almost perfectly mirrored Chu Qingyue's ethereal beauty and regal demeanor. The only thing that piqued Chu Qingyue's curiosity was a small string of unfamiliar characters atop the figurine. What is this? She inquired, puzzled. It reads Ala Wuyo, a script I learned from a distant barbarian land. Its meaning is simply, I like you. I knew you were up to something. Chu Qingyue turned her head. Beneath the shimmering light, her snow-like visage bore a faint blush. Come, my dear, indulge in this. It is quite sweet. Niechen offered the sugar figurine before her. Humph, I shall eat my own. Chu Qingyue turned away, taking a bite of half of Niechen. The flavor was delightful, leaving a lingering richness. However, when she glanced back at Niechun, she noticed he had suspended the sugar figure in midair, untouched. "What are you doing?"
Chu Kinh Huy inquired.
With a chuckle, Niechun replied, "I simply cannot bear to eat a sugar figure that resembles my beloved wife. If I hold it, I fear it may fall, and if I place it in my mouth, it may melt away." "You!" Instantly, Chu Qingyue's cheeks flushed even deeper. She stepped forward, snatching the sugar figure from Niechun's hand and placing it into her spatial ring. "But my dear, I have yet to taste it." "No, you shall not." "Why? Do you intend to keep it as a memento?" With a smirk, he added, "My dear, your tongue is truly beautiful." As they strolled along the bustling street, they soon found themselves walking side by side. Upon reaching the most vibrant intersection, Niechun suddenly halted, gently taking Chu Qingyue's hand with a subtle smile. "In truth, I have yet another gift for you. What else could there be?" To her surprise, Chu Qingyue did not resist as he grasped her delicate hand. On her typically serene and aloof countenance, a hint of anticipation seemed to emerge. Niechun directed his gaze skyward. At that moment, the resounding cry of the phoenix echoed once more, this time even more exalted and divine, resonating throughout the entirety of Kanghan City. Accompanied by the flaming phoenix descending from the heavens, the populace erupted in excitement. "The divine bird, the phoenix, it truly flies towards us. A most auspicious sign. This is indeed a heavenly omen." The direction of the phoenix's descent appeared to be at the heart of Lantern Street. "Hurry, let us see." The citizens of the city sprang into action. Vendors abandoned their stalls, and those who had been asleep hastily arose. Even couples engaged in the creation of dolls paused, swiftly merging into the throng heading towards the center of Kanghan City. A wave of intense heat enveloped the surroundings, and the townsfolk widened their eyes, beholding an astonishing and sacred spectacle. Surrounded by flames, adorned in a three-tailed golden crown, the phoenix embodied the very omen foretold in myth. "What are you up to?" Chu Qingyue suddenly sensed Niechun's other hand brush against the bend of her leg, a flicker of panic evident on her face. With a smile, Niechun remarked, "Last time, the Empress cradled me in Kanghan City. I must return the favor." With that, he exerted a gentle force, lifting the Empress into his arms in a princess carry. With a leap, Niechun ascended onto the back of the phoenix. As the phoenix's cry resonated, a whirl of flames spiraled upward, and the phoenix soared into the sky. The townspeople gazed in disbelief at this scene, one that surpassed all imagination. The divine bird, the phoenix, serves as a steed, upon which two figures lock eyes in an exchange of silent understanding. Their lips gently draw closer, ultimately merging into a perfect union. These celestial lovers must surely be deities from the heavens. Indeed, for mere mortals, even those of the cultivation path, could never possess such breathtaking beauty. The arrival of these immortal beings, gracefully descending upon the city of Kanghan atop the fiery phoenix, heralds an extraordinary omen of prosperity for our flourishing Kanghan City. The citizens gazed skyward, filled with an overwhelming sense of envy and yearning, their astonished exclamations echoing through the air. Yet, in the heavenly cloud palace, Shun Songshuang abruptly awakens from her slumber, gazing with a hint of perplexity at the luminous moonlight outside. She cannot shake the feeling that she has missed witnessing something profoundly significant. Chapter 70. You actually licked. The Empress across mountains and rivers, crimson flames appeared to blaze in the sky near the heavenly cloud palace. It was unclear how much time had passed when their intertwined lips slowly parted. The fire phoenix descended and landed gracefully on the ground. Chu Qingyue's cheeks flushed with a blend of embarrassment and indignation. There were so many people in the city just now. How could you dare? Fear not, no one in the mortal town would recognize the Empress. Besides, the common folk surely regard you as a celestial being, never considering anything else, he replied with a silver tongue. Though she feigned disdain for Niechun's flattery, her adorable vexation gradually dissipated. Having departed in such a conspicuous manner, with a hint of crimson still on her cheeks, Chu Qingyue took the lead and soared back to the heavenly cloud palace. The first thing she did upon her return was to carry the sugar figurine crafted by Niechun to the Qinghan Palace. The Qinghan Palace was enveloped in an icy chill, designated for the storage of exceedingly precious items. Within the entire heavenly cloud palace, Only a handful of treasures were deemed worthy of being housed there. The place was rife with various prohibitions and stringent defenses. Unless the heavenly cloud palace fell, it was inconceivable for anyone to abscond with its treasures. Guarding this location was Elder Wang, the esteemed elder. Upon the Empress's return, Elder Wang promptly lifted the restrictions and opened the grand doors of the Qinghan Palace. Mist swirled around them. When he clearly saw the Empress delicately place a sugar figurine in the corner of the formation, which was fortified by the strongest prohibitions, Elder Wang was momentarily taken aback. The appearance of the sugar figurine seemed to resemble the Empress herself. No, it could not possibly be merely a sugar figurine. Elder Wang quickly dispelled that notion, even finding it absurd to have entertained such a thought. How could a mere sugar figurine command the Empress's attention? Anything of such significance must be an artifact capable of astounding the world. The exterior resemblance to a sugar figurine was merely a facade to conceal its truly formidable value. This sugar figurine was likely far beyond his imagination in terms of its worth. Taking another glance at the sugar figurine, Elder Wang's conviction deepened. He sensed not a trace of aura emanating from it. Typically, even the most concealed treasures would exude wisps of spiritual energy. Yet, from this sugar figurine, he felt absolutely nothing. Evidently, the Empress had set numerous formations and prohibitions to suppress the overwhelming spiritual energy of the figurine. Elder Wang felt a tinge of sweat on his brow, his reverence for the Empress intensifying. No wonder she had suddenly departed with Niechun from the heavenly cloud palace. In such a brief span, she had managed to acquire such a remarkable treasure. It was truly astonishing, admirable, and filled him with boundless reverence. The matter of concealing a sugar figurine within the Qinghan Palace was indeed a delicate topic to broach. Exiting the Qinghan Palace, Chu Qingyue glanced at Elder Wang and, feeling slightly awkward, cleared her throat. Elder Wang, have the guests who came for the banquet been dismissed? Elder Wang responded promptly, Your Majesty, they have all been sent on their way. All sects and factions revered the Empress's command. None dared to defy it. Very well. Chu Qingyue nodded slightly, ensuring that no one was around, and suddenly lowered her voice with a hint of embarrassment. Elder Wang, please keep the matter of the sugar figurine I placed in the Qinghan Palace confidential. Do not let it slip. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Even if it costs me my life, I shall guard this secret with utmost diligence, and not a single word shall escape my lips, Elder Wang replied, bowing with profound respect. The fact that the Empress herself had entrusted him with such a task only reinforced his earlier thoughts. This seemingly ordinary sugar figurine undoubtedly harbored secrets and value that even he could scarcely fathom. As he watched the Empress gradually disappear from view, Elder Wang re-established the protective barriers and cast multiple spells of his own, finally feeling a sense of relief. Just then, he caught sight of Niechun approaching from a distance. As Elder Wang was about to greet him, he noticed that Niechun seemed to be holding something in his hand. What was that? When Niechun reached him, Elder Wang's pupils suddenly contracted in disbelief as he beheld the object in Niechun's grasp. It was a sugar figurine, identical to the one belonging to the Empress. Niechun, what exactly do you have in your hand? It's a sugar figurine. What's the matter? Niechun replied, contentedly licking the sugar figurine. He felt fortunate for his quick reflexes in secretly making an extra one. Otherwise, he would have nothing to eat today. Witnessing Niechun lick the sugar figurine, Elder Wang was nearly struck dumb. Wasn't this a treasure that the Empress held in the highest regard? How could he dare? More importantly, the shape of this sugar figurine was an exact replica of the Empress's. If she were to see Niechun's actions, it could very well lead to dire consequences. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, Elder Wang quickly scowled and intercepted Niechun. Brother Nie, if you wish to keep your life, you must swiftly conceal that sugar figurine. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. I was merely licking my wife's.
Niechun sighed,
Contemplating the futility of explaining, and decided to temporarily stow away the sugar figurine. After a considerable pause, Elder Wang finally gathered his wits from the shock and fear. With a deep sigh, he inquired, Brother Nie, what on earth were you and the Empress doing just now? Why does it seem that she returned with something of great significance, her demeanor also appearing somewhat unusual? Well, Niechun hesitated for a moment, then revealed a serious expression. Elder Wang, you cannot fathom the peril we faced. It was truly a life-and-death situation. What exactly happened? Upon hearing this, Elder Wang's expression changed. The Empress's power was formidable. What kind of existence could pose a threat even to her? Far more terrifying than Elder Wang could imagine. Nie Chun continued, during our journey, we encountered 2 gigantic serpents. Their power was exceedingly fearsome, and they were engaged in a fierce battle, nearly turning 2 gorges upside down and threatening to unleash a deluge. With my strength, I dared not approach. It was only thanks to the Empress's intervention that we managed to subdue them, to prevent these 2 colossal serpents from fleeing the canyon and wreaking havoc upon the populace. The Empress has astonishingly accomplished such a monumental feat in a remarkably brief span of time. Elder Wang, profoundly moved, found his admiration for the Empress Qingyue deepening further. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired with a hint of trepidation. However, what manner of fiends are these serpents? Are they the resplendent, multicolored rainbow-devouring python, or the fiery crimson flame python? Neither, Nie Chun replied, shaking his head. Both serpents bear a pale pink hue, and as for their species, I have never encountered them before. Elder Wang instinctively gasped, his heart filled with an escalating sense of dread. It appeared that the Empress had subdued creatures that were not only rare but possessed terrifying prowess. Such an extraordinary achievement is indeed awe-inspiring. Chapter 71. Senior Nie's secret affection. After gazing reverently at the sky for a considerable time, Elder Wang regained his senses. Having sobered up considerably, he retrieved an exquisitely designed invitation card from his sleeve and handed it to Nie Chun. By the way, the Blooming Sacred Land will hold a grand ceremony in 2 days. All factions that typically engage with the Blooming Sacred Land will bring their finest disciples to participate. Keep this invitation safe. You will accompany the Empress then? Nie Chun inquired. The Empress will also attend? Indeed, the Blooming Sacred Land has a profound heritage, and notably, the Blooming Saintess shares a commendable relationship with the Empress. Many powerful sects and sacred lands are expected to gather for this ceremony. You, along with a few others representing the Tianyun Hall, must not bring shame to our name. Rest assured, wherever the Empress goes, I shall be there, Nie Chun asserted as he grasped the invitation firmly. I am quite confident in you, Elder Wang nodded, but immediately turned serious, admonishing, however, I have recently sensed that your interactions with the Empress have become rather frequent. Although her demeanor towards you differs from that of other disciples, you must exercise caution and not overstep your bounds. Especially regarding the perilous events of yesterday's serpent battle. I expect you to recount the details to me when time permits. Nie Chun promptly shook his head. That matter is not to be discussed in detail. Why not? If you elaborate further, it may require sealing away. In the past few days, the Tianyun Hall had welcomed over a dozen new outer disciples. Few were aware that these newcomers hailed from the Netherworld sect. Following their submission to the Netherworld sect, a period of scrutiny confirmed their loyalty. The elders conducted a rigorous selection process, choosing several disciples of commendable character and aptitude to temporarily join the outer disciples of Tianyun Hall. Among them was the exceptionally gifted Ku Ruoling, who, within mere days, endeared herself to the female disciples of Tianyun Hall with her charming and innocent demeanor. Within the quarters of the female disciples, the curtains drawn, and the door firmly shut, a group led by Mu Xiling gathered closely together. After cautiously surveying their surroundings, she finally unlocked the protective formations surrounding a hollow in the wall and retrieved a scroll from within. Ruoling, today the senior sisters have brought you something wonderful, Mu Xiling said, her smile laced with a hint of intrigue, while the other disciples displayed a range of expressions. Some shy, others anxious, yet all shared a common emotion of anticipation. What could this precious treasure be? Ku Ruoling's eyes sparkled with undeniable curiosity. Though her time at the sect was brief, her senior sisters had treated her with great kindness. Now, summoned in such a solemn and mysterious manner, surely the scroll contains something of immense value. You will know once you see it. Gently caressing the scroll in her hands, Mu Xiling's gaze softened, filled with deep emotion. There was even a discernible hint of enchanting allure in her expression. As the scroll slowly unfurled, all the female disciples within the room were transfixed, their gazes fixed upon the artwork, their palms clenched tightly, nails digging into their flesh. A bead of sweat trickled down their temples. In each pair of eyes, a luminous glow seemed to radiate. At last, the entirety of the scroll's content materialized before them. Senior Nye is so handsome. Oh, I'm utterly smitten. Senior Nye is just too dashing. Such a painting could only exist in the heavens. How often can one behold it on earth? I wish to marry Senior Nye. In an instant, the room erupted with exuberant exclamations from the infatuated disciples. Including Mu Xiling, all the female disciples bounced with excitement. Observing Ku Ruoling's dazed expression, Mu Xiling smiled. Ruoling, you've just arrived at Tianyun Hall. You must not have met Senior Nye yet. There's no need to feel embarrassed. It's perfectly normal to be so mesmerized by his charm that you find yourself speechless. No, I know Senior Nye, Ku Ruoling replied, shaking her head. You know Senior Nye? Mu Xiling chuckled. In truth, we are all in the same boat. We all know Senior Nye, but he does not know us. However, Ku Ruoling shook her head once more. Senior Nye knows me, and besides. She paused, glancing at the other female disciples in the room, then sighed, Sisters, you are all truly wonderful, willing to show me Senior Nye's portrait. Yet I cannot deceive you. I apologize, sisters. In truth, Senior Nye holds affection for me. You may find yourselves out of luck. Mu Xiling was momentarily taken aback, a hint of awkwardness crossing her face. Ruoling, you must be joking. You hardly know Senior Nye. How could he possibly like you? Moreover, he is Senior Nye. Since his entry into the sect, I've never heard of him being involved with any female disciple. He is a paragon of virtue, never entangled in romantic affairs. How could that be? Senior Nye has gently stroked my head. Ku Ruoling's words caused an instant silence among the others. She contentedly patted her own head. Senior Nye has touched my head more than once, each time with increasing tenderness. Furthermore, he has taken the time to guide my cultivation on 2 separate occasions, subtly suggesting that if I strive diligently, one day I will be worthy of being with him. Through his demeanor, his words, and various occurrences, Senior Nye has continuously hinted, even made it explicit. I believe his intentions are quite clear. Ku Ruoling's smile blossomed further. Since the last time Senior Nye touched my head, I have merely used my spiritual energy to brush the dust from my hair without washing it even once. This way, his scent lingers upon me. At that moment, all the female disciples were left in stunned silence. From Ku Ruoling's words and demeanor, they could clearly discern that this was no mere fantasy. Senior Nye had secretly harbored feelings for Ruoling and had repeatedly hinted at them. Ruoling, you are truly fortunate, though I am still reluctant to let go of Senior Nye. Rest assured, junior sister, I shall wholeheartedly support you. How touching. Mu Xiling stepped forward, gently grasping Ku Ruoling's shoulder, her eyes glistening with tears moved by this love story. However, junior sister Ruoling, Senior Nye has displayed his extraordinary prowess within the tomb of the 3 emperors, a tale that has spread far and wide. Countless individuals now yearn to pursue Senior Nye. Do you not feel a sense of urgency? Of course, Senior Nye has long hinted at his affections for me. He merely finds it difficult to voice them. How could any other woman ever occupy a place in his heart? Ku Ruoling, feeling a hint of pride, placed her hands on her hips. Junior sister. Oh dear. Mu Xiling, overwhelmed with emotion, solemnly declared. Fear not, junior sister. The matter of urging Senior Nye to confess his feelings for you shall be entrusted to me. Chapter 72. The proper massage parlor. I shall not visit the grand ceremony of the Flower Sacred Land is soon to commence. On the following morning, the Empress Qingyue set forth alone to the Flower Sacred Land. Accompanying her was Niechun and 10 other disciples, among whom was the exceptionally talented Mu Xiling. The spiritual vessel ascended gracefully, as Elder Wang repeatedly cautioned. On your journey to the Flower Sacred Land, you shall encounter various factions. Be sure to exercise caution, avoid unnecessary conflicts, and uphold the dignity of the Tianyun Palace. I understand, Niechun replied with a wave of his hand, departing the Tianyun Palace aboard the spiritual vessel. Crafted with intricate formations and precise techniques, the vessel soared at a speed surpassing that of ordinary practitioners at the Shenyuan realm. In a short while, they traversed mountains and rivers, covering a considerable distance. As the vessel stabilized, Mu Xiling quietly approached Niechun. The love story recounted by Ku Ruoling had deeply moved her. It was a pity that although Niechun harbored affection for Ku Ruoling, he dared not express his feelings. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Mu Xiling was eager to facilitate this enchanting union. Despite the Empress's strong opposition to romantic entanglements, she believed that should she succeed, the Empress would be exceedingly pleased at the wedding of Niechun and Ku Ruoling, perhaps even bestowing her favor upon Mu Xiling. After all, orchestrating a match was no simple feat, however. Before that, it was essential to gauge Niechun's sentiments. "Greetings, senior brother." Mu Xiling cheerfully approached Niechun to offer her salutation. "And you are?" he inquired. "I am Mu Xiling, a junior who has long admired senior brother Nie," she replied. "Oh, junior sister Mu Xiling," Niechun acknowledged with a nod, yet he appeared disinterested in further conversation. "Given how strikingly beautiful I am, it seems senior brother is indeed a paragon of virtue," Mu Xiling thought to herself, feeling quite satisfied. She then ventured to inquire, "By the way, senior brother, Ku Ruoling has been in the sect for several days now. Why have you not visited her?" Ku Ruoling has come to Tianyun Palace?"
Niechun responded, somewhat perplexed.
"Is it possible that you were unaware?" Mu Xiling asked, her expression tinged with embarrassment. "But senior brother, do you not harbor feelings for Ruoling? How could you overlook such an important matter? Who has feelings for her?" "Junior sister, you must be mistaken," Niechun exclaimed internally, alarmed. "One may indulge in casual banter, but one must not speak carelessly." Fortunately, Empress Qingyue had ventured to the flower-sacred land alone and did not board this vessel. Otherwise, he feared he might very well find himself in dire straits today. Mu Xiling was momentarily taken aback. "No? But did you not pat her head?" "Pat her head?" Niechun hesitated, considering that if pushing her aside could be construed as a pat, then perhaps it could be loosely interpreted that way. Yet, he found himself exasperated. What does patting her head have to do with affection? Upon hearing this, Mu Xiling's expression shifted dramatically as she took a step back, her face awash with astonishment. She felt her mind whirl in confusion. Despite charming girls with gentle touches, he claims he has never liked anyone. Such behavior is nothing short of that of a rogue. Could it be that Brother Nie is truly the kind of scoundrel who forgets his acquaintances once he dons his trousers? Yet, if Sister Ruoling remains as pure and kind-hearted as ever, she must not be deceived. What if Brother Nie truly embodies the essence of a rogue? Wouldn't that spell disaster for the innocent Sister Ruoling's future? Mu Xiling clenched her teeth resolutely. She would not allow such a fate to unfold. Even at the cost of her own well-being, she must find a way to uncover Niechun's true intentions. If he claims indifference, then Brother Nie, how do you perceive me? Do I meet your aesthetic standards? Suddenly, a hint of allure graced Mu Xiling's countenance as she subtly lifted her gossamer sleeves, revealing her flawless, fair shoulders. As she spoke, she provocatively twisted her waist, her gaze enchanting. However, Niechun regarded her as one might a simpleton. After all, he had witnessed such performances countless times before in the dance district long before arriving in this realm. Not only had he seen such diaphanous garments, but he had also encountered cough. Realizing that Niechun showed no sign of being swayed, Mu Xiling was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she had misjudged him entirely, and Brother Nie was not the lustful rogue she had imagined? No, she needed to confirm her suspicions. Mu Xiling moved closer, her shoulder brushing against Niechun's through the delicate fabric, her smile laced with seductive charm. "By the way, Brother Nie, I suddenly remembered that there are several excellent massage parlors in our hometown. The ladies there are all exceptionally beautiful, skilled in their techniques, and provide impeccable service. I wonder if Brother Nie might be interested?" Upon hearing this, Niechun abruptly turned his head, clearing his throat twice. "Is the massage parlor you mentioned reputable? Why would Brother Nie ask that?" Mu Xiling found herself momentarily flustered by the unexpected query. Niechun replied, "If it's reputable, I won't go." "Ah, Brother Nie, you truly harbor ulterior motives," Mu Xiling exclaimed, suddenly animated. For a fleeting moment, she almost believed that Niechun was an honorable gentleman, untouched by worldly desires. Yet, it turned out she had overthought it. This Brother Nie, with his seemingly dignified demeanor and righteous aura, was indeed a rogue who reveled in capturing the hearts of young maidens. Who would have imagined that Brother Nye was such a person? When I return, I must report to the Empress and ensure that you do not succeed in your pursuits of Sister Ruoling. Mu Xiling stepped back repeatedly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The atmosphere had grown exceedingly awkward. Boom! Just then, a violent shockwave suddenly struck. The entire spirit vessel shook violently, nearly toppling over from the oncoming gusts. Fortunately, the canvas emblazoned with the words Tianyun Hall radiated a glow, swiftly stabilizing the ship with a continuous flow of spiritual energy. What on earth happened? The disciples on board were startled and quickly retreated, seeking the source of the disturbance. The spirit vessel had been crafted personally by the Grand Elder. It should be remarkably sturdy unless struck with extreme force. What could possibly be amiss? Mu Xiling's expression shifted dramatically as she momentarily set aside her thoughts of the scoundrel, hastily making her way to the edge of the boat. However, when she turned her gaze to the side of the spirit vessel, her countenance underwent a sudden and profound transformation. Chapter 73. The Overprotective Husband Nye-chan, Part 1. The violent shaking of the spiritual vessel, which nearly caused it to topple, was the result of a collision with another spiritual ship. However, upon recognizing the vessel that had struck them, the disciples aboard the Tianshi Hall were momentarily taken aback. Particularly, Mu Xiling's expression shifted dramatically as she beheld the flag flying from the other ship, her face paling slightly. The spiritual vessel has sustained significant damage. We must repair it swiftly, otherwise we will have to descend before long. Several disciples, regaining their composure, shouted in alarm. In an instant, everyone hurried to the side of the ship, using timber to patch the damaged hull while continuously channeling spiritual energy to mend the breach. Although the vessel became considerably more stable, the impact had struck a crucial nexus. Despite the disciples' best efforts, they could only barely maintain the vessel's equilibrium. It was likely that before long, the spiritual energy within would be depleted, forcing them to land. Meanwhile, the offending vessel had redirected its course, its bow enveloped in a faint glow, appearing entirely unscathed. Was this intentional? Nye-chan furrowed his brow slightly. Perhaps that ship belonged to the Thunder Flame Valley. Mu Xiling bit her lip, her complexion still pale. Thunder Flame Valley? Why do I sense something amiss in your expression? Could it be that there is some enmity between us and Thunder Flame Valley? Nye-chan immediately discerned the unease. In his recollection, the Tianshi Hall's strength ranked among the foremost in the realm. More importantly, his wife presided over not only Tianshi Hall but also the 12-star pavilions scattered throughout the land, each possessing formidable power. When combined, these forces would be overwhelmingly vast, and there was no reason to fear any other faction. After a prolonged hesitation, Mu Xiling finally spoke. Senior Brother Nye, you may not be aware, as you joined later. It is not that Tianshi Hall fears Thunder Flame Valley. Rather, we wish to avoid causing trouble for the Empress. Causing trouble?
Nye-chan pondered.
Indeed, the influence of Thunder Flame Valley belongs to the Thunder Flame Emperor, one of the 3 emperors who once conspired against the Empress. It is said that at that time, Tianshi Hall had not yet attained its current strength. The 3 emperors, including the Thunder Flame Emperor, conspired out of trepidation to prevent Tianshi Hall from growing further, attempting to suppress the Empress. Yet, the Empress single-handedly defended Tianshi Hall, remarkably holding her ground against the 3 emperors without defeat. Ultimately, while she succeeded in repelling them, the tales of her victory spread far and wide. However, she bore an indelible injury in that battle, and to this day, the cold poison has yet to fully dissipate. Upon hearing these words, Nye-chan's expression gradually grew solemn. He recalled the significance of the 7-colored nirvana flower and the subtle change in the expression of the clear moon Empress when she accepted the flower from his hand during their first meeting. Thus, you are concerned that the 3 great emperors might seize the opportunity to conspire together and simultaneously launch an assault on the Empress, which is why you are reluctant to engage in conflict with the Thunderfire Valley. Suddenly, Nye-chan's tone turned exceedingly frosty. Indeed.
Mu Xiling nodded.
Noticing the icy expression on Nye-chan's face, Brother Nye remained as handsome as ever. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his previously nonchalant demeanor, even tinged with a hint of frivolity, underwent a complete transformation. Mu Xiling inexplicably felt a profound sense of security in Brother Nye at this moment. In the air, an almost imperceptible aura of menace seemed to linger. At that instant, the spirit ship of Thunderfire Valley altered its course, reduced its speed, and unexpectedly sailed alongside the spirit ship of Tianyun Palace. Soon after, a few individuals boarded the vessel. All were clad in azure robes adorned with patterns of thunder and lightning. Notably, the leader among them bore an ostentatious expression, his brows infused with mockery and derision, as he directed a sardonic smile at those aboard. "Oh, what a coincidence! I never anticipated encountering the ship of Tianyun Palace. However, are you not disciples under the illustrious Qingyue Empress? How did your spirit ship come to such a state, barely able to remain airborne? Haha, if I may suggest, you should cease your futile struggle and land at once. Otherwise, when the spiritual energy aboard is completely depleted and you all plummet to your demise, it would not reflect well upon you. Moreover, you would have embarrassed the esteemed Empress, and that would be quite the spectacle." In his words, this individual exuded arrogance. He was Cheng Xiaoming, a rare talent from Thunderfire Valley, whose rapid advancement and profound comprehension of thunder techniques had garnered the favor of the Thunderfire Emperor. His presence alone could arguably represent the entirety of Thunderfire Valley. Even Mu Xiling gritted her teeth in evident fury. Yet no one aboard responded to Cheng Xiaoming. After all, no one wished to incite unnecessary conflict and burden the Empress with further troubles. Not even a word? Could it be that the recent disciples of Tianyun Palace have all turned mute? I must say, although your Empress has been enduring for these years, with the cold poison afflicting her, I doubt she can hold on much longer. If you possess any sense, you should swiftly align yourselves with me. Perhaps when Tianyun Palace is breached, I might spare your lives." As no one dared to reply, Cheng Xiaoming grew increasingly arrogant, laughing unabashedly. How dare he insult the Empress in such a manner? The few disciples aboard the ship of Tianyun Palace clenched their fists in anger, yet could only glare at Cheng Xiaoming. The number of individuals from Tianyun Palace was significantly fewer than those aboard the opposing ship. More critically, Cheng Xiaoming, as a future prodigy highly anticipated by the Thunderfire Emperor, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength. Should a conflict arise, even if they could manage a victory, it would likely bring calamity upon Tianyun Palace. Though their hearts burned with indignation, they could only swallow their grievances. Mu Xiling, too, was seething yet remained silent. At that moment, she distinctly sensed a pervasive aura of murderous intent. This chilling malice penetrated deep into the soul, growing ever more intense. "Brother Nye," she quickly turned her head and met his icy gaze. "Please do not act rashly. If they seize the opportunity, the three emperors may join forces, and the cold poison within the Empress. The heavenly cloud palace today is no longer what it used to be. 3 emperors? If they dare to come here, I would relish the chance to avenge the Empress," Niechen declared fiercely, his arms adorned with the ancient patterns of the sacred body igniting in a blaze of golden light. "How dare you, you little rascal, strike your own wife? Not just the 3 emperors, even if 10 great emperors came, I would smash your head to pieces." Chapter 74. The Devoted Protector of His Wife. Niechen, Part 2. Noticing Niechen approaching the bow of the ship step by step, the 2 disciples behind Cheng Xiaoming suddenly sensed an unusual aura. "Brother, why does this person's aura seem so off? Is it from the Shen Yuan realm?" "No, it's not just the realm. His presence is exceedingly peculiar." "HM?" Cheng Xiaoming paused his mocking taunts, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Niechen. "I never expected Tianyun Palace to harbor such capable disciples. However, regardless of their lackluster skills, they are hardly a threat to me." Yet another disciple suddenly exclaimed, "I heard that one from Tianyun Palace single-handedly ventured into the 3 imperial tombs, attracting the 9 transformations thunder calamity, possessing talent so remarkable it has drawn envy from the heavens. Could he be Niechen?"
Niechen.
In that instant, a flicker of astonishment crossed Cheng Xiaoming's features. But soon, a confident smile emerged. What of the 9 transformations thunder calamity? Among the younger generation, only Yao Mengyun from the flourishing flower sacred land and Prince Xu Zian of the Yufeng dynasty are worthy opponents. The rest are merely hollow figures of empty renown. However, just as he finished his words, Chang Xiuming suddenly felt an intensely frigid gaze sweep over him. The gaze was chilling, as if emanating from the depths of a colossal beast, instilling a sense of dread that was impossible to shake off. In that moment, he felt as if he were firmly locked in place, his very life grasped within an iron grip.
Impossible.
He was jolted back to reality, realizing that he had broken into a cold sweat. At this moment, even his hands trembled slightly. Impossible. Chang Xiuming clenched his jaw. What a lofty existence I am. With unparalleled talent, a rarity in a century, highly esteemed by Emperor Lei Yan, I have nearly acquired all of his legacies. The lightning techniques I command are unmatched across the realm. It won't be long before I am renowned throughout the world, becoming a being whom all must revere. How could I casually encounter someone here who instills fear in me? What he had sensed moments ago must have been nothing more than a trivial illusion. That so-called Niechen who inherited the three emperors' legacy. He could turn him to ash in an instant. Yet, while Chang Xiuming's mind was in turmoil, Niechen merely regarded him with calm composure. His profound gaze seemed to pierce through Chang Xiuming's every thought. System, are there any rewards for eliminating him? Ding. It is advised that the host eliminate him first. Then it's settled. Niechen suddenly stepped onto the ship's deck, and a searing blaze enveloped him. Dare to lay a hand on my wife? I shall first incapacitate all the heirs of the three emperors beneath me, and then deal with these old fellows. Brother Nye, please don't act impulsively. Mu Xiling hurriedly attempted to intervene. Rest assured, it is not only them. I shall eventually deal with those three great emperors as well. With a slight exertion, the vessel trembled violently, and beneath the immense force, Nye Chen's feet were shattered. With a thunderous crash, he leaped into the air, resembling a colossal iron ball plummeting from the heavens. As he landed, the ship of the Thunderflame Valley sank several meters, the hull cracking significantly, nearly leading to its demise. Waves of fire surged forth, instilling terror in the hearts of the Thunderflame disciples, who quickly retreated. Alas, one disciple, slightly slower in his escape, was instantly engulfed by the flames. His entire body ignited swiftly, transforming him into a blazing sphere of fire. Excruciating pain enveloped him as he writhed in agony, seeking assistance. Yet, the other disciples of Thunderflame Valley, filled with trepidation, merely gazed at Niechen, paralyzed with fear. He was merely a desperate soul feigning strength. Come on, do you truly fear him alone? Witnessing the disciples cowering at the back, Chang Xiuming erupted in fury.
Impossible.
The aura around him. I declare him a worthless fool. The heavenly cloud palace is filled with nothing but rubbish. Kill him. Otherwise, I shall annihilate you all. Chang Xiuming's eyes burned crimson, a tempest of rage and murderous intent swirling within him. Yes, senior brother. A few disciples, daunted, could only steel themselves and advance. Kill him. He possesses nothing but that peculiar aura, all show and no substance, utterly incapable. A dozen or so disciples of Thunderflame Valley wielded their lightning techniques and brandished their treasures. Suppressing their fear, they charged towards Niechen. They numbered at least a dozen, while he was merely of similar bone age to Chang Xiuming. How strong could he possibly be? I'm afraid you have all fallen into my trap. A cold smile played upon Niechen's lips. In the next instant, he vanished as if a specter. The disciples strained to pinpoint Niechen's location, launching their lightning attacks. Yet they realized that apart from a flickering shadow of fire dancing in the wind, they were utterly unable to track him. Ah! A shriek pierced the air. Before the onlookers could react, a searing pain erupted in their abdomens, their flesh caving in as a tremendous force, entwined with flames, sent them hurtling away. The flames scattered, and cries of agony echoed continuously. Do not strike. It is futile. Ah! In an instant, those who had previously swaggered, believing themselves to be shielded by their association with Chang Xiuming, lay sprawled upon the ground. Among them, several were charred beyond recognition, reduced to mere echoes of their former selves, their cries filled with torment. Niechen advanced step by step, the overwhelming intent to kill intensifying. Merely the detritus under that worthless female emperor. How dare you? Chang Xiuming was utterly consumed by rage. 5 Thunder Celestial Confusion. Red Repair of 10,000 Thunder Seals. Heavenly Prison Earth Thunder Locks. All the lightning techniques learned from the Thunderflame Emperor coalesced into a singular force. 10,000 thunders unified, severing the threads of fate. An endless torrent of lightning converged into one point. Derived from the legacy of the Thunder Emperor, and coupled with Chang Xiaoming's extraordinary talent that surpasses countless prodigies. This convergence of myriad thunderous techniques manifests as the mark of 10,000 thunders, seemingly harboring boundless power. With a thunderous crash, it descends like a cataclysmic thunderstorm, transforming into a multitude of lightning serpents that streak across the sky. Chang Xiaoming's smile contorts into a sinister grin as he gazes upon Niechun, fully engulfed by the radiant lightning. Is this all? It appears that the followers of the moonlit Empress are merely a collection of inept. You are unworthy to utter my wife's name. Yet, from within the swirling tempest of lightning, a chilling voice emerges. In the next moment, amidst the terror-stricken gazes, Chang Xiaoming's head is seized by a flame-wreathed hand. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy instantaneously courses through all his meridians. In an instant, the spiritual channels throughout Chang Xiaoming's body shatter explosively. Chapter 75. Clear Moon. Come to my chamber for a discourse. Ding. Destroying Chang Xiaoming's Dao heart rewards you with an additional skill copy and 3 skill points. Skill. Triple Strike. Note. 4 skill points remaining. Niechun felt a twinge of delight. Truly, as the heir of the great emperor, the system's rewards are extravagant. The triple strike reward was somewhat peculiar, as it allowed one to unleash 3 spells simultaneously in the blink of an eye. The reward for skill copying, on the other hand, was more straightforward. Ding! The host may choose to replicate any spell from those around them and refine it to perfection. Niechun scanned his surroundings and naturally, as the inheritor of the Thunderflame Great Emperor, Chang Xiaoming was the most suitable candidate for replication. He recalled the spells Chang Xiaoming had wielded: 5 Thunder, Heavenly Confusion, Red Repair of 10,000 Thunder Seal, Heavenly Prison Earth Thunder Lock. How could I nearly forget this? Niechun smacked his forehead. I choose the last spell he used, the 10,000 Thunder Transformation Technique. The system hesitated for a moment, seemingly reluctant. The 10,000 Thunder Transformation Technique is not merely a spell. It is the supreme method amalgamated from all the legacies of the Thunderflame Great Emperor. Niechun replied, but you said any spell and I want this one. System. But. Niechun interjected, I want this one. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the 10,000 Thunder Transformation Technique. The 10,000 Thunder Transformation Technique has been cultivated to perfection. After an indeterminate silence, the system finally spoke again. Despite its usual emotionless electronic tone, Niechun could almost detect a hint of reluctance within. It seemed the system was experiencing the taste of being outsmarted by a human for the first time. Niechun lightly curled his fingers, and instantly, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted. Scarlet, azure, violet. Various colors of lightning intertwined and shimmered in a singular point. In his hands, these bolts of electricity, coalescing and ever-changing, seemed to harbor boundless power. Although Chang Xiaoming had received nearly the entirety of the Thunderflame Great Emperor's legacy, his cultivation did not delve deeply. For Niechun, who had now perfected the 10,000 Thunder Transformation Technique, the power he could wield far exceeded Chang Xiaoming's by several fold. Satisfied, Niechun dissipated the lightning in his hands and maneuvered the spirit vessel, aligning the bows of both ships. Most disciples of the Thunderflame Valley were severely injured, unable to rise from the ground in agony. Even the few who could move upon witnessing the situation dared not stand up, opting instead to feign death on the ground. Niechun, however, treated them equally, lifting them one by one as if they were mere footballs, kicking them onto the ship of the Heavenly Cloud Palace. Ouch! That hurts. I'm in agony. The cries of distress echoed continuously as Niechun beckoned to the disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Palace. Before long, they had transferred their vessels and gathered by Niechun's side. Mu Xiling expressed her concern. Senior Brother Nye, while we admire your impressive actions, do you think you might have been a bit too harsh? If the Thunderflame Great Emperor uses this as an excuse. I spared his life, intending to await the Thunderflame Great Emperor's justification. Niechun seized Chang Xiaoming, who lay limp and broken like a lifeless dog, and violently hurled him onto the deck of another ship. A muffled thud resounded as Chang Xiuming likely fractured several more bones, leaving him with scarcely any intact parts remaining. With his meridians shattered by Niechun, even the finest celestial treasures would be of no avail for his restoration. To escape death would only render his existence more unbearable than death itself. But he is the great emperor, even you, senior brother Nye. Mu Xiling began, but faltered as she gazed into Niechun's cold, profound eyes, which sparkled like the vast cosmos. For reasons unknown, a sense of trust inexplicably blossomed within her. A peculiar thought emerged. Perhaps only senior brother Nye at the Xian Yuan realm truly possesses the means to withstand the formidable Thunderflame Great Emperor. This sentiment was surprisingly echoed among the other disciples of Tianyun Palace as well. They cast all the disciples from the Thunderflame Valley onto a decrepit ship and retrieved the canvas of Tianyun Palace. Soon they were navigating the spirit ship, and before long, the resplendent blooming flower sacred land lay before them. At this moment, the blooming flower sacred land was alive with festivity. As one of the most ancient of the 8 sacred lands, its influence among the righteous sects of the realm was indisputable. The grand celebration, personally commanded by the Holy Maiden, had swiftly attracted countless righteous cultivators from across the land. Numerous dynasties, sects, and even several other sacred lands dispatched representatives to partake. Many smaller sects, lacking invitations, found themselves unable even to present gifts. The ground of the sacred land was strewn with vibrant flower petals, while pillars formed from entwined vines displayed a plethora of exquisite delicacies. One of the segments of the celebration provided an opportunity for the righteous cultivators to mingle. Those who revered the blooming flower sacred land engaged in lively conversations, savoring the culinary delights. Yet, amidst the merriment, several gazes filled with reverence discreetly turned towards the distant figures of the cold moon Empress and the blooming flower Holy Maiden, seated together. Their beauty was strikingly distinct. The Holy Maiden exuded a blend of sanctity and allure that inspired affection and drew near, while the cold moon Empress radiated an icy pride that commanded admiration and respect from afar. Petals danced through the air, complementing their captivating visages, rendering the scene breathtakingly beautiful. The blooming flower Holy Maiden smiled gracefully. "Qingyue, I never imagined you would come to the blooming flower sacred land to see me. I have missed you dearly since our last parting." With a playful demeanor, she gently rested her hand on Chu Qingyue's cool, delicate hand. However, it was swiftly brushed aside with unrelenting force. "State your business." Chu Qingyue's gaze was frigid, an aura of chill emanating from her. "How heartless." The blooming flower Holy Maiden pouted, yet quickly regained her playful smile. I heard that Tianyun Palace recently welcomed a new disciple. He is remarkably handsome, of extraordinary talent, and seems to have accomplished many astonishing feats. I am quite intrigued by him and wish to inquire about some details."
Niechun.
"He is merely an exceedingly ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Cloud Palace. Is there truly anything to inquire about? I am not intimately acquainted with him." In an instant, the coldness enveloping Chu Qingyue seemed to dissipate significantly. Even her typically frosty voice carried a hint of unnaturalness. "Is that so?" The flower saintess's eyes sparkled. "Then let it be. However, Qingyue, I am still eager to hear the story you mentioned last time about your friend who is interested in romance. Could you recount it to me in detail within the confines of the palace?" "Certainly, but should you dare pose any peculiar questions, do not blame me if I am compelled to eliminate both you and your palace in one fell swoop." A chill glimmered in Chu Qingyue's eyes. "Ahem, of course. The flower saintess could only nod repeatedly, signifying her sincerity. Chapter 76. The Empress smiles upon me thrice. Ah, how exquisite! Yet, it is only the blooming saintess who can approach the Empress with such ease. Speak softly. Should your words inadvertently reach attentive ears, your life may very well be at stake." Numerous cultivators, eager to behold yet too timid to gaze directly, furtively cast their eyes upon the breathtaking scene before them. The Empress of Clear Moon and the blooming saintess walking side by side create a spectacle of unparalleled beauty, unmatched in this realm. Alas, such a divine sight remains inaccessible to all, especially in the presence of the Empress of Clear Moon. Even the slightest misstep or act of disrespect could lead to unimaginable consequences. As the crowd collectively gasped in admiration, The blooming saintess subtly turned her head to glance at the dozen or so beautiful female disciples who lingered nearby, waiting patiently. She conveyed a delicate message through a fleeting glance. Once the blooming saintess resumed her position, the disciples instinctively understood and melded back into the throng. Your Highness, you have attained enlightenment once again. Beneath a cherry blossom tree, where soft pink petals gracefully descended, Minister Chao observed Shu Zian, who emanated an aura of profound mystery. There was a hint of resignation in his demeanor, as this had become a familiar occurrence. Ever since the Crown Prince awakened his true path, Minister Chao had found himself repeatedly exclaiming, Your Highness, you have enlightened once more. Mountains can attain understanding, trees can achieve enlightenment, stones can gain wisdom, and waters can comprehend. Now, before the sacred cherry blossom tree, imbued with 1,000 years of spirit, the Crown Princess' insights were more potent than ever. The abilities bestowed by the true body of enlightenment were indeed formidable. Coupled with the abundant resources provided by the Phoenix dynasty and the Crown Princess' almost predestined fortune, he had swiftly ascended from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Profound Origin realm in just a matter of days. Such a pace, one might argue, has never been witnessed throughout the ages. Minister Chao struggled to conceive of anyone in the world who could possibly surpass the Crown Prince's extraordinary gifts. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Shu Zian gradually opened his eyes. He delicately grasped a falling cherry blossom petal, his gaze shifting, as if harboring boundless profundity. Dressed in an opulent brocade robe that fluttered in the breeze, he resembled a noble gentleman, instilling both admiration and trepidation in those who beheld him. Aura, distinct from any previously known, transformed into a gentle breeze, swirling in enchanting eddies. The cherry blossoms danced in tandem, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Amidst the scattered murmurs of admiration, none of the female disciples dared to approach Shu Zian. This was due to his well-known affection for the Empress of Clear Moon, a devotion that had long since become the stuff of legend. Minister Chao awkwardly inclined his body. Your Highness, your enlightenment this time appears to be far more profound than ever before. What have you comprehended? I have come to realize something I have long overlooked, Shu Zian replied, his voice possessing a magnetic quality that seemed to soothe the hearts of those who heard it. What could this revelation be? Minister Chao swallowed hard, his curiosity intensifying. The expression on the Crown Prince's face suggested that this insight would be astonishing indeed. Falling blossoms harbor intentions, yet flowing waters remain indifferent. What I have consistently neglected is the Empress's feelings towards me. Shu Zian gently released the cherry blossom, watching it drift away with the wind. Are you referring to the Empress Qingyue? Minister Chao was instantly taken aback. Indeed, it is well known that the Empress Qingyue is as cold as frost, and I once believed she would never harbor feelings for anyone. However, my recent revelation has unveiled my error. Shu Zian gazed wistfully at the sky. Minister Chao, have you heard the latest rumors regarding the Empress? Forgive my ignorance, but I have not, he replied. That is to be expected. How could one who is not destined to know perceive the intentions of falling blossoms? Shu Zian shook his head and suddenly declared, There are whispers that the Empress is in love. What? Minister Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. There is no need for astonishment. After accompanying me for so long, do you not understand how to remain composed in such matters? I apologize for my lack of decorum. However, a bead of sweat trickled down Minister Chao's brow. If the Empress truly is in love, does that not imply your Highness is the object of her affections? Ah, have you perhaps forgotten to inquire as to the identity of the Empress's beloved? A confident smile graced Shu Zian's lips. Could it be you, your Highness? Instantly, Minister Chao's expression was filled with astonishment. Indeed, this is the truth I have come to grasp today. Shu Zian stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, brimming with confidence. The old minister truly did not foresee this. Yet, your Highness has scarcely interacted with the Empress. How could you ascertain her feelings towards you? Minister Chao still seemed incredulous. It is quite simple. The Empress has smiled at me thrice with affection. Thrice with affection. Indeed. Firstly, when I sent envoys to Tianyun Palace bearing lavish gifts, the Empress coldly scoffed and sent the envoy flying with a mere wave of her hand. I believe the scoff was not directed at the envoy, but rather at me, suggesting a hidden sentiment beneath her icy exterior. Secondly, I have heard that the eternally frigid Empress displayed a fleeting smile during a conversation with the Saintess of Blossoms. Although it was but a brief smile, it has since become a tale of renown. I pondered deeply, what could have evoked such a smile from her? Surely, there is no man worthy of the Empress but myself, and her smile must have been a reminiscence of me. Xu Zian mused for a moment. As for the third point, it further corroborates my beliefs. The third smile of the Empress is akin to the white clouds in the heavens. As he spoke, he pointed toward the drifting clouds above. Do you not see how their shapes resemble the exquisite smile of the Empress? Suddenly, Minister Chao reached out and patted Xu Zian's head. Fortunately, Your Highness appears to be of sound mind. What did you say? Are you questioning my words? Xu Zian retorted. Every statement I make is supported by irrefutable evidence. Minister Chao, could it be that you secretly envy the Empress's affections for me and are attempting to undermine our connection? Xu Zian's brows furrowed, anger flaring within him. Of course not. My Lord Minister Chao suddenly exhibited an expression of immense excitement. I merely found myself overwhelmed with emotion to the point of incredulity. It is truly unexpected that the Empress has shown affection towards the Crown Prince, suggesting that the illustrious Empress Qingyue harbors a secret admiration for him. Given the Crown Prince's current comprehension of the Tao, it is likely that he will soon possess formidable strength. At that moment, he shall wed the Empress, unify the dynasty, and astonish the world. Such an event is imminent. Minister Chao gazed up at the heavens, overwhelmed with gratitude. Who would have thought that the imperial grace is so abundant, and that the spirit of our founding emperor blesses the Crown Prince from beyond? Under his leadership, our Phoenix dynasty shall undoubtedly march towards boundless prosperity. Indeed, the reason I have kept you by my side is due to your practicality. You do not resort to deceit like certain petty individuals. When I ascend the throne and marry the Empress, I shall bestow upon you great rewards. Xu Zian, immensely pleased, patted Minister Chao. Chapter 77, Nye Chun. A mortal enemy of gambling and drugs to see the illustrious prince of the royal Phoenix dynasty present in the sacred land of blossoms was indeed a remarkable sight. Before long, a throng of over a dozen individuals eagerly surrounded Xu Zian, fervently extolling his virtues. We have long admired the prince. To behold your countenance today is truly our honor. We are fortunate beyond measure to meet you, Your Highness. Should you require anything in the future, our Qi Shao kingdom shall forever stand by your side, Prince Xu. Among this gathering were several individuals of considerable stature, including Yin Mingda, the eldest prince of Qi Shao kingdom, Zhuang Jinyao, the chief female disciple of Baiyu Palace, and Wen Juanji, the personal disciple of the sect leader of Wanzhong Men, all of whom held prominent positions. Yet, amid the flattery, Xu Zian suddenly closed his eyes, tilting his head slightly towards the heavens. An enigmatic aura began to swirl around him like a vortex, creating an atmosphere that made those standing nearby feel as though they were listening to the profound melodies of the Tao, filled with infinite mysteries. Your Highness, you have once again comprehended the Tao, sighed Minister Chao, his expression one of resignation, as if he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. After a considerable pause, Xu Zian finally opened his eyes, revealing a subtle enhancement in his aura. Instantly, Yin Mingda and the others erupted into cheers. The prince is indeed remarkable. Who would have thought that the comprehension of the Tao could be so formidable, so effortlessly attained? With the prince's strength and insight, it surely will not be long before he achieves even more transcendent accomplishments. Perhaps even surpassing the Empress herself. Xu Zian offered a faint smile. Though we were once strangers, from this day forth you shall be my closest friends. I cherish those who speak candidly. I truly wish there were more righteous cultivators like you in this world. Yet, as he spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed his face, and he inadvertently murmured, just like Nye Chun, the disciple of Tianyun Palace, whose reputation has soared recently, a hypocritical and malevolent scoundrel, one truly deserving of disdain. The group was taken aback by the prince's affability, treating them as friends. They were deeply moved by his demeanor. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. It seems Nye Chun is indeed a villain. We must take our leave for now, but we shall return shortly to pay our respects. With that, Yin Mingda and the other prodigies turned to depart. As they exchanged glances, an unspoken consensus emerged. This was an opportunity to pledge their loyalty to Shu Zian. If they could seize this chance to undermine Niechen, not only would they gain renown through him, but they could also align themselves closely with Shu Zian, reaping undeniable benefits. Watching the retreating figures, a smile tugged at the corners of Shu Zian's lips. Their reactions and attitudes had long been anticipated. They sought to use him as a weapon against Niechen, a task that did not require his direct involvement. Minister Chao bowed slightly, exclaiming, "Your Highness truly possesses profound foresight. However, I had initially intended to compare the remarkable Chang Xiuming of Leiyan Valley, one of the few who could stand alongside me in this world. The worth of these individuals pales in comparison to his. Indeed, it is regrettable that Chang Xiuming has yet to arrive. Otherwise, with his current strength, second only to that of the Crown Prince, he could effortlessly dominate Niechen, as if it were a mere flick of his wrist."
Minister Cao Côn Cút.
Just then, both their gazes sharpened as they turned towards the outside of the flowering sacred land. The banners of Tianyun Palace fluttered in the wind as the spirit ship descended to the ground. A few figures emerged, with the foremost being none other than Niechen.
Niechen.
In an instant, a glint of ferocity flashed in Shu Zian's eyes. "Sisters, he has arrived." At that moment, the dozen or so female disciples stealthily hiding behind the trees shifted their attention toward Niechen. Each of these disciples was adorned with exquisite beauty, possessing a charm that could captivate any onlooker. In any sect, they would undoubtedly be regarded as the face of the clan. Many cultivators, noticing these enchanting maidens, were momentarily entranced, their expressions drifting into a daze. Such a splendid scene could only be witnessed in the flowering sacred land. However, they soon realized that these ladies gracefully glided from behind the trees, making their way directly towards the entrance of the flowering sacred land, where Niechen and the members of Tianyun Palace were entering. "Senior Brother Nie, although I have heard tales of your exploits, I never imagined you were so formidable. To be able to defeat someone like Chang Xiuming in just a few moves is simply unimaginable," remarked one disciple. "Aside from Senior Brother Nie, it seems there are hardly any peers in the world who could best Chang Xiuming, let alone achieve such an effortless domination." Several disciples of Tianyun Palace, flanking Niechen, expressed their admiration earnestly. However, as soon as their words fell, they suddenly noticed a group of beautiful disciples, as radiant as the stars in the sky, sprinting towards them. These maidens not only possessed beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, but their attire was also light and vibrant, resembling blooming flowers, drawing immense attention. Such a breathtaking sight was unprecedented for these disciples, leaving them utterly mesmerized. Yet, in the next moment, the rushing maidens swiftly pushed past them, encircling Niechen entirely. The disciples of Tianyun Palace were momentarily taken aback, their expressions quickly turning forlorn. They had hoped that their long-awaited fortune had finally arrived, with their charming appearances recognized beyond the confines of Tianyun Palace. Yet, the ultimate outcome was still Senior Brother Nie. This was simply too unfair. How could a shrimp compare to a pig's heart? "Senior Brother Nie, I finally see you. You are even more handsome than the portraits circulating in the marketplace," exclaimed one of the maidens. "Senior Brother Nie, we have waited so long for you. We are thrilled to finally meet you." In the blink of an eye, Niechen found himself surrounded by a throng of admirers. He furrowed his brow, his gaze stern. Clearly, this scenario was amiss. Could it be that someone was deliberately attempting to disturb his peace of mind or to frame him? Yet, as a virtuous gentleman, how could I possibly be swayed by mere beauty? The noble aura that emanated from Niechen seemed to swell with even greater intensity. However, before it could fully erupt, he sensed a female disciple suddenly drawing near, followed by a soft sensation against his back. Niechen, before he could respond, his arms and chest felt as if they were enveloped in a sponge-like softness from all directions. Additionally, a continuous, fragrant aroma wafted through the air, intoxicating and enchanting. "Senior Brother Nie, Senior Brother Nie," a soft call echoed in his ears. Niechen gasped, finally stifling a cough, as the integrity of his virtuous demeanor crumbled away. Niechen have always been at odds with gambling and vice. Chapter 78. All things are inferior. Only the wife is supreme. It was as if he were ensconced in a myriad of soft cotton, occasionally besieged by waves that heightened his sensations. Niechun could not help but close his eyes in bliss, immersing himself in this soothing embrace. Yet, suddenly he was jolted awake, a cold sweat trickling down his back. With remarkable swiftness, he scanned his surroundings, noting the absence of Chu Qingyue. However, for reasons unknown, in that fleeting moment, he sensed a chillingly fierce intent to kill. Though the sensation arrived swiftly, it dissipated just as quickly, as if it had never existed. Yet the feeling remained profoundly real. A wave of trepidation washed over Niechun. Despite his wife's absence, the potential consequences of being seen in such a compromising situation were unimaginable. All things are inferior, only the wife is supreme. Am I, Niechun, a man who would succumb to mere beauty? Suddenly, an aura of righteousness emanated from him. A ripple surged forth, casting aside the several soft bodies that had been draped over him. His gaze brimmed with righteous fervor. Begone, foul women. Do not disturb my resolve in cultivation. In that moment he appeared remarkably upright. The female disciples, momentarily taken aback, had come at the behest of the flower saintess, intent on seducing Niechun. Yet, just as victory seemed within their grasp, they found themselves thwarted in a critical moment. Could it be that there existed a man with such steadfastness? Simultaneously, Niechun addressed these female disciples with earnestness, his voice laden with sorrow. I am aware of my own charm and allure, yet, is it merely my appearance that renders you incapable of restraint, wishing to offer yourselves to me? You are mistaken. The path of cultivation demands unwavering focus and fidelity. Though you may struggle with your desires, my heart remains resolute. Even if faced with 10, 100, or more, I would not so much as blink. Well said. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause. No wonder Niechun possessed such terrifying talent. His mental fortitude was indeed formidable. In my many years traversing the martial world, I have yet to encounter a young man with such unwavering resolve. Rare, indeed. With commendations echoing around him, many felt deep admiration for Niechun's principled demeanor. Seizing the moment, he admonished the female disciples of the flower sacred land with righteous fervor. He emphasized that true cultivation begins with the heart, recounting the tales of countless resolute figures throughout history, imparting profound wisdom. After an indeterminate period, he turned his serious gaze upon the group of beautiful disciples. Do you all comprehend my words? Yes, we understand, senior brother, they responded, tears streaming down their faces. It was our folly. We should not have acted so absurdly. Senior brother, we shall not dare again. The majority of the female disciples, profoundly moved, could no longer contain their shame and wept openly. Bathed in sunlight, Niechun stood before them, emanating an even greater aura of righteousness. Unexpectedly, Niechun remarkably held his ground, a result I had never anticipated. Within the sacred palace, gazing at the image within the crystal orb, the flower saintess broke into a delicate smile. Qingyue, do you not wish to share your thoughts? She inquired, directing her gaze at the frigid Chu Qingyue. What is there to say? Niechun is merely an ordinary disciple of our Tianyun palace, she replied, her tone still icy. Yet her eyes could not help but subtly flicker towards the crystal orb. The flower saintess, with a hint of playful coaxing, smiled. Qingyue, do not conceal your feelings any longer. What am I concealing? Why, the fact that a certain friend of yours harbors feelings for Niechun. Are you jesting? I have never had such a friend. Moreover, disciples of Tianyun Palace are strictly forbidden from engaging in romantic relationships. How could that possibly be? Chu Qingyue's previously frosty demeanor experienced a slight shift, her heartbeat quickening in an instant. Is that so? If that is the case, then how splendid. But just then, the flower saintess's melodious voice rang out, imbued with an enchanting softness. Her eyes sparkled like clear water. With a gentle smile, she adjusted her neckline, a touch of allure evident in her demeanor. In truth, I have long admired Niechun's handsomeness and wish to offer myself to him. Since you, Qingyue, have no interest in him, nor does any of your friends, I shall naturally seize the opportunity. With a hint of excitement, she prepared to exit the palace. Suddenly, a chilling sword energy swept through, imbued with an overwhelming imperial aura. The palace's ceiling, reinforced by countless formations, was cleaved asunder by a single strike. Jade and crystal shattered, crashing down to the ground in a cascade of debris. The flower saintess gazed at the edge of her severed sleeve, a chill creeping down her spine. Had that strike been merely a fraction to the right, she would have lost her arm on the spot. Qingyue, you are rather ruthless, the flower saintess lamented, her face falling, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Speak one more word, and not only this palace, but you as well shall be severed, Chu Qingyue replied, her gaze frosty, exuding an air of chilling menace. You are truly cruel. The grand feast at the flower sacred land continued for an extended period, as various cultivators indulged in exquisite delicacies while engaging in discourse with powerful factions from distant lands. Finally, the vine-laden pillars, adorned with sumptuous food, slowly descended, merging into the soil, and the dishes were subsequently engulfed. The flower saintess gracefully emerged, her lithe figure bathed in golden sunlight, her divine and breathtaking visage captivating all who beheld her. Thank you all for attending the grand banquet of the flower sacred land. Cultivators from all corners have gathered here. The previous segment was dedicated to providing you with opportunities to mingle and converse. I hope this occasion will foster a stronger cohesion among the righteous paths of the world. Now we shall proceed to the second segment. The flower saintess elegantly gestured with her slender fingers towards the sky. In that instant, melodious tunes reverberated throughout the sacred ground. Accompanied by the swirling petals dancing in the air, a figure gracefully descended. With fingers deftly moving, she caressed the strings of the zither. The enchanting melody flowed like the waters of a lofty mountain, akin to a crystalline spring, each note seemingly infused with ethereal essence. As the piece concluded, it was a sight to behold, utterly mesmerizing. Indeed, this is the blossoming sanctuary, and it is undeniably exquisite. The surrounding crowd erupted in a chorus of applause. The next segment was to foster friendship through music. I wonder, the Blossom Saint addressed the assembly, who among you wishes to take a step forward and try? Ding. Mission released. Achieve victory in the grand event. Rewards: 10 skill points, 3 chances to summon the white feather avatar, and 1 opportunity to evolve the binding immortal rope into a celestial grade artifact. Chapter 79. Is it a foul to strike? Niechen meticulously perused the system's introduction. With this opportunity for evolution, he could temporarily enhance the binding celestial rope into a celestial grade treasure, granting it the power to momentarily restrain a formidable figure at the transformation realm. Did this not imply? In a fleeting moment, Niechen contemplated using this binding celestial rope on his cold-as-ice wife. However, he swiftly dismissed the thought. A man cannot be perceived as swift by others. Merely a temporary restraint? Who does he look down upon? Nonetheless, aside from the binding celestial rope, the other 2 rewards were exceedingly rare. After all, within the tomb, Niechen was well aware of the formidable prowess of the white feather Dharma image. It appeared that this reward was one he must secure. On the expansive ground strewn with petals, 2 resplendent crystals stood 100 meters apart. Through these crystals, melodies would transform into tangible waves. The higher the musical proficiency, the more enchanting the sound, and consequently, the more potent the waves. At this moment, competitors had already begun to engage in contests. Initially, the scale of the competition seemed trivial, with the emitted sound waves lacking significant power, and both sides displaying their strengths. However, as time progressed, the rivalry intensified. Elite disciples from various regions emerged, many of whom were exceptionally skilled in music, displaying astounding prowess. Under the transformation of the sound stones, waves of intense sound reverberated as if celestial beings were clashing. The crown prince of Qishao Nation had already achieved 3 consecutive victories. If this continued, he would likely have no rival left. As the competition escalated, Yin Mingda's appearance decisively shifted the previously balanced situation. Confronting 3 opponents in succession, he triumphed with overwhelming force. Undeterred, 2 more challengers charged forward, only to be effortlessly swept aside. In an instant, shock rippled through the crowd, and no one dared to step up to challenge him. It was astonishing to realize how profoundly Yin Mingda comprehended music. Although his innate talent could only be regarded as upper-middle tier, in terms of musical understanding, he effortlessly eclipsed all. Meanwhile, Nietzsche discreetly invested a skill point to illuminate his musical talent in the system's marketplace. Subsequently, he expended 3 skill points to elevate his musical comprehension to perfection. Thus, he had now attained a truly terrifying level of mastery in music. Shall I engage him, then? As everyone pondered their strategies, hesitant to step forward, a voice suddenly resonated. Nietzsche advanced to stand before the sound stone, approximately 100 meters from Yin Mingda. It's you? Yin Mingda furrowed his brow, but soon a cold smile graced his lips. I have long heard of your illustrious name, Nietzsche. I did not expect you to possess not only exceptional cultivation and outstanding talent but also unique insights into music. Since that is the case, let us see what you are capable of.
Come fort.
Nietzsche nodded calmly. An ancient guzheng materialized in Yin Mingda's hands. Though he spoke with pleasantries, he showed no mercy. As his fingers made contact with the guzheng, they moved instantaneously like a phantom. As if dancing, the fingertips moved with such swiftness that they were nearly imperceptible. With the quivering of the strings, a flurry of urgent notes cascaded forth, reminiscent of an army charging into battle, tenfold ambushes. The resounding melodies from the strings exuded a magnificent aura that was truly soul-stirring. The soundstone absorbed the music, radiating brilliance. Even those entirely unversed in musical theory could sense the imminent eruption of astonishing power. Yet, in the face of this spectacle, Nietzsche remained calm and composed, conjuring a long zither from his spiritual energy. It appeared as though he employed no particular technique, his 5 fingers seemingly gliding effortlessly across the 7 strings. Yet, in an instant, an overwhelming brilliance erupted from the soundstone. Immediately, waves of energy, far exceeding any previous force, surged forth. In a single strike, it obliterated the powerful attack that Yin Mingda had been cultivating for so long. Nietzsche casually strummed the zither again. Crack! Amidst the sound of shattering, a fissure appeared on the soundstone before Yin Mingda. With a series of sharp cracks, the fissure rapidly expanded, threatening to engulf the entire stone. How could this be accomplished? In an instant, the onlookers were left astounded. Many, despite their superior cultivation compared to Nietzsche, possessed only a rudimentary understanding of musical principles. Yin Mingda's ability to dominate so many opponents single-handedly was already unfathomable. How, then, could Nietzsche so effortlessly vanquish him with mere casual gestures? Even those who had heard of Nietzsche's reputation could not suppress their astonishment at this moment. I had heard that on the day the Empress severed the Emperor Honghu's fate, it was because Honghu had nearly harmed Nietzsche within the tomb. Initially, I found it hard to believe, but now, it's no wonder the Empress holds him in such high regard. This young man's abilities are truly extraordinary. Although the idle gossip suggesting that the Empress harbors romantic feelings for him is certainly false, it nonetheless attests to the significance she places on Nietzsche. Amidst the astonished murmurs of the crowd, Yin Mingda was utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. He was being overwhelmingly crushed by Nietzsche's relentless assault. If you wish to demonstrate loyalty to the Crown Prince, why do you not join forces? At that moment, Yin Mingda suddenly gritted his teeth and called out to those behind him. Several, including Zhuang Jinyao, the chief female disciple of the Baiwei Palace, and Wen Juanji, a direct disciple of the Wanzhong sect's leader, hesitated for a moment, but soon rose to join the fray. Zhuang Jinyao plucked her pipa, Wen Juanji struck the large drum, and Yu Ruei played the horn, creating a harmonious ensemble. The various melodies intermingled with Yin Mingda's zither, forming what resembled a complete orchestra. In an instant, the fissure in the soundstone was reforged, unleashing a power that far surpassed the previous. Boom! The 2 waves of energy collided, unexpectedly neutralizing each other perfectly. Huh? Nietzsche paused, dropping the zither. Judge, I report, these people are shameless, violating the rules by ganging up on me. The Holy Maiden never stipulated that this musical contest could only be one-on-one. A cold smile crept across Yin Mingda's lips. Everyone turned their gaze toward the distant figure of the Holy Maiden, who sat alongside the Empress Qingyue. The Saintess of Blossoms forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. I must admit I have never articulated such a rule. The assembled guests appeared bewildered, while the conventions of the martial world hold their own logic. If the Saintess indeed never addressed this issue, then a multitude confronting a single individual does not contravene the rules. However, does this not seem rather unfair? What of it? Today, I shall, before all the sects, unveil just how utterly disheveled you, Niechun, truly are. Mingda's laughter dripped with mockery as he fixed an icy stare upon Niechun, brazenly taking advantage of my lack of allies. Niechun fell silent for a moment, but suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Indeed, if that is the case, has the saintess ever explicitly stated that one cannot use their fists during the competition? Suddenly, Niechun raised his hand, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Chapter 80. The Empress's oral reward. A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings. Is this really the kind of reasoning a person can conjure? Indeed, I had only stated that defeating the opponent equates to victory, and I never mentioned that one could not resort to physical measures. In response to Niechun's inquiry, the Holy Maiden of Blossoms offered a faint smile. That simplifies matters. Niechun cracked his knuckles, stepping forward with determination. Saintess, engaging in combat is a brutish and uncouth act. You cannot permit him to wreak havoc within the sacred grounds. Mingda was instantly flustered. It is merely a contest. Victory or defeat relies solely on your individual capabilities. I shall not intervene. The Holy Maiden's beautiful gaze shifted towards Chu Qingyue, seemingly indifferent to their plight. Meanwhile, Niechun had already approached, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Is it you who conspired against me? Not I. A gentleman resolves disputes with words, not fists. Do not overstep your bounds. How dare you? We shall fight you. Surely, with our numbers, we cannot be bested by a single individual. However, as they finally resolved to confront Niechun, they soon realized that their once self-assured prowess crumbled before him like that of mere children. With each punch that fell, anguished cries echoed in succession. These youths, whether princes, princesses, or esteemed disciples, individuals of notable lineage and renown, were rendered utterly powerless against his assault. Ah, this is unbearable.
Niechun. Nie father. Nie grandfather.
I shall not provoke you again. Please go easy on me. I was wrong. I should not have challenged you. As they observed their own master being beaten to a pulp, wailing in despair, and their lady being so thoroughly overwhelmed that her resolve faltered, several formidable elders could no longer contain their indignation and contemplated charging at Niechun. Yet, the moment they took a step forward, an overwhelming chill of murderous intent enveloped their beings. Unintentionally glancing towards the source of this malevolence, they were instantly met with the icy gaze of the Empress Qingyue. In an instant, it felt as though they had been enveloped by frost. These individuals found themselves entirely shrouded in unrelenting fear, paralyzed into immobility. Meanwhile, Niechun's laughter grew increasingly eerie and terrifying. Ha ha! Scream all you want. Even if you shatter your throats, no one will come to your aid. Senior brother Nie, please. No, wait a moment. Why do my words sound so akin to those of a villain? Suddenly realizing he had nearly set an ominous flag, Niechun hastily adjusted his attire, regaining an air of righteousness. Though he had triumphed over this band of miscreants through sheer force, since this contest was meant to be a display of musical prowess, he resolved to perform another piece. Niechun gracefully seated himself upon the ground, his fingers caressing the long zither. A gentle breeze swept by, causing his gray robe to billow softly. With a visage as radiant as jade and a demeanor strikingly gallant, the scene was undeniably captivating. As the music flowed, Niechun began to sing. That is the one whom I cherish and long for day and night. How can I convey my heartfelt sentiments? Will she accept my affection? Or will my heart remain ensnared in longing? Though love may seem distant and unattainable, I shall never relinquish my hope. The petals bloom and fall anew, yet where art thou? The gentle strains of the zither weave an enchanting melody that captivates the soul. Especially in this exotic atmosphere, the unfamiliar tunes are irresistibly alluring. Yet, none seem to notice. Amidst the bustling crowd, Niechun sings, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the horizon. And in that direction, even amidst the throng, everything around him transforms into mere background noise. Their eyes meet, and Chu Qingyue understands that it is she whom Niechun gazes upon. I love you, like the luminous moon suspended high in the sky, like. As the melody shifts, Niechun's voice becomes even more enchanting. Yet, while all are lost in the beauty of this extraordinary song, only Chu Qingyue discerns the heartfelt lyrics woven within. Each line expresses a profound confession of love. Silly boy! How dare he sing such a song in front of so many? Unbeknownst to her, a charming blush tinges Chu Qingyue's usually serene face. Her expression, typically aloof, carries a hint of playful reproach, mingled with a sense of warmth. 1,000 words. I love you. The 7 strings resonate in unison as Niechen boldly proclaims those 3 heartfelt words. He gazes longingly at Chu Qingyue before finally diverting his eyes. Suddenly, it seems as if he can no longer sustain himself. The sound stones, which had been absorbing Niechen's melodies, can no longer withstand the strain. With a thunderous roar, the stones shatter, sending a brilliant beam of light soaring into the sky. The radiance disperses, coalescing into a large heart shape, drifting in midair. Whether it is the light's influence or inherent beauty, the crimson hue adorning Chu Qingyue's cheeks is simply mesmerizing. Yet at this moment, nearly everyone's attention is wholly captivated by the song. Such a melody could only exist in the heavens. How many times can it be heard on earth? Even the sound stones provided by the sacred place shattered under the weight of that ethereal tune, a testament to Niechen's formidable mastery and understanding of music. Truly, it is extraordinarily beautiful. Who would have thought that Niechen, not only possessing terrifying cultivation talent, surpasses all in musical prowess? Surely, had it not been for Xu Xian's unique comprehension of Tao, this title of the most gifted would have been his. Such melodies stir even the heart of this old man, making him yearn for romance. Only Chu Qingyue stands silently, her eyes shimmering with emotion, as if her heartbeat is beyond her control. Indeed, no wonder she values this disciple. In terms of musicality, there is surely no one in the younger generation who can rival Niechen. The flower maiden smiles and claps her hands, then playfully looks at Chu Qingyue. Qingyue, why not share your thoughts? Instantly, the gazes of numerous cultivators gathered in the sacred place converge upon her. I find this quite satisfactory.
Chu Qingyue phanh in đai phơn, no ding can li.
She cast a fleeting glance at Niechen, yet her gaze swiftly shifted away. Ahem, Niechen's performance has somewhat met my expectations, upholding the esteemed reputation of the Tianyun Palace's disciples. Once the banquet concludes, I shall bestow a verbal commendation. Haha, truly befitting of a female emperor, such a grand achievement reduced to mere words of praise. Nonetheless, while this verbal commendation may seem less valuable, if I were to receive even a single word of praise from the Empress, I would awaken from dreams with a smile. Although spoken lightly, the majority perceived this reward as somewhat meager. Only Niechen offered a subtle smile, gently pursing his lips. A verbal commendation? The significance of that phrase is understood by none but him. Chapter 81. Do you wish to oppose the 3 emperors? Gazing at the scene before him, Xu Xian tightened his grip, shattering the invaluable fan, honed through repeated tempering, into fragments. Your Highness, this place is teeming with people. It would be unwise to act rashly, seeing the fury etched on Xu Xian's face. Minister Chao hurriedly advised against it. I am well aware of that. Xu Xian gritted his teeth, struggling to contain his indignation. Do you know whom I despise the most? The elderly minister bowed, uncertain. What I loathe most are those arrogant fools who mistakenly believe that others harbor affections for them. That laughable Niechen, for instance, fancies that his grotesque antics can capture the Empress's attention. Little does he know that the Empress has already bestowed her affections upon me with her smiles. Such delusional trash is utterly repugnant. Chao, momentarily taken aback, nodded vigorously. Your Highness speaks the truth. After expressing his disdain, Xu Xian's rage seemed to subside slightly, yet he continued to glare icily at Niechen, his teeth clenched. I shall grant him a few days of respite. However, should he dare to entertain ulterior motives towards the Empress, once we depart from the flowering sanctum, I shall ensure he experiences the utmost agony before meeting his demise. At that moment, the musical contest concluded with Niechen's overwhelming victory, leaving the audience in astonishment. The flowering saintess, casting a subtle glance at Chu Qingyue, gracefully rose, her voice pure and resonant. In this grand event, the second segment has been claimed by Niechen. Following this Xiu Ming, dear Xiu Ming, today I shall avenge you. Just then, A cacophony of cries interrupted the flowering saintess's words. Suddenly, an intense aura of murderous intent and fury enveloped the space. Countless cultivators turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion, but upon recognizing the figure, their eyes widened in alarm, and trepidation filled their hearts.
Lei Guzi.
This seemingly frail old man, leaning on a cane, was none other than the esteemed elder of the Thunder Flame Emperor's sect. Lei Guzi's bloodthirsty gaze swept over the crowd before locking onto Niechun. It is you. You have utterly destroyed Xiaoming's meridians and shattered his foundation. He is now no different from a cripple, unable to cultivate any further. You dare to ruin our Thunder Flame Valley's once-in-a-millennium prodigy? Today, I shall flay your skin and extract your bones. He has incapacitated Chang Xiaoming? No wonder he has yet to arrive. In an instant, shock rippled through the ranks of cultivators. Although Niechun's reputation had crescendoed due to the affairs surrounding the tomb of the three emperors, it paled in comparison to Chang Xiaoming's illustrious standing. After all, as a once-in-a-millennium talent of the Thunder Flame Valley, inheritor of the Thunder Flame Emperor's legacy, he had enjoyed unparalleled privileges bestowed by Lei Guzi. Chang Xiaoming's genius had long since resonated throughout the realms, with countless young disciples from various factions merely serving as a backdrop to his brilliance, often finding themselves unable to even aspire to his level. Such a prodigy, inheriting the legacy of the great emperor, would likely intimidate any force in the realm from daring to act against him. Yet, astonishingly, he was single-handedly subdued by Niechun. Could it be that Niechun is even stronger than I had anticipated? The prowess and identity of this young man are truly unfathomable. It is imperative that I convey this matter to my disciples upon my return. Just how formidable can Niechun's methods be, wielding such power alone? As the multitude of cultivators marveled at this revelation, an oppressive aura, thick with murderous intent, suddenly enveloped the air. Mid-stage of the sea-breaking realm, countless gazes froze in disbelief, as they had not expected that in such a brief span, Lei Guzi had silently ascended to such a level. It seemed that this time, Lei Guzi was utterly consumed by the urge to kill. His eyes fixed intently upon Niechun as his figure transformed into a lightning bolt, vanishing from sight in an instant. In a flash, a streak of lightning illuminated the sky, casting Lei Guzi's shadow downwards. He was now less than 100 meters from Niechun, exuding an aura of lethal intent. This old man, despite facing numerous formidable foes thus far, Niechun had never before felt such an overwhelming pressure. The seemingly tiny bolts of lightning on Lei Guzi's body concealed an unfathomable power. This lightning technique was far beyond the rudimentary skills of Chang Xiaoming. With Lei Guzi's focus unwaveringly fixed upon him, Niechun, despite the extraordinary speed granted by his ancient saint body, felt a peculiar sense of entrapment. However, just as the thunderous might, capable of annihilating all, descended, it abruptly halted. Who dares to obstruct me? Lei Guzi bellowed, only to discover that the force intercepting his strike was none other than the Empress of the Clear Moon. Empress of the Clear Moon, this child has completely crippled my once-in-a-millennium celestial seed from the Thunder Flame Valley. Regardless of the circumstances, I must eliminate him today. Do you wish to recreate the scene from a century ago, when the three emperors besieged your Tianyun palace? Lei Guzi's eyes burned crimson with uncontrollable fury. The surrounding cultivators recognized the truth of his words. Chang Xiaoming, as an extraordinary celestial seed, inherited all the legacies of the great emperor of Thunder Flame, essentially poised to become the future heir of the Thunder Flame Valley. His existence was of paramount significance to the valley. Now that Chang Xiaoming had been utterly ruined, the wrath of the great emperor of Thunder Flame would undoubtedly be unleashed. The three emperors, when faced with the Empress of the Clear Moon, had banded together for warmth. Should they seize this opportunity, they would likely exert every effort to avenge the grievances of a century past. At this moment, with his eyes ablaze, Lei Guzi could no longer contain the fury within. The air around him erupted with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a tiger's roar or a dragon's song, exuding a terrifying might. This strike was aimed directly at Niechun. Have I ever allowed you to move? A chilling voice suddenly emanated from behind. Lei Guzi, already blinded by rage, had thought that even in the presence of the Empress of the Clear Moon, he would not feel fear as he had in the past. Yet, He realized he was mistaken. This icy voice seemed to carry an unparalleled imperial might. In an instant, Lei Guzi felt as though his entire being was encased in ice, stiff and trembling. Bang! A chilling gust of frigid air suddenly swept in, and in an instant, Lei Guzi, who seemed poised to confront Nie Chun, was violently hurled away. Do you wish to stand against the three emperors simultaneously? Consumed by fury, Lei Guzi fought to suppress the trembling within him, desperately yearning to charge once more at Nie Chun. Yet, in the next moment, he felt an icy sensation emanating from his abdomen, swiftly followed by threads of agony. Horrified, he glanced down to discover a gash that extended across his waist. The flesh was mangled, as half of his torso had been severed by a single sword strike. Pain and terror engulfed him, a profound darkness akin to being devoured by an abyss. Lei Guzi's pupils constricted sharply, his heart suffused with dread. Yet, the overwhelming frost-laden sword mark had already reached his face, and he felt as though his body had been cleaved in twain. All sounds faded into silence, leaving only the sound of blood cascading down. Thud! Lei Guzi's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Chapter 82. Too much dog food. Truly inedible, was it truly so? That a single sword strike could suffice? The air seemed to thicken with tension. As the esteemed elder of the Thunderfire Valley, Lei Guzi's mastery of the thunderous arts was second only to that of the Thunderfire Emperor. His mid-stage strength in the sea-breaking realm was nearly on par with that of a sealed monarch. Yet, without any opportunity for resistance, he was unceremoniously slain by the merciless sword of the Empress Qingyue. It was unexpected that, despite the lingering injuries from the battle a century ago, the Empress Qingyue had accelerated her power at a truly terrifying pace. If she so desired, she could likely suppress all the cultivators present with her singular might. Gazing at the lifeless body of Lei Guzi, an overwhelming dread of the Empress Qingyue once again enveloped the hearts of all. Previously, when witnessing the Empress confront the Saintess of Blossoms and Nie Chun, her icy demeanor appeared to thaw. Yet now none dared entertain such absurd thoughts. The Empress Qingyue remained as she ever was, cold and haughty, with none capable of offending her easily. Qingyue, you have slain Lei Guzi and destroyed their celestial seedlings. It is likely that the Thunderfire Emperor will not let this transgression go unpunished, the Saintess of Blossoms remarked, stepping closer to Chu Qingyue with a hint of concern. Fear not, for among those three emperors each one is expendable. Should they dare to covet Tianyun Palace, I would not hesitate to eradicate all three, Chu Qingyue replied, her eyes glinting with icy resolve, each word laced with a chilling aura and murderous intent. A shared thought surged through the hearts of all present. Such formidable charisma. Only with such audacity could one be called the Empress Qingyue. I comprehend your resolve. If that day should arrive, the Saintess of Blossoms is willing to devote her utmost efforts to assist you in battle, the Saintess affirmed with a nod. No need. I alone am sufficient. The first round of the gathering was to foster camaraderie, the second to engage in contests. The third round, however, was dedicated to the venerable elders of the Holy Land imparting wisdom to the righteous cultivators present. True to their reputation, the elders spoke for an entire day and night, bestowing invaluable insights upon many cultivators. Particularly those of lesser realms but greater comprehension found themselves deeply enriched, as if bathed in the nourishing waters of a spiritual spring. Subsequently, the Holy Land hosted a grand banquet. Revelries of song and dance filled the air, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled festivity. The festivities lasted 3 days and nights, with all the gathered cultivators departing fully satisfied. The bonds among sects grew ever stronger, and many seemed to undergo a baptism of sorts, experiencing significant enhancements in their realms. In summary, aside from the unexpected emergence of Lei Guzi, the celebration unfolded with remarkable smoothness, seemingly existing in a world where only Lei Guzi suffered harm. The Holy Land fortified its connections with various factions, simultaneously solidifying its status and prestige. As the celebration concluded, numerous cultivators took their leave, while others chose to remain at the Holy Land for further contemplation and learning. On the hillside of the back mountains of the Holy Land, a gentle breeze rustled through the flowers and grass. Nie Chun sat beside Chu Qingyue. Subsequently, there was a slight movement and then another. The shoulder gently brushed against a certain spot. Instantly, Chu Qingyue's aloof demeanor began to waver. Please keep your distance. That is impossible, Niechen replied with a smile. However, my dear, you were undeniably magnificent when you vanquished Lei Guzi. Is this what they call beauty saving the hero? Do you think I did it to save you? Your life or death has no bearing on me. I merely found that fellow unsatisfactory. Chu Qingyue lightly curled her lips, seemingly indifferent. I don't believe you for a moment. Nonetheless, my dear, have you perhaps forgotten something? What is it? When I triumphed in the musical competition, you mentioned a verbal reward. What verbal reward? I have no idea what you're talking about. In an instant, Chu Qingyue turned her head, her gaze evasive. Heh, my dear, don't attempt to deceive me. It is precisely the meaning you had in mind.
Niechen inched closer.
Although Chu Qingyue attempted to retreat, her movement was minimal, and soon they were entirely pressed together. Suddenly, both turned their heads in unison, their eyes sharp as swords, fixed upon the trees in the distance. Ha! What a coincidence! The moon is truly round tonight. Are you also here to admire it? The Saintess of Blossoms awkwardly emerged from behind the trees, laughing stiffly. With the blazing sun overhead and the skies clear, what do you think? Chu Qingyue's lips bore a chilling and enigmatic smile. Qingyue, it turns out that the friend you mentioned earlier is actually you. The Saintess of Blossoms retreated step by step, utterly distressed. Don't leave, since you wish to see, then continue observing. In an instant, Chu Qingyue had floated to her rear, her delicate hand resting lightly upon the Saintess's shoulder. Qingyue, spare my life. Moments later, the illustrious Saintess of Blossoms, the sovereign of the sacred land, found herself brutally bound to a tree by a thick rope, her mouth stuffed with a pink belly band. No matter how much she whimpered and struggled, she could not free herself from the constraints. She could only exert her utmost effort to thrash her body and elongated legs, attempting a final struggle. What are you looking at?
Hu Qingyi pinched Niechen fiercely.
Nothing. It is not my fault. My eyes simply have a mind of their own. Niechen awkwardly cleared his throat and hurriedly averted his gaze. There was no denying that the beauty of the Saintess of Blossoms was almost excessively enchanting. Compared to my dear, she exuded a kind of delicate softness. Moreover, the binding of the rope accentuated her already graceful form, outlining even more exquisite curves, especially that curvature, which seemed to surpass even Chu Qingyue's. Just a tad. Any man would find it challenging to maintain composure. After a moment of calm, Niechen leaned close to Chu Qingyue, his voice gentle. My dear, regarding the verbal reward you mentioned earlier. Chu Qingyue lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks like jade. I knew you would cling to that. I shall reward you indeed. My dear, how are you so adorable today? However, the Saintess of Blossoms remains nearby, observing the scene. My dear wife, you are truly audacious. First, it was Chu Qingyue taking the initiative, then Niechen followed suit, only for their roles to reverse. Hey, could you please consider my feelings? Bound to a tree, the Saintess of Blossoms feels as though she is overwhelmed by an abundance of dog food, her stomach on the verge of bursting. Yet, regardless of her cries, she soon realizes that her voice not only fails to deter this enamored couple, but only intensifies their fervor. The Saintess can assure that throughout the entire realm, no one has feasted on such copious amounts of dog food as she has today. Yet, who remembers that she has been single for 8 centuries? Why must I be the one to suffer? Gazing at the two figures on the lawn, the Saintess of Blossoms feels an overwhelming urge to weep, yet finds herself devoid of tears. Chapter 83. Dare to touch my wife? Not even the King of Heaven can help you. Why does the Empress protect him? Outside the Blossom's sacred land, Shu Xian's eyes blazed crimson, his rage and murderous intent seemingly transforming into a palpable hue of blood. Minister Chao hastily consoled him, Your Highness, do not fret. Perhaps the Empress is merely preserving the dignity of the Tianyun Palace. Even though Niechen possesses extraordinary talents, he remains an ordinary disciple at the end of the day. The Empress's sentiments towards him are assuredly not the same as yours. There can be no emotions involved. Even so, that is utterly unacceptable. The only object of the Empress's concern must be this prince alone. As for others, they shall all meet their demise. Particularly that Niechen. I shall employ the most ruthless means to eliminate him. Xu Zian's voice edged towards madness, shedding the elegant demeanor he once displayed before the assembly at the sacred land. Minister Chao was startled, quickly attempting to dissuade him. Yet, as he turned, he beheld a relentless surge of blood-colored aura emanating from Xu Zian. Blood-red patterns spread across his limbs, coursing up his neck and enveloping his head. In the blink of an eye, even his eyes were marred with crimson streaks. Within these patterns flowed an intense aura of slaughter. This was the path of killing. Minister Chao widened his eyes in disbelief. Merely through words, the prince had comprehended yet another principle. The realization of enlightenment truly was a terrifying force. As the grand ceremony of the Blossom Sacred Land concluded, numerous factions in attendance began to depart. This event had magnificently showcased the profound and mysterious heritage of the Blossom Sacred Land, one of the oldest of the 8 sacred grounds. Most attendees arrived with reverence, departing in high spirits. Not only had they experienced the grandeur of the Blossom Sacred Land celebration, but they also seized the opportunity to forge connections with various sections. However, the incident of the Empress slaying Lei Guzi with a single sword swiftly spread far and wide. Qingyue, may your journey be smooth. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me. Leading the crowd of the sacred land, the Blossom Saintess bid farewell in front of the ethereal vessel of Tianyun Palace. Although she endeavored to maintain the sacred image of the Saintess, her heart felt an immense sense of frustration. After years of abstinence, the mere dog food consumed on this day felt more substantial than what she had ingested over 8 centuries. Even with her stomach empty, she felt as though it was entirely filled with dog food. Chu Qingyue and Nie Chen boarded the ethereal vessel in succession. Witnessing this scene, the female disciples behind the Blossom Saintess felt a surge of emotion. Why do I suddenly sense that the Empress and Nie Chen seem somewhat compatible? In that fleeting moment, I felt the same. It must merely be an illusion. That is only natural. With the identity and character of Empress Qingyue, such a thing is absolutely impossible. Perhaps I still have a chance. Indeed, Nie Shixiang is still single. If I act promptly, there may still be hope. Begone, you infatuated fools. My heart is steadfastly devoted to Brother Nie. If there were any opportunity, it should rightly be mine. Are you not the same? It should indeed be me. It is I. It is I. How infuriating. Brother Nie belongs to me, and I shall confront you all. Who fears whom? If you are unconvinced, let us settle this with a duel. The victor shall claim Brother Nie as their own. Very well, let us fight now. Those who cower are but cowards. The spirit vessel has commenced its journey, propelled by the formidable spiritual energy of Chu Qingyue, traversing vast mountains and rivers in an instant. Soon enough, the spirit vessel brought the disciples back to the heavenly cloud palace. The grand ceremony at the sacred land of blossoms was indeed a spectacle that drew the attention of many. Those who could not attend eagerly approached, inquiring about the events that unfolded at the grand occasion. However, they soon received disheartening news. The celestial seedlings from Leiyan Valley, Chang Xiuming, and Lei Guzi met dire fates, one completely crippled, the other slain by a single sword strike. Though this news might incite a sense of exhilaration and fervor, the consequences loom ominously. The heavenly cloud palace is no longer what it once was. What can the 3 emperors do? With the Empress and Brother Nie present, it remains uncertain who shall ultimately prevail. Suddenly, a disciple stepped forward, exuberantly declaring, "Indeed, the grievances against the 3 emperors remain unavenged. Those old geezers must not be spared." Brother Nie's actions were justified. Let us not waste words. Simply proclaim the prowess of Brother Nie. Brother Nie is magnificent. Brother Nie is invincible. Brother Nie soars like a cow on a plain. The previously subdued atmosphere sprang to life, the cheers growing ever louder. Many disciples were filled with fiery zeal, completely oblivious to the formidable adversaries they might face, potentially the 3 great emperors united. Brother Nie, what is your perspective on this matter? The disciples cast eager glances toward Nie Chen, who stood ahead. Nie Chen spoke with gravity. Even though the Empress once defeated those 3 emperors single-handedly, over such an extended period, while her strength has undoubtedly surged, the same cannot be said for the 3 emperors, whose power has certainly not diminished. Thus, this situation is not as simple as you envision. What do you mean, Brother Nye? Instantly, the disciples fell silent, taken aback by Nye Chen's apparent inclination to negotiate. What I am considering is... Nye Chen suddenly clenched his fist and raised his arm high. Regardless of how strong they are, it is of no consequence to me. To dare bully the Empress is akin to defiling the heavenly cloud palace itself. We must take action against them. I shall topple the 3 emperors and use their heads as footballs. Brother Nye is indeed correct. He aligns with our thoughts. He has not disappointed our expectations. Let us take action against them. As long as the heavenly cloud palace stands, we shall willingly sacrifice our lives for the Empress. In an instant, the fervor of the crowd intensified, the atmosphere becoming extraordinarily passionate. A century ago, the 3 emperors joined forces to grievously wound the Empress of Qingyue, and they still covet the power of the heavenly cloud palace. As a devoted protector of his wife, the host cannot endure such transgressions. Thus, a long-term mission is issued, to vanquish the 3 emperors and avenge the Empress of Qingyue. The rewards for this mission include a mysterious treasure chest, with each emperor possessing their own unique reward. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, its mechanical and cold tones seemingly infused with righteous indignation. A long-term mission? Indeed, this task presents a considerable challenge. It appears that, before the 3 emperors take the initiative, I must swiftly enhance my strength through the system to possess the power necessary to confront these formidable adversaries. Without hesitation, Nye Chen accepted the task. Dare to lay a hand on my wife? Not even the King of Heaven can intervene. Chapter 84. The Scroll of Enchanting Cities, the Ink Bamboo Fairy Old 3. Did you manage to acquire it? Indeed, I risked my life to obtain it. You all must exercise utmost caution. Should even a whisper escape, it would spell doom for us all. It's not just my fate at stake, but everyone's. I understand. Yet, I never imagined you truly had the means to procure it. Sure, let us not speak too soon. I have awaited the release of this tome for an entire year. Within the confines of the disciples' lodging, 3 young disciples furtively secured the doors and windows, igniting a dim candlelight. Each face bore an expression of tension intertwined with boundless anticipation, as though the scroll in Old Three's hands was a treasure of immeasurable worth. As the scroll unfurled slowly, their breaths quickened in unison. Just then, Old One, cease your incessant touching. Who is touching you? My inclinations are perfectly clear. Wait, Old Three, why are you touching me? Nonsense, it was clearly Old Two. Suddenly, the trio sensed an unsettling presence and turned sharply. A figure stood casually behind them. In an instant, they were nearly startled out of their wits, their bodies recoiling instinctively.
Nie, brother nie.
Old Three gasped, his hands trembling. Nye Chen was a prominent disciple. Should he discover their secret, their fates would be irrevocably sealed. Brother Nye, I implore you, do not breathe a word of this. If you divulge our secret, we shall all be expelled from the Tianyun Palace. Old Three pleaded tearfully. Nye Chen furrowed his brow. What exactly are you all gazing at? He had initially sensed something amiss with the disciples and stealthily followed them, but the situation appeared far more complex than he had anticipated. Could it be an illicit book? Of course not. Old Three hastily presented the scroll. What we are clandestinely perusing is, in fact, the latest edition of the Scroll of Enchanting Cities. The Scroll of Enchanting Cities? Indeed, the scroll is updated annually, chronicling the 30 most enchanting women in the realm. Though it features portraits of these 30 ladies, the scroll is a legitimate publication and widely circulated. However, due to the Empress's long-standing prohibition on romantic companions, it has been deemed contraband within the Tianyun Palace. Oh, is that so? Nye Chen took hold of the Scroll of Enchanting Cities, examining its exquisite, aromatic cover, and remarked, I might refrain from exposing you, but there is a condition.
Brother nie.
Please state your terms. As long as you keep this secret, I will agree to anything. Not only Old Three but the other 2 disciples also earnestly implored. Quite agreeable. Then, this Scroll of Enchanting Cities shall be mine. Old Three, you seem quite familiar with the scroll. Enlighten me. Nye Chen spread the scroll across the table and gradually opened it. Soon, the contents sprang forth before them, inscribed with the names of the beauties accompanied by corresponding descriptions. the vast majority of the illustrations are remarkably lifelike. It appears that you, senior brother Nye, are indeed of this ilk. Wang Laosen felt an immediate pang of regret, completely unprepared for the revelation that Niechen was of the same kind. The price of the list of enchanting beauties is exorbitantly high, equivalent to half a year's worth of his spirit stone salary. Yet now it was too late to reconsider. He could only endure the ache in his heart while sitting beside Niechan along with the other 3 disciples, yearning for an opportunity to gaze upon the list of enchanting beauties a little longer. A flame descended upon the candle, instantly illuminating the space with a brighter glow. Niechan turned his attention to the contents of the list of enchanting beauties. It chronicled the 30 most beautiful women in the world, and to his astonishment, many familiar faces appeared. For instance, the 27th spot was occupied by the 3rd princess of the Yufeng dynasty, Xu Xiangdia, whom he had rescued twice. The 16th position belonged to the Saintess of Flowers, Yao Mengyun, who had suffered a beating at his hands, leaving her heart's path somewhat damaged. As for the 12th place, he was surprised to see the Frost Saint envoy ranked so highly. Niechen mused, as in his memory, Shun Tsongxuang had always possessed a somewhat naive, even foolish demeanor. Thus, he had never regarded her beauty, only seeing her as a well-meaning companion. It was her valiant demeanor, so distinct from that of ordinary delicate women, combined with her extraordinary looks, that earned her the 12th position on the list, a title that, while somewhat contentious, was nonetheless well-deserved. Wang Laosan spoke with great familiarity. It seems you are well-versed in this, Niechen remarked. Naturally, I have not missed a single year of the list of enchanting beauties, since I was 3, Wang Laosan replied proudly, lifting his chin. The Saintess of Flowers also held a commendable rank, reaching 3rd place. As Niechen continued to scan upward, a smile gradually spread across his face. To his delight, the 2nd place was occupied by none other than the Empress Qingyue. Truly, she was his wife, and to be ranked so highly on the list of enchanting beauties was a testament to her unparalleled beauty. He silently praised her. However, his brow soon furrowed slightly. Among the 30 stunning women documented in the list, all except for the first, who bore the ethereal name of Muzhu Fairy, were accompanied by exquisite portraits. Strangely, there was neither text nor image pertaining to the first place. Curious, Niechen turned to Wang Laosan, who promptly elucidated, Senior brother Nye, you may not be aware, but the Muzhu Fairy has already ascended to the celestial realm. Ascended to the celestial realm? Indeed. Wang Laosan's eyes sparkled with a deep yearning. As long as a millennium ago, the Muzhu Fairy departed from the Lanchuan continent and soared to the celestial realm. However, according to the ancients from 1,000 years ago, the Muzhu Fairy's beauty is beyond imagination. Flawless skin, a presence that stands apart from the world. With every smile and frown, she captivates the soul. As she walks, the fragrant breeze she carries is intoxicating, akin to the scent of orchids. To the extent that she was directly acknowledged by the heavenly Tao, even without the need for cultivation, she attained beauty as her path and received the recognition of the celestial realm, ascending to immortality. Thus, even after a millennium, the foremost position on the list of enchanting beings remains reserved for the immortal Muzhu. This left Niechen utterly speechless. His own system could already be deemed the most extraordinary existence in this world, yet he never anticipated such an astonishing phenomenon. It was incomprehensible that this immortal Muzhu ascended to the realm of immortals solely through her beauty, without any form of cultivation whatsoever. This could no longer be described merely as a flaw in the system. It was utterly outrageous. Could it be that, in this era, even the heavens judge by appearances? Niechen could not fathom the extraordinary level of beauty possessed by the immortal Muzhu. Chapter 85. System Upgrade. Harnessing the power of the Empress to become stronger upon returning to his chamber. Niechen concealed the captivating tome beneath his bed and sat cross-legged upon it, striving to regulate his breath. The blow brought forth by the rumors surrounding the ink bamboo fairy was undeniably overwhelming for him. After all, he had only just awakened his system, embodying a quintessential protagonist. And what of her? She seemed to transcend even the most extraordinary advantages. If he were to consider himself the protagonist, what then could surpass the protagonist? Could it be that she is the author? Absurd. When he eventually transcended the tribulation realm and ascended to the celestial domain, He was resolute in discovering just how breathtaking that ink bamboo fairy truly was. Faced with the imminent threat of the three mighty emperors, enhancing his strength had now become his utmost priority. Nietchen calmed his mind and began to assess his recent acquisitions. Aside from the low-tier artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual herbs he had cunningly obtained, the most precious items included the imperial seal from the tomb of the three emperors, the dual veins of the primordial sacred body it unlocked, the sword of Emperor Honghu imbued with the essence of nirvana, and the Emperor's legacy of the 10,000 Thunder Unification Technique. Of course, there were also the enigmatic source and that Dragon Roar Vitality Pill. If only these two items could be combined. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Nietchen. Though the power of these treasures was formidable, there remained potential for enhancement. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the imperial seal, which shimmered with golden radiance. Holding the seal in his left hand, he formed a claw with his right, faintly channeling an awe-inspiring might of thunder and lightning. This thunder was none other than the culmination of Emperor Lei Yan's exhaustive legacy, manifested in the 10,000 Thunder Unification Technique. While the imperial seal possessed undeniable power, it was ultimately crafted by an imperial-level adept. It could only attain greater strength through the infusion of external forces. Therefore, if he could merge these two entities, Nietchen focused his spirit, gradually releasing the pure spiritual energy of the primordial sacred body. Simultaneously, he infused it into both the 10,000 Thunder Unification Technique and the imperial seal. Initially, the two forces repelled each other, refusing to yield. Yet, the golden spiritual energy appeared to serve as a conduit, incessantly connecting the two. As time progressed, the thunderous light became increasingly tumultuous, causing the seal to tremble incessantly. During this tumultuous clash, a stream of golden light oscillated between them. Crack! A violet lightning bolt erupted from the 10,000 Thunder Unification Technique, striking fiercely upon the imperial seal. The once unyielding jade seal was marked with a shallow scar, yet concurrently, the golden light flowed back into the lightning, gradually calming the agitated violet thunder. Crack! 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 The lightning flickered, enveloped in a veil of golden mist. Each bolt of lightning, while inflicting damage upon the imperial seal, simultaneously alleviated the fury of both forces. Observing the seal now adorned with no less than 100 scars, the wrath of the 10,000 Thunder Unification Technique finally subsided. The bolts of lightning ceased their earlier volatility, akin to small serpents that gently slithered into the imperial seal. Not only did it leave no scars upon its surface, but it also harmoniously connected the two entities with golden radiance. The moment had arrived. Nietchen's gaze sharpened, seizing this fleeting opportunity. The second pulse of the Xian-Gu sacred body, the chilling essence of extreme Yin swiftly enveloped both objects, its frigid and profoundly chilling aura simultaneously stimulating them. Concurrently, the golden light surged dramatically, transforming into a seamless path of illumination that traversed between them. As the extreme Yin essence continued to contract, the distance between the Emperor Seal and the 10,000 Thunder Transformation Technique swiftly diminished. At that moment, Nietchen clenched his hands together, channeling all his power into a singular focus, leaving no reserve. Flames, golden light, and the essence of extreme Yin, an immeasurable amount of spiritual energy coalesced into a bridge, forcibly merging the two entities. Boom! Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted. The waves of heat from the flames surged from Nietchen's form, while the previously temperate lightning grew violently restless. Merged together, Nietchen gritted his teeth, tightening his grip. Boom! Amidst an unparalleled cacophony, the 10,000 Thunder Transformation Technique was brutally pressed against the Emperor Seal. The overwhelming spiritual energy roared, transforming into shockwaves that relentlessly assailed Nietchen and the entire structure. The building trembled violently, evidently struggling to withstand such immense force. Yet, at that moment, Nietchen cared not for the consequences. Suppress. Bang! Further suppression. Bang! Suddenly, golden light enveloped Nietchen's entire being. Even his eyes radiated a divine brilliance. Faintly, accompanied by the reverberating thunder, a dragon's roar seemed to resonate. The golden light, illuminating the entire dwelling, converged upon Nietchen's right hand. This hand, infused with boundless profundity and tumultuous power, struck forth. Boom! With a sound akin to mountains collapsing and stones shattering, the 10,000 thunder transformation technique was forcefully integrated into the Emperor's seal. The various hues of lightning, despite their attempts to resist, could not break free. Niechan then softened his assault, continuously infusing gentle spiritual energy into the Emperor's seal. With the infusion of this profound energy, the lightning technique, already merging with the jade seal, began to exhibit greater compliance. Although each bolt of lightning still bore an overwhelming oppressive sensation, it no longer resisted. The power of the lightning persisted, yet it was now endowed upon the Emperor's seal, rendering their amalgamation even more formidable. Success. Under the radiant sun, the originally verdant Emperor's seal adorned with golden light now bore a hint of delicate purple lightning. This lightning rendered the seal's previously mild aura utterly formidable. Niechan could distinctly perceive the surging might contained within the Emperor's seal. At this moment, the Emperor's seal, now combined with the 10,000 thunder transformation technique, possessed an unparalleled strength. The legacy of the three sacred emperors, along with the lifetime legacy of a great emperor, had fused into one. Merely contemplating this was enough to evoke a profound sense of dread. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving a significant enhancement of the Three Sovereigns seal. The host has fulfilled the Three Sovereigns' wishes and received a reward, unlocking the wool harvesting system feature. Wool harvesting? Niechan was taken aback. The system's first awakened function grants rewards through directly impacting or destroying the enemy's Dao heart. But what does this wool harvesting feature entail? Beep. The stronger the target of wool harvesting, the more abundant the rewards. System notification. The host can earn rewards by touching the heart of the Empress. So, that's what it means. Niechan's heart leaped with joy in that instant. If this feature is utilized, it is likely to prove even more convenient than the first. More importantly, the wool from the Empress is undoubtedly of the highest quality. Chapter 86. My husband. Within the confines of the chamber, as she beheld Niechan approaching with a subtle smile adorning his lips, Chu Qingyue felt a flicker of unease. What are you planning to do? Despite Niechan's previous transgressions of a more intimate nature, the atmosphere this time felt decidedly more precarious. The chamber was devoid of company, and the door had been firmly shut by Niechan. This situation was undeniably alarming. Fear not, my dear. I merely wish to offer you some pleasurable experiences, Niechan said, advancing towards her with a smile. Pleasurable experiences.
Impossible.
I could never allow such a thing. Yet, despite her resistance, Chu Qingyue found her thoughts muddled, unable to articulate her feelings clearly. One thing was certain. It was absolutely not the right moment. Rest assured, my techniques are quite refined. However, Niechan had already closed the distance, extending his hand towards her. Stop! Chu Qingyue's face flushed with indignation. She yearned to resist, yet she felt his hand firmly pressing upon her shoulder. Wait, her shoulder? A moment of confusion ensued, but her senses quickly returned. Yet soon after, she found herself enveloped in a wave of comfort emanating from his touch. The art of shoulder massage, when executed with simplicity, could yield profound relief.
Niechan.
Even at the cost of sacrificing 3 skill points to the system, had perfected his technique to an unparalleled level. What he offered was undoubtedly the finest shoulder massage in the realm. With a combination of kneading and rhythmic tapping, he expertly navigated the joints. Any remnants of her initial annoyance dissipated, leaving her completely absorbed in this exquisite technique, capable of alleviating any weariness. It was as if she had shed all fatigue, immersed in an ocean of tranquility, leading her to a state of blissful drowsiness. At that moment, the system chimed. Ding! Successfully acquired a skill point from the Empress Qingyue. What luck! Niechan rejoiced internally. It was known that only a formidable practitioner of the Shen Yuan realm could yield a single skill point. Yet here he had merely massaged her shoulders and already earned one. This was an incredible bargain. Surely he could extract all possible benefits from her. Thus, Niechan's technique grew even more adept, a harmonious blend of pressure and rhythm, perfectly executed. Ding! Successfully acquired a skill point from the Empress Qingyue. Ding! Successfully acquired a skill point from the Empress Qingyue. Ding! Obtained a choice of 1 Shen-level magical artifact. Ding! Obtained a choice of 1 Earth-level technique. which can be fused from 3 earth-level techniques into 1 heaven-level technique. Nie Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he unleashed the ultimate secret of shoulder massage, the electric dragon dive. Using his fingers as a pivot, he exerted all his strength, targeting the pivotal joint at her shoulder and elbow. Then, with a powerful twist, accompanied by a soft, blissful sigh from Chu Qingyue, the system chimed once more. Having reaped a considerable amount of rewards from the Empress, the host successfully ascended to the mid-stage of the Shen Yuan realm. Currently, 27 skill points remain. Truly, she is the Empress Qingyue, undoubtedly my beloved. To date, every reward obtained from her has been immensely precious. If I continue to gather rewards through the night, by tomorrow, I may very well ascend to the sea-opening realm. However, Nie Chen understood the importance of moderation. While it was delightful to reap rewards, should I inadvertently displease my wife, future opportunities may not be as plentiful. Thus, it was prudent to cease for now and continue at a later time. With this thought, Nie Chen withdrew his hand. Just as he gently closed his eyes, feeling as if he were lying upon lush green grass, enveloped in a sense of soft and soothing comfort, Chu Qingyue suddenly felt an emptiness on her shoulder. That sensation, which seemed capable of dispelling all weariness, vanished in an instant. Immediately, she turned her head, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Nie Chen. Ahem, my dear wife, I truly did not intend to take advantage of you. I shall leave now, Nie Chen said, feeling slightly guilty as he hastily withdrew his hand, preparing to depart. Wait, yet, Chu Qingyue bit her lip, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson, calling him back. My wife?
Nie Chen queried, slightly perplexed.
What this Empress means is... Chu Qingyue's gaze flickered, as if she had mustered great resolve, and finally, in a voice so soft it was nearly imperceptible, she uttered 2 words. Continue. Huh? Nie Chen was taken aback. Continue? Are those words truly spoken by the illustrious Empress Qingyue? Yet reality seemed to affirm it. By heavens, to have the Empress lower her guard is a rare opportunity indeed. Nie Chen seized this once-in-a-lifetime chance, smiling gently. Continuing is certainly possible, but massaging your shoulders can be quite tiring. My dear wife, you must show some appreciation. Show appreciation? Indeed, a simple term of endearment would suffice. After all this time, you have yet to address me with any affectionate title. What? How could that be possible? Chu Qingyue felt her cheeks flush intensely. Such an embarrassing phrase. How could she, a dignified empress, ever utter it? Ah, if that is the case, then I cannot proceed. After all, without motivation, where would the strength come from?
Nie Chen sighed deeply,
retracting his hand and preparing to leave. Wait, feeling the emptiness on her shoulder, Chu Qingyue could not help but embrace Nie Chen. What is it? It is merely 2 words. I shall say it, she expressed, raising her voice slightly in frustration. Her fingertips dug into her palm as Chu Qingyue struggled to control her embarrassment. Even with her delicate, snow-like face lowered, her voice remained muffled and trembling, as if she bore a tremendous grievance. After what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to utter, albeit in a stutter, "Husband, continue." What a provocative utterance. Gazing upon Chu Qingyue's autumnal eyes, which shimmered with a tender melancholy, and hearing her soft, trembling voice that was tinged with shyness, Nie Chen couldn't help but shudder. Should anyone overhear this, they might mistakenly believe he had committed some unspeakable act. Clearing his throat, he reassured his wife, urging her to remain calm as he resumed his ministrations. He coughed lightly twice before repositioning his hand upon her shoulder, once more elevating his technique of shoulder kneading to an unparalleled pinnacle, at the cost of 3 skill points. Thus, his mastery of shoulder kneading transcended both time and space, unmatched even among the vast expanse of the cosmos. In all the realms, both beneath the heavens and beyond, the art of shoulder kneading would henceforth be revered in Nie Chen's name. 2 hours later, casting a glance at the gently reclining Empress Qingyue, Nie Chen exited the chamber. Host, Nie Chen, realm, middle stage of Shenyuan, current skill points, 50, selectable celestial rank technique. 1. Unlocking the 3rd meridian of the ancient saint body. This, indeed, was the epitome of reaping benefits. Chapter 87. Saintess, we are truly not acquainted. The third vein of the Xiangu sacred body is characterized by its ability to absorb. In addition to providing immunity to a certain degree of magical attacks, its most formidable power lies in the capacity to assimilate other physiques as its own. However, it is likely that there are almost no physiques in this world that can rival the Xiangu sacred body, and those worthy of his attention are exceedingly rare. As for the celestial grade technique obtained through clever means, Niechun opened the shimmering golden page within his consciousness. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his mind. This technique is known as the Heart Demon Dharma manifestation. Typically, only those who have reached the alchemy transformation realm or certain peak experts of the sea opening realm can summon a Dharma manifestation. Yet, this technique can release a manifestation through absorption. Although its power pales in comparison to a genuine Dharma manifestation, it is still sufficiently formidable. Heart demon? Does this imply the collection of others' insecurities or various negative emotions? Niechun immediately exited the room and seized an honest little disciple, inquiring, "Am I handsome?" Handsome. The little disciple, captivated by Niechun's striking appearance and the unique charm exuded by the Xiangu sacred body, felt a wave of inferiority wash over him, suddenly realizing that he seemed to have wasted his life. Heart Demon Dharma Manifestation Usage Count 100. Excellent. The vicinity of Tianyun Palace is filled with diligent prodigy disciples, particularly those seated before the statue of the Empress, earnestly practicing their skills. Niechun deliberately approached the most devoted disciples. "Am I handsome?" "Handsome. Senior Brother Nye is incredibly handsome. Senior Brother Nye is the most handsome in the world." Although these disciples often praised Niechun, for some reason, after this round of flattery, they suddenly felt an emptiness in their hearts, instantly overwhelmed by feelings of inferiority. Gazing at the breathtakingly handsome Senior Brother Nye, they wished they could leap off a steep cliff right then and there. Heart Demon Dharma Manifestation Usage Count 12100. Heart Demon Dharma Manifestation Usage Count 18100. Word has it that Senior Brother Nye posed profound questions before the statue of the Empress, questions that resonated with the soul. Every disciple who was questioned fell into deep contemplation, rendered speechless and profoundly moved by Senior Brother Nye. My heavens, I cannot miss Senior Brother Nye's teachings. An increasing number of disciples flocked toward the vicinity of the Empress's statue. Yet, after hearing Niechun's soul-stirring inquiries, they all wore sorrowful expressions, engulfed in self-doubt. Even Duan Muyang approached. "Senior Brother Nye, what profound questions did you ask?"
Niechun replied.
"Just one question. Who is more handsome, you or I?" "Ah, so it was this question." Duan Muyang immediately smiled ingratiatingly. "Of course, Senior Brother Nye is absolutely handsome, even ranking second in the entire Tianyun Palace." Niechun frowned. "And who is first?" Of course, it's me." Boom. In the next moment, the disciples witnessed Duan Muyang soar into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Duan Yang was unexpectedly sent flying by Senior Brother Nye. Alas, it seems even Senior Brother Nye lacks the interest to teach him. Duan Yang is truly beyond redemption. However, what profound question could Senior Brother Nye have posed? I too wish to hear it. A murmur of speculation arose among the uninformed disciples. Heart Demon Dharma Manifestation Release Count 100. In the blink of an eye, the conditions for releasing the Heart Demon Dharma had been met once. Senior Brother Nye gazed at the multitude of disciples converging nearby, a faint smile gracing his lips. Among such a crowd, there were plenty of opportunities to exploit. Shortly thereafter, the male disciples felt overwhelmed with inferiority, wishing to cover their faces and hide from sight, while even the female disciples felt a sense of shame, fearing to be seen by Senior Brother Nye in their less than flattering light. Heart Demon Dharma Manifestation Release Count 200. In no time, the count of potential releases for the Heart Demon Dharma had accumulated to 2. Senior Brother Nye was clearly in high spirits. Why not pose a question to me as well? Just then, a melodious voice resonated, followed by a graceful figure soaring from the horizon. Her golden-hued, flowing gown danced with the wind, and her enchanting silhouette was exquisitely defined. The curves of her golden dress could only be described as perfection. More importantly, the divine aura she radiated evoked an involuntary sense of reverence and closeness. The saintess, the disciples of Tianyun Palace inclined their bodies in respect. After all, the Saintess of Blossoms not only held a prestigious position but was also the closest confidant of the Empress of the Clear Moon. This truth, even if the Empress were to deny it, was well known among the disciples. Particularly evident was her declaration during the recent ceremony at the Sacred Land of Blossoms, where she expressed her willingness to assist Tianyun Palace should the three emperors conspire against the Empress. This clearly illustrated that the bond between the Saintess and the Empress was far deeper than it appeared. Yet, Senior Brother Nye exhibited no sign of reverence like the others. Instead, he smiled slightly and remarked, "Has the Saintess come to indulge in dog food again? Dog food? What could that possibly mean?" The disciples momentarily froze, unable to grasp the implication of Senior Brother Nye's words. What was Senior Brother Nye alluding to? "I am no puppy. Why would I be consuming dog food?" The Saintess, unfazed, chuckled lightly, her beautiful eyes gazing affectionately at Senior Brother Nye, unabashedly exuding a hint of allure. The meaning behind her gaze was so evident that most disciples took note. Could it be that the Saintess's expression hinted at something? Impossible! The disciples stood dumbfounded, their heads buzzing. After all, the Saintess's pure image was deeply ingrained in their minds. Though not as haughty as the Empress, no man had ever approached her with such ease. Yet, the Saintess's demeanor towards Senior Brother Nye was undeniably intimate. Could it be that Senior Brother Nye's charm even captivated the Saintess? "Oh dear, we are not familiar. Please do not regard me with such a gaze." Confronted by the ambiguous gaze of the flower saint, Nye-chan retreated a step, extending his hand to signify a desire for distance. After all, should this saint harbor ill intentions and attempt to frame him, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of his wife, who would not hesitate to subject him to the torment of the washboard. How heartless, indeed, for he had always spoken so tenderly to someone.
Observing Nye-chan's demeanor.
The flower saint pouted slightly in a fit of playful annoyance, an unexpected charm that rendered her quite endearing. Yet, as her gaze turned towards the Tianyun Hall, she suddenly cleared her throat, her alluring eyes hastily averting from Nye-chan. "It seems that Qingyue is on the verge of anger. Perhaps it is best for me to refrain from further conversation." With that thought, she gracefully glided away, her steps light as she made her way towards the Tianyun Hall. Chapter 88. The Saintess weeps. Must we display such affection? In the Tianyun Palace, upon encountering Chu Qingyue, the Saintess of Blossoms promptly articulated her intentions. "Are you suggesting that the crown prince of the Yufeng dynasty, Xu Zian, intends to conspire with Emperor Lei Yan to expedite his acquisition of power over the Yufeng dynasty? In return, he has commenced his schemes against the Tianyun Palace?" Chu Qingyue's gaze sharpened, a chilling aura permeating the grand hall. Although Emperor Lei Yan had not personally intervened, he was indeed employing clandestine tactics to attempt an alliance with the Yufeng dynasty. Despite the arrogance of someone like Xu Zian, even from a great distance, eliminating him would be a mere flick of a finger. Yet, the forces backing him now encompassed the entire Yufeng dynasty and the sinister machinations of three formidable emperors. Clearly, this was not the opportune moment for her to act. Indeed, it is essential to identify an individual of suitable status and identity to journey to the Yufeng dynasty and thwart Xu Zian's plans. At the very least, he must be neutralized. The Saintess of Blossoms contemplated briefly before responding. Chu Qingyue inquired, "And who might this individual be?" "Naturally, it is Nye-chan. I believe he is the most fitting candidate," the Saintess declared. Chu Qingyue pondered for a moment. "Nye-chan? I never anticipated your judgment to be so astute. Currently, there is indeed no one more suitable than him. His status as an outer disciple allows him unrestricted access to the Yufeng dynasty, and even if he were to eliminate Xu Zian, it would not entangle too many relationships. More importantly, among his peers, only Nye-chan possesses the capability to contend with Xu Zian. Of course, my discernment is quite exceptional," the Saintess of Blossoms said, a hint of pride lifting her chin. However, before her moment of triumph could fully unfold, Chu Qingyue's voice, laced with frost, interrupted. "While these matters are inconsequential, could you elucidate the ambiguous glances and words you directed at Nye-chan outside the Tianyun Palace?" As her words fell, Nye-chan fortuitously entered the Tianyun Palace. Upon hearing her statement, he was momentarily taken aback. Wait, had he arrived at an inopportune moment? The prevailing atmosphere seemed exceedingly dire, prompting Niechun to consider retreating. Yet, before he could turn, the Saintess of Blossoms, with a pitiful demeanor and a hint of a tearful tone, began to explain, Sister Qingyue, please do not misunderstand. Although Brother Niechun treated me to sweets, inadvertently took my hand, and professed his unwavering love for me, his heart for you has not altered in the slightest. Oh, woe is me. The fault lies with me. I should not have unintentionally captured Brother Niechun's heart. If you harbor any anger, direct it at me. But please do not make things difficult for Brother Niechun. What the heck? Niechun's movements abruptly halted, as if 1,000 wild steeds were galloping through his mind. What in the world was happening? What kind of absurdity was the Saintess of Blossoms spewing? Good heavens! My dear, do not believe her. This is a blatant act of slander. I have never even met the Saintess of Blossoms before. Before Niechun could finish his explanation, a bone-chilling cold enveloped the grand hall. In an instant, his body became utterly uncontrollable, as a howling wind, like a colossal hand, firmly grasped Niechun and brought him before Chu Qingyue. As he passed by the flower saint, he noticed a playful smile gracing her lips. This woman harbors sinister intentions and is clearly attempting to frame him. My dear, this is so unjust. Niechun had never felt so speechless. Gazing into Chu Qingyue's icy, serene eyes, he could distinctly sense the dreadful consequences should his wife truly become enraged. Unjust? I am well aware that what she says is entirely fabricated. Far beyond Niechun's imagination, as their eyes met, Chu Qingyue slowly spoke. Niechun was taken aback, a flicker of doubt igniting within him. What, dear wife, is your true intention in summoning me here? Humph, you've been fortunate. With a soft huff, Chu Qingyue suddenly leaned in. Her lips, soft as water, brushed against Niechun's. The fragrant, tender sensation took him by surprise, and his mind quickly caught up. Speaking of this, he was no longer weary. This opportunity he could relish for an entire day and night. My dear, your restraint could use some improvement. Allow me to take charge. Niechun gently wrapped his arms around Chu Qingyue's waist, tilting her body at just the right angle. I merely wish to demonstrate a few things to her. Please do not overdo it. Chu Qingyue's cheeks flushed with a crystalline, enchanting blush, reminiscent of sunlight on flowing water. Fear not. Leave it to me. She is merely the flower saint after all. You wish to convey that I have but one wife, and that is you. With a smile, Niechun did not hesitate to lean in. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Niechun gazed into Chu Qingyue's sparkling eyes and playfully inquired, My dear, did you consume orchids today? You smell delightful. No way. Oh, I remember now. You have always been this fragrant. Truly? Indeed. Yet, Chu Qingyue suddenly remarked, In that case, I feel as if you have also indulged in flowers.
Impossible.
How could a grown man like myself? Niechun was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? Perhaps I was mistaken. Let me try again. After yet another lengthy pause, gazing into Chu Qingyue's affectionate eyes, Niechun cleared his throat. My dear, you are exceedingly proactive today. If only it could always be this way. Humph. Am I to be proactive only for you to seek other women afterward? Absolutely not. The world may be vast, but my wife reigns supreme. At present, when I glance at other women, I am as detached as a monk, hardly inclined to spare them a second glance. You speak idly, with no real action. I would, but I fear it may not be suitable for young audiences. The playful banter echoed throughout the hall, leaving only the flower saint standing foolishly in place, her nose tinged with a hint of bitterness. This time, she was not tied to a tree with her mouth stuffed with a belly band as she had been before. Yet what difference did it make? After devouring an enormous bowl of dog food, even if she wished to leave, she found herself utterly incapacitated. Was such treatment truly necessary? She had initially intended to sow discord, but to her astonishment, these two individuals remained entirely unaffected, instead intensifying their bond. Is this acceptable? It is not. This is a blatant threat to all the unfortunate souls in solitude. Moreover, the architect of this entire predicament was none other than the esteemed Qingyue Empress, who had once penned the treatise The Futility of Companionship, which has now led to the proliferation of the anti-companionship alliance across the realm. Oh, how excessive this is! In that moment, The Holy Maiden of Blossoms felt tears welling up in her eyes, suddenly realizing that the true fool was, in fact, herself. Chapter 89. The elixir favored by the Empress after generously showering affection. Chu Qingyue finally managed to delicately moisten her lips and relayed to Niechan the possibility that the three emperors might conspire with Shu Zian.
Shu Zian?
Despite having no grievances in the past and no enmity in the present, the audacity of this fellow to collude with the three emperors left Niechan resolute in his intent to show no mercy. By the way, I recall another matter. The Holy Maiden of Blossoms suddenly interjected. I have heard credible rumors that Shu Zian has long harbored feelings for the Empress Qingyue, believing that she reciprocates his affections. He even indiscriminately spreads this notion, proclaiming that he shall one day ascend to the heavenly cloud palace to wed her. Is what you say true? Of course. Shu Zian has even claimed that the Empress smiled upon him thrice, suggesting that she secretly holds a flame for him. Has this child lost his mind? Smiled upon him thrice? He must be jesting. Niechan was instantly invigorated, his aura radiating a chilling ferocity. How dare he covet his wife and propagate such rumors? If I do not bring you to your knees, I shall not bear the surname Nie. Suddenly, Niechan leaned closer to the Holy Maiden of Blossoms and inquired, one more thing, is Shu Zian handsome? Somewhat handsome. He possesses royal blood and the blessing of a true comprehension body. In the realm, he would likely rank amongst the elite. There are indeed many female cultivators enamored by him. Good heavens! Niechan's resolve solidified further, his fists clenched tightly. The sins he has committed warrant nothing less than decapitation, using his head as a ball to kick. I shall claim the royal Phoenix dynasty. No one shall stand in my way. With a forceful thud on the table, he exuded an air of deadly intent. You are indeed the most suitable candidate. However, Shu Zian possesses a true comprehension body and bears the fortune of the royal Phoenix dynasty. The depth of his capabilities is far from what appears on the surface. You must exercise utmost caution in this endeavor. Chu Qingyue stepped forward, extending her delicate jade hand. Let me see your storage ring. I wish to ascertain whether your magical artifacts and elixirs are sufficient. For some reason, Niechan suddenly sensed that while his wife was indeed concerned for him, she seemed to be using this as an excuse to inspect his private stash. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Aside from the extraordinarily precious source concealed on his person, there was nothing in his storage ring that could be deemed improper. Without hesitation, he handed the storage ring to Chu Qingyue. Within it lay a celestial-grade Nirvana Phoenix and various magical artifacts and elixirs, some of which he had seized from other cultivators, though none particularly remarkable. While certain celestial-grade artifacts acquired from the system were valuable, they would hardly catch the eye of an esteemed empress. Yet, among them, Chu Qingyue discovered a peculiar crimson elixir, intricately etched with dragon patterns. It emanated a formidable yang energy, akin to a blazing fire, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, clearly of a high grade. No, this elixir's grade may have even reached the celestial tier. The value of the celestial grade elixir is self-evident. Even the formidable Tianyun Palace possesses but a scant few. For many sects, a single celestial grade elixir is sufficient to be revered as a treasured heirloom, passed down through generations. What then is the nature of such a remarkable celestial grade elixir? In a state of confusion, Chu Qingyue recalled the alchemical texts she had perused. Numerous tomes were indelibly etched in her memory, easily summoned with a mere thought. However, as she skimmed through the final pages of the comprehensive alchemy compendium, her cheeks suddenly flushed, and her hand, which held the crimson elixir, trembled slightly. It was no wonder that the vigorous aura emanating from this elixir was so overwhelming. It was understandable why Niechan had so carefully concealed it in the depths of his spatial ring. This was, indeed, the fabled dragon's roar vitality pill. Moreover, it was of the celestial tier, exceedingly rare. You actually possess such a pill. Unable to contain herself, Chu Qingyue took a step back, her face aglow with embarrassment, her gaze towards Niechan filled with a complex array of emotions. You truly covet my form. What an elixir goodness! Niechan could hardly believe he had overlooked this matter. With the Holy Maiden of Blossoms present, the situation was nothing short of mortifying. His mind buzzed as he hastily explained, My dear, this was merely an accident. I never intended to use this elixir on you. Yet, Chu Qingyue clenched her teeth, her indignation flaring. Are you planning to use this elixir on other women? My dear, you are quite bold. The celestial grey dragon's roar vitality pill was something no man in the world would resist, especially when faced with a wife as frigid as ice, one who no one could conquer. The prospect of possessing such a pill was tantalizing. Yet now it was clear that this elixir could not be safeguarded. With a heavy sigh, Niechun resigned himself. Then I leave the fate of this elixir entirely in your hands. Now that is more acceptable. Chu Qingyue retrieved a small wooden box and tossed the dragon's roar vitality pill inside. With a huff, she carelessly stowed it in her spatial ring. Niechun was taken aback, completely unprepared for the fact that Chu Qingyue had chosen not to destroy it. My dear, what are you doing? Let us discuss it later. I don't wish to see such a sordid elixir right now. Chu Qingyue averted her gaze, her expression dismissive. Later? Wait, do you mean? Niechun chuckled, stepping forward to gently embrace Chu Qingyue's shoulders, her delicate form soft as water. My dear, I won't be leaving today. Let us consummate our union tonight. Get lost. Yet, in the next moment, Niechun found himself unceremoniously kicked out of the Tianyun Palace by the flustered and indignant Chu Qingyue. Though the kick appeared forceful, it was deliberately enveloped in spiritual energy, causing him no harm. Indeed, a wife can be cold on the outside yet warm within. Lightly landing outside the palace, Niechun dusted himself off. To reclaim the dragon's roar vitality pill, no. To utilize the dragon's roar vitality pill, Shu Zian must perish. Outside the heavenly cloud palace, upon witnessing Niechun being forcefully propelled through the air, the disciples were taken aback and hurriedly approached him with concern. Master Nie, what has transpired? Have you perhaps incurred the wrath of the Empress? No, it is merely that my secret stock of elixirs was discovered by the Empress, Niechun replied, stretching his waist nonchalantly. Elixirs? Could it be that you were harboring a demonic elixir? Certainly not. What purpose would that serve? Then, could it be the bloodthirsty elixir that hastens one's power at the cost of life? Neither that. Could it possibly be? Niechun interjected, no more guessing. It is simply an elixir favored by the Empress as well. The Empress enjoys it too? Never mind, this is not suitable for young ears. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Niechun chose to disregard the inquisitive disciples. Chapter 90. It is time to teach a lesson to the rival in the vicinity of the capital. At the bustling city gate of Wanping, 2 soldiers diligently inspected the passers-by. The crown prince had declared that from this day forth, the entire Yufeng dynasty would be at enmity with Niechun. Any individual affiliated with Niechun found within the borders would be executed without mercy. One soldier, clutching a portrait, scanned the crowd with unwavering focus. As a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage, his status among ordinary soldiers was exalted, promising a bright future. Under normal circumstances, he would be treated with great respect by common soldiers, far removed from the drudgery of guarding the gates. However, recent developments had altered this expectation. Ever since the crown prince returned from the grand festivities at the floral sacred land, he had placed a bounty on Niechun's head across the entire Yufeng dynasty, distributing his likeness to towns far and wide. The reward for capturing Niechun had reached an astonishing 10,000 spirit stones. Such a sum could scarcely be spent in a lifetime. Furthermore, gaining the crown prince's favor through such a capture would undoubtedly lead to an illustrious future. The 2 soldiers, their eyes gleaming with determination, scrutinized every passerby. Despite the grueling nature of their task, the prospect of apprehending Niechun was enough to elevate them to a life of luxury and ease. Yet, under the blazing sun, as the stream of citizens continued to flow into the city, both soldiers found themselves drenched in sweat, their limbs weary, without encountering a single suspect. Do you think we will ever see Niechun? One soldier lamented, leaning on his waist while raising the portrait. It seems rather difficult. However, should Niechun appear, recognizing him would be exceedingly simple. The other soldier, with a hint of amusement, pointed at the portrait. The image depicted Niechun as a grotesque creature, with 3 heads, 6 arms, a menacing visage, and sharp, protruding fangs, crowned by a wild beard that rendered him utterly repulsive. Brothers, are you certain this is Niechun? Just then, a voice unexpectedly emerged from beside them. The soldiers were startled, having not anticipated anyone approaching so stealthily. What the? they exclaimed in unison, their astonishment stemming from the striking handsomeness of the individual before them. They had encountered handsome men before, even having witnessed the crown prince's own striking features, yet this man was on an entirely different level. More intriguingly, he radiated an almost imperceptible, alluring aura. This presence was so captivating that, had their inclinations not been firmly grounded, they might have found themselves losing control of their composure. "Brother, you are far too handsome. You bear no resemblance to the wretched figure in this portrait," one of the gatekeepers blurted out. "Wretched figure? Might I inquire, good sir, who is the individual depicted in the portrait?" The newcomer raised an eyebrow, inquiring. "Of course it is Nietchen. Who else in the world could be so hideous?" Standing before two soldiers was none other than Nietchen himself. Initially, Nietchen intended to infiltrate the capital of the Yufeng dynasty to uncover the schemes of Xu Zian and subsequently send that scoundrel, who coveted his wife, straight to the afterlife. To his astonishment, he discovered that a bounty had been placed on his head throughout the dynasty. What was more alarming, the wanted posters depicted him in increasingly grotesque forms. In contrast, this depiction with 3 heads and 6 arms seemed relatively flattering. In other illustrations, his visage bore no semblance to a human form at all. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Nietchen's mouth. "However, I have heard that the man named Nietchen is extraordinarily handsome, beyond description. It is said that even an ordinary maiden, upon catching a glimpse of him, could easily become infatuated. How could he possibly resemble this ghastly caricature?" The two soldiers, seemingly perplexed, murmured among themselves, "We also heard of a heavenly figure named Nietchen from Tianyun Palace, renowned for his striking looks. Yet, it appears that all the artists who portrayed him handsomely have been eliminated by the prince, and the uglier the depiction, the greater the reward bestowed upon the artist. Thus, it seems we have arrived at this unfortunate likeness." They dared not voice their thoughts any further, for it was the prince's decree, better to remain silent. Suddenly, Nietchen interjected, "By the way, if I were to declare that I am Nietchen, what actions might you take?" The soldiers were taken aback but soon erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Brother, what jest is this? With your striking appearance, how could you possibly be associated with the abominable Nietchen? If you truly were Nietchen, I would gladly turn upside down and eat dung. Ha ha ha! It is remarkable indeed that both of you possess such discerning taste and aesthetic sensibility." Nietchen laughed heartily as well. Mid-laughter, he turned to the soldier on his right. "By the way, my friend who eats dung, may I inquire your name?" "I am called Wang Lu." "Wang Lu, I shall remember you, brother." After giving Wang Lu's shoulder a pat and exchanging a meaningful glance, he finally proceeded through the city gates. Wang Lu was momentarily stunned. For reasons unknown, he recalled Nietchen's subtle gaze from earlier. A sudden realization struck him. He felt as though he had been marked. The city of Wanping bustled with extraordinary activity. Crowds of citizens congregated in the streets, fervently discussing a matter of great import. Word had spread that the Zhengdao Crusade, organized by the Wanhua sect, was soon to convene, and their target was none other than the infamous Nietchen.
Nietchen.
The one who, despite being aware of the relationship between the Empress and the Crown Prince, shamelessly believed himself to be favored by the Empress, a notorious sycophant? I have seen his portrait. They say he possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, his body riddled with warts, an unsightly creature indeed. It is he who ought to be condemned, daring to vie for the Empress's affections against the Crown Prince. Truly, he must be weary of life. As the esteemed Wanhua sect stands as the foremost sect within our Wanping city, it is certain that they shall annihilate him utterly. Indeed, although we may not have the opportunity to partake in the grand assembly of the Wanhua sect, we must witness this exhilarating moment. Truly, the Wanhua sect is the guardian deity of our Wanping city. In a surge, countless citizens flocked towards the venue of the sect's gathering, their hearts brimming with fervor. Nietchen also quietly blended into the throng. However, his clenched fists crackled ominously, and the murderous intent emanating from him could no longer be concealed. Goodness, that scoundrel Xu Zian dares to tarnish his own reputation before the entire dynasty. It seems the time has come to impart a lesson to this utterly uncompetitive romantic rival. Chapter 91. What if I were Nietchen? The Wanhua sect stands as the most formidable force in the vicinity of Wanping City. More significantly, it is one of the staunchest supporters of the Yufeng dynasty, receiving its clandestine protection. Consequently, it has experienced a gradual rise in influence in recent years, garnering an exceptional reputation among the populace. At this moment, upon hearing of the righteous convention convened by the Wanhua sect, the citizens of the city surged towards the vicinity of the assembly hall. The streets were teeming with people, creating an impenetrable throng. Navigating through the crowd, Niechan suddenly leaped upward, soaring to the third floor where numerous cultivators had gathered. "Wow, brother, your lightness skill is quite impressive," exclaimed a cultivator at the staircase, startled but quickly furrowing his brow. "However, I don't believe I've ever seen you before. Which sect do you belong to?" Niechan casually cupped his hands in greeting. "I am a disciple of the Yuming sect, here to attend the righteous convention organized by the Wanhua sect." The cultivator appeared puzzled.
Yuming sect.
"I don't recall our dynasty having a sect by that name. Moreover, that name."
A peculiar smile grazed Niechen's lips.
"Are you sure you wish to continue? Why can't I speak?" Suddenly realizing something amiss, the cultivator pointed at Niechan in shock. "Wait, are you an infiltrator from the demonic sect?" His heart raced with fear as he attempted to retreat. Yet, in the brief distance of a single step, he witnessed Niechen's figure flicker like a specter. With no room for resistance, he felt a jolt akin to thunder at the back of his neck, and in an instant, darkness enveloped him. "Must you be so verbose? Is living not preferable?" Niechan sighed, nonchalantly discarding the cultivator's limp form in a corner, obscured by a chair. The others, clearly more perceptive, refrained from causing further trouble, allowing Niechan to seamlessly blend into the throng of righteous cultivators. At this moment, the righteous convention, organized by Elder Shao of the Wanhua sect, commenced in earnest. Elder Shao, with fervor and eloquence, proclaimed, "The Wanhua sect boasts a history spanning over 1,000 years, having evolved from a humble sect to our current stature. Do you know the reason for this transformation? It is due to the Wanhua sect's loyalty to the nation and its concern for the common people." In an instant, voices of excitement erupted from the crowd. "Indeed, you are absolutely right." Elder Shao nodded, surveying the assembly. "It is precisely due to the Yufeng dynasty, and particularly the grace of the crown prince, that our sects have flourished. And today, that abominable individual known as Niechan, with his grotesque appearance and monstrous abilities, dares to pose a threat to our prince. What do you think we should do? Eliminate him? Yes, the eradication of Niechan is not merely an act of loyalty to the prince, but a righteous endeavor for the sake of the entire Yufeng dynasty and its people. From this day forth, the Wanhua sect resolves to take the lead in issuing a warrant for Niechan throughout the realm. Should this abhorrent figure dare to step even a foot into the Yufeng dynasty, we shall ensure he meets a gruesome end. Moreover, I shall dispatch numerous highly skilled cultivators far and wide. Once the figure of Niechan is spotted, he shall undoubtedly be executed. Elder Shao is formidable.
Kill Niechan.
Kill Niechan. For the crown prince, what is Niechan but a wretched creature? With his unattractive appearance and ineptitude, how dare he shamelessly provoke the crown prince? The Empress once showed the crown prince a fleeting smile. How dare this hideous fool presume to stand in her presence? Should I lay eyes upon him, I would relish the opportunity to dismember him in my wrath. Indeed, if I were to share a space with such an ugly being, I would almost be driven to leap to my demise. Niechan is irredeemably vile. It is our duty as cultivators to eradicate him without hesitation. Our Van Hai sect is willing to take up arms against Niechan. The Quang Sha Palace will not cower before such a petty adversary. The Fei He Tower stands ready to seize Niechan's head. The crowd is fervent, their shouts resounding endlessly. Although Elder Shao, the current leader, possesses only peak Xian Yuan realm strength, which hardly qualifies him as a top-tier combatant within the Yufeng dynasty, who among them is incapable of boasting. Before the eyes of the multitude, every utterance, every slander directed at Niechan, has the potential to become a celebrated tale, possibly reaching the ears of the dynasty's elite. Such an opportunity is one no sect would willingly forfeit. Observing the united front of the various sects, steadfast and righteous, the common folk below are equally stirred. The streets are alive with uproar, filled with vitriol against Niechan and praise for the sects at the Wanhua sect assembly. Indeed, quite remarkable. As Elder Shao gazes upon this scene, a mysterious smile subtly graces his lips, and he unconsciously murmurs, "In this way, the Crown Prince's dragon blood formation shall progress further." This voice was barely discernible, unnoticed by anyone in the throng. Yet amidst the clamor, Niechan, through the eavesdropper, he exchanged for at the system, captured the words with clarity. The dragon blood formation of Shu Xian? Niechan furrowed his brow slightly. He had assumed these seemingly ineffectual righteous cultivators were merely brainwashed by the Crown Prince, boasting before the assembled populace. However, it seems that this overt hostility directed at him is not as straightforward as it appears.
Kill Niechan! Kill Niechan!
With a cacophony of cries, the assembled cultivators threw their magical artifacts at the three-headed, six-armed portrait of Niechan hanging in the room, finally piercing it with a single sword strike. "I have pierced Niechan's visage. It must be fate that I shall be the one to slay him and bask in the ensuing glory," a bearded cultivator exclaimed loudly, further igniting the fervor in the atmosphere. "Wait, I have a question." Just as the multitude of cultivators descended into a state of unrestrained excitement, Niechan suddenly raised his arm, interrupting the tumultuous ambience. The noise abruptly faltered. Elder Shao, evidently displeased, furrowed his brow and directed a gaze at Niechan. "The agenda to execute Niechan has been firmly established. Do you have any questions?" "Indeed, it is a matter of utmost importance." Niechan smiled faintly, yet in an instant, his gaze seemed to envelop itself in a layer of piercing coldness. "I wish to inquire, Elder Shao, what course of action you intend to take, now that the very Niechan you seek to eliminate stands before you? He is a nefarious villain, provoking the dynasty and attempting to gain the favor and protection of the Empress Qingyue through cunning schemes. Should I encounter him, I would undoubtedly show no hesitation and would personally execute him." Feeling the weight of the townsfolk's gazes upon him, Elder Shao exuded an aura of righteousness. Truly, Elder Shao embodies remarkable fortitude. An exuberant cheer arose from the multitude of cultivators present, as well as the common folk below, their hearts swelling with a sense of reverence. "And what if I were to declare that I am, in fact, Niechan?" At that very moment, however, Niechan merely smiled. Chapter 92. "I am Niechan." A profound silence enveloped the tavern, even Elder Zhao's countenance betraying a hint of awkwardness. However, he quickly dismissed it with a wave of his hand, exclaiming, "How could that be?"
Although I desire to personally eliminate Niechan.
The Imperial Phoenix dynasty is akin to a den of dragons and tigers for him. What audacity would he have to venture here? Moreover, my good sir, with your striking handsomeness, how could you possibly resemble that grotesque figure in the painting? Surely, if you were indeed Niechan, I would be on the cusp of promotion and wealth. Ha ha ha. I would rather hope you were Niechan. The others, too, disregarded Niechan's words entirely, erupting into raucous laughter. "Since you all yearn for it so fervently, allow me to lay my cards on the table. I am, in fact, Niechan." With a deep sigh, Niechan's seemingly casual declaration sent an almost imperceptible chill coursing through the entire loft. "How could that be? You?" Elder Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated intently on Niechan. "What are you, to even think you can converse directly with Elder Shao?" A bearded cultivator, who had long harbored disdain for Niechan, suddenly lunged forward, seizing him by the collar with an air of arrogance. Such a moment was ripe for flattering Elder Shao, and the bearded man had no intention of letting it slip away. "I am precisely the person you wish to encounter. No need to search further. Niechan stands before you." Suddenly, an intense heat radiated from Niechan's being. Golden light, reminiscent of flowing magma, began to emanate from his arms, exuding not only searing warmth but also a sacred and formidable presence. Waves of heat swept through the loft, leaving all, including Elder Shao, wide-eyed and incredulous. This temperature, and those extraordinary arms. The bearded cultivator's pupils constricted sharply as he glanced towards the image he had pierced with his sword. Though drastically different from the grotesque visage depicted, the golden patterns engraved upon Niechan's arms were strikingly identical. The tales of him dominating the three sovereign secret realm, withstanding the 9 transformations of heavenly tribulation, and single-handedly overpowering the celestial prodigies at the floral festival, had nearly elevated his reputation to rival that of the crown prince. The vivid scenes from those legends now aligned perfectly with the figure before him. He is indeed Nietzsche. A formidable pressure surged outward, enveloping the surroundings, and the once arrogant bearded cultivator felt an icy chill sweep through him, his grip on Nietzsche's collar slackening. His body turned stiff and frigid, and terror gripped his heart. He found himself utterly immobilized. In the next moment, Nietzsche effortlessly grasped the bearded man's collar and hurled him into the air. With a resounding roar of flames, the bearded cultivator transformed into a fireball soaring skyward.
Boom! Amidst la tundrou explosion.
A vast sect adorned with the grand banner of the 10,000 Blossom sect was swiftly engulfed in flames. Billowing clouds of smoke rose, illuminating half the sky with fire. In an instant, the entire Wanping city was swept up in an oppressive wave of heat. The streets echoed with screams, and the citizens, bereft of courage, ceased their insults and scattered in panic. The only emotion reflected in their gazes towards Nietzsche was sheer terror. It was truly him. In an instant, fear permeated the hearts of all the cultivators in the loft. Despite their incessant chants, they had never anticipated that, in the vast Yufeng dynasty, they would actually encounter Nietzsche. More importantly, the power he had just demonstrated was overwhelmingly formidable. Even though rumors had circulated, they could scarcely have imagined he would possess such strength. To confront him would mean staking a fortune of 10,000 spirit stones. If they could seize that, they would bask in unending wealth and glory. Yes, I will challenge him.
Kill Nietzsche.
It was unclear who, with a trembling voice, tenuously rallied those around him. Even amidst the pervasive fear, some cultivators stepped forward. Kill. I refuse to believe that so many cannot overcome one man. He is merely a single individual. Do not be afraid. Radiant lights shimmered as dozens of cultivators charged simultaneously towards Nietzsche. Suppressing their dread, they summoned all their strength, exerting their utmost abilities. While they lacked confidence in defeating Nietzsche, they believed that sheer numbers could prevail. A deluge of magical artifacts surged forth, enveloping Nietzsche completely. They were convinced that no one could withstand such a tide alone. Kill. The brilliance surged, seemingly intent on drowning Nietzsche entirely. Yet, he merely extended his palm with an air of calm. In the next moment, the jade seal resting in his hand suddenly radiated a resplendent golden light, accompanied by thunderous roars. The three sovereigns seal, coupled with the 10,000 thunder transformation technique, the ethereal images of the three sovereigns abruptly materialized from the skies, interwoven with faint purple lightning amidst their grandeur. The oppressive aura emanating from these apparitions was suffocating. How is this possible? What on earth is this? Is he not merely a cultivator of the Shen Yuan realm? How can he wield such terrifying power? Fear engulfed everyone entirely. The once bustling streets were now devoid of any trace of the fleeing populace. A colossal shadow loomed, and the multitude of cultivators from the Yufeng dynasty within the loft found themselves utterly exposed, their emotions reduced to sheer dread. They exerted every ounce of their strength in a futile attempt to resist, only to realize how insignificant and laughable their efforts were. The terrifying thunder seemed to carry a force capable of obliterating all. Any spells or artifacts that came into contact with it were instantly annihilated. As a hand descended, a thunderous crash reverberated through heaven and earth, and the vast loft collapsed with a resounding roar. Centered around the immense handprint, the structure crumbled, dust billowing. Meanwhile, those cultivators below who had desperately resisted fell, some dead, some injured, their agonized cries echoing as they could not rise again. Amidst the ruins, only Elder Shao remained, barely standing. Yet at this moment, his battered form widened his eyes in terror, fixated on Nietzsche. This is utterly terrifying. He had previously regarded Nietzsche with utter disdain. After all, no matter how formidable a junior might be, he had merely just entered the realm of Shenyuan, and thus could not possibly possess overwhelming strength. Yet, the unfolding events unmistakably conveyed that the prowess exhibited by Nietzsche transcended the mere confines of the Shenyuan realm. Such terrifying power was far beyond what one would expect from a practitioner of the Shenyuan stage. What have you done? Elder Shao staggered backward, only to trip over the surrounding rubble. Collapsing to the ground, he dared not make any further resistance. His gaze filled with terror as he looked upon Niechun. What have I done? When it comes to harboring ill intentions against my wife, I am capable of anything. Niechun clenched his fist, advancing step by step. Chapter 93. The intense tastes of today's youth with a grip that constricted his throat. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation surged through Elder Shao, his eyes reddened and bloodshot. He was teetering on the brink of madness, sneering with a voice laced with fury. What use is it to kill me? The masters within the Phoenix Empire are countless. It won't be long before not just you, but even that Empress. His words abruptly ceased mid-sentence. What about the Empress? Speak. Niechun's gaze was icy. Yet Elder Shao suddenly let out a chilling laugh. If you wish for me to speak, we must first discuss terms. Do you think I would divulge anything so easily? Elder Shao, who had once believed himself cornered, suddenly regained his confidence. He realized that Niechun's regard for the Empress of Qingyue was far beyond his expectations. If he could leverage the matter of the Empress as a bargaining chip, not only could he secure a glimmer of hope for himself, but he might even drag Niechun into peril. As long as he held the secret of the Empress tightly, Niechun would be unable to act against him for the time being. He sensed a slight weakening in the grip Niechun had on him. Elder Zhao's confidence grew, and he could not help but laugh heartily. Did you not wish to kill me? Come on, why the hesitation? Ha ha ha. Indeed, the Empress holds immense significance in your heart. As long as I possess a secret that threatens her, you would never dare to kill me. Ha 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 ha. However, just as his raucous laughter reached its peak, Elder Shao suddenly felt an unimaginable force gripping his neck, far more terrifying than before. With a series of sharp cracks, his eyes widened in disbelief. How dare you? Spare me, spare me. I can tell you. The overwhelming intent to kill enveloped him, and he desperately sought to plead for mercy. Yet Niechun showed no inclination to relent. With one final, resounding snap, Elder Zhao's neck shattered completely, his body collapsing lifelessly. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and his demise was utterly tragic. Even in death, he could not fathom why Niechun had truly chosen to extinguish his life. Ah, I have never encountered such a despicable demand in my life. It seems this boy has never been particularly bright, Niechun sighed. Still wishing to threaten him? With just a single skill point, he could easily exchange for the soul-searching technique from the system's shop. There was no need to listen to his ramblings. After acquiring the soul-searching technique, Niechun swiftly swept through Elder Zhao's shattered form. Scenes from Elder Zhao's recent memories flooded his mind, revealing the entirety of his recent actions. Moments later, Niechun discarded the lifeless body, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. While Shu Xian was issuing bounties for him throughout the Phoenix Empire, he had willingly become a lackey to the 3 emperors. He had even abducted the newly appointed Sea Dragon King and, using his own blood alongside that of the Dragon King, endeavored to activate the ancient and mysterious Dragon Blood Formation, a long-lost array that had been forgotten for a millennium. When the 3 emperors launched their assault on the Heavenly Cloud Palace, the Dragon Blood Formation may become one of the most crucial trump cards. Behind this formidable array stand 3 formidable masters from the Sea-Opening Realm, casting their spells. However, they are currently far away in the capital of the Phoenix Dynasty, and it will take them at least 10 minutes to arrive here. This interval is exceedingly brief. Before alerting the Sea-Opening Masters, I must swiftly eliminate Shu Xian. Niechun promptly set off towards the outskirts of the city. Just as he passed through the city gate, the gatekeeper, Wang Lu, curiously called out to him. Hey brother, how come you're back out so soon after entering? Something seems to have happened in the city. Do you know what's going on? What has happened? Indeed, a great deal has transpired. Niechun smiled. Do you recall what I said before I entered the city?
Wang Liu, somewhat puzzled, reflected,
That you were very handsome? Niechun shook his head. Was it that you were handsomer than Niechun? Niechun shook his head again. What on earth was it then? Wang Lu was utterly baffled. Niechun smiled slightly. Didn't you say that if I were Niechun, you would eat dung while standing on your head? Wang Lu, huh? Before he could recover from his astonishment, Niechun's foot struck him suddenly. Whoosh! Thud! Wang Lu was kicked away, head over heels, directly landing into the latrine. Ah! Scoundrel! The sounds of chaos erupted from the latrine, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of feasting. In the distance, the latrines were thrown into disarray, with chickens flapping and dogs barking, and cries rang out incessantly. Moreover, there were frequent sighs from the elderly. Alas, the world has changed, and the hearts of men have become so peculiar. How can the youth have such unique tastes? If you wish to eat, just eat. Why pretend to fall in? This kick further exacerbated the already tumultuous situation in Wanping City. Outside Wanping City, amidst the towering mountains, Minister Chow suddenly paused.
Mumens late.
Beads of sweat began to cascade down his forehead as he hurried to Shu Xian's side, speaking with utmost respect and seriousness. Your Highness, I just sensed something. There may be trouble in Wanping City. Moreover, I fear Elder Shao has already been killed. Oh? Shu Xian exhibited no outward signs of surprise, yet his gaze was icy cold. I did not expect anyone to dare disrupt my plans. I wonder who this audacious fool is. Your Highness, should we deploy forces to strengthen the defenses outside, just in case? After all, the Sea Opening Masters are still in the dynasty and will require some time to arrive here, Minister Chow advised, somewhat concerned. There's no need. They are merely petty thieves. Do you truly believe there are few who could lay a hand on me in this world? Shu Xian appeared completely unconcerned. Gently closing his eyes, he tilted his head towards the sky. Instantly, an elusive, profound aura began to envelop Shu Xian once more, causing his presence to ascend, evoking a deep sense of reverence in those who beheld him. In that fleeting moment, Shu Xian once again comprehended the essence of tranquility. At this very instant, his heart was as steadfast as a rock. Apart from the gentle and affectionate Empress Qingyue, who had once graced him with her smiles, no one could sway his inner resolve. Rest assured, Qingyue, I have long been aware of your affectionate sentiments towards me. Before long, I shall journey to the Tianyun Palace to wed you and bestow upon you a lifetime of happiness. With a deep sigh, Shu Xian released an enigmatic aura that swiftly radiated outward. Simultaneously, his cultivation level surged dramatically to the mid-stage of the Shen Yuan realm. Your Highness, you have once again achieved enlightenment. Minister Chow found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. When will the day come when he no longer has to utter such phrases? Chapter 94. Daring to covet my wife? Deep within the cavern, a foul stench wafted in waves. Shu Xian stepped cautiously into the abyss. As he ventured deeper, he arrived at the heart of the cave, where an expansive pool of blood lay before him. Surrounding the blood pool were countless crimson formations, their intricate patterns bizarre and, more importantly, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Let me out, you scoundrels! Once our dragon clan's ancestor awakens, none of you shall escape. A furious voice resonated, although imbued with a remarkably ethereal quality. The source of this voice emerged from the depths of the blood pool, a dragon, submerged within its sanguine depths. This dragon, adorned in brilliant gold, bore two shimmering horns atop its head. Despite the surrounding murky blood, it radiated an undeniable aura of majestic power. Yet, curiously, this imposing figure possessed an unexpectedly delicate appearance. Coupled with its voice, light and airy like that of a young girl, this dragon, a member of the exalted dragon clan, appeared almost endearing. Your ancestor? Do you truly believe those old gaffers can intimidate me? I am currently favored by the 3 emperors and admired by the Empress herself. Even if they were to arrive here, it remains uncertain whether they would dare to act. Shu Xian scoffed coldly, dismissing the young dragon's words entirely. The Dragon King of the West Sea? Her body would soon become part of this blood formation, ultimately aiding me in breaching the heavenly cloud palace. That moment is drawing near. Ning Chun, what do you possess to contend with me? Shu Xian's expression hardened as he suddenly sliced his finger. A drop of blood fell into the pool, causing it to boil violently, the eerie aura intensifying beyond measure. The crimson liquid surged forth, enveloping the young dragon entirely. Though it struggled with all its might, it remained ensnared by the binding patterns of blood. Outside the cavern, thanks to fragments of memory in Elder Zhao's mind, Ning Chun had an almost intimate knowledge of the concealed location within these mountains. He navigated through layers of barriers and effortlessly discovered the hidden cavern at its deepest point. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, and after inhaling for a while, Ning Chun felt a throbbing in his head. Clearly, the situation in this vicinity was far from favorable. Numerous cultivators clad in gray patrolled the area outside the cave, the majority of whom exuded an extraordinary presence. Except for a few unimportant sentinels, most possessed the formidable cultivation of the Profound Origin realm. The congregation of dozens of Profound Origin cultivators illustrated the terrifying scale of this formation. Aside from a colossal force like the Wind Sovereign dynasty, it was unlikely that any other place could muster such a multitude of experts to guard this location. System, exchange 3 skill points for camouflage attire. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful exchange. Moments later, a flamboyant camouflage suit adorned Ning Chen's form. Subsequently, the fabric shimmered and twisted, gradually transforming into garments identical to those worn by the patrolling cultivators. The camouflage attire boasts an exceptionally high grade, such that even cultivators of the Xian Yuan realm are utterly unable to discern any flaws. Nie Chun strode confidently out, making his way directly to the cave entrance. However, he was soon confronted by a rotund cultivator wielding a spear, who blocked his path. "What is your purpose here?" The stout cultivator scrutinized Nie Chun with suspicion. "I discovered an anomaly while on patrol outside. Do not impede me. Allow me to enter at once." Nie Chun feigned urgency, his expression convincingly portraying distress. The stout cultivator appeared startled, his countenance shifting as he hurriedly inquired, "What has transpired? There should be numerous formations outside. How could anyone infiltrate this vicinity without the knowledge of those inside?" "Do not concern yourself with that. The situation is dire, and I must report to the Crown Prince immediately." Without providing a response, Nie Chun hastily attempted to enter the cave. The stout cultivator retracted his spear, seemingly about to step aside. Yet suddenly, he regained his composure and promptly obstructed Nie Chun once more. "First, you must provide the password." "What password? The situation is urgent. I have no time for trivialities," Nie Chun insisted, grasping the stout cultivator's shoulders, his performance still impeccable. "That is not permissible. The Crown Prince has explicitly instructed that without the password, even the Emperor himself cannot be allowed entry. If you attempt to force your way in, I shall call for assistance." Nie Chun suppressed an expletive, retorting, "What is the password? If you delay me further, you will pay with your life." The stout cultivator nodded. "Very well, the first question is, who is the object of the Qingyue Empress's affections, the one she smiles upon thrice?" Nie Chun was momentarily taken aback. What kind of absurd question is this? The only one the Qingyue Empress could possibly regard in such a manner is none other than himself. Just as he was about to speak, a critical thought struck him. The Holy Maiden of Blossoms had once mentioned that Xu Zian, that shameless scoundrel, had been spreading rumors that the Qingyue Empress had shown him favor and harbored secret affections for him. So, the answer to the question was indeed this. How utterly shameless. He carries the so-called Tao Enlightenment physique? More like a self-absorbed physique. Noticing Nie Chun's prolonged hesitation, the stout cultivator grew increasingly suspicious. "If you do not respond soon, I shall summon help." "Fine, I will answer," Nie Chun begrudgingly conceded, suppressing his inner turmoil. "The answer is the Crown Prince Xu Zian." "Correct." The stout cultivator nodded, visibly relaxing. He even divulged a hint of admiration. To think the Empress has shown the Crown Prince such favor. How beautiful and enviable their love must be. Envious? Please, have you even considered the weight of your foolish Crown Prince? Now, for the second question, the stout cultivator continued abruptly. "There is a second question? Of course, this is merely a precaution. However, having passed the first, you should have no trouble." The stout cultivator nodded. "The second question is, who is the person the Empress truly loves?" Upon finishing his words, the rotund monk gazed at Nie Chun with a grin, his intentions unmistakable, as if to say, "Merely utter the name of the Crown Prince, and I shall grant you passage. Who do you think you are?" "The notion that I would willingly divulge my beloved's affections for another is nothing short of absurd. To dare covet my wife and spread such malicious rumors, setting up these insidious signals. Today, I shall drench the Imperial Wind dynasty in blood. No more pretense. I lay my cards on the table. I am Nie Chun, and this day, I shall shatter the Crown Prince's dog head." A sudden aura of murderous intent enveloped Niechan. What? The rotund monk was taken aback. Yet, in the next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag struck, sinking deeply into his pudgy face. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, dust scattering in all directions.
Stepping forward, Niechan proclaimed, I am Niechan.
Today, this ground shall be stained with blood. No one shall escape.